nationwide protest against price rise, unemployment and the goods and services tax hike on essential items. Priyanka Gandhi Vadra was dragged away. Many netas were detained. The police had denied permission for the protest. That included a Prime Minister House gherav as well.
Wearing black, the Congress took to the streets on Friday. From the Gandhis to all senior leaders of the party, the street fight was organized against the centre over price rise, GST hike and unemployment. Many leaders including Rahul Gandhi and Priyanka Gandhi were detained.
हम डिस्कशन चाहते हैं पार्लियामेंट में, हम महंगाई का जवाब चाहते हैं सरकार से, और जवाब तय करना, ये सरकार को कटघरे में खड़ा करना हमारी जिम्मेदारी है। लेकिन जिस तरह के अलोकतांत्रिक तरीके से, अनडेमोक्रेटिक तरीके से लोगों को डिटेन किया गया है, मैं समझता हूँ ये अच्छा संकेत नहीं है हमारी लोकतंत्र के लिए।
ये सरकार की ये तानाशाही की एक नजीर आप हिंदुस्तान के लोग देख रहे हैं।
While the Congress party dominated the news during the day, the BJP High Command stirred up things with the Black on Temple Foundation Day allegation.
सारे कांग्रेसी काले कपड़े पहनकर आए थे। दक्षिण रूप से उन्होंने एक संदेश भेजने का प्रयास किया है कि राम जन्मभूमि का जो शिलान्यास हुआ वो, और अब जो भव्य मंदिर बनने जा रहा है, दोनों के साथ हमारा विरोध है।
UP CM also voiced objection to the protest on the anniversary of the day. Foundation of the Ayodhya temple was laid 2 years ago.
आज कांग्रेसियों ने काले कपड़े पहन करके जो प्रदर्शन किया है, यह से राम जन्मभूमि मंदिर निर्माण की तिथि के दिन यह राम भक्तों का अपमान है।
The issue snowballed into a full-fledged face-off.
I'm glad that the Home Minister has noticed our black shirts, because it's not very often that they notice or pay attention to what we say. I'm glad that we caught their attention today. And it's appropriate they're wearing the black shirt today, because it is 3 years ago today, exactly on August 5th, is when Kashmir was dismembered into 3 union territories, and still people have been held under detention in Kashmir.
The initial protests which they were doing, trying to protect this one family, was getting exposed in the entire media. They were destroying the public property, rioting, and it is only for sheer questioning by an institution of the country.
The Congress has raised the price rise issue aggressively, staging multiple protests during the monsoon session. But Friday's protest checked the most boxes. Lots of action, lots of drama. What remains to be seen is whether Congress can build on the momentum. Bureau Report, India Today.
What brings us to the end of this edition. For all news and updates, do log on to our website. That's indiatoday.in. You can also download the India Today app. Thank you for watching.
Are watching India Today.
Armed with facts, she takes the news by its horns.
You think the future of these students are not hampered?
Fierce, bold and direct, setting the tone for the biggest stories from every corner and every angle. Expect nothing but the unfiltered truth.
News first, niceties later. Watch me, Nabila Jamal, on India Today.
Everyone's busy finding what's trending. You're busy finding out why. India Today, for those who research before reacting. Download the India Today app now. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
Hello and welcome to this India Today special. This week, the vice presidential elections will be fought between Jagdeep Dhankhar, the former West Bengal governor and the NDA candidate, and Margaret Alva, veteran Congress politician and parliamentarian. And joining me now is Margaret Alva herself. Appreciate your joining me, Mrs. Alva. If I were to say that you are fighting a symbolic token fight because the numbers are heavily weighted in favor of the NDA candidate, Mr. Dhankhar. Would I be right that this is a symbolic fight for you?
I don't think it's a token fight. I think many things can happen. I'm fighting on behalf of almost 20 parties, and we are making a statement that things are not going well in Parliament, and we do believe this is the time for change.
Because you have actually written to a number of the parliamentarians, talking about what you say is a breakdown in the fundamental democratic processes and the way Parliament is functioning. You yourself have been a several times MP. Is that what you're fighting this election about, that you believe that the Vice President, as the chairperson of the Rajya Sabha, needs to restore in a way the primacy of Parliament?
Yes, certainly yes. And at the same time, look at the alternative that the government has presented. A candidate who turned Bengal upside down, I would say from the cellar to the dome. You put such a person in the chair in the Rajya Sabha, where there always has been a certain decorum in the past, a certain, if I may say so, respect for the House of Elders. You see the situation as it is today. It's bad enough. But imagine having him in the chair to run that house.
You know, let's be very clear. You're virtually suggesting that Mr. Dhankhar is incapable of ensuring decorum inside Parliament. That's what you're suggesting. That you believe that your rival is someone who cannot handle Parliament.
I didn't say incapable. I said the past record of what happened in Bengal is certainly something to be worried about.
But ironically then, the main party of Bengal, the majority of party of Bengal, which is often taken on Mr. Dhankhar, that is Mamata Banerjee's Trinamool Congress, has decided to abstain from your election. They are not supporting you, even though you say that Mr. Dhankhar is someone who was taking on the Bengal government.
Let's wait and see.
Now, are you still hopeful that Mamata Banerjee will change her mind?
Why not?
You made an attempt to reach out to her.
Well, I don't discuss everything I do on television. Right?
But you had a good relationship with Mamata Banerjee. Did it disappoint you that Mamata Banerjee, who is an integral part of the opposition, and you claim in a way to stand for this wider opposition, chose not to support you more openly?
Could be. But I still believe that she is the one who has spearheaded opposition unity. She is the one that has taken on the BJP openly and won in Bengal despite everything they did. And therefore, Mamata has got her own agenda, and let's see what happens by the 6th.
But somewhere, as I said, you are disappointed, ma'am, that as you said, if the opposition is to be united, as we even saw with the president election where there was cross-voting, now in the vice president election, a major opposition party chooses not to back you. What does that suggest?
You are all talking about the presidential election and cross voting.
Yes.
Do you know that the votes that went to the president, I mean to the candidate, were among the lowest in the history of elections to the president's post? And the vice president's, and the opposition's candidate, he got the third highest votes polled by any candidate for the presidential election from the opposition.
But it's still a wide gap, Ms. Alva, a huge gap. And if I look at the numbers in even the vice president elections, as of now, out of the 770 odd MPs, the BJP seems to have close to a 500 on their side. So, I mean, where do you expect this large-scale switch to take place?
I'm not saying that you fight an election because you're winning it. You fight an election on principles, on a certain agenda, and placing your point of view before the voters. And that's what we are doing as a united opposition.
What are those principles? Let's get this clear. You're saying you're fighting for principles, for an agenda.
Yes.
What are those principles that you're fighting?
For a parliament that respects the right of every member to speak. Do you know there are almost, I think, 500 to 600 members who have not been able to speak in parliament since it came, since it was elected. You have adjournments, you have suspensions, you have, if I may say so, rule by the majority. And parliament is supposed to be a forum where people from different parts of the country, elected by the people, representatives, come to focus on the issues of the people, to speak about their electorate, to speak about their constituencies, their states, and their concerns. Have you seen it happening? The chairman is the person who has the primary responsibility to bring government and opposition together, to work out an acceptable agenda to both sides. Price rise in this session has been the issue on which you are suspending members for demanding that you give us a debate on price rise.
Ma'am, let me just stop you for a moment, because the government argues that you cannot have MPs rushing into the well of the House and disrupting parliament. Disruption is the reason why they are being suspended. The government claims that the problem is the opposition has not reconciled to the fact that Narendra Modi ji's government is in power and they are the ones who set the policies.
Not at all. I am asking you, let's be very frank. You have a business advisory committee that decides the business for the week, right? The members of the opposition are demanding a discussion on price rise, on GST, the recent decisions, on price of even petrol, of cooking oil, of gas, of everything. And what does the government put on the agenda? Do you know? Sports, development of sports in the country. Is that the primary issue to be discussed, or is it price rise?
So eventually we've had a debate on price rise after 2 weeks of disruption.
It has started now.
Yes, the question that the government is raising again and again is, as I said, the fact that a section of the opposition has not reconciled to the fact that Mr. Modi is in power.
That's not true.
Are you approving of MPs rushing into the well of the House with placards in the House, throwing paper at the chair?
Why has it happened? Because the government has refused to accommodate their demand for a discussion on issues that are of primary concern to the people outside, to their electorate. to their constituencies.
Was it any different when Mrs. Gandhi was, Indira Gandhi had this huge majority in the 1970s, or Rajiv Gandhi had a huge majority in the 1980s? Again, the opposition then also would claim that their space was being squeezed out. I remember in the 70s, Atal Bihari Vajpayee on record saying that this government seems to be a government that is being run as a one-party, the parliament is being run as a one-party show. So has the same thing happened today that was happening when the Congress
was in power? And it's the same Vajpayee who called her Durga. I mean, this is what I'm saying. There were differences, there were debates, there was a Chandrasekhar, even from the Congress, who deferred and spoke. You had people like Prakash Shastri, Vajpayee ji, outstanding, Bhupesh Gupta, whom nobody could stop. You had stalwarts, even in Annadure. They came there, they spoke, they deferred, they attacked Mrs. Gandhi, they said things which would, shall I say, today not be acceptable in Parliament, because they have brought some code by which you can't use these words, you can't use those words. There was nothing of that. I've been in the two houses of Parliament for 30 years. As a backbencher, as a member of the opposition, even member of the ruling party, I have raised issues, I have raised debates, and I have spoken even on government policy when I deferred. So, I mean, I'm saying that you can defer with the government. You can have a different point of view. After all, the opposition is going to have a different point of view. But does that mean to say you can silence the opposition? You can just suspend people? You can just throw them out for the whole session? You can adjourn the House? I was there this morning. Adjourn till 2 o'clock. You go at 2 o'clock, adjourn for the day. I mean, what is this? And why should Parliament function if people are not allowed to speak?
So one of your agendas or principles you're saying is that you want to get Parliament to function again effectively. But I still must ask you and go back to where I started. Your decision in a way to take up this challenge of Vice President. I'm told Sharad Pawar is the one who called you up and told you, Margaret Alva, would you like to take up the Vice President post? Did you think twice? Did you have a doubt? Am I being made the sacrificial lamb in this battle?
I'm not giving details of who spoke to me and who did not. The point is, they said they wanted a credible voice to stand with them and fight this election. I didn't go looking for it. I didn't ask to be put up. They requested me, saying, you're a very experienced person, respected face. We would like you to please come and help us fight this battle. Win or lose is not the issue. Do you mean to say we should have given a walkover to the government and said, well, you know, we don't have the numbers, so you put up anyone and win? That's not the issue. In elections, you fight in a democracy because you believe in something. And you believe in putting that point of view, your agenda, before the voters.
You know, two issues when your name came up, which I was told. One was that because you belong to a minority community, there was a sense that the opposition felt that you needed a candidate from the minority community. There was talk of some Muslim candidate, those Indian Muslims also, names being suggested, the likes of Dr. S.Y. Qureshi. Do you see that as one major reason why you are contesting this election to represent that?
I am not party to all those discussions. And let me be very frank, I have always considered myself an Indian woman, irrespective of caste, community, religion, or what. I belong to the South, yes. But the question is there an issue on which parties feel that Parliament is not functioning as the constitution makers had dreamt?
So it's not a symbolic face from the minority community who wants to send out a message that maybe the ruling party does not have enough minority representation. You've taken up issues, ma'am, in recent times, including the anti-conversion laws in your home state of Karnataka. You've gone out and spoken out on that. You've claimed that you fear that minorities are being targeted and persecuted in your home state.
Is it only I who's feeling that? What's happening in UP? What's happening in the other states? I mean, don't just say it's Karnataka. It is an all India issue. But that's different. This election is being fought, one, to uphold the constitutional values to which we are all committed. Second, to safeguard the foundations of our democratic institutions, which again are under tremendous pressure these days. And third is, if I may say so, not only of members of parliament, but even generally. Take the press, you are in the press. How free are you all to present, to write, or to say the things which you would have normally said if it hadn't been this kind of an informal emergency imposed on the press?
No, I'm free to chat with you and hear your voice.
Yeah, you can chat
You're
with
calling me an informal emergency. You were part at a time when Mrs. Gandhi imposed a formal emergency.
And that is why the people punished the Congress government. We lost, Mrs. Gandhi lost, and Sanjay lost. We paid the price. She apologized. She had the courage to declare elections and go to the people after that emergency to know what the people felt. And the people were very clear that they were not happy. And she lost. She accepted that verdict. She went. She was sent to jail. She was harassed. Everything happened.
Let's not compare the emergency with what the situation is today.
And yet, within 3 years, the people elected her back.
Okay.
That's what I'm saying. Democratic processes have to be respected. You may be defeated, you may be elected, it doesn't matter. But Rajdeep, if a democracy is to be safeguarded and strengthened, there have to be voices of experience. I've been 30 years in Parliament. I've been a governor for 5 years. I've been in both houses. I've presided in both houses of Parliament, including a joint session in the Central Hall. I have seen how things work. We call all the parties. We find, see, Parliament is an institution where you function by consensus, where you function by the consent of everybody, not just majority and minority.
You know, you also mentioned about the South. And there is a sense that one of the reasons that your name was put up was because there was a sense that the South is underrepresented at the moment at the very top. Is that what you believe that genuinely? I mean, where is the North? As you said, the Constitution doesn't recognize differences between North, South, between Hindu, Muslim, Christian. But yet you are saying that you are going to represent in a way the South.
In a way, yes. In this election, we felt, and everybody has felt that, President is from the North, Prime Minister from the North, Speaker from the North, and now the candidate for the Vice Presidential election is from the North. There was a feeling, and I think that feeling is common, that we also need to have a voice in Delhi. We are a very important and large section of India's population, and why should the South not have a place in this whole setup in Delhi? On the other hand, you're talking about Hindi, you're talking about imposing your point of view. We have done the most development. Our population has come down thanks to our programs and policies. We are contributing a hell of a lot to the central kitty.
Who's we? South.
We is the southern states.
So you're saying the southern states today feel discriminated in a way?
In a way, yes.
In a way, yes. I want to ask...
And this has come up in so many meetings of, the Development Council, the southern states, the chief ministers coming. They have spoken about this. I'm not speaking for the first time.
Margaret Alva, in the middle of this vice president election, a controversy broke out because you went public and said that your phone had been blocked. that you were not being able to make or receive calls for 24 hours.
It was,
and this
not
was
a controversy. I'm sorry.
No, this was reportedly because you were trying to contact various MPs, MLAs, chief ministers.
Yes.
And that's why apparently the government had blocked or received calls. When the government was asked this, they said this is complete rubbish. That Margaret Alva is doing this because she knows she's losing.
Really? That is why the chairman of MTNL had to intervene at his level and restore my connection.
Your connection was not there for 24 hours. Your phone was blocked. Your calls were being diverted.
My calls were going to strange people. Don't know who they were, whether they were the intelligence people or whether it was the enforcement directorate, never knows. Because those are the now headquarters for everything. But I can tell you that they apologized and finally the chairman himself intervened to restore my connection, and it is working now.
Ma'am, you have had very good connections with Jagan Mohan Reddy's family, but he is seemingly aligned with the government. You knew why Rajshekar Reddy was a colleague of yours in the Congress. You had very good relations with Mamata Banerjee. You all have worked together in the Congress. You have, I'm told, a decent equation with Naveen Patnaik. You've known his family also for years. Your family's been in politics for decades. And yet all of these individuals I mentioned are either abstaining or likely to vote with the government. What does that say somewhere?
I don't know what you say. I mean, why are you asking me? You should ask them. Why, after talking so much about opposition unity, about fighting and coming together before 2024, why, under what pressure, under what threat, under what blackmail?
Are you saying Mamata Banerjee or Jagan Mohan Reddy or Naveen Patnaik are supporting the government under some threat or pressure or blackmail?
You ask them. I can't speak on their behalf. But what's happening? Shiv Sena today, I'm not condoning any kind of corruption. But once an electoral process is on, Rajdeep, look at the electoral law. You can't meddle with the voters list.
No, but you can't have the enforcement, you can't also tell the enforcement directorate who they will arrest and who they will not. The law must take its own course. The opposition is constantly saying the ED is only targeting us. The government is saying you've got some corruption involved. That's why the ED is exposing you.
But the moment the corrupt people join the BJP, they go through the washing machine and they become, whether it was a Mukul Roy, whether it is the Chief Minister of Assam, whether it was Adhikari or anybody else. I can give a whole list of people. The moment they join the BJP, all the cases are dropped and they become holier than thou.
You know, Margaret Alva, you've been a congresswoman all your life. And I will put this out that when your name was announced, people brought out your autobiography of 2016, your comments about the Gandhi family, pot shots that you had taken against the Congress and its leadership at the time in interviews, and said, is Margaret Alva really someone whom the Congress or the Gandhi family wants as their vice presidential candidate?
I am not going into my book. I am not on a book promotion campaign.
Do you regret some of those comments?
No, it's not part of my agenda today.
Do you have the full support of the Gandhi family?
I have the support of everybody in the Congress.
The Congress is fully behind you?
Yes, I have no problem at all.
In conclusion, therefore, what have you learned? You know, it's almost as if you've come out in a way from quasi-retirement to take up this challenge. What have you learned in the last 4 weeks? Have things now substantially changed? We now seem to be in a BJP dominant world. You did most of your politics in a Congress dominant world. What is the biggest change you've seen between then and now?
I certainly feel that there is a sense of fear both within and outside Parliament. People are not allowed to speak. There is no debate. There is no discussion. You talk on a public platform and you are charged with sedition or anti-national statements. People are in jail because of what they have spoken. People are in jail because of what they have written or tweeted. You have police go from one state to another and just pick up people and lock them up. I mean, what is the type of democracy that we are living in, Rajdeep? I have lived, I've had 50 years of public life. Yes, there were ups and downs.
There was the emergency when journalists were arrested, if I may remind you again.
Yes, it was declared emergency and the emergency laws prevailed. Is there emergency declared today? And yet you all are being picked up? You all are being warned? You all are being threatened? I know editors who pick up the phone and tell the person, don't put that out today. I know it because people who are in the media have told me. And or they are told, please see that this fellow is eased out. And they are eased out. I mean, I'm not saying that things didn't go wrong, but there was an official declaration.
Okay. I want to therefore end by saying, assume that you lose this election since the numbers seem heavily weighted with the government. Will Margaret Alva go back into retirement in Bengaluru, or will you continue to speak out on these issues? Is there another book that could be in the offing in the future?
I'm sorry. I'm not predicting election results. I'm not saying I will win or I will lose. But whether here or in Bangalore or anywhere else, I think it my duty as a concerned citizen, as a public figure of long standing, to be able to point out things when they go wrong. And two, I can say that I am heard with respect when I go on a public platform and speak. Whether it is a women's movement or whether it is, I have now invitations even to international conferences to come and speak. I don't think I can be restricted in any way from making my point of view public.
Okay. We have a woman now president in Draupadi Murmu.
I'm very happy.
You're very happy about that, and yet remember there could have well been a consensus on her name. First Adivasi, second woman president. There wasn't. The opposition chose Yashwant Sinha, who in a way many would say represented the old guard, and the BJP put out someone who represents, as you yourself saying, someone you're very happy about. So, is the BJP therefore a party which is seeing the future and the opposition is looking at the past? That Margaret Alva, Yashwant Sinha represent the past, Draupadi Murmu and to some extent Jagdeep Dhankhar the future.
Dhankhar represents the future. God save India.
On that note, Margaret Alva, as always outspoken as ever, some things certainly haven't changed over the years. Good to talk to you. Thank you very much and wish you all the very best for the elections.
Thank you so much.
Margaret Alva, the candidate of the opposition for the Vice President election later this week. Thanks for watching.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
Kerala's public health. All political parties traveling from different parts.
Armed with facts,
Looking at political back.
she takes the news by its horns.
You think the future of these students are not hampered?
Fierce, bold and direct, setting the tone for the biggest stories. From every corner and every angle. Expect nothing but the unfiltered truth.
News first, niceties later. Watch me, Nabila Jamal, on India Today.
Everyone's busy finding what's trending. You're busy finding out why. India Today, for those who research before reacting. Download the India Today app now.
You are watching India Today.
Hello, very good morning. You're watching India Today TV. I'm Sneha Mordani. Let's get you the top stories this Saturday morning. Trouble mounts for the Raut. Sanjay Raut's wife Varsha reached ED office to record a statement. Transactions from Varsha's account under lens in the Patra Chaul case. Union Minister G. Kishan Reddy flags off a mega Tiranga bike rally in Delhi city. BJP's Manjinder Sirsa hits out at the opposition, says this isn't a matter of politics but a patriotism.
विरोधियों का तो आज बहाना है, बस असली में तो उनको अपनी जायदाद को बचाना है। आज वो जो कह रहे हैं तिरंगा, उनको लगता है कि वो पूजा करते रहे और वो पूजा एक परिवार की होती थी।
It's NDA's Jagdeep Dhankhar versus UPA's Margaret Alva, as the nation is all set to get its 14th elected vice president today. Prime Minister Modi reaches Parliament to cast his vote. "68 MPs and 300 Congress workers released after 4 hours of detention following Congress's mega all-black Akrosh. Mega Hindutva showdown escalates. BJP says black on Temple Foundation Day. Congress hits back, says following Lord Ram's path. Indian wrestlers shine bright on day 8 of Commonwealth Games as Bajrang Punia, Deepak and Sakshi clinched gold, while Anshu settled for silver in the respective categories. Mohit Grewal and Divya Kakran also secured bronze for the country. Some news just coming in. Trouble is mounting for the Rauts. Sanjay Raut's wife Varsha has reached the ED office. These are pictures of Varsha Raut, the wife of Shiv Sena MP Sanjay Raut, on your screen right now. She is recording the statement with the ED. ED heat on Varsha in the Patra Chaul case. Now the transactions from Varsha accounts are under lens. Sunil Raut, the brother of Sanjay Raut, also right behind Varsha Raut, has accompanied her to the ED office. Varsha Raut is being questioned by the ED. A statement is being recorded. These are transactions from her account that are being looked into. This comes a week after Sanjay Raut was also arrested and in fact has been under the detention of the ED. The ED in fact has also told the court about a money trail which has been linked to Sanjay Raut. His wife Varsha Raut, also allegedly a beneficiary of the Patra Chaul redevelopment project scam, is now being questioned by the ED. A statement is being recorded. It is believed that Varsha Raut also was in fact a beneficiary. There was money that was laundered and that she bought property with that money. ED meanwhile has told the court that there has been remarkable progress in the investigations. ED, remember, had arrested Raut earlier, saying that the fresh trail of proceeds of crime have been revealed as well in this entire matter. Right now they're questioning Varsha Raut. They're also looking into some transactions. Certain amounts that were paid by unrelated persons is what the ED says in the bank accounts of the accused Sanjay Raut's wife Varsha Raut. In fact, the court has been told by the ED that there has been no satisfactory explanation given on why these huge amounts of money were deposited. We have a reaction that is coming from Sanjay Raut's brother Sunil Raut. Listen in.
परसों ईडी का सामान वर्षा राउत जी को आया था और वो हिसाब से आज वर्षा राउत ईडी के ऑफिस में हाजिर हो गई है। आज जो भी ईडी वाले क्वेश्चन पूछेंगे उसका सत्य जवाब, जो सच है वो जवाब वर्षा राउत देगी, जिसमें जो सहकार्य और सहयोग ईडी को करना है वो सब सहयोग और सहकार्य वर्षा राउत आज करे। कोई पैसा आया नहीं। आप लोग भी जानते हो कि आज एक एक आदमी भारतीय जनता पार्टी का और किसी पार्टी को 10-10, 50 करोड़ के घर पे रहते हैं। हमारा क्या है 1 करोड़ 6 लाख रुपए का एंट्री दिखा रहे, वो भी देखो कोई एंट्री सब कोई कैश एंट्री नहीं है, जो भी एंट्री वो चेक से एंट्री है। एक अलीबाग का दिखा रहे, जबरदस्ती से किसी को बुला के 8-9 घंटा बिठा देते हैं और उनको जबरदस्ती से लिख के लेते हैं, कैश एंट्री लिख के लेते हैं। ये सब कुछ गलत तरीके से संजय राउत को अटकाने का कोशिश चालू है।
Dev Kotak is getting us more details on that story. Dev, the questioning of Varsha Raut regarding some transactions which were not explained to the ED. This is along expected lines. What has the ED as of now found, given that they told the court that the investigations are progressing well?
Well, yes, absolutely. Varsha Raut, wife of Sanjay Raut, has arrived here 15 minutes ago, and she has gone up in this very building. If we can point out to you, this is the Enforcement Directorate headquarters in Mumbai, and Mr. Sunil Raut and Mr. Sanjay Raut's daughter is also present out here. She has been specifically called in connection with the 1 crore 8 lakhs that was credited to her account. The amount that has been received, it is in connection to that. They are saying it's an illegal transaction and unaccounted for cash. However, they just want to determine the fact that who it has come from. All the other parties who have transferred this amount to Mr. Sanjay Raut or his wife's account, they will also be questioned. They are being identified at the moment. Also, she has come here because the ED wanted to make the husband and wife sit opposite each other so as to ensure that they are not lying and to try and get them on the same page and on the same level. Also, this is being done in order to cross-check and ensure that all the transactions that the Enforcement Directorate have been looking for so far can be matched, and also the money trail can be followed. So these are the kind of details. But however, Miss Varsha Raut's name has not been added to the PMLA, to the Prevention of Money Laundering Act yet. This is the first time since Mr. Sanjay Raut's arrest by the Enforcement Directorate. His wife has also been called. Of course, later, in case if links emerge where his younger brother Sunil Raut or his daughter also, if they are found in connection with any kind of illegal transactions or anything of that sort, then they too will be questioned. But however, there is no mention of that yet, and these are the kind of details that we have for now. But however,
right, Dave, thanks for getting us those details. Dave Kotak with that update from Mumbai City. Amit Shinde Sena versus Uddhav Sena tussle. Deepak Kesarkar has made an explosive claim. Kesarkar says that Uddhav was ready to ally with the BJP, but on the condition that Shinde would be kept away. He claimed that both BJP and the rebel MLAs had shot down the proposal. Kesarkar even claimed that Uddhav Thackeray was planning to quit as the Chief Minister of Maharashtra last year after talks with Prime Minister Modi. He said a lot of Sena netas were pained at attempts to malign the then Cabinet Minister Aditya Thakray's image by BJP MP and Union Minister Narayan Rane by dragging him in the Sushant Singh Rajput death case. And it was mainly because of Rane that BJP-Sena alliance talks actually fell flat during the Uddhav regime.
उनकी बातें भी हुई, उद्धव साहब से बातें हुई, बाद में उद्धव साहब खुद जाके उनको दिल्ली में मिले, और इन बातों के दरमियान मैंने महसूस किया कि वो कितना आदर और सम्मान रखते हैं बाला साहब के बारे में, ठाकरे साहब के कुटुंब के साथ उनका कितना लगाव है, कितना प्रेम है, ये भी मैंने महसूस किया। सुशांत सिंह राजपूत के मामले में ये आरोप किए जा रहे थे, जैसे उनकी फैमिली व्यथित हुई उस तरह से हम सब लोग भी व्यथित हुए थे कि एक अच्छे कुटुंब से बिलोंग करने वाले एक युवा, उनकी पॉलिटिकल करियर खराब नहीं होनी चाहिए, और जब भी किसी युवा के बारे में ऐसी बातें कही जाती है तो उनके कुटुंब को कितनी पीड़ा होती है।
The voting has started to elect the 14th Vice President of the country. Prime Minister Modi, Union Home Minister Amit Shah, former Prime Minister Dr. Manmohan Singh cast their votes in Parliament. The competitors in the battlefield are NDA candidate Jagdeep Dhankhar, opposition nominee Margaret Alva. The Electoral College for the Vice President polls comprises of a total of 788 members of both houses of Parliament. Amid a bitter political tussle between the BJP and the opposition, the numbers in the polls are heavily stacked in favour of Dhankhar. Meanwhile, all is not well in the opposition camp. TMC has said they are not going to vote. AAP, TRS, AIMIM, JMM have said they will be voting for Margaret Alva. Counting of votes and results are likely to be announced by 7:30 p.m. That's today. Oath-taking ceremony is going to be on the 11th of August. Dressed in all black, Congress leaders took to streets on Friday as they held a nationwide protest against price rise, unemployment and the goods and services tax hike on essential items. Priyanka Gandhi Vadra was dragged away. Many netas were detained. The police had denied permission for the protest. That included a Prime Minister House gherao as well.
Wearing black, the Congress took to the streets on Friday. From the Gandhis to all senior leaders of the party, the street fight was organized against the centre over price rise, GST hike and unemployment. Many leaders including Rahul Gandhi and Priyanka Gandhi were detained.
हम डिस्कशन चाहते हैं पार्लियामेंट में, हम महंगाई का जवाब चाहते हैं सरकार से, और जवाब तय करना, ये सरकार को कटघरे में खड़ा करना हमारी जिम्मेदारी है। लेकिन जिस तरह के अलोकतांत्रिक तरीके से, अनडेमोक्रेटिक तरीके से लोगों को डिटेन किया गया है, मैं समझता हूँ ये अच्छा संकेत नहीं है हमारी लोकतंत्र के लिए।
ये सरकार की ये तानाशाही की एक नजीर आप हिंदुस्तान के लोग देख रहे हैं।
While the Congress party dominated the news during the day, the BJP High Command stirred up things with the Black on Temple Foundation Day allegation.
सारे कांग्रेसी काले कपड़े पहनकर आए थे। प्रचंड रूप से उन्होंने एक संदेश भेजने का प्रयास किया है कि राम जन्मभूमि का जो शिलान्यास हुआ वो, और अब जो भव्य मंदिर बनने जा रहा है, दोनों के साथ हमारा विरोध है।
UP CM also voiced objection to the protest on the anniversary of the day. Foundation of the Ayodhya temple was laid 2 years ago.
आज कांग्रेसियों ने काले कपड़े पहन करके जो प्रदर्शन किया है, यह से राम जन्मभूमि मंदिर निर्माण की तिथि के दिन यह राम भक्तों का अपमान है।
The issue snowballed into a full-fledged face-off.
I'm glad that the Home Minister has noticed our black shirts, because it's not very often that they notice or pay attention to what we say. I'm glad that we caught their attention today. And it's appropriate they're wearing the black shirt today, because it is 3 years ago today, exactly on August 5th, is when Kashmir was dismembered into 3 union territories, and still people have been held under detention in Kashmir.
The initial protests which they were doing, trying to protect this one family, was getting exposed in the entire media. They were destroying the public property, rioting, and it is only for sheer questioning by an institution of the country.
The Congress has raised the price rise issue aggressively, staging multiple protests during the monsoon session. But Friday's protest checked the most boxes. Lots of action, lots of drama. What remains to be seen is whether Congress can build on the momentum. Bureau Report, India Today.
Now, just as the Congress siblings lead massive protests in Delhi city against rising inflation and unemployment in the country, they also reminded many of former Prime Minister Indira Gandhi. The photograph on the screen is Indira Gandhi's iconic image captured by India Today from the protests way back in 1978, a year after Indira Gandhi lost elections in 1977, followed by emergency. Just the way Priyanka Gandhi jostled with cops yesterday, her grandmother too had roared handcuff me back in 1977 during the protests. The sit-in dharna looks iconic to the Gandhi family, with Rahul Gandhi and Priyanka now carrying the legacy forward. It's time for a quick break. Here on the other side, China's Taiwan provocation escalates. China set to attack Taiwan.
You are watching India Today.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com or call 9999892171.
What the Enforcement Directorate has in fact recovered. Over the last few weeks of these raids, the ED has found out enough and more links between Arpita and Partha. And these links involve at least the first of all, in fact in the latest, they claim that 31 LICs of Arpita and Partha as nominees. This is the nominee that Partha Mukherjee has testified for Arpita. And we're looking at this as a confirmed link of both of them being hand in glove in business that they carried out. And then, of course, over the last few weeks, we know that there was a cash haul of 49.8 crores in cash, illegal money, all black money that was found at the residence of Arpita. Now, apart from that, we're also looking at gold jewelry worth 4.3 crores that was found again in the residence of Arpita Mukherjee. We're looking at, in detail, ED has established that in that gold chunk, there were 7 bangles, 500 grams each. Furthermore, a lot more gold that was recovered. We're looking at least 7 bangles of 500 grams each. Apart from that, a lot of gold chains, gold bricks, and a gold pen that was also recovered from Arpita's residence.
The deep rift between China and Taiwan dates back to China's civil war between nationalists and communists, which began in 1927. At that time, China was ruled by the nationalist Kuomintang, led by Chiang Kai-shek. In 1928, Chiang took over as the leader of the country. He finally lost the war to Mao Zedong's communist forces in 1949 and fled to Taiwan, where he set up a separate government. Since then, China and Taiwan have been ruled separately. Taiwan is now a democracy. Known as the Republic of China, it sees itself as a separate state with its own currency, political and judicial systems. But it is not recognized by the UN and has never declared formal independence from mainland China. The People's Republic of China, an autocratic communist state, considers Taiwan to be its territory and has never ruled out using force to take it back, especially if it declares independence. In 1992, Taiwan's then KMT government and mainland China agreed that there was only one China, with both sides agreeing to disagree over who represents China. Countries must choose which territory represents one China. Most, including the United States, have chosen Beijing, many of them before 1992. Most people in Taiwan today are keen to explore warmer relations with the mainland, especially when it comes to trade, but many also oppose China's proposal to unite Taiwan and the mainland. Increasingly aggressive rhetoric from China in recent years has only increased the popularity of Taiwan's independence movement.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
You are watching India Today.
China is encircling Taiwan in a bid to choke the island nation after Nancy Pelosi's visit. China is firing drills using land-based missiles and fighter jets around 6 zones encircling Taiwan. The aim of the drills is to cut off the island nation's warning ships and aircraft from operating in the area and to create a blockade around key shipping ports of Taiwan. The Chinese military began aggressive military exercises after U.S. House of Representatives Speaker Nancy Pelosi's visit that Beijing had opposed. Taiwan Defense Ministry says troops stay on high alert in both areas, which lie just off the coast of mainland China, after Beijing launched large-scale military drills in response to a visit to the island by Nancy Pelosi. China announces unspecified sanctions on Nancy Pelosi, saying the U.S. House Speaker disregarded China's concerns. We have some news just coming in. China's Taiwan provocation escalates. Taiwan Defense Ministry fears action. Multiple Chinese planes across the median line. Top Taiwanese official leading missile development has been found dead in a hotel room. Dragon breathes fire on Taiwan. Geeta Mohan is getting us more details on that story. Geeta, bizarre turn of events with a top Taiwanese official, in fact, leading the missile development program, has been found dead in a hotel room, while Taiwan is indicating that China is ready to attack now.
Well, that's right. Serious developments coming in. You will see Chinese warfare, not just in terms of the direct threat now that China poses to Taiwan, but also the fact that this is one of the most serious provocations that Beijing considers a red line having been crossed, and so it is not just going to confine itself to military. We are seeing the kind of warfare that China is pursuing, whether it is economic, military, information, or clandestine. The fact that a top official, has been found dead in mysterious circumstances goes to show the kind of actions now that will be taken against important assets when it comes to people, brains who are working on very important and sensitive technology and defense systems. So the war in many ways than one has begun when it comes to how China is going to respond to Pelosi's visit to Taiwan. But the bigger question over here is that whether it's going to confine itself to Taiwan, which will pose a huge threat to regional security, or whether if it is going to go beyond, and like the decisions that have been taken yesterday with regards to the United States of America, that could really impact not just global economy, but global stability as well.
Geeta, thanks for getting us those details. China, of course, has spoken about the fact that they believe, Taiwan rather, has spoken about the fact that they believe that China, in fact, is simulating an attack on Taiwan's main island. Now, here are the top developments and the brewing tensions between US and China over Taiwan. The White House called China's actions irresponsible hours after China announced it was halting a dialogue with US on a number of issues and areas. Top Chinese military officials have not returned multiple calls from their American counterparts this week as the crisis erupted in the Pacific. Amid the brewing tensions, Australia, Japan, US Strategic Dialogue issued a statement and urged China to immediately cease its military exercises. China has claimed that over 160 countries are backing them and have jointly condemned US House Speaker Nancy Pelosi's visit to Taiwan. Meanwhile, Taiwan Defense Ministry has said that China is stimulating an attack on its main island. The ministry says that multiple batches of Chinese planes and ships were spotted crossing the median line of Taiwan Strait. What brings us to the end of this edition. For all news and updates, do log on to our website. That's indiatoday.in. You can also download the India Today app. Thank you for watching.
You are watching India Today.
Are you Gen Z or are you a millennial? Well, if you were born in the late 80s and early 90s, you can call yourself a millennial. And if you were born in the late 90s and early 2000s, you are Gen Z. Regardless of who you are, Gen Z or millennial, there is a study which Deloitte has conducted and it does reveal something about you. So Deloitte's study basically explains that whether you are Gen Z or millennial, you are highly likely to have a side job. And side jobs are basically in addition to your primary paying job. Now, that side job can be anything from being a social media influencer to selling products online. The study said that about 62% of Indian Gen Zs and 51% of Indian millennials had side jobs. Let's look at a detailed breakdown of who's doing what. Now, 35% of Gen Zs and 34% of millennials have a side job as a social media influencer, while 26% of Gen Zs and 31% of millennials work for not-for-profit organizations. Selling products or services through online platforms has been taken up by 25% of Gen Zs and 27% of millennials, while 24% Gen Zs and 25% millennials are pursuing artistic ambitions. 23% of Gen Zs and 30% of millennials write, host a blog, podcast, or newsletter. Now, this Deloitte study has been done over a sample size of 801 respondents from India, which is fairly small. As per the sample size, the responses that they've got, it suggests that the global average of financial concerns exceeds the financial concerns in India. However, the global inflation rate is projected to increase to 6.7% in 2022, and India's retail inflation rose by 7.79% in April 2022. Now, despite rising inflation, over 2/3 of Gen Zs and around 8 in 10 millennials feel confident that they'll be able to retire comfortably and pay all their monthly expenses. The rising inflation in the country could be one of the major reasons why most Gen Zs and millennials are taking up a side hustle. And as the survey suggests that there is financial security amongst Gen Zs and millennials in India, that could be because of the secondary stream of income that they have. But again, the sample size for Deloitte's study is 801. Now, it may be an ideal situation that you have a secondary stream of income, but if you were to consider this in the long run, how sustainable is it to have two jobs at the same time? It may not be easy because there are external factors that also need to be considered that might stop Gen Zs and millennials from doing a second job, like a work burnout, for instance. All in all, a certain section of Gen Zs and millennials in India are definitely pushing out of the mainstream and creating an alternative source of income for themselves. How sustainable is it is something which a further study will need to determine.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Everyone's busy finding what's trending. You're busy finding out why. India Today for those who research before reacting. Download the India Today app now.
Hello and welcome to this week's edition of World Today. Let's begin with the most watched news coverage of the week. US House Speaker Nancy Pelosi's visit to Taiwan. While the visit took place amid multiple threats and warnings from China, the question is, what did it achieve? The visit was certainly a huge snub to Beijing and to Xi Jinping, but it comes at a cost. Pelosi, a known China hawk, has single-handedly raised tensions in the Taiwan Straits to an unprecedented level. In 1992, as part of a U.S. congressional delegation visiting China, Pelosi had unfurled a banner at Beijing's Tiananmen Square as a show of support for the pro-democracy movement of June 1989. In 2022, against all advice from the U.S. administration and the White House, as has been reported, she went ahead with the visit. While Taiwan accorded her the highest welcome and honor, the coming days seem rather strenuous for Taipei. Many believe that the visit was aimed at domestic constituency back home with an eye on the forthcoming US congressional elections. Meanwhile, China has begun its military and economic onslaught that could destabilize the entire region. Suspension of certain food products from Taiwan has been ordered from China. In the latest, airlines have cancelled flights to Taipei and rerouted others to avoid airspace nearby that has been closed to civilian traffic during Chinese military exercises. A red line has been crossed and Beijing says that Washington will be responsible for whatever happens next. The question remains, will US and its allies come to Taiwan's rescue should tensions turn into even a limited conflict? Now the dragon is breathing fire. Hours after US House Speaker Nancy Pelosi departed from Taiwan, China launched massive military drills around the island. According to Taiwan, Beijing has fired multiple ballistic missiles and long-range rockets towards Taiwan's waters, including not far from territorial waters. Taiwan is also countering the Chinese provocations. It has deployed anti-aircraft missile systems and launched its own interceptor jets against Chinese fighter jets.
The dragon has bared its fangs. And it's raining missiles, long-range rockets and more at the Taiwan waters. Chinese military propaganda has peaked hours after US Speaker Nancy Pelosi left Taiwan after a 15-hour whirlwind tour. Beijing's state-sponsored media is flooding the internet with videos of military drills being carried out near Taiwan. The Taiwanese Defense Ministry has confirmed that the Chinese army launched at least 11 Dongfeng ballistic missiles into waters surrounding the northern, southern and eastern parts of Taiwan. A brigade of China's PLA 80th Group Army also carried out a live fire assessment of heavy firearms rapid strike. Over the next 3 days, the Chinese army will carry its large-scale military exercise in 6 waters around Taiwan. From land to air. 27 Chinese warplanes flew into Taiwan's air defense zone on Wednesday. They include 6 J-11 air superiority fighter jets, 5 J-16 multi-role fighter jets, and 16 Su-30 air superiority fighters. Taiwan has said that Chinese fighter jets were warned on the radio the moment they crossed the median between mainland China and Taiwan. The Taiwanese waters too are heating up. Both Chinese and US warships have been circling Taiwan amid Chinese anger over Pelosi's visit to the island. US has deployed 4 warships, including an aircraft carrier. US Navy carrier USS Ronald Reagan is conducting operations in Philippines Sea. Bureau Report, India Today.
On Spotlight this week, we have a voice from Taiwan. India Today's news director Rahul Kanwal spoke with Taiwan's Member of Parliament Wong Ting-yu, who also heads the Foreign Affairs Committee in Taiwan. Listen into what he had to say.
While Speaker Pelosi came to Taiwan, President Biden didn't seem so enthusiastic. He even said publicly that the American military was advising against this visit. So it almost seems as if an 82-year-old speaker went despite the president from her own party asking her not to. How confident are you, if push comes to shove, that the United States will shed its strategic ambiguity and indeed come to Taiwan's military aid?
Yeah, that's a good question. First, to protect our country is our own responsibility. Taiwan survive cannot rely on international friends' help. With friends' help, that's good, but our preparation and our Taiwanese strategy is to defend our country even without foreign help. So that's our best design for this. And do we have confidence for United States to give us a hand? We don't calculate that, but we do know Taiwan is important. We are in a very key position in the first island chain. If China take over Taiwan, Japan, 90% of their resources, their power supply transportation line need to pass through the sea around Taiwan. So if China dominates Taiwan, then that means Japan needs to rely on Chinese mercy to have their power supply. Secondly, if the democracies lose Taiwan, China take over Taiwan, that means first island chain will be disappear. Then United States need to move back to Guam, even Hawaii. So Taiwan is important, but also in supply chain, our semiconductor industrial, in a lot of fields, Taiwan is a key supplier to the world. So we do prepare, we do want to protect. It's our own responsibility. However, I don't think to sit and watch China invade Taiwan meet international interest. And my last words is about Biden review about their Pentagon evaluation about Pelosi's visit. You know, if China intimidates United States in public, that will be a stupid tactic. If China try to use a military way to scale Pelosi visit away, they need to do that in private. If that goes public, November as there will be an election in United States. So if this situation goes to public, it's like to negotiate with terrorists. So when Biden speaks to the media, say, yeah, Pentagon evaluation, maybe it's not a good idea right now. It's kind of evaluation. Pentagon won't interfere political decision in United States. So to reveal that kind of information, what's the purpose? I have no idea, but I do know, including Biden, President Biden, and the bipartisan in Capitol Hill, Taiwan do have strong link, do have strong connection with United States. We trust our friends, but we depend on ourselves to defend my country.
And finally, you know, India and Taiwan are aligned in many ways. You've got China aggressively flexing its military muscles around Taiwan, and they're doing the same along the line of actual control. And India fighting and pushing back in quite the same way that Taiwan is. Where do you see the India-Taiwan relationship go from here? What are your expectations from the government of India at this time and the people who are watching you?
You know, in Taiwan, we do think India is a great country. Now, there are only two countries, their population more than 1 billion, India and China. And India is a country with democracy. It's not easy. So when India facing your borderline conflict with China, Taiwan has so-called Taiwan Strait conflict with China. We all are facing this kind of threat, but we keep our democracy and we develop our technology and our economy. So I think Indian friends and the Taiwanese people, we are quite similar. And we have a lot of things can cooperate. For example, like IT industrial, and in something about management and green power, something, there are a lot of things we can cooperate, we can have work together. And in strategic way, just imagine Taiwan is in east side, India in west side in this Indo-Pacific region. If we are friends, if we can cooperate, we can keep this region stabilized, prosperous. So maybe we can share the same value, work together, and keep this place in peace and stability, and make China understand to follow international regulation. Don't try using aggressive way to bully your neighbors.
Time for a short break. On the other side, the other big news development of the week, Al-Qaeda chief Ayman al-Zawahiri has been killed, according to the United States of America. Details on the other side of a short break.
I don't read the news. I read between the lines to tell you the true version of events, the true story of our times.
To document grief, the toughest assignment for any journalist to be.
From those who matter.
Women politicians going to stick up for each other.
Of those who should matter. I document the truth. I don't distort the truth. I don't glamorize the truth. I don't gloss over the truth.
The ghosts of India's contentious medieval history have come knocking again.
I hustle for the truth, on the ground, in the newsroom, in the studio. I don't try to grab eyeballs.
I inform you to make you see the point.
To the Point with Preeti Chaudhary. At these times, only on India Today. Everyone's busy finding what's trending. You're busy finding out why. India Today, for those who research before reacting. Download the India Today app now.
What do you look for in a house? Is it the rooms, features, or comfort? Well, in this video, we'll tell you about the 5 most expensive houses in India. The house is designed by Chicago-based architects. Antilia is the world's second most expensive house. The house has 27 floors, with amenities like 80-seater cinema hall, salon, ice cream parlor, and the list goes on. The house can withstand an earthquake of 8 magnitude. The Raymond Group chairman has the tallest house in India. The 30-floored house is spread over 16,000 square feet. 6 floors out of the 30 are for parking. The house has swimming pools, spas, and gyms. It is divided into different flats for families to live. The name of the house means a place where someone lives. The house has 17 floors and has a helipad with a few helicopters. It is spread over 16,000 square feet. K.M. Birla of Aditya Birla Group lives here. His house has over 20 bedrooms. It is spread over 30,000 square feet. Bollywood star Shah Rukh Khan's house is one of the most luxurious houses. His house has 6 floors with multiple bedrooms, a library, boxing ring and a personal auditorium.
All political parties traveling from different parts.
Armed with facts,
Looking at political back.
she takes the news by its horns.
You think the future of these students are not hampered?
Fierce, bold, and direct, setting the tone for the biggest stories from every corner and every angle. Expect nothing but the unfiltered truth.
News first, niceties later. Watch me, Nabila Jamal, on India Today.
Welcome back to World Today. Now, in the biggest setback to Al-Qaeda since May 2011, when its founder and then chief Osama bin Laden was killed by US Special Forces in Pakistan, the terrorist group has now lost Ayman al-Zawahiri, the successor to bin Laden. He was killed in a US drone strike in Kabul on 31st of July. Here's how the US intelligence agency tracked down, identified and eliminated the terrorist leader.
First Osama bin Laden, now Ayman al-Zawahiri. US avenging the deadly September 11th attacks on its soil, which killed nearly 3,000 Americans. 11 years after eliminating Osama bin Laden, US forces caught up with his number 2, the Al-Qaeda's Zawahiri. At the balcony of his safe house in a posh Kabul locality of Shirpur, walking distance from the erstwhile US embassy. A Hellfire missile fired by a Reaper drone took out the Al-Qaeda chief, who was possibly standing and staring at the Kabul skyline. The missile, equipped with 6 razor-like blades and without a warhead, is said to have sliced right through Zawahiri. But there's no way to confirm that that's precisely how he died. Images of the strike showed smoke billowing from the hideout and a shattered balcony, even though there was no explosion.
And what we know, according to senior administration officials here, who did brief reporters just before President Biden spoke, is that they had detected the movement of Zawahiri's family back to Kabul. And that's what led them to keep an eye on this particular building. And then they started to notice this man standing on the balcony a lot, very similar to what we saw with Osama bin Laden in Abbottabad.
The Al-Qaeda chief was sheltered by Taliban's interior minister and Pakistan terror stooge Sirajuddin Haqqani's close aide, revealing a clear Pakistan nexus. The US called the elimination of al-Zawahiri after Osama as justice served.
Justice has been delivered, and this terrorist leader is no more. People around the world no longer need to fear the vicious and determined killer. The United States continues to demonstrate our resolve and our capacity to defend the American people against those who seek to do us harm. You know, we make it clear again tonight that no matter how long it takes, no matter where you hide, if you are a threat to our people, the United States will find you and take you out.
Hunting down the Al-Qaeda chief was a task for US forces and intelligence agencies, coming as it does over 2 decades after the 9/11 attacks. While bin Laden's hideout was covered with a 7-foot wall, al-Zawahiri was visible to CIA drones when he was strolling in his balcony. Biden was briefed about the Kill Zawahiri operation 2 months ago. In July, the operation plan was presented to him along with the model of the Al-Qaeda chief's house in Kabul. President Biden ordered the attack on July the 25th, and it was on the 31st of July that the Al-Qaeda head was eventually killed. The US and Taliban blamed each other for breaching the Doha Pact after the killing. The war on terror continues. Bureau Report, India Today.
The US has claimed Ayman al-Zawahiri is dead, but the Taliban is saying that they are yet to confirm and they are investigating the matter. I spoke with the Afghan envoy to Tajikistan who continues to stand against the Taliban regime in Kabul. Listen in to the scathing revelations of Haqqanis, their whereabouts and the US-led strike.
یک از کابل ما داریم یک تعداد اعضای خانواده حقانی در او منزل کشته شده.
The reports that we have from Kabul, certain family members of the Haqqani group were killed within that bombing.
و او خانه مربوط به آقای حقانی بوده.
And that house belonged to Haqqani himself.
و فعلا حقانی تقریبا کابل را ترک کرده با یک تعداد از مسئولین خود.
And currently Haqqani has left Kabul with certain of his members.
اگر al-Zawahiri هم کشته شده باشه یک دستاورد خوب برای ایالات متحده آمریکا هست.
And if al-Zawahiri is killed, it's a big win for the United States.
ما باور دارم که سازمان‌های تروریستی در جایش باقی هست.
But I do believe that terrorist groups are still in their place.
Time for some other news from across the world in World at a Glance.
US President Joe Biden signed a second executive order to protect abortion rights. As per the order, the federal healthcare should consider allowing Medicaid funds to be used for out-of-the-state travel for abortions. Meanwhile, Kansas voters had rejected a constitutional measure through ballot that would have stripped abortion protection for the state. WNBA star Brittany Griner was found guilty of drug smuggling with a criminal intent by a Russian court. The Olympic medalist was arrested at an airport in Moscow. She was arrested for smuggling less than 1 gram of cannabis oil in her luggage. Clashes had reignited in the Nagorno-Karabakh region between Armenia and Azerbaijan. The Azerbaijan force launched drone attacks, killing 2 and wounding several others. Armenia and Azerbaijan have been fighting an old dispute over Nagorno-Karabakh region. The Chief Election Commission of Pakistan had said that former Prime Minister Imran Khan's party, Pakistan Tehreek-e-Insaf, had received 34 prohibited foreign donations. The Election Commission has issued a show cause notice to the party.
That's all in this edition of World Today. Stay tuned to India Today for all the latest news and updates.
We are humbled by this achievement. It gives us a great sense of responsibility to do more for the country. That has now seeped into the institution. All faculty, staff, and students have this pursuit of excellence.
A new published report states who are the world's highest paid actors. And guess what? Tom Cruise is the highest paid Hollywood actor in the world. His movie Top Gun Maverick earned him $100 million. Now we do love seeing good old Tom in action. Well, right after him, it is Will Smith. Remember the Oscar slap? Yes, the same guy. He earned $35 million for Emancipation, but the film is yet to be released. It's scheduled to release in 2023. The film is based on a slave who escapes from Louisiana plantations. Following him is the Titanic movie star Leonardo DiCaprio, along with Fight Club star Brad Pitt. They both demanded $30 million. Well, following them are stars like Dwayne Johnson, Will Ferrell, Chris Hemsworth, Vin Diesel and Tom Hardy, who charged $20 million for their movies. Apart from this, the fan favorite Stranger Things star Millie Bobby Brown is the highest paid actress under 20. As per our sources, the rising star will earn $10 million for her upcoming series Enola Holmes 2. Millie gained fanship from her role in Stranger Things as 11. Fans are eagerly awaiting the final season of Stranger Things, which will air in 2023. Out of these megastars, who's your favorite? What do you think stars closer home in India earn? Tell us in the comments.
Oh, sorry.
Welcome on board the news track. I'm Rahul Kamal. Rahul Gandhi of the Congress says democracy in India is dead. The BJP hits back hard, saying it is the Congress and dynasties that are dying. Home Minister Amit Shah accused the Congress and the Gandhis of appeasement, saying that the party leaders and cadres specifically chose to wear black and hit the streets on the day the Ram Mandir foundation was laid in Ayodhya. Remembering today is the day of the second anniversary of the Ram Mandir Bhumi Pujan. It was on this day in 2020 that Prime Minister Modi laid the foundation of the temple at Ram Janmabhoomi in Ayodhya.
हर रोज जो प्रदर्शन करते थे, आप सभी ने भी देखे हैं, आप सभी ने भी उनके कपड़े देखे हैं। आज सभी लोग बड़े से बड़े नेता से लेकर छोटे से छोटे कार्यकर्ता तक सारे कांग्रेसी काले कपड़े पहनकर आए हैं। प्रचंड रूप से उन्होंने एक संदेश भेजने का प्रयास किया है कि राम जन्मभूमि का जो शिलान्यास हुआ वो और अब जो भव्य मंदिर बनने जा रहा है, दोनों के साथ हमारा विरोध है और हम इसी के लिए प्रदर्शन कर रहे हैं। कहने की तो हिम्मत नहीं है, मगर आज भी इतनी जगह शिकस्त खाने के बाद भी कांग्रेस अपनी तुष्टीकरण की राजनीति छोड़ नहीं रही है। मेरा स्पष्ट मानना है कि उन्होंने 5 अगस्त के दिन श्री राम जन्मभूमि मंदिर का जो शिलान्यास हुआ है, इसी के विरोध के कारण ही काले कपड़े पहनकर विरोध किया है। आज ही के दिन इस देश के प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी ने राम जन्मभूमि का शिलान्यास किया था। कांग्रेस ने आज का दिन इसीलिए विरोध के लिए और विशेषकर काले कपड़ों में विरोध के लिए सिलेक्ट किया है कि वो एक सटल मैसेज देना चाहते हैं कि हम राम जन्मभूमि के शिलान्यास का विरोध करते हैं और अपनी तुष्टीकरण की नीति को वो आगे बढ़ाना चाहते हैं। और मैं तो यही कहना चाहूंगा कि तुष्टीकरण की नीति न देश के लिए अच्छी है न कांग्रेस के लिए अच्छी है। तुष्टीकरण की नीति के चलते ही आज कांग्रेस जिस स्थिति में है वो स्थिति में दिखाई पड़ रही है।
कांग्रेस के नेताओं का आचरण अत्यंत निंदनीय है। कांग्रेस पार्टी कई दिनों से आंदोलन कर रही है, अपने सामान्य कपड़ों में कर रही थी। सहमति असहमति हो सकती है, लेकिन 5 अगस्त की तिथि को श्री राम जन्मभूमि मंदिर निर्माण कार्य के शुभारंभ दिवस के दिन, अयोध्या दिवस के दिन, माननीय उच्चतम न्यायालय के सम्मान दिवस के दिन राम भक्तों को अपमानित करने वाला कांग्रेस का यह आचरण एक बार फिर जग जाहिर हुआ है। आज कांग्रेसियों ने काले कपड़े पहन करके जो प्रदर्शन किया है, यह से राम जन्मभूमि मंदिर निर्माण की तिथि के दिन यह राम भक्तों का अपमान है, अयोध्या दिवस का अपमान है, भारत के लोकतंत्र का अपमान है।
Donning black, the Congress's netas and workers took to the streets to protest against the centre, and it was the Gandhi leaders who were at the front line. What began as a protest quickly escalated into a showdown with the police. Here's a report on all the action that unravelled in the national capital.
फोर्स दिखाने के बाद हम चुपचाप से समझौता करके बस में बैठ जाएंगे, तो क्यों करें हम? ये विपक्ष की आवाज को दबाना चाहते हैं।
पुलिस बल और लगातार पुलिस और कार्यकर्ताओं के बीच में यहाँ पर आप देख सकते हैं कि लोग जो सीधे तौर पर देखी जा रही है।
Off the grid for weeks, this was Priyanka Gandhi on Friday. Dressed in black, jostled by the police. Carried by Congress crowds, rapidly becoming the face of the fiercest Congress protest in many weeks.
इनको लगता है कि जितने भी इनके विपक्ष में जो कुछ कहता है उनको ये दबा सकते हैं, और इनको ये लगता है कि दबाने के बाद ऐसे अपनी फोर्स दिखाने के बाद हम चुपचाप से समझौता करके बस में बैठ जाएंगे।
Just returned from attempting a public patch-up of feuding leaders in Karnataka, Rahul Gandhi kicked off the Congress's Black Friday, setting the mood with this quip at a morning press conference before the dharna.
How are you enjoying the onset of dictatorship in India? Are you enjoying it? लोकतंत्र की जो मौत हो रही है, उसके बारे में क्या लगता है आपको?
Rahul then changed into a black shirt and hit the streets, leading a fierce Congress crowd. After a collision with the police, he too was detained.
हम शांति से राष्ट्रपति भवन जाना चाह रहे थे। सारे के सारे एमपीज हैं राज्यसभा और लोकसभा के, मगर यहाँ पे हमें अलाउ नहीं किया जा रहा।
आप लोगों को आगे जाने नहीं दिया जा रहा है, पूरे को बैरिकेड कर दिया गया है, आपको इस पर क्या कहना है सर?
नहीं, हम तो यहाँ खड़े हैं, अब क्या करें, पुलिस वाले रोक रहे हैं, हम खड़े हैं। ठीक है।
आपके जो एमपी हैं उनको डिटेन भी किया गया है?
हाँ, वो यहाँ पे हम सब आए थे, एक एक करके घसीट के ले गए, 2-3 को मारा भी है।
Matriarch Sonia Gandhi, ailing but forced to become more visible in recent days, also threw herself into the protest dressed in black. The Gandhi family in a dramatic, turbulent spotlight weeks after mother and son were grilled by the Enforcement Directorate in the National Herald case. Lurching from one election loss to another, the high-profile dharna allowed the Congress party to showcase its high command parivar after many years. A muscle flex that goes beyond the party's trials and tribulations, Rahul's Mission Black had 5 basic objectives. Mission 1, shift focus to price rise, GST, jobs and inflation. Mission 2, pile pressure on the government before the 75th Independence Day celebrations. Mission 3, show that the Congress is not on the back foot over the Herald case. Mission 4, reclaim primacy in the opposition narrative.
Joining us now live and exclusive on the news track is senior BJP leader Ravi Shankar Prasad, who's been leading the BJP's charge against this Congress Black Friday protest. Ravi Shankar ji, welcome to the news track. You've got Rahul Gandhi, Congress Member of Parliament from Wayanad, claiming democracy is dead. Rahul and Priyanka both out on the streets. The BJP furious with these charges, especially when Rahul says democracy is something which is in the past tense. India as a country, as a functioning democracy, he thinks is finished and done with.
Utterly irresponsible, shameful. What I said in the morning, let me repeat. Is there democracy in the Congress party? Does Congress party hold regular elections? Can the Congress create leaders beyond Sonia Gandhi, Rahul Gandhi and Priyanka Gandhi? Therefore, the party in the family, the leadership in the family, and what the National Herald case demonstrates, the party's property should also be in the family. That is the democracy of Mr. Rahul Gandhi. The second point I would like to highlight, Rahul, अगर देश के लोग कांग्रेस पार्टी को वोट नहीं देते हैं तो हम क्या करें? हम उनके लिए वोट दिलवाएं? They lost 2014, they lost 2019. The most virulent and scandalous campaign Rahul Gandhi unleashed, unheard of in democratic India against the Prime Minister Narendra Modi. Chaukidar, I can't repeat. He was given a bigger drubbing. The sister went to UP, ladki hu, lad sakti hu, got hardly 1 or 2 seats. The same is the case elsewhere. Therefore, if people are not voting to you, you are blaming Election Commission? Indian democracy? Grossly unfair and direct insult to the people of India.
Rahul Gandhi's charge on that is,
which I need
he actually likened what's happening, Ravi Shankar ji, to what happened in Germany under Hitler, saying Hitler bhi aise elections jeetta tha, give me the entire infrastructure, I'll tell you how to win elections, which is a complete stretch, linking what's happening to what was happening at the time of Nazi Germany in the realm of Hitler.
यही तो मैं आपसे कह रहा हूं राहुल जी, ये क्या राहुल गांधी बोल रहे हैं? ये तो उनकी सही नियत सामने आ गई. I don't believe in democracy. Give me the infrastructure, I will win. It is an insult to the people of India. It is an insult to the democratic instinct of India. It is an insult to the democratic tradition of India. But let me raise one more particular point. He has talked a lot about institutions. If he does not get bail or his cases are not quashed, then the judiciary is not fair. If it does not able to win elections, then the election commission is not fair. Therefore, if the system works to his advantage, keeps quiet, eyes shut on his corruption, then the system is all right. But Mr. Rahul Gandhi, I would like to gently tell you, under Congress, Indian democracy has become an epitome of corruption. Under the leadership of Narendra Modi, gates of middlemen are closed in the decision making. Defense contracts are being done, given in a fair manner. So is the direct benefit transfer. So is all the things. One thing I would like to tell Rahul Kamal, and that's very important. He talks of institutions. During COVID, you have seen how he made fun of vaccines of India, how he did not show himself he has taken vaccine in India. A great initiative of Indian scientists. Then Rahul Gandhi today has been irresponsible, and I completely echo what Amit Shah ji said today. This date was deliberately chosen to somehow appease a particular vote community by wearing blacks.
So the Congress seems to say that this attack late in the evening
was laid
by the Home Minister, by the UP Chief Minister, was a bit of an afterthought, that the linkage with the foundation day of the Ayodhya Ram Temple came as an idea much later in the day, through the day, because the Congress got the kind of publicity, the mileage, their protest got some traction, which is why the BJP is trying to give it some kind of a spin by linking it to the Ayodhya Foundation Day. How do you respond to this charge, sir?
अगर सुबह में हमारा प्रेस सुने होते तो मैंने चर्चा की थी, राम जन्मभूमि की भी चर्चा की थी, और 5 अगस्त को धारा 370 भी समाप्त हुई थी, याद है ना आपको?
करेक्ट, एब्सोल्युटली।
मैंने उसका भी जिक्र किया था। तो होमवर्क करना तो इन लोग की आदत है नहीं, इन लोग की आदत नहीं है। बट आई विल आस्क यू अ लार्जर क्वेश्चन। इंडिया हैज चेंज्ड, द होल डेमोक्रेटिक नैरेटिव हैज चेंज्ड. People have a stake in democracy of India, and Rahul Gandhi still has the arrogance of his family. Me, my family, their contribution. And because they are not getting all the leverage, hence is the problem. Rahul, allow me to speak one thing more which I had said in the morning. And what I had said, महंगाई एक बहाना है, सच्चाई में ईडी को डराना, धमकाना और परिवार को बचाना है. And I hold on very seriously to this charge. Let me put it today. Rahul Gandhi said, I always speak the truth. Rahul Gandhi, you are on bail or not? Did you speak? Are you accused of Section 420 cheating and 120B conspiracy in a criminal case complaint filed before the magistrate much before you came to power in 2014? Did you go to the High Court for quashing? You suffered reverse. You went to Supreme Court, you suffered reverse. You challenged income tax proceeding, you suffered reverse. Then what is this whole National Herald case, Rahul? If I can put in very simple nutshell, 5 लाख रुपया लगा के 5,000 करोड़ की संपत्ति प्राप्त कर लो. That is what Congress family commerce is evident in this. And I would like to repeat, because your channel is discussed and debated, National Herald old case, old freedom fighters newspaper, 80 crore loan of Congress party. The entire shares, 99%, sold to the family in 2010, Young India, before we came to power. 76% share controlled by Sonia ji and Rahul Gandhi. Thereafter, 80 crore loan को माफ कर दिया कांग्रेस पार्टी ने, and the 50 lakh also came from Hawala transaction. Now newspaper including India Today has shown that. Now what should we do? Keep quiet? You occupy huge buildings in Delhi, in Mumbai, in Mohali, in Patna, in Lucknow, worth thousands of crores, earning tons of rent, but we should keep quiet. Then I can only say very gently, Rahul Gandhi, you and your mother will have to face the consequence of corruption.
The Congress's big charge there is that while of course the government and the agencies are free to probe anything opposition parties and their leaders may have done, the same investigative agencies don't seem quite as aggressive or interested in investigating cases against those who are in the ruling government. Even if somebody happens to have cases against him or agencies active when he is in, say, a party like the Trinamool, when he enters the BJP, suddenly the agencies seem to lose their interest. How do you respond to this charge, Mr. Prasad?
From day one, this logic is coming. तो 70 करोड़ रुपया 2 फ्लैट में हमने रखा था क्या राहुल बाबू कलकत्ता में? From day one, there was so much of abuses against the ED, and today 70 crore have been unearthed or not. All the friends who are in jail in Maharashtra, former cabinet minister, did they get bail at all? All the recovery in Ranchi from IAS officers and the patrons is well known to you or not? What I am simply telling you, and I know for sure in Madhya Pradesh and many places, some BJP members have also been proceeded against. They should. Why not? We take tough action. But the larger issue is you cannot stonewall investigation against your old deeds and misdeeds of corruption. Therefore, I always said very clearly and categorically, that is the real problem. हमारे परिवार के खिलाफ कार्रवाई करोगे? And today, one thing I must gently tell Rahul Kamal, they have got the right to protest. Why not? That's democracy. I never speak against Priyanka Gandhi ji. Was it fair on her part today to behave in a manner she did? We have also suffered a lot. We have suffered Misa imprisonment in the JP movement. Police also lifted us and pushed in the jeep. We have suffered lathi blows. But did we do the same way in which happened today? You have gone for arrest, offer for arrest. Therefore, if you claim a legacy, Madam Priyanka Gandhi, then I leave it to your judgment whether your behavior today was in accord with that legacy which only you claim to represent.
Mr. Ravi Shankar Prasad, for joining us on the news track. Thank you very much. Appreciate you joining us. Was the street fight today a war for India or a war to save the Gandhi family? Can the Gandhis, especially Rahul Gandhi, sustain this momentum? The Congress will be hoping that this agitation will give it a push, that it needs to turn the tide against the BJP. But does Rahul have the ability to stick it and fight it out?
The beginnings of the big war for 2024? Or just another one-off street fight? A question that will haunt the Congress as it pulls off another high-voltage dharna in the national capital. Its third in the last few weeks. With the party's muscle fully energized on Friday around the three towering figures of the Gandhis, a question echoes without pause. Can the Gandhis sustain this aggression? The BJP has scoffed at the dharna as typical Gandhi theatrics for a dying party.
हिटलर चुनाव कैसे जीतता था? हिटलर चुनाव ऐसे जीतता था कि जर्मनी के पूरे इंस्टीट्यूशंस उसके हाथ में थे. उसके पास एसए थी, पैरामिलिट्री फोर्स थी, उसके पास पूरा का पूरा ढांचा था. मुझे पूरा का पूरा ढांचा दे दो, फिर मैं दिखाऊंगा आपको कैसे इलेक्शन जीता जाता है.
ये उनकी हताशा है, तो जनता का विश्वास है, यही तो लोकतंत्र है. तो फिर कहूंगा, राहुल गांधी जी, अगर जनता आपको वोट नहीं देती तो कृपया करके लोकतंत्र को आरोप लगाना बंद करिए.
Well, for a party that's fighting on multiple fronts, fighting against internal implosions, against a chain reaction of electoral defeats, and even the territorial ambitions of other opposition parties, Friday's protests is being crafted as a signal moment. The Congress hopes this turns the tide against the Modi Sarkar.
Our job is to resist these forces. Our job is to make sure that Indian democracy is protected. Our job is to raise issues of the people like unemployment.
उनके लिए महंगाई तो है नहीं. उन्होंने तो पूरी देश की संपत्ति, मोदी जी ने पूरे देश की संपत्ति अपने दोस्तों को दे दी है. उन पे कभी कोई कार्रवाई नहीं है।
As a political party and as elected representatives, we are bound to voice the grievances, the burden and the fears of the people, which is what we are doing.
इस तरीके से सरकार काम कर रही है, हिरासत में ले रही है, सैकड़ों बार हमारे सांसदों को हम लोगों को अरेस्ट किया जा रहा है, अपनी बात रोकने से रोका जा रहा है, ये अलोकतांत्रिक है।
To be sure, the Congress has immediate as well as long-term objectives from Black Friday. For now, the Gandhis are hoping to capture the political mood and blunt the government's planned celebrations ahead of India's 75th Independence Day. Rahul especially hopes that with the national chatter dominated by the Herald case and Enforcement Directorate actions, he now gets to establish the narrative with price rise, GST, inflation and unemployment. The Gandhis will also be hoping that this power play proves a tipping point for the Congress party and triggers a larger party revival. Last but definitely not least, the ferocity of the protests is a message to other opposition parties that friendly fire among a divided opposition has only handed the advantage to the ruling BJP. As always with the Congress, it comes down to one thing. Does the party have the stamina, will and resources to convert a few hours of lighting up TV screens to a sustained national battle-ready campaign for 2024? Bureau Report, India Today.
So is democracy dead, or is it the Congress party that is dying? And is that the real peeve of Rahul Gandhi? Joining us on the news track representing the Congress, Supriya Shrinate, squaring off against her from the BJP, we've got Sanju Verma. Supriya, I see out in black again. In fact, you've got the Home Minister, the UP CM saying that you're doing this Black Friday protest as an insult to the second anniversary of the day the construction at the Ram Temple began, which is why for you and your party, Supriya, Amit Shah and Yogi Adityanath say this is a black day. Let's start with that.
Quite frankly, yet another desperate attempt by these guys to divert the issue once again. The reality is that the price pinch is being felt by every Indian, as is joblessness. The reality also is कि जिन कानों पर जूं नहीं रेंगती थी, आज उनको प्रदर्शन की आवाज सुनाई दी. A desperate attempt after an entire day, this is the best they could come up with. But let me respond to them in their own fervor. Shri Ram वेश बदलकर जनता की टो लेने जाते थे. आप अपने सिंहासनों पर बैठे हुए हैं और जनता को महंगाई से कमर तोड़ रहे हैं. Think about the people. Think about what you're doing to them and think about how they are suffering in your rule instead of trying to divert attention. I think that's the least and the most I will say on a statement as irresponsible and as distractionary as that.
Let Sanju Verma respond. The BJP forced to take notice of this protest. It got good traction through the day, and therefore you're trying to spin it by linking it to the anniversary of the construction of the Ram Temple, when this protest on price rise has nothing to do with the Ram Temple. You're trying to find a communal or appeasement link. Sanju Verma.
Rahul, first and foremost, let me tell you, I am not going to make this debate frivolous by saying that, the Gandhis, पहले तो चोरी ऊपर से सीना जोरी. ये भी कहावत है, उल्टा चोर कोतवाल को डांटे. हिंदी में और एक कहावत है, खिसियानी बिल्ली खंबा नोचे. Now I am not going to call the Gandhis खिसियानी बिल्ली, but I have to put some facts before your audience. If the debate is indeed about inflation, fine. Parliament is a forum, and even indulging in a protest on the streets is a forum. Nobody denies that to anybody in a democracy. But my simple point is this: you speak about inflation, but the Modi government reduced excise on petrol and diesel by 5 and 10 rupees in November 2021. We followed that up with a reduction in excise on petrol and diesel again by 8 and 6 rupees respectively in May 2022. Now, why is it that Congress-ruled states, particularly Rajasthan, Chhattisgarh, and where you have supported the JNN in Jharkhand, the reduction in VAT is minuscule. Matlab, you want to talk about price rise, you want to break barricades, but in your own backyard, you do not have the gumption, the sensitivity to reduce value-added tax and bring relief to customers. Point number 2, I will quickly finish. Rahul Gandhi says, Hitler ने भी election जीती थी, मुझे सारे institutions दे दो, मैं भी जीतूंगा. This, I think, reflects the sorry mindset of the Congress leadership.
No, but this is very problematic, Supriya Shrinate. When you won in Jharkhand or Gujarat, then the Congress doesn't have a problem with the results. But when you lose, you think that Modi is Hitler and that this is Nazi Germany just because people aren't voting for you. I must tell you this. Earlier this week, I was in Gujarat. I had an opportunity to speak to Congress leaders. Those Congress leaders, Supriya, told me why the BJP is likely to win in the Gujarat elections because of how strong they are. A full generation hasn't voted for anybody except the BJP. Congress leaders were certain that the BJP is going to win. This is your level of preparation of big state and you're blaming Modi for this.
No, before I answer that question, I want to keep this on price rise because that is the issue of the day. I will come to that. I will come to your direct question in just a bit. The price rise debate is very much on, but the finance minister gets up in parliament, somebody comes in parliament and says, free fund ka khana मांग रहे हैं. एक साहब आते हैं, वो कहते हैं महंगाई है ही नहीं, जाइए सब्जी खरीदिए, महंगाई कहाँ है. I don't know which castles do these people live in. भगवान जाने ये लोग कहाँ रहते हैं. सारे देश को महंगाई समझ में आ रही है, इनको नहीं समझ में आ रही है. चलिए कोई बात नहीं, नहीं समझ में आएगी भाई. जब महंगाई पर प्रदर्शन होता है, what were we trying to do? I want to step back and tell your viewers what happened today because I was very much here and I also think we were at the receiving end of the police and Amit Shah's police forces. We were doing a simple protest against price rise. Mehengai par halla bol. I don't think there was anything wrong with it. I don't think in this country protests have been suspended so far. There was 6 layers of police outside the AICC headquarters. We were being dragged. My own clothes were torn off. I had to source some more clothes from people. The way Priyanka Gandhi was manhandled and dragged to the police vehicle. Which state are we talking about? I mean, shameful. I heard Ravi Shankar Prasad, and I'm glad you are giving him a platform to resurrect his political career because we know which direction is that going in.
Rahul,
and this lady who's sitting here and pontificate on our fortunes. I want to very strongly say one thing. You want to attack us? Attack us. Do not hide behind the police. Do not use
let me put that question to Sanju Verma. Sanju, the Congress questioning the police deployment, the high-handed tactics. Why should the opposition not be allowed to protest? Surely they can carry out a protest without being dragged around and having their clothes torn apart, Supriya. Sanju Verma.
You know, Rahul, now can I please get the exact amount of time you gave the other panelists without being heckled? Thank you. Rahul, let us not deviate from the moot issue. The moot issue which your audience needs to know is this. In the last 8 years, inflation under the Modi government is 4.9%, under Manmohan Singh. 10 years, it was 8.4%, under Indira Gandhi, it was 8.3%, under Narasimha Rao, it was 10.49%. We have managed to rein in inflation despite 2 black swan events. One black swan was the global pandemic, the first in over 100 years. The second black swan was the Russia-Ukraine conflict. Even countries like US and UK, which used to struggle to have 2% inflation, are today grappling with 9.1% inflation. I think the Congress does not understand the key of economics. And let me tell you one more thing. Rahul Gandhi has this habit of saying, "Mujhe सारी institution de do to main jeet jaunga." By this, he has actually mocked the mandate of the people, Rahul Kawal. There were more than 17 crore people who voted Narendra Modi to power in 2014. In 2019, roughly 23 crore people voted for the BJP. Now I want to ask Rahul Gandhi, Lok Sabha 2014, Lok Sabha 2019 में तो धज्जियां उड़ी. लड़की हूँ, लड़ सकती हूँ, managed to win only 2 seats in Uttar Pradesh with a vote share of 2.35%.
Okay.
Congress has lost its ability.
So it's quite clear to our viewers. Okay, it's quite one second, ladies. It's quite clear to our viewers that we have a situation on the show this evening where both guests have decided that they will answer the question that they choose to, not necessarily the question that's being asked. So can I just request that allow me as the moderator to frame the question? I'd be grateful if you choose to answer that question, and then if I butt in, you'll say I'm heckling you, which is not fair. So therefore, Supriya Shrinate, I told you about my personal experience earlier this week in Gujarat, where Congress leaders who we were meeting were talking about how strong the BJP is, an entire generation not having voted for anyone outside of the BJP, and why the Congress is unlikely to do well. This is my own personal experience in Gujarat from just earlier this week. And Rahul Gandhi says that the BJP is winning because of institutional capture, but that doesn't happen in Chhattisgarh, that capture doesn't happen in Rajasthan, it doesn't happen in Jharkhand, it doesn't happen anywhere where the opposition wins, neither in West Bengal nor in Tamil Nadu in the DMK ruled state. So where you win, there is no capture. Where you lose, suddenly institutions are captured. The BJP will very rightly turn around and say this is insulting our democracy.
I'm glad you brought up the issue of institutional capture. Let's begin with absolute north. The National Conference, there is ED against Farooq Abdullah. Come down to UP, there is ED against Akhilesh and against Mayawati ji. You come down to West Bengal, there is ED against Mamata Banerjee. You go further down, there is ED against Shiv Sena. You come further down, they have divided a political party in Tamil Nadu. You come to Karnataka, there is ED against DK Shiv Kumar. How is it? And of course, the ED fictitious fabricated cases, and I was sorry to hear Ravi Shankar Prasad say absolutely blatant lies even though he's a lawyer. The absolutely fictitious, fabricated, vindictive, politically motivated cases against, forget about Rahul ji and Sonia ji. I'm asking you a question. Are you telling me that everybody in this country who opposes Mr. Modi, who stands up and faces him and asks him questions which are uncomfortable for him, which is price rise, which is unemployment, which is what he is doing to the fabric of this nation, will be actually intimidated by ED? Is that what it has become? There are multiple things in which I can point the ED towards for a more productive investigation. Why does the ED not go to Mundra and find out how come so much of drug is coming into Gujarat? Why does ED not investigate into the Dal scam? Why does the ED not investigate into GSPC? Why does the ED not investigate how MLAs are being bought and sold for 40 crores each? I want to understand. No, you will not. I'm still talking. Because if you start heckling me, it will become a problem. I will not let you speak. So be patient and let me speak. I am just asking you, Rahul, there are multiple directions. Forget about those directions. I also want to ask a very pertinent question of
Okay, I can't have a situation where both guests are speaking over each other. This is not my style. This is not something which helps our viewers, because then you're making noise, you're not making sense. Just one at a time. Supriya, I think you've spoken enough. If you listen to my question, Sanju, and if you promise to answer the question that I ask and nothing else, Supriya, you've spoken enough. I'll come back to you in a while. If it goes down. Sanju Verma, here is the question you need to answer. Name the one big BJP leader who's been arrested by one of our big investigating agencies for some charge against him, when those same leaders were in other parties, and when the same charge is leveled against leaders of another party for the same crime, action is taken. When they're in the BJP, no action is taken. The proof is in the pudding. The fact is that that's the way it's been over the last several months. Who's the big BJP leader who's been arrested by the investigating agencies?
Rahul, let me now make it very clear. I heard your question, and please allow me, with a lot of respect for you, I want to put my points across. First and foremost, I completely, denounce this demonization of the Enforcement Directorate and debate after debate by Congress spokesperson. The Congress spokesperson needs to know that on the 27th of July, Rahul, 27th of July, the Supreme Court upheld the powers of the Enforcement Directorate under the PMLA wide Section 3, Section 5, Section 19, saying the Enforcement Directorate has the power to suo motu, conduct a search and seizure operation and make arrests. I want to ask you one thing. If you have ample proof against anyone in the BJP, please bring it.
Ma'am, it's not my job to capture proof. It's the agency's job. No, because you're putting the onus on citizens or the media. It's the job of the agencies. When a charge is leveled, the agency must do its job equally.
What is your problem? You do not interrupt the Congress.
I have interrupted her, which is how I cut out to come to you. So don't level bogus charges, Sanju Verma. I cut out of Supriya to come to you. So how can I be accused of not interrupting?
Let me finish, Rahul. Please indulge me for 20 seconds.
Go on.
Rahul, I want to just say one thing to you. In February 2016, it was the Supreme Court. In May 2017, it was the Patiala House Court. In 2018, September, it was the Delhi High Court. All these three top judicial institutions of the country refused to quash proceedings against accused number 1 and accused number 2. Sonia Gandhi and Rahul Gandhi in the National Herald camp.
I don't think I'm in a mood to hear lies, Rahul, and unless you know.
No, okay, Supriya, let her speak, please. Supriya, let her speak.
By paying only 50 lakh rupees. Accused number 1. Accused number 2.
Talking while
Madam Sonia and Rahul Baba are going to
be
pay
debating with her.
The prison bars very soon, and that is what is
Look at what we are
actually
debating and what is she talking about.
making this Congress panelist today, who's looking like Poolam Devi, to behave like 1-2 on national television. आप ड्रामा करना है कर लो, जो करना है करो. The law of the land will take its course.
Talk about price rise. Will you talk about the issues that really matter, or will you keep blabbering? That's the issue. महंगाई पर बोल नहीं पाएंगे, बेरोजगारी पर बोल नहीं पाएंगे, लहसुन प्याज मैं खाती नहीं हूँ, पेट्रोल की गाड़ी से मैं चलती नहीं हूँ, अब यही सब बेवकूफी की बातें बोलने आते हैं इनके प्रवक्ता. That's the problem with them. Completely irrelevant discussion that she's trying to do.
And then you sit here and give a bhashan on morality.
Okay.
Stop making sense a while back, by the way.
Morality. Sonia Gandhi out on bail, Rahul Gandhi out on bail, P. Chidambaram out on bail.
Okay.
अरे तड़ी पार था तुम्हारा नेता तड़ी पार था. Just so that you know, the honorable Home Minister of this country was declared a tadi par. Don't make me open my mouth. If you're going to do this personalized attack and vicious debate, I will tell you, आपका नेता तड़ी पार था. तड़ी पार था यहाँ का गृह मंत्री. Don't stoop to this level. Do a respectable debate. Come back with better points. Don't blabber on screen.
So I'm not, I'm not certain that democracy is dead. As you can see, there's a very bustling, fiery democracy which is still quite alive and kicking. Whether parties are equally strong and fighting hard enough is a different matter. Supriya didn't answer that question despite me asking her twice. But what's very clear, in Parliament and outside, the government and the opposition aren't listening to each other. So the government is speaking, the opposition isn't listening. When the opposition is speaking, the government isn't listening. And that by itself is a big problem which our democracy needs to deal with. For the time being, you've heard from the BJP, you've heard a response from the Congress. We will keep tracking this story.
With every sunrise comes new beginnings, new opportunities and new stories. And that's why we're first up. While you're sleeping, we're hard at work to ensure you get the perfect news shot every morning. Get you all the updates. Our morning mission, to get you news that's fresh and packed with flavor. Watch First Up every weekday morning with me, Akshata Nandagopal, right here on India Today.
Reliance Jio has gone ahead and may roll out services earlier than expected. Akash Ambani, chairman Reliance Jio Infocom, said that they will celebrate Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav with a pan-India 5G rollout. Airtel has also confirmed that it will roll out its 5G services in the country before the end of the month. But who will be the builder of the best 5G network in India, and how much will the service cost? Business Today TV managing editor Siddharth Surabi finds out in a conversation with Analysis Mason's Rohit Dhamija.
The best builder of 5G will be the operator that's gotten the best raw materials in terms of spectrum. And without a doubt, the emphatic answer to that is that Jio has gotten the most amount, both in terms of quantum as well as the best quality of spectrum. So Jio has acquired by far the most comprehensive spectrum portfolio in this recently concluded auction. And let me explain that a little further, Siddharth. I'll try getting not too technical, but given the subject matter. So there are basically two to three key 5G bands. There is the C band, which provides capacity, which all three operators have gotten. The Vodafone has gotten only in selected circles. But Airtel and Jio both have gotten in quite a lot of bulk quantity across India. But then there is the Rolls Royce of all spectrum bands, which is the 700 megahertz band. Yeah. And Jio is the only of the three Indian operators that has gotten that 700 megahertz band, which basically means that Jio not only has C band, but also has that absolutely world-class, best-in-class 700 megahertz band, which as a raw material to build this 5G digital highway, and hence will be the best builder amongst all operators.
We have some news just coming in. In fact, China's Taiwan provocation escalates. Taiwan Defense Ministry fears action. Multiple Chinese planes cross the median line. Top Taiwanese official leading the missile development program has been found dead in a hotel room. The Dragon is breathing fire on Taiwan. China's Taiwan provocation is escalating day by day, with the Defense Ministry of Taiwan now fearing action. Military action by China is what they say. Multiple Chinese planes crossed the median line. Top Taiwanese official who's been leading the missile program has been found dead under mysterious circumstances in a hotel room. The Dragon is breathing fire on Taiwan. China is only escalating its action against Taiwan by the day. Taiwan ministry says multiple batches of Chinese planes and ships have been spotted crossing the median line of the island nation. Taiwan says China is simulating an attack on its main island. The Chinese military began aggressive military exercises after the visit of Nancy Pelosi. Beijing had opposed this visit. Taiwan Defense Ministry says troops stay on high alert in both areas, which lie just off the coast of mainland China, after Beijing launched large-scale military drills. Meanwhile, China has also announced unspecified sanctions on Nancy Pelosi, saying that the US House Speaker disregarded China's concerns.
今天，中国在台湾周边进行实弹射击演习，这种刻意持续升高军事威胁， 特别是在国际最繁忙的航道上，这不只是对台湾，对于国际社会都是不负责任的做法。现在国军已经加强战备，严密且及时地掌控周边所有的军事动态。我们严正要求中国理性自治。
The top developments and brewing tensions between US and China over Taiwan. Let's take you through them. The White House called China's actions irresponsible hours after China announced it was halting dialogue with the US in a number of areas. Top Chinese military officials have not returned multiple calls from their American counterparts this week as the crisis erupted in the Pacific. Amid the brewing tensions, Australia, Japan and US Strategic Dialogue issued a statement urging China to immediately cease its military exercises. China has claimed that over 160 countries are backing them and have jointly condemned US House Speaker Nancy Pelosi's visit to Taiwan. Meanwhile, Taiwan Defense Ministry has said China is simulating an attack on its main island. The ministry says that multiple batches of Chinese planes and ships were spotted crossing the median Taiwan Strait. It's time for a quick break. On the other side, we're getting you details of the medal rush in wrestling. Indian wrestlers shine bright on day 8 of the Commonwealth Games.
You are watching India Today. You are watching India Today.
The ongoing Commonwealth Games in Birmingham continued to grow. Now 6 wrestlers started the day with the hopes of winning a medal, and all 6 of them ended up doing just that. It was 3 gold, 1 silver and 2 bronze for India on day 8. Bajrang Punia, who was the defending Commonwealth Games champion in the men's 65 kilogram freestyle event, defended his title with aplomb. He beat Canada's Lachlan McNeil 9-0 in a relatively one-sided final to clinch gold again. Sakshi Malik was the second wrestler to seal gold. She had won silver in 2014, bronze in 2018. finally got the elusive gold medal with a pinfall over Canada's Anna Gonzalez. Deepak Punia rounded off the hat-trick of gold medals when he comfortably beat Pakistan's Mohammad Inam. Deepak was the more inexperienced of the two wrestlers. There were more medals in store for the Indian wrestlers. Anshu Malik clinched silver in the women's 57 kg freestyle event after losing the finals. Well, Sakshi Malik won her first gold medal in women's 62 kg freestyle wrestling at the Commonwealth Games. Now, after the win, she said that immense crowd support in Birmingham motivated her to win the final bout. Here is her exclusive conversation with our correspondent, Nitin Srivastava.
भारतीय रेसलर्स ने इंग्लैंड में फहरा दिया है देश का तिरंगा। इस वक्त मेरे साथ है साक्षी मलिक। रियो के नाम से जानी जाती है जब वहाँ पे ब्रॉन्ज मेडल हासिल किया था, लेकिन आज साक्षी का कमबैक हुआ है इस गोल्ड मेडल के साथ रेसलिंग में।
जी बिल्कुल, मेरा पहले कॉमनवेल्थ गेम्स में सिल्वर भी था, ब्रॉन्ज भी था, तो घर से सोच के चलती क्योंकि बार गोल्ड ही लेके आना है। यूँ नहीं था कि ठीक है मेडल लेके आना है, मेडल्स थे मेरे पास लेकिन मुझे गोल्ड चाहिए था और वो मेरा सपना पूरा हुआ। आपको और जैसे कि पता है कि पिछले कुछ समय से मेरा समय अच्छा नहीं चल रहा था, इंडिया में ही हार मिल रही थी, तो और उसके बाद एकदम से इतनी बड़ी जीत मिली है, तो सर बिल्कुल मैं बहुत ज़्यादा खुश हूँ।
बिल्कुल, लेकिन जब आज यहाँ पर ना इतने सारे इंडियन फैंस एक साथ इकट्ठा साक्षी का नाम लिया जा रहा है, वो एक अलग एनर्जी आपको दे देती है, एक अलग माहौल बना देती है।
बिल्कुल सर, ओलंपिक्स में भी था लेकिन यहाँ जो क्राउड था ना, मतलब मेरा अभी लाइफ टाइम के लिए मेमोरी बना दी। कानों में पता नहीं कितने दिन तक अभी ये गूंजेगा, साक्षी साक्षी। तो कुश्ती के लिए जा रही हूँ, कुश्ती के वापस आ रही हूँ तो भी गूज बम्स आ रहे हैं, इतना अच्छा क्राउड है। हम मतलब हौसला अपने आप बढ़ रहा था कि नहीं अच्छा होगा। 4-0 से हार रही हूँ फिर भी आवाज़ें आ रही हैं कि साक्षी हारना नहीं है, तो मन में ये आ रहा था कॉन्फिडेंस, अपने देश वाले हार नहीं मान रहे हैं तो तू कैसे हार मान सकती है। तो बस मैंने हार नहीं मानी और मेरे पास 3 मिनट थे और मैंने अपना अटैक किया।
एक अब पिछली बार हमने देखा था आपने हमेशा आप पीछे से जो है कमबैक करती हैं, रियो में भी वही हुआ था, यहाँ पे भी हुआ था। क्या ये आपकी एक स्टाइल है?
सर पता है क्या होता है, जैसे स्टार्टिंग में होता है मैच, जैसे थोड़ा सा मैच पढ़ने में थोड़ा सा समय लगता है, और इस वाले मैच में मेरा पहले 2 पॉइंट मेरे होने थे, वो बाय मिस्टेक वो होने थे मेरे, हो गए वो कनाडा वाले के। तो था कि नहीं कुश्ती ख़राब नहीं करनी है, ठीक है कोई बात नहीं, समय है, थोड़ा सा और लड़के देख किस तरीके से वो लड़ रही है। तो बस मेरे को यही था। फिर 3 मिनट में रेस्ट में भी ये सोचा मैंने कि नहीं तू अटैक कर सकती है, और जाते ही वही हुआ जो मेरा फेवरेट अटैक था वो हुआ, और वहाँ पिन भी हो गया। तो
साक्षी एक आखिरी सवाल, यहाँ पर हमने और भी सारी चीज़ें बहुत सारे ना बाउट्स देखे, लेकिन जब साक्षी का एक ऊंचा वाला वक्त था, जब बहुत अच्छा समय चल रहा था, साक्षी का ख़राब वक्त भी आया, उस वक्त जब ख़राब वक्त था साक्षी ने अपने आप को कैसे संभाला, क्योंकि उस वक्त संभालना बहुत ज़रूरी होता है।
सर संभाला मैंने यही कि पेरेंट्स साथ होते हैं हमेशा, मेरा हस्बैंड हमेशा मेरे साथ रहा है। मेरी हार के समय भी पता है वो क्या बोलते थे कि ऐसा नहीं हो सकता, देख लेना ज़रूर अच्छा होगा। और मुझे उनकी आज एक बात याद आ रही है, जब ट्रायल्स थी ना तो बोले कि अगर भगवान ये बोलेगा ना कि 1 का हो सकता है कॉमनवेल्थ गेम्स में, तो मैं बोलूँगा कि वो 13 होना चाहिए। और जबकि वो इंडिया में नंबर 1 चल रहा था और एक तरफा उसने उससे पहली ट्रायल जीती थी, तो वही हुआ, भगवान ने सुना कि ठीक है तूने बोला ना उसका होना चाहिए, तो उसका हो गया। तो बहुत ज़्यादा सर मैं उन्होंने हौसला नहीं टूटने दिया, मेरी फैमिली ने, मेरे हस्बैंड ने।
साक्षी और रेसलिंग एक है।
अगर कोई मुझसे पूछे कि इस दुनिया में तेरे को सबसे ज़्यादा प्यार किससे, तो सर मुझे रेसलिंग से ही है। ये मैं हमेशा से बोलती हूँ, मेरा पैशन है ये।
Deepak Punia gave India another gold medal in the Commonwealth Games as he defeated Pakistan's Mohammad Inam 3-0 in men's 86 kg gold medal match. Well, after his win, our correspondent Nitin Srivastava caught up with Deepak Punia, and here's what he had to say about his opponent.
कॉमनवेल्थ गेम्स में रेसलर्स का शानदार प्रदर्शन जारी है। एक के बाद एक गोल्ड मेडल, सिल्वर मेडल, ब्रॉन्ज मेडल। इस वक्त मेरे साथ दीपक हैं गोल्ड मेडल के साथ। और दीपक, ये मुकाबला ख़ास था, ये मुकाबला बहुत चुनौती भरा था पाकिस्तान के खिलाफ।
देखो जी, बिल्कुल ये मुकाबला बहुत ख़ास था। एक तो भारत पाकिस्तान का मैच था, तो और एक ये था कि सीनियर पहलवान था हमसे, तो ऐसा कुछ एक्स्ट्रा प्रेशर नहीं लिया हमने। बिल्कुल जो अपना गोल बना के मैच चला था, जो अचीव करने को, तो बिल्कुल वैसा ही हुआ। तो बड़ा अच्छा लगा गोल्ड मेडल जीत के देश के लिए।
दीपक भाई, जब आपको पता चला सेमीफाइनल जब आप जीते, उसके बाद आपको पता चला कि अब मुझे पाकिस्तान के खिलाड़ी के साथ जो है मैट पर उतरना है, आप उस वक्त आपके दिमाग में क्या चल रहा था? चाहे वो रणनीति की बात रही हो, चाहे फिर वो मैट पर अपने दाव को लेकर जो है दिमाग में क्या चल रहा था?
देखो जी, दिमाग में एक ही चीज़ चल रही थी, बस गोल्ड लेना है और वो हमने अपना पूरा किया है। बस यही था कि बस गोल्ड से नीचे कुछ नहीं, बस गोल्ड ही लेना है, बिल्कुल 100% ही गोल्ड लेना है।
दीपक भाई, आप बहुत बचपन में आपने अपनी कुश्ती की शुरुआत की थी, कहूँ तो दंगल भी आपने खेला हुआ है, तो वहाँ से और अब जितना प्रोफेशनल जो है जब आप रेसलिंग कर रहे होते हो, किस तरीके से अपने आप को आप तैयार करते हैं, या फिर चुनौती भरा सफ़र रहा ये, किस तरीके से आप बताएंगे उसको?
देखो जी, पहले बिल्कुल बचपन में ही मैंने कुश्ती स्टार्ट कर दी थी, क्योंकि हमारे गाँव में काफ़ी अखाड़े थे, कुश्ती का शौक़ है हरियाणा में, तो हाँ जी, तो वहीं से मैंने स्टार्ट कर दी थी। मिट्टी में पहले खेलते थे ऐसे ही, उसके बाद फिर दंगल खेलने लग गए तो थोड़ा इनाम मिलता था और उससे बड़ी खुशी मिलती थी। तो ऐसे ही धीरे धीरे करते हम मैट पे भी कुश्ती करने लग गए। तो कहीं ना कहीं बड़े पहलवान थे, जो सीनियर पहलवान थे, उनको देख के बड़ा अच्छा लगता था कि देश के लिए मेडल जीते हैं तो इतना प्यार मिलता है, इतना सम्मान मिलता है, आशीर्वाद मिलता है लोगों से। तो वो चीज़ हमने देखी, तो आज हम भी बड़ा प्राउड फील कर रहे हैं।
टोक्यो में आप मेडल से चूक गए थे, लेकिन यहाँ पर आपका गोल्ड मेडल है। टोक्यो से लेके यहाँ तक का जो सफ़र है, इसमें आपने आपको कैसे जो है दिमागी तौर पर तैयार किया?
देखो जी, सबसे पहले मैं अपने देशवासियों का धन्यवाद देना चाहता हूँ। माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी ने, मैं टोक्यो ओलंपिक में हार गया था तो उसके बाद मेरे को बुलाया और बुला के मेरे को मोटिवेट किया कि कोई बात नहीं बेटे, आगे हम उससे भी अच्छा करेंगे। तो आज मतलब उस मेडल की भरपाई तो हुई नहीं, पर थोड़ा बहुत ये है कि अब गोल्ड जीत के हमने उस मेडल की थोड़ी भरपाई पूरी की है। और हमारा टारगेट तो भी पूरा वही है कि पेरिस ओलंपिक का ही है, पर अभी जो मैंने गोल बनाए थे अपने कॉमनवेल्थ गेम्स सबसे पहले था हमारा, तो एक गोल हमारा पूरा हुआ। उसके बाद अभी हमारा एशियन गेम्स हैं और नेक्स्ट ओलंपिक गेम्स पे ही फोकस रहेगा हमारा।
What brings us to the end of this edition. For all news and updates, do log on to our website. That's indiatoday.in. You can also download the India Today app. Thank you for watching.
You are watching India Today.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
You are watching India Today.
Hello, very good afternoon. You're watching India Today TV. I'm Sneha Mordani. Let's get you the top stories first. 68 MPs and 300 Congress workers released after 4 hours of detention following Congress's mega all-black Akrosh. Mega Hindutva showdown escalates. BJP claims black on Temple Foundation Day. Congress hits back.
उन्होंने एक संदेश भेजने का प्रयास किया है कि राम जन्मभूमि का जो शिलान्यास हुआ वो और अब जो भव्य मंदिर बनने जा रहा है, दोनों के साथ हमारा विरोध है और हम इसी के लिए प्रदर्शन करेंगे।
Several months for the Raut, Sanjay Raut's wife Varsha Raut has reached the ED office to record her statement transactions from her account under lens in the Patra Chaul case. Union Minister G. Kishan Reddy flags up a mega Tiranga bike rally in the national capital. BJP's Manjinder Sirsa hits out at the opposition, says this is not a matter of politics, this is patriotism.
विरोधियों का तो आज बहाना है, बस असली में तो उनको अपनी जायदाद को बचाना है। आज वो जो कह रहे हैं तिरंगा, उनको लगता है कि वो पूजा करते रहे और वो पूजा एक परिवार की होती थी।
It's NDA's Jagdeep Dhankhar versus UPA's Margaret Alva as the nation is all set to get its 14th elected vice president today. Prime Minister Modi reaches Parliament to cast his vote. Indian wrestlers shine bright on day 8 of Commonwealth Games as Bajrang Punia, Deepak and Sakshi clinch gold while Anshu settled for silver in their respective categories. Mohit Grewal and Divya Kakran also secured bronze for the country. Some news just coming in. Well, after mega all-black star Rahul Gandhi has attacked the centre, he slammed the centre over inflation and unemployment. BJP's arrogance destroyed 70 years of progress. No one spared by BJP's double-engine government. Rahul Gandhi has now spoken out, put out a video on Facebook saying not a single Indian has been spared by the double engine of bag-breaking inflation and historic unemployment. This is BJP's Amrit Kaal. What India built brick by brick for nearly 70 years has been destroyed by their arrogance in just 8 years.
Enjoying the onset of dictatorship in India? Are you enjoying it? लोकतंत्र की जो मौत हो रही है, उसके बारे में क्या लगता है आपको? जो इस देश ने 70 साल में बनाया, उसको 8 साल में खत्म कर दिया गया है। आज सबसे ज्यादा अनएम्प्लॉयमेंट हिंदुस्तान में, महंगाई बढ़ती जा रही है, गैस सिलेंडर की प्राइसेस बढ़ती जा रही हैं। पता नहीं, शायद मतलब फाइनेंस मिनिस्टर को मतलब ये आंकड़े दिख नहीं रहे हैं। बेरोजगारी बढ़ती जा रही है, हिंदुस्तान की सरकार कहती है सच्चाई नहीं है। महंगाई बढ़ती जा रही है, हिंदुस्तान की सरकार, उनकी जो फाइनेंस मिनिस्टर हैं कहते हैं नहीं। आप किसी भी कस्बे में चले जाइए, किसी भी गांव में चले जाइए, किसी भी शहर में चले जाइए, पूछिए महंगाई की क्या हालत है, आपको बताएंगे कि सबसे ज्यादा आज महंगाई है। जो उन्होंने वायदे किए थे, जो उन्होंने पूरे नहीं किए, उससे डरते हैं, महंगाई से डरते हैं, बेरोजगारी से डरते हैं, जनता की जो शक्ति है उससे डरते हैं। क्यों डरते हैं? क्योंकि झूठ बोलते हैं। मेरी प्रॉब्लम यह है कि मैं सच्चाई बोलता हूं, मैं डरता नहीं हूं। मैं अपना काम करूंगा, लोकतंत्र के लिए खड़े होने का काम करूंगा, महंगाई का मुद्दा उठाने का काम करूंगा, बेरोजगारी का मुद्दा उठाने का काम करूंगा और मेरे ऊपर और आक्रमण होंगे।
Aishwarya Paliwal has more details on that story. Aishwarya, the Congress has been at its aggressive best when it comes to raising these issues, even though the BJP essentially tried to twist this yesterday, saying that this was about the Gandhi Parivar, this was about the ED. But the Congress actually has been rather relentless on raising issues of inflation and unemployment, particularly the Gandhis, isn't it?
Well, yes, Neha, you are right. You know, we are seeing them at them being at their aggressive best. And one thing which the Congress party has realized is the fact that if they talk about what the Enforcement Directorate is doing, if they beat around the bush and they talk about what's happening with Rahul Gandhi and Sonia Gandhi, they will not be able to garner eyeballs and they will not get the support of other opposition parties, which is why we are now seeing they have changed the stand and now they are talking about GST and inflation. We did see how yesterday all the major Congress leaders were wearing black. They called it a black day and then they started marching. We saw the visuals of Priyanka Gandhi sitting outside AICC headquarters. All these things are being done because the Congress party now believes that the ball is in their court. Because of what's happening at the Enforcement Directorate, they now want to make sure that they set the agenda, they set the narrative, because of which we are seeing Rahul Gandhi making a point and saying that whatever the party has done, whatever has been done in the past 70 years is being undone in the last 8 years. We are now seeing a full frontal battle between the Bharatiya Janata Party on one side and the Congress party, with Sonia Gandhi and Rahul Gandhi leading the party and saying that the country is reeling under inflation and the government is doing nothing to stop it.
Ashwarya, thanks for getting us those details. We have some news just coming in. Let's go straight to that. After Congress's all-black stir, the BJP has it out. BJP says Rahul Gandhi tore Congress Neta's shirt. BJP IT cell chief says Rahul's act to frame Delhi cops. Amit Malviya says tamasha politics by Gandhi's siblings. Dipinder Huda's shirt was torn. After Priyanka Vadra's twist hand moment, here is another one. Rahul Gandhi tearing his colleague Dipinder Huda's shirt so that it made for a good protest picture and Delhi police could be blamed for high-handedness. The Gandhi siblings are strong votary of tamasha politics. Shreya Chatterjee is getting us more details on that story, and the Stutu Meme Shreya between the BJP and the Congress continues. The BJP has been saying this for a while, that all of this is optics, mere optics.
Well, absolutely so, Sneha. You know, we've seen the BJP hit out against the Congress for the protest that they actually undertook yesterday in the national capital. We've seen the IT cell chief of the Bharatiya Janata Party, Amit Malviya, now tweet out and say that it can be seen from a picture that Rahul Gandhi is in fact himself tearing the shirt of his colleague Dipinder Hooda to just put an eye and make it a perfect protest picture. This, he says, comes after that particular photo of Priyanka Gandhi twisting her hand. So this is something that the BJP is right now using to put an image into the mind of the viewers that it is nothing but an optics from the Congress, and there was no such protest which they try to say was against the inflation or for example GST price rise. The BJP says this is mere optics of the Congress, and we have also seen how they've linked it with the Ram Mandir inauguration that also happened on the 5th of August last year. So that's the reason we see that the BJP bringing up these few alibis for themselves, trying to hit out at the Congress when a lot of the people feel that, you know, it was a huge success so far as the Congress's protest was concerned. The Delhi police has FIRs registered, but solely against the Congress workers. No big names, no big leaders of the Congress are mentioned in that FIR that's filed by the Delhi police so far.
Shreya, thanks for getting us those details. Dressed in all black, Congress leaders took to streets on Friday as they held a nationwide protest against price rise, unemployment and the goods and services tax hike on essential items. Priyanka Gandhi Vadra was dragged away. Many netas were detained. The police had denied permission for the protest. That included a Prime Minister House Gherao as well.
Wearing black, the Congress took to the streets on Friday. From the Gandhis to all senior leaders of the party, the street fight was organized against the centre over price rise, GST hike and unemployment. Many leaders including Rahul Gandhi and Priyanka Gandhi were detained.
हम डिस्कशन चाहते हैं पार्लियामेंट में, हम महंगाई का जवाब चाहते हैं सरकार से, और जवाब तय करना, ये सरकार को कटघरे में खड़ा करना हमारी जिम्मेदारी है। लेकिन जिस तरह के अलोकतांत्रिक तरीके से, अनडेमोक्रेटिक तरीके से लोगों को डिटेन किया गया है, मैं समझता हूँ ये अच्छा संकेत नहीं है हमारी लोकतंत्र के लिए।
ये सरकार की ये तानाशाही की एक नजीर आप हिंदुस्तान के लोग देख रहे हैं।
While the Congress party dominated the news during the day, the BJP High Command stirred up things with the Black on Temple Foundation Day allegation.
सारे कांग्रेसी काले कपड़े पहनकर आए थे। प्रचंड रूप से उन्होंने एक संदेश भेजने का प्रयास किया है कि राम जन्मभूमि का जो शिलान्यास हुआ वो और अब जो भव्य मंदिर बनने जा रहा है, दोनों के साथ हमारा विरोध है।
UP CM also voiced objection to the protest on the anniversary of the day. Foundation of the Ayodhya temple was laid 2 years ago.
आज कांग्रेसियों ने काले कपड़े पहन करके जो प्रदर्शन किया है, यह से राम जन्मभूमि मंदिर निर्माण की तिथि के दिन यह राम भक्तों का अपमान है।
The issue snowballed into a full-fledged face-off.
I'm glad that the Home Minister has noticed our black shirts, because it's not very often that they notice or pay attention to what we say. I'm glad that we caught their attention today. And it's appropriate they're wearing the black shirt today, because it is 3 years ago today, exactly on August 5th, is when Kashmir was dismembered into 3 union territories, and still people are being held under detention in Kashmir.
The initial protests which they were doing, trying to protect this one family, was getting exposed in the entire media. They were destroying the public property, rioting, and it is only for sheer questioning by an institution of the country.
The Congress has raised the price rise issue aggressively, staging multiple protests during the monsoon session. But Friday's protest checked the most boxes. Lots of action, lots of drama. What remains to be seen is whether Congress can build on the momentum. Bureau Report, India Today.
Well, the voting is underway to elect the 14th Vice President. Prime Minister Modi, Union Home Minister Amit Shah, former Prime Minister Manmohan Singh cast their votes in Parliament. The competitors in this battlefield are NDA candidate Jagdeep Dhankhar, opposition nominee Margaret Alva. The Electoral College for the Vice President has 788 MPs. All is not well, however. TMC has decided to abstain from voting. AAP, TRS, AIMIM and JMM have announced their support for Alva. BSP, TDP say they will vote for Dhankhar. Counting of votes and results likely to be announced by 7 p.m. today. The oath-taking ceremony is going to take place on the 11th of August.
हम उपराष्ट्रपति जी के लिए उनकी जीत सुनिश्चित करने के लिए आज जोड़िया मंदिर में हवन कर रहे हैं और अभी गांव में जो ठाकुर जी का मंदिर है उसमें भी हवन होगा, महिलाएं मंगल गीत गाएंगी और मिठाई वितरण होगा। ये शुभकामनाएं हमारी कि वो अच्छे मतों से जीतें और अपना 5 साल का कार्यकाल है वो अच्छे से पूरा करें।
वैसे तो उनकी विजय सुनिश्चित है, लेकिन गांव के लोग, परिवार के लोग अपनी खुशी जाहिर करने के लिए और जीत को और सुनिश्चित करने के लिए हवन का प्रोग्राम रखा गया है और शाम को जो विजय श्री का समाचार मिलता है तो फिर तो खुशी और नाच गान का ही होगा।
Well, trouble is mounting for Rots in the Patra Chaul scam. Shiv Sena MP Sanjay Rot's wife Varsha is recording a statement with the ED. Her husband is already in Central Agency's custody till the 8th of August. Rot's wife has been called for questioning after transactions done from her account came to light. Over 11 crores belonging to Varsha and her associates was recovered by the ED during the investigations. Meanwhile, BJP leader Kirit Somaya's wife has demanded a production warrant be issued for Roth as he is currently in the ED custody. Sanjay had been summoned by the court today. The magistrate court has said it will decide the application on the 18th of August. Sanjay's brother and Sena MLA Sunil Roth targeted the BJP and the ED over the ED action. The Patra Chaul scam is related to a land scam worth over 1,000 crores. Roth's name came to fore during the probe. Property worth 2 crores of Roth's wife was also attached by the ED previously.
आप लोग भी जानते हो कि आज एक एक आदमी भारतीय जनता पार्टी का और किसी पार्टी को 10-10, 50 करोड़ के घर पे रहते हैं। हमारा क्या है, 1 करोड़ 6 लाख रुपए का एंट्री दिखा रहे। ये सब कुछ गलत तरीके से संजय राउत को अटकाने का कोशिश चालू है। संपूर्ण सूडबुद्धीचं राजकारण चालू आहे। भारतीय जनता पार्टी संजय राऊतांना घाबरते, म्हणून ईडीच्या थ्रू हे सर्व अटकवण्याचे त्यांचे संपूर्ण प्रयत्न चालू आहेत।
China is only escalating its action against Taiwan by the day. Taiwan ministry says multiple batches of Chinese planes and ships were spotted crossing the median line. Taiwan says China is simulating an attack on its main island. Chinese military began aggressive military exercises after the US House of Representatives Speaker Nancy Pelosi's visit that Beijing had opposed. Taiwan Defense Ministry says troops stay on high alert in both areas that lie just off the coast of mainland China after Beijing launched large military drills. China has announced unspecified sanctions against Pelosi already.
Today, 中国在台湾周边进行实弹射击演习，这种刻意持续升高军事威胁，特别是在国际最繁忙的航道上，这不只是对台湾，对于国际社会都是不负责任的做法。现在国军已经加强战备，严密且及时地掌控周边所有的军事动态。我们严正要求中国理性自治。
Here are the top developments on brewing tensions between US and China over Taiwan. The White House called China's actions irresponsible hours after China announced it was halting dialogue with the US in a number of matters. Top Chinese military officials have not returned multiple calls from their American counterparts this week as crisis erupted in the Pacific. Amid the brewing tensions, Australia-Japan-US strategic dialogue issued a statement and urged China to immediately cease its military exercises. China has claimed that over 160 countries are backing them and have jointly condemned US House Speaker Nancy Pelosi's visit to Taiwan. Taiwan Defense Ministry says China is simulating an attack on main island. Time for a break. Here on the other side, Indian wrestlers shine bright on day 8 of Commonwealth Games as Bajrang Punia, Deepak and Sakshi clinched gold.
You are watching India Today.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com or call 9999892171.
What the Enforcement Directorate has in fact recovered. Over the last few weeks of these raids, the ED has found out enough and more links between Arpita and Partha. And these links involve at least the first of all, in fact, in the latest, they claim that 31 LICs of Arpita and Partha as nominees. This is the nominee that Partha Mukherjee has testified for Arpita, and we're looking at this as a confirmed link of both of them being hand in glove in business that they carried out. And then, of course, over the last few weeks, we know that there was a cash haul of 49.8 crores in cash, illegal money, all black money that was found at the residence of Arpita. Now, apart from that, we're also looking at gold jewelry worth 4.3 crores that was found again in the residence of Arpita Mukherjee. We're looking at, in detail, ED has established that in that gold chunk, there were 7 bangles, 500 grams each. Furthermore, a lot more gold that was recovered. We're looking at least 7 bangles of 500 grams each. Apart from that, a lot of gold chains, gold bricks, and a gold pen that was also recovered from Arpita's residence.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Everyone's busy finding what's trending. You're busy finding out why. India Today, for those who research before reacting. Download the India Today app now. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
You are watching India Today.
The ongoing Commonwealth Games in Birmingham continued to grow. Now 6 wrestlers started the day with the hopes of winning a medal, and all 6 of them ended up doing just that. It was 3 gold, 1 silver and 2 bronze for India on day 8. Bajrang Punia, who was the defending Commonwealth Games champion in the men's 65 kg freestyle event, defended his title with aplomb. He beat Canada's Lachlan McNeil 9-0 in a relatively one-sided final to clinch gold again. Sakshi Malik was the second wrestler to seal gold. She had won silver in 2014, bronze in 2018. Finally got the elusive gold medal with a pinfall over Canada's Anna Gonzalez. Deepak Punia rounded off the hat-trick of gold medals when he comfortably beat Pakistan's Muhammad Inam. Deepak was the more inexperienced of the 2 wrestlers. There were more medals in store for the Indian wrestlers. Anshu Malik clinched silver in the women's 57 kg freestyle event after losing the finals. The defending champion Bajrang Punia successfully defended his men's freestyle 65 kg wrestling gold medal at the Commonwealth Games. Listen to Bajrang Punia's exclusive conversation with our correspondent Nitin Srivastav after the medal win.
भारत के मोस्ट डेकोरेटेड रेसलर, वन ऑफ द बेस्ट रेसलर अगर मैं कहूँ, बहुत सारे जो है मेडल हैं इनके पास, ओलंपिक से मेडल है, कॉमनवेल्थ का मेडल है। ये मेडल डिफेंड करना बहुत ही आसान था बजरंग भाई?
देखिए भाई, आसान कोई भी चीज़ नहीं होती, उसके लिए मेहनत करते हैं और मैं ये सोच के नहीं आया था कि सामने वाले कमज़ोर हैं या कुछ भी है। मेरा ये था कि भाई जो हमने ट्रेनिंग करी है उसमें अपनी बेस्ट परफॉर्मेंस देनी है, तो वही सोच के आए थे और वो मुझे लगता है कि उसमें हम कामयाब भी रहे हैं।
जब स्टेडियम बजरंग 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 के नाम से गूंजता है, वो एक अलग आपके लिए होता है ना मोटिवेशन, आपको एक अलग एनर्जी दे जाता है। शोमैन की तरह आपकी एंट्री भी होती है, लोग आपको देखना चाहते हैं।
बिल्कुल, मैं धन्यवाद देता हूँ सभी सपोर्टरों को जो इतना प्यार और आशीर्वाद आप लोग मुझे यहाँ पे आके देते हैं, तो मैं अपने आप को भाग्यशाली महसूस करता हूँ कि भाई हाँ, और उम्मीद करता हूँ कि आगे भी आपका प्यार और आशीर्वाद ऐसे ही बना रहेगा और जो आने वाले टूर्नामेंट में उसमें बेहतर परफॉर्मेंस करें।
भाई इंजरी के बाद से ये मेडल आपके लिए बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट हो जाता है, साथ ही साथ एक सेल्फ बिलीफ जो भरोसा होता है वो भी बढ़ जाता है। आपको लगता है एक नया फेज़ अब यहाँ से शुरू होगा?
बिल्कुल, इंजरी के बाद मैं भी अपनी परफॉर्मेंस को ढूंढने में लगा हुआ था, उसके लिए मेहनत कर रहे थे, पर जो 2-3 टूर्नामेंट हम खेले उसमें नहीं आ पाई। तो अब मुझे लग रहा है कि भाई दोबारा से उस पटड़ी पे हम दोबारा से आ रहे हैं और जो मेहनत हम कर रहे हैं उसमें कामयाब हो रहे हैं।
यूएस की ट्रेनिंग कितनी काम आई? अभी आप यूएस भी गए?
बिल्कुल, उसमें भी क्योंकि इंडिया में मैं जब ट्रेनिंग करता हूं तो इतने स्पारिंग पार्टनर नहीं मिल पाते। वहां पे जाके हम एक तो स्पारिंग पार्टनर मिल जाते हैं और दूसरा जो डिस्टर्बेंस होता है वो नहीं हो पाता, क्योंकि कभी कहीं किसी दोस्त की शादी है या किसी दोस्त का बर्थडे है, कभी किसी के घर जाना है, तो अगर हम इंडिया में रहेंगे और नहीं जाएंगे तो लोग नाराज़ भी होंगे इस चीज़ से। तो मेरा मानना है कि मेरे से मना भी नहीं होता कि भाई मैं नहीं आ पाऊँगा। तो मेरी कोशिश रहती है कि मैं आउट ऑफ इंडिया ट्रेनिंग करूं और पूरे फोकस के साथ अपनी जो टारगेट हम लेके चलो उस पर मेहनत करूं।
12 लोग आए हैं, हमारे 12 एथलीट आए हैं, कितने जो है आप कॉन्फिडेंट हैं कि हमारे पास मैक्सिमम नंबर्स में जो है मेडल होंगे?
देखिए, मैं मान रहा हूं कि हम 7 से 8 गोल्ड जीते हैं और उसमें मेडल हम 12 के 12 जीते, क्योंकि पिछली बार भी हमने 12 मेडल जीते थे। तो उसमें हमने गोल्ड की संख्या बढ़ानी है। जो हमारी इंडिया भी 6-7वें नंबर पे चल रही है उसको ऊपर लेके आना है, चौथे तक, तीसरे तक, जितने भी हम कोशिश कर सकते हैं। तो मैं मानता हूं कि रेसलिंग 8 गोल्ड जीतता है तो हमारी अच्छी परफॉर्मेंस है।
आखिरी सवाल बजरंग भाई, साक्षी का बहुत दिन के बाद ये मेडल आया, गोल्ड मेडल, उनके करियर के लिए कितना बड़ा है?
देखिए, बिल्कुल, साक्षी भी काफ़ी टाइम से परफॉर्मेंस से जूझ रही थी और कॉमनवेल्थ गेम से उनका पहला गोल्ड है। मैं साक्षी को बहुत बहुत बधाई देता हूँ और काफ़ी अच्छी बाउट लड़ी है साक्षी ने, और उनके लिए बिल्कुल जो आने वाली टूर्नामेंट उनमें उसका हौसला दोबारा से बढ़ेगा और दोबारा से देश के लिए मेडल जीतेगी, क्योंकि सभी लोग ये सोच रहे हैं कि भाई ओलंपिक के बाद 2016 के बाद साक्षी की परफॉर्मेंस चली गई है, तो दोबारा से कमबैक करने के लिए ढेर सारी शुभकामनाएं साक्षी को और आने वाली टूर्नामेंट के लिए।
Deepak Punia gave India another gold medal in the Commonwealth Games as he defeated Pakistan's Mohammad Inam 3-0 in men's 86 kilogram gold medal match. Well, after his win, our correspondent Nitin Srivastav caught up with Deepak Punia, and here's what he had to say about his opponent.
कॉमनवेल्थ गेम्स में रेसलर्स का शानदार प्रदर्शन जारी है। एक के बाद एक गोल्ड मेडल, सिल्वर मेडल, ब्रॉन्ज मेडल। इस वक्त मेरे साथ दीपक हैं गोल्ड मेडल के साथ। और दीपक, ये मुकाबला ख़ास था, ये मुकाबला बहुत चुनौती भरा था पाकिस्तान के खिलाफ।
देखो जी, बिल्कुल ये मुकाबला बहुत ख़ास था। एक तो भारत पाकिस्तान का मैच था, तो और एक ये था कि सीनियर पहलवान था हमसे, तो ऐसा कुछ एक्स्ट्रा प्रेशर नहीं लिया हमने। बिल्कुल जो अपना गोल बना के मैच चला था जो अचीव करने को, तो बिल्कुल वैसा ही हुआ। तो बड़ा अच्छा लगा गोल्ड मेडल जीत के देश के लिए।
दीपक भाई, जब आपको पता चला सेमीफाइनल जब आप जीते, उसके बाद आपको पता चला कि अब मुझे पाकिस्तान के खिलाड़ी के साथ जो है मैट पे उतरना है, आप उस वक्त आपके दिमाग में क्या चल रहा था? चाहे वो रणनीति की बात रही हो, चाहे फिर वो मैट पर अपने दाव को लेकर जो है दिमाग में क्या चल रहा था?
देखो जी, दिमाग में एक ही चीज़ चल रही थी, बस गोल्ड लेना है, और वो हमने अपना पूरा किया है। बस यही था कि बस गोल्ड से नीचे कुछ नहीं, बस गोल्ड ही लेना है। बिल्कुल 100% ही गोल्ड लेना है।
दीपक भाई, आप बहुत बचपन में आपने अपनी कुश्ती की शुरुआत की थी, कहूँ तो दंगल भी आपने खेला हुआ है।
बिल्कुल।
तो वहाँ से और अब जितना प्रोफेशनल जो है, जब आप रेसलिंग कर रहे होते हो, किस तरीके से अपने आप को आप तैयार करते हैं, या फिर चुनौती भरा सफ़र रहा ये, किस तरीके से आप बताएंगे उसको?
देखो जी, पहले बिल्कुल बचपन में ही मैंने कुश्ती स्टार्ट कर दी थी, क्योंकि हमारे गांव में काफ़ी अखाड़े थे, कुश्ती का शौक़ है हरियाणा में। तो हाँ जी, तो वहीं से मैंने स्टार्ट कर दी थी। मिट्टी में पहले खेलते थे ऐसे ही, उसके बाद फिर दंगल खेलने लग गए, तो थोड़ा इनाम मिलता था और उससे बड़ी खुशी मिलती थी। तो ऐसे ही धीरे धीरे करते हम मैट पे भी कुश्ती करने लग गए। तो कहीं ना कहीं बड़े पहलवान थे, जो सीनियर पहलवान थे, उनको देख के बड़ा अच्छा लगता था कि देश के लिए मेडल जीते हैं, तो इतना प्यार मिलता है, इतना सम्मान मिलता है, आशीर्वाद मिलता है लोगों से। तो वो चीज़ हमने देखी, तो आज हम भी बड़ा प्राउड फील कर रहे हैं।
टोक्यो में आप मेडल से चूक गए थे, लेकिन यहाँ पर आपका गोल्ड मेडल है। टोक्यो से लेके यहाँ तक का जो सफ़र है, इसमें आपने आपको कैसे जो है दिमागी तौर पर तैयार किया?
देखो जी, सबसे पहले मैं अपने देशवासियों का धन्यवाद देना चाहता हूँ। माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी ने, मैं टोक्यो ओलंपिक में हार गया था, तो उसके बाद मेरे को बुलाया और बुला के मेरे को मोटिवेट किया कि कोई बात नहीं बेटे, आगे हम उससे भी अच्छा करेंगे। तो आज मतलब उस मेडल की भरपाई तो हुई नहीं, पर थोड़ा बहुत ये है कि अब गोल्ड जीत के हमने उस मेडल की थोड़ी भरपाई पूरी की है। और हमारा टारगेट तो भी पूरा वही है कि पेरिस ओलंपिक का ही है। पर अभी जो मैंने गोल बनाए थे अपने कॉमनवेल्थ गेम्स सबसे पहले था हमारा, तो एक गोल हमारा पूरा हुआ। उसके बाद अभी हमारा एशियन गेम्स हैं और नेक्स्ट ओलंपिक गेम्स पे ही फोकस रहेगा हमारा।
The Indian women's hockey team lost out in the semi-finals of the Commonwealth Games in a hard-fought match against Australia. The game ended 1-1 after 4 quarters before. However, the shootout was marred by a bit of a controversy over the clock not working at the start. The Aussies were asked to start the shootout again, and in the end, they won.
Did not start, so they will get that attempt again with Australia.
What brings us to the end of this edition. For all news and updates, do log on to our website. That's indiatoday.in. You can also download the India Today app. Thank you for watching.
You are watching India Today.
Everyone's busy finding what's trending. You're busy finding out why. India Today, for those who research before reacting. Download the India Today app now.
Recently there was a huge race of incidents of fire, scooters catching fire. Consumer Affairs Ministry, Road Transport Ministry, you were in continuous touch with them. The issue has of course died down now with summers getting to a close. What really happened, sir, is I'd like to ask, because the consumers would want to know what really happened, and was there an issue with the battery cells, the battery chemistry, what really went wrong?
Actually, let me tell you one thing. This is a new technology, this is emerging technology, and it's a learning curve for everyone. So if you see this, the model which happened in the fire in case of Okinawa, that model we have launched in year 2018. So for that product line, we already made more than 1 lakh vehicles, which is already successful running on the roads of India. Only 1 or 2 incidents cannot define your quality management system. If you see, Okinawa is the first company who is certified for the IATF 16949. That call for the quality management system of overall, starting from designing to the manufacturing for your supply chain as well as your delivery to the customer satisfaction also. So that is one of the stake case was happen in that case. And if you see, if there is some problem related to the product, supplier, component, anything, there could not be only one case, stake cases. So that is the only case, and as a responsible brand, we took it as this, and we call it a voluntary recall for those vehicles, just to give the confidence to our customer. We are there, and we have a trust with our customer that if something went wrong, we are with you. So that is the reason Okinawa recalled the vehicle that time also. And I think that things has already settled down. Whatever the new notification related to the government, whether you're talking about the BIS or the battery improvement related certification, Okinawa will go for it. So whatever the certification you call it, earlier it was AIS 048. It has changed to AIS 156. So Okinawa is already qualifies for that. And if anything new comes for that, of course, we will accept it, and we will work for that, for the betterment of the, you can say, customer or the EV market.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
Welcome to the Policy Bazaar Show, our special show bringing you the latest updates related to insurance. I'm Sneha Mordani. Now, when we embark on financial planning, our primary task is to clearly define our goals in financial terms. But financial goal is a very wide and encompassing term. It includes goals like paying the margin money for your car, paying the margin money for your apartment, paying the upfront fee for your child's schooling, etc. These goals are typically short-term in nature, the ones that would mature in the coming couple of years. And these short-term goals require as much as planning as long-term goals, such as retirement, for example. This brings us to the topic of today's show, planning smart investments to attain short-term financial goals. Joining me today, we have Vivek Jain, who's the head of investments policybazaar.com. Vivek brings with him a decade of experience, an engineering graduate from BITS Pilani and management graduate from IIM Calcutta. He, in his current role, has been instrumental in driving product innovation in savings investments. He's one of the calmest members of the team with the hidden talent for whistling. Pleasure having you, Vivek, and joining me also is Aditya Satpute. He's the head e-commerce and digital marketing Max Life Insurance. Aditya has over 15 years of experience in delivering world-class growth-centric and new-age digital solutions. At Max Life Insurance, he's responsible for leading the digital transformational journeys of one of India's largest life insurance organizations. Aditya, in his current role, focuses on strengthening emerging ecosystem partnerships, consolidating the online business franchise, and empaneling marquee partners. Welcome to the show, Aditya, as well. Let's start today's discussion. My first question to you, Vivek. While there are a lot of people who want to see their money grow, investment still remains an uncharted territory for many. Could you help us understand how the investment market is evolving to cater to every kind of investor now?
Yeah, thanks, Nia. So actually, see, the investment market is really evolving a lot in the recent past, be it during the pandemic, when the market had very sharply gone down and the demand for guaranteed products had increased a lot. But I think I would step back and just say that, see, investment and the type of investment that you choose depends on what your current age is and your risk appetite. At a younger age, you might as well want to invest in equity markets because you will be there and you're looking for a longer term of investment. But when you are at an age which is nearer to retirement, or you're looking for some life goals like child education or retirement, then people look out for a certain bit of guarantee. So in the market, what you have on one side, you have the low cost tulips, which can be in 100% equity market, or you can have a mix of equity and debt. On the other hand, people are preferring guaranteed return plans when it comes to their life goals like child education or retirement. One of the very unique solution that we have come up with Max Life and other top partners at Policy Bazaar is a capital guarantee solution, wherein the customer gets best of both worlds. Your invested money is always secure and you still make market upside. So this is one of the very, very popular plans that is coming up in the last couple of years after the pandemic started.
Okay. Aditya, to you, digitization has transformed everything really around us, including investments. How do you think the emerging products are being developed for the digitally savvy generation?
So Sneha, long gone are the days when customers preferred meeting agents at their homes or visiting a life insurance office to buy a policy. Today's technology upgradation has changed the way consumers look at product purchase and behavior, where I think phygital or omni-channel presence is the way to go. A study from on consumer behavior by EFMA World Insurance Report 2020 actually indicated that customers today prefer doing independent product research before making a purchase of a policy. The study indicated that 60% customers today actually review product reviews online before making a purchase decision. With customers relying on a mix of interaction channels, the journey starts on one channel and then eventually moves to another. This makes us believe that life insurance today needs to move from a traditional approach to a very omni-channel experience and offer customers the right products at the right life stage through high engagement channels to ensure pertinent customer acquisition. To meet these new age customer acquisition expectations, insurance firms are now transforming from being traditional product-centric organizations to becoming more customer-centric organizations enabled to the power of data and analytics. In fact, today's emerging product trend actually indicates easy onboarding, simpler product terms, ease of access of data through digital means, faster and easier claims processing, making it extremely attractive for this digital savvy millennial customer.
You know, Vivek, not every investor wants to be in for the long haul. Millennials are a significant portion of investors today, and consumer insights reveal that they prefer short-term investments with higher returns. What are some viable options for them that you can suggest?
Well, definitely. I think this is one big change that we are seeing in the last 2-3 years, that people are preferring shorter term investment options, and that is why there is a new product that we have come up with, Max Life Insurance, which is the Max Life SFRD product, Smart Fixed Return Digital Plan, wherein a customer can invest for 5 years and get the maturity amount right after the 5th year. And you get 100% tax-free guaranteed return as high as 5.8%. And if you stay for 10 years, then you get 6% plus returns. So this is basically a big shift from earlier investment insurance plans, wherein the guaranteed returns used to be only when you are staying for longer or for 10 years or more. So now we have plans which give you the flexibility of investing for just 5 years and getting the money, which is 100% tax-free in the 5th year.
Aditya, you know, recently Max Life and Policy Bazaar came together to launch a short-term investment cum insurance plan. Could you tell us a little more about its features and how it really helps investors meet their financial goals?
So developing products to respond to consumer needs has always been Max Life's focus. And we are committed to always introduce innovative, digitally enabled and flexible product solutions in the marketplace. In this parlance, as Vivek just mentioned, Max Life and Policy Bazaar actually have come together to launch a Smart Fixed Return Digital Plan. It's a short-term life insurance plan specially focused on the millennials. It is a non-market linked plan, non-participating, focused on short-term savings. And this product was actually brought together based on very detailed consumer insights that both organizations conducted. Short-term financial goals, minimum tenure, 5 years. The plan offers 100% guarantee, tax-free, and returns as high as 6.14% along with life insurance cover. The monthly premium can be as low as just 3,000, and it's available on Max Life's website and Policy Bazaar.
All right, Vivek, people have traditionally been inclined towards products like FD, for example. Could you tell us a little more about how this kind of plan is different from the traditional savings instrument, more specifically in terms of returns?
So this plan is very unique in nature when it comes to insurance guaranteed plans, because this gives a return in the 5th year itself, and the returns, if you compare it with a fixed deposit, are actually better than a FD. Because if you look at 2014, the fixed deposit rates used to be around 8.5%, but today the fixed deposit rates from top banks are in the range of 5.3 to 5.5%, and the returns that you make on a fixed deposit are also taxable. In the Max Life Smart Fixed Return Digital Plan, the returns are as high as 6.14%, and because there is a 10 times life cover inbuilt, so this return is absolutely tax-free. So this is a very, very unique proposition when you compare it with a fixed deposit, because in fixed deposit you're getting 5.5% return, which is taxable, and in this you get up to 6.14% return tax-free. So if for example, if I talk about people who are in the 20% tax bracket, effectively they are making 4.5% in a FD, and they would be making 6.14% tax-free in this kind of a plan. This also, in addition, this comes with a life cover which is equal to 10 times of the annual premium.
Okay. Aditya, talking of returns, India really has no dearth of risk-averse investors. How does this plan cater to those investors who want to keep their funds intact amid a volatile market?
So Policy Bazaar's consumer insights actually revealed that most millennials actually preferred short-term savings with high returns, thereby making it very apparent for the demand of a product of this nature. Hence the launch of this plan, a short-term offering with guaranteed tax-free returns, life insurance cover. Now, offering high returns compared to the traditional savings instruments, this product innovation combines guarantee, tax-free, and life insurance cover, allowing the consumer to get benefits of both savings and protection put together all in the same plan. In addition to this, the combination of easy liquidity and very simple and agile onboarding makes this a perfect fit for millennials. For investors who want to keep their funds intact, stay protected, I think the Smart Fixed Return Digital Plan is an excellent option, as it offers 100% guarantee and the lump sum maturity amount is tax-free. This guarantee is actually useful, especially in volatile market conditions and conditions when there is some dynamic churn.
All right, it's time for a short break here. Stay tuned. We'll just be right back on the Policy Bazaar show.
A new published report states who are the world's highest paid actors. And guess what? Tom Cruise is the highest paid Hollywood actor in the world. His movie Top Gun Maverick earned him $100 million. Now we do love seeing good old Tom in action. Well, right after him, it is Will Smith. Remember the Oscar slap? Yes, the same guy. He earned $35 million for Emancipation, but the film is yet to be released. It's scheduled to release in 2023. The film is based on a slave who escapes from Louisiana plantations. Following him is the Titanic movie star Leonardo DiCaprio, along with Fight Club star Brad Pitt. They both demanded $30 million. Well, following them are stars like Dwayne Johnson, Will Ferrell, Chris Hemsworth, Vin Diesel and Tom Hardy, who charged $20 million for their movies. Apart from this, the fan favorite Stranger Things star Millie Bobby Brown is the highest paid actress under 20. As per our sources, the rising star will earn $10 million for her upcoming series Enola Holmes 2. Millie gained fanship from her role in Stranger Things as 11. Fans are eagerly awaiting the final season of Stranger Things, which will air in 2023. Out of these mega stars, who's your favorite? What do you think stars closer home in India earn? Tell us in the comments.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
Welcome back to the Policy Bazaar show. We are discussing planning smart investments to attain short-term financial goals. Here with Vivek Jain and Aditya Satpute. Continue our discussion with Vivek. Vivek, I want to ask you about short-term financial goals. For those who have not started off just yet, explain to us what that really means.
So as I mentioned earlier that basically if you're planning for short-term goals, you can look at equity-linked options, which is like low-cost online ULIPs, wherein you can invest for 5 years, and after 5 years you can invest, you can withdraw your money tax-free. Otherwise, if you are looking for something guaranteed, which is a goal-based saving, I think it's always preferred that you should look at something guaranteed. Then you can look at guaranteed return options, and there are new options in the market available, where you're like Max Smart Fixed Return Digital Plan, where you pay for 5 years, and at the end of 5 years, you get your maturity amount 100% guaranteed and tax-free.
Aditya, what about you? How would you explain these short-term financial goals to those who've not invested just yet, but would like to know what this really is about?
So I would lay my bets on the Smart Fixed Return Digital Plan. I think great features. Number one, simplified onboarding process, along with the instant certificate getting generated just after journey completion. Flexibility to pay your premiums either monthly or annually for as low as just 5 years. Flexibility to choose between different variants tailored to meet different financial needs. Higher benefits offered as and when you keep increasing your premiums as per the goal you choose. Special benefit for women. You have additional 0.25% maturity benefit for a 5-year plan for women, and 0.5% additional maturity benefit for a 10-year plan for women. And again, you can opt to take loan against the policy in case of financial emergencies, especially before the policy matures. You have tax rebates on the premiums that you pay, and the entire amount that you get on maturity is also tax-free, depending upon the variant that you choose.
Vivek, ease of liquidity is a major factor that influences an average investor's decision. Can we understand from you more about this liquidity aspect in such plans?
Yeah, so the Max Life Smart fixed return digital plan, this has liquidity for the customers starting end of third year. So if after third year, if you withdraw your money, there is no deduction in what you have paid, and you will get back some return as well starting the third year onwards. In case, so one, because this is a very, very short term 5-year payment and after 5 years maturity option, this is anyways a very, very small and very liquid instrument. But in case you want your money after 3 years, there is no deduction that happens in the maturity corpus. The other thing, in case you are unable to pay after 3 years, the policy can become paid up, and you can stop paying your premiums in case of that emergency. And after 5th year, you can withdraw your corpus in case of a 5 variant. So if you look at this plan versus earlier plans where liquidity in guaranteed return plans was a challenge, this plan takes care of that aspect as well.
So Aditya, apart from offering a high rate of return rather in this range of investment plans, what are some of the benefits associated with this plan that the viewers should really know about?
So I would call the Smart Fixed Return Digital Plan a smart product. S standing for Simple Journey, Swift Issuance. M, minimum tenure, just 5 years. A, adequate life cover. You get 10 times of insurance cover for the annual premium that you pay. R, returns, 100% guaranteed returns. Returns as high as 6.14%, and T, which is tax benefits. You get tax benefits on the premium that you paid, and the entire maturity amount is also tax-free.
All right, so I'd like to bring both our guests for this question, and I'm beginning with you, Vivek. Before we conclude, we would like to know from you, what should our audience know really about investing in investment cum insurance plans?
Well, I think one big thing that now our viewers should know is that investment cum insurance plans have come a long way. Be it about low-cost ULIPs. Earlier, the ULIPs that were available were high cost. Now the new age online ULIPs are very, very low cost. You get a life cover, and the life cover charges are also returned at maturity. So the cost is as good as low as mutual funds, or even lower in some cases. So the equity linked ULIPs have really come a long way. And on the guaranteed side, there are very, very innovative plans with high liquidity and shorter pay term are coming from a lot of insurance companies. So I think the space is really evolving, and it becoming very, very coming up with very, very customer friendly products.
Right, Aditya, and your take, as far as our audience is concerned, what would you really like to tell them about investing in investment cum insurance plans?
I think there are a plethora of options available today, as Vivek just mentioned. Customers can choose different product solutions based on their need. If it's long-term, if it's market-linked, we've got low-cost ULIPs online. There are capital guarantee solutions as well. But if it's about short-term needs, I think they should focus on guarantee saving plans. I think what that does is it takes care of your short-term needs with an element of guarantee in it, and does not make it dependent on market volatility. These insurance cum investment plans come with key 4 benefits actually. Number 1, 100% guarantee on the maturity amount. Number 2, that is tax-free. Number 3, your premiums are also tax-free. And number 4, I think the tenure that the savings plan, especially Smart Fixed Return Digital Plan offer, are short in nature, 5 years. And so all your short-term needs, especially what the millennials for today, are taken care of by plans of this kind, especially the Smart Fixed Return Digital Plan that Max Life has to offer.
All right, so with this, we come to the end of a very insightful discussion. Thank you so much, Aditya Satpute and Vivek Jain, for joining us today. It was a pleasure having you both on the show. That's all for this week. Keep watching the Policy Bazaar show.
We are humbled by this achievement. It gives us a great sense of responsibility to do more for the country. That has now seeped into the institution. All faculty, staff, and students have this pursuit of excellence.
Sorry.
Watching India Today.
Hello and welcome. You're watching India Today TV. I'm Sneha Mordani. The top stories this Saturday first. Trouble mounts for the Raut. Sanjay Raut's wife Barsha reaches ED. Record a statement. Transactions from Barsha's account under lens in the Patra Chaul case. It's NDA's Jagdeep Dhankhar versus UPA's Margaret Alva as the nation is all set to get its 14th elected vice president today. Prime Minister Modi reaches Parliament to cast his vote. "68 MPs and 300 Congress workers released after 4 hours of detention following Congress's mega all-black Akrosh. Mega Hindutva showdown escalates. BJP claims black on Temple Foundation Day. Congress is back, says, following Lord Ram's path.
उन्होंने एक संदेश देने का प्रयास किया है कि राम जन्मभूमि का जो शिलान्यास हुआ वो और अब जो भव्य मंदिर बनने जा रहा है, दोनों के साथ हमारा विरोध है और हम किसी के लिए प्रदर्शन करेंगे।
Union Minister G. Kishan Reddy flags off mega Tiranga bike rally in the national capital. BJP's Manjinder Singh Sirsa hits out at the opposition, claims this is not a matter of politics but of patriotism.
विरोधियों का तो आज बहाना है, असली में तो उनको अपनी जायदाद को बचाना है। आज वो जो कह रहे हैं तिरंगा, उनको लगता है कि वो पूजा करते रहे और वो पूजा एक परिवार की होती थी।
Indian wrestlers shine bright on day 8 of Commonwealth Games as Bajrang Punia, Deepak and Sakshi clinch gold, while Anshu settle for silver in their respective categories. Mohit Rewal and Divya Kakran also secure bronze for the country. Rahul Gandhi is hit out at the centre yet again. We have some news around Gandhi's first reaction on FIRs. Rahul Gandhi says the BJP can do whatever they want. Protesting in our nation is not illegal. Voicing opinion is now unlawful, is what Rahul Gandhi is saying. Listen into what Gandhi has just said.
Today in our country, protesting is illegal, voicing your opinion is illegal, so they can do whatever they want.
So what do you have to say about
I've said what I had to say.
Milan Sharma has got more details on that story. Milan, we've been talking about the renewed aggression of the Congress party and of the Gandhis there, particularly who've been raising these issues, and they have in fact now again gone all guns blazing against the government, saying this is nothing but vendetta and this is the end of democracy.
Well, Sneha, certainly with the fact that the BJP can register an FIR, these are statements by Rahul Gandhi there, and he's saying that to protest in this country is illegal and that is why they can do whatever they want. These are straight statements from Rahul Gandhi right after the Black Friday protest that was observed throughout the Congress party, in the Congress office, outside, and even at the Parliament with the senior members of Parliament. And you saw those hectic scenes where Rahul Gandhi as well as Priyanka Gandhi were detained by the police along with many members of Parliament and senior leaders as well. And the BJP there saying that they protested on the day of the Ram Temple Foundation, and that was the comeback from BJP's side. But Rahul Gandhi clearly saying that the protest is centered on inflation and price rise. And you remember when he started his press conference also, he says, how are you enjoying the rise or the coming in of dictatorship? So these messages that are coming forward by Rahul Gandhi are in the same line. He's saying that protests in this country have become illegal. So they, hinting at the BJP, can do whatever they want, and the Congress party will continue to do whatever they want, Sneha.
Yes, Milan. Also, we expect in days to come this to even further intensify, given that the Parliament session is also on and the Congress has been raising this inside as well as outside Parliament.
Well, definitely, Sneha, you know, because of the message and the kind of message that has gone through with the Congress party's protest at the moment, it centers around the fact that the party in the opposition wants to speak on price inflation and mehengai and issues of petrol and diesel price hike. But of course, the BJP there says that the cadre and the party is active
Milan,
only
be
because
with us.
the enforcement.
I'm going to come back to you for more on that. We have a press conference that's being held by the BJP.
वो आम आदमी पार्टी है। चंद मिनटों पहले अरविंद केजरीवाल जी की पार्टी और मनीष सिसोदिया जी ने एक प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस किया और जिस प्रकार से उन्होंने झूठ और फरेब का साथ लिया है, आज आवश्यक है कि उस झूठ का पर्दाफाश किया जाए। एक्साइज पॉलिसी को लेके मनीष सिसोदिया जी ने कहा, और जो मुख्य आरोप मनीष सिसोदिया जी का था कि हम तो इक्विटेबल डिस्ट्रीब्यूशन चाहते हैं, हम चाहते हैं कि इक्विटेबल डिस्ट्रीब्यूशन हो, और ये जो शराब
Okay, this was Sambit Patra, in fact, of the BJP, raising the issue of the excise policy and the U-turn of the Delhi government on it. Remember, the BJP has gone all guns blazing against the Aam Aadmi Party government in Delhi city, saying that the Deputy Chief Minister, who also happens to be the Finance Minister, is guilty of receiving benefits from the liquor mafia. The Aam Aadmi Party is alleging the same as far as the BJP is concerned, saying that they are the ones who want to, the BJP essentially wants to encourage bootleggers in Delhi city like they have done so in Gujarat, is what the Aam Aadmi Party says. It's a face-off and a war of words between the AAP and the BJP as far as the excise policy in Delhi is concerned.
वर्षों से पुरानी पॉलिसी में भी जिस तरह से दुकानें अनऑथराइज एरिया में एलजी ऑफिस से मंजूर होती आई थीं, अचानक एलजी ऑफिस ने अपना स्टैंड चेंज करके, एलजी साहब ने अपना स्टैंड चेंज करके उन दुकानों को फ़ायदा क्यों पहुंचाया जिनकी दुकानें खुल गई थीं। इससे सरकार को बहुत नुकसान हुआ, जबकि सरकार ने
द फॉलोइंग एक्टिविटीज शैल नॉट बी अलाउड अंडर मिक्स्ड यूज, ये मास्टर प्लान दिल्ली की कहती है। और इसमें कौन से एक्टिविटीज मिक्स्ड यूज में अलाउड नहीं है, तो पॉइंट नंबर ई में आप देख सकते हैं, लिकर शॉप, शराब के दुकान, ये अलाउड नहीं है, ये मास्टर प्लान कहती है। सिसोदिया जी, आपका ये आरोप था कि वो भारतीय जनता पार्टी के कौन लीडर थे जिनके कहने पर एलजी ने इस प्रकार के क्लॉज को हटाया। तो सिसोदिया जी, हम आपको बताना चाहेंगे, ये भारतीय जनता पार्टी के किसी नेता के कहने पर नहीं, संविधान के कहने पर, कानून के कहने पर, नियम के कहने पर जो काम एलजी ने किया है वो आप सबके सामने है। दूसरा विषय, सिसोदिया जी का कहना है कि एलजी साहब ने बहुत बड़ा घोटाला कर दिया, सीबीआई की जांच होनी चाहिए। ये तो साधारण विषय नहीं है। किसी के कहने पर एलजी साहब ने ये एमसीडी और डीडीए का एनओसी चाहिए, नॉन कन्फर्मिंग एरिया में ये क्लॉज उन्होंने ऐड किया। सिसोदिया जी, प्रश्न उठता है, अगर इतना बड़ा घोटाला था कि आज सीबीआई की जांच की इसमें दरकार पड़ रही है, आवश्यकता है, नवंबर के महीने में, 2021 नवंबर के महीने में ये पूरी कार्यवाही एलजी ने की थी, और आज अगस्त का महीना है 2022, इतने महीनों तक आपको कुछ सूझा नहीं? एक बार कोई पीसी किया हो, एक बार इस विषय को लेकर आपने विधानसभा में चर्चा की हो, एक बार इस विषय को लेकर आप जनता जनार्दन के सामने आए हो, तो आप बताइए, आज अचानक इतने महीनों के बाद, नवंबर से लेके आप अगस्त में जगे हैं, क्या कारण है? कारण एक ही है, मनीष सिसोदिया जी के पीछे और आम आदमी के पीछे जब सीबीआई, ईडी और इकोनॉमिक ऑफेंस विंग लगी, तो अचानक इनको याद आया कि अच्छा, अब ये पूरा मामला डाइवर्ट कैसे किया जाए, बलि का बकरा किसी और को कैसे बनाया जाए, तो एलजी को घसीट कर लेकर आओ। एलजी बेचारा प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस तो कर नहीं सकता है, वो तो पॉलिटिशियन नहीं है, तो एलजी के गर्दन के ऊपर चाकू छुरी चलाते हैं। ये हकीकत है कि नवंबर से आज तक ये बैठे हुए थे। मनीष सिसोदिया जी और अरविंद केजरीवाल जी ने क्या क्या गड़बड़ी की है इस पूरे न्यू एक्साइज पॉलिसी में, मैं आपको संक्षेप में बताना चाहूंगा। नंबर 1, जो मैन्युफैक्चरिंग कंपनी होती है वो रिटेल में अलाउड नहीं होती है, मगर मैन्युफैक्चरिंग कंपनी को मनीष सिसोदिया जी ने रिटेल में अलाउड किया। दूसरा, जो ब्लैकलिस्टेड कंपनी होती है वो ब्लैकलिस्टेड कंपनी भी, उनको ये ठेके खोलने की अनुमति नहीं होती। ब्लैकलिस्टेड कंपनी ना टेंडर दे सकते हैं ना ठेके खोल सकते हैं, मगर ब्लैकलिस्टेड कंपनियों ने ठेके खोले हुए हैं। तीसरा विषय, कार्टेल। ये कार्टेल जो मिली भगत होती है, ये कार्टेल भी टेंडर में अलाउड नहीं होता है, मगर यहां कार्टेल को भी मनीष सिसोदिया जी ने अलाउ किया। और ऐसा नहीं है कि जो सजग प्रहरी हैं दिल्ली के वो चुप रहे। कुछ जो सजग प्रहरी हैं, कुछ कार्यकर्ता हैं, उन्होंने एक्साइज कमिश्नर को इस विषय में, एक्साइज डिपार्टमेंट को इस विषय में चिट्ठी लिखा और बदले में एक्साइज विभाग ने नवंबर 2021 को ही मनीष सिसोदिया जी को और आम आदमी पार्टी को यह सो कॉज नोटिस दिया। दिस इज द सो कॉज नोटिस। ये सो कॉज नोटिस जो दिया गया है कि आखिरकार क्यों आप कार्टेल अलाउ कर रहे हैं, आखिरकार क्यों आप मैन्युफैक्चरर्स को रिटेल में अलाउ कर रहे हैं, आखिरकार क्यों आपने ब्लैक लिस्टेड कंपनी को ठेके खोलने की अनुमति दी, यह नोटिस इशू किया है एक्साइज डिपार्टमेंट ने। मनीष सिसोदिया जी, ये तो नवंबर विगत वर्ष इशू किया हुआ नोटिस है, क्या इसका जवाब आपके विभाग ने दिया है? नहीं दिया है तो क्यों नहीं दिया है? दिया है तो आप इसके उत्तर को सार्वजनिक करिए, आप इसको पब्लिक डोमेन में डालिए कि इसका उत्तर क्या है। और बंधुगण, मुझे तो दुख के साथ कहना पड़ रहा है कि विगत वर्ष जब कोरोना अपने चरम पर था, जब यहां पर लड़ाई चल रही थी कि माइग्रेंट वर्कर को किस प्रकार से वैक्सीन लगाया जाए, माइग्रेंट वर्कर को किस प्रकार से सेवा ही संगठन के माध्यम से भारतीय जनता पार्टी भोजन इत्यादि पहुंचाने की तैयारी में थी, उस समय बस भेज करके अरविंद केजरीवाल जी, जो माइग्रेंट वर्कर थे, उनको दिल्ली से बाहर जाने का रास्ता दिखा रहे थे। ठीक उसी समय मनीष सिसोदिया जी की विभाग और मनीष सिसोदिया जी स्वयं क्या कर रहे थे? महापाप कर रहे थे। 144 करोड़ रुपया, 144 करोड़ रुपया मनीष सिसोदिया जी ने शराब कंपनियों का माफ किया। शराब कंपनियों का, आप सोचिए, यह भारत के इतिहास में पहली बार हुआ है कि शराब कंपनियों के पैसे को माफ किया जाए। पहली बार इस प्रकार से हुआ है। एक तो आप रेसिडेंशियल एरिया में, स्कूल के बगल में, धार्मिक क्षेत्रों के बगल में, मंदिर के बगल में, गुरुद्वारे के बगल में, मस्जिद के बगल में, बच्चों के रिहाइश स्थान के बगल में, सोशल स्ट्रक्चर्स के पड़ोस में आपने नियम को ताक में रखकर, कानून को ताक में रखकर के आपने शराब के दुकान खोले। एलजी के ऑब्जेक्शन के बावजूद आपने पूरे दिल्ली के नॉन कन्फॉर्मिंग एरिया में शराब के ठेके खोल दिए। और तो और कोरोना के कार्यकाल में 144 करोड़ रुपया आपने बिना परमिशन के इन शराब की कंपनियों के ठेकों के माफ किए। बाद में रियलाइज हुआ मनीष जी को, अच्छा मैंने माफ तो कर दिया है मगर परमिशन तो कैबिनेट से लिया नहीं है, तो पहले माफ कर दिया। बाद में कैबिनेट की मीटिंग हुई और उस कैबिनेट की मीटिंग में निर्णय लिया गया, न बही न खाता, जो कहे मनीष सिसोदिया वही सही है, किसी चीज की आवश्यकता नहीं है, जो भी मनीष सिसोदिया जी कहेंगे वो सही है। इस प्रकार से पारित किया गया। मगर मनीष जी को भी रियलाइज हुआ कि यह तो गलत हो जाएगा, धरपकड़ तो होगी। फिर इसको भी, ये नोटिस भी कैंसिल करवाया, नहीं ये भी कैंसिल। सोचिए, गैर कानूनी काम करने से कहा जाता है ना, एक झूठ को छुपाने के लिए 100 झूठ बोलना पड़ता है और अंततोगत्वा पकड़े जाते हैं। ये 144 करोड़ रुपीस कैंसिल करा करके, माफ करा करके अंततोगत्वा आज पकड़े गए हैं। आज सीबीआई की जांच बैठी है, ईडी की जांच बैठी है। और मैं सवाल पूछता हूं, अभी पार्लियामेंट में सीना ठोक ठोक के संजय सिंह जी, उनके जो सांसद है, कह रहे थे बहुत फायदा होगा, हजारों हजार करोड़ रुपए के फायदे हो जाएंगे ये न्यू एक्साइज पॉलिसी से। ये तो अभी 10 दिन 15 दिन पहले बोल रहे थे। और तो और मनीष सिसोदिया जी ने खुद प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस करके कहा है, इसी वर्ष कहा है, 15-20 दिन पहले कहा है, हजारों हजार करोड़ रुपए का फायदा होगा। अरे जब नवंबर में एलजी ने आपके अनुसार इतना बड़ा घोटाला कर दिया और तभी आपको पता चल गया था कि सब कुछ खत्म हो गया है, एलजी साहब ने इस प्रकार से एक ऑर्डर पारित कर दिया है, तो 15 दिन पहले कैसे हजारों हजार करोड़ रुपए का फायदा हो रहा था? और जैसे ही सीबीआई आपके द्वार तक पहुंच गई तब सब घाटा हो गया। ये मनीष जी को और अरविंद केजरीवाल, असली किंगपिन तो अरविंद केजरीवाल ही है। अरविंद केजरीवाल जी को लगता है हम सब जो जनता है मूर्ख है और जो भी सच्चाई है हम देख नहीं पा रहे। सारी सच्चाई हमें दिख रही है। अब जब चोरी पकड़ी जाने वाली है, बिल्कुल द्वार तक सीबीआई पहुंच चुका है, तो स्वाभाविक रूप से ये किस प्रकार से ध्यान भटकाया जाए, बलि का बकरा किसे बनाया जाए, इसकी कवायद जो है वो दिल्ली सरकार कर रही है। अब मेरे साथ माननीय अध्यक्ष जी हैं दिल्ली प्रदेश के, मैं उनसे निवेदन करूंगा और उससे पहले कि माननीय अध्यक्ष जी और बिदुड़ी जी बोले, एक बहुत ही इनक्रिमिनेटिंग वीडियो, इस वीडियो को आप सबने देखना चाहिए। मनीष सिसोदिया जी का सच इस वीडियो से मालूम पड़ेगा। मैं निवेदन करूंगा हमारी आईटी डिपार्टमेंट से कि वे इस वीडियो को चलाएं। 2 मिनट का वीडियो है, उसके बाद माननीय अध्यक्ष जी और माननीय बिदुड़ी जी आपको संबोधित करेंगे।
एरिया में जो मिक्स लैंड की सड़क है, हमारा मास्टर प्लान मिक्स लैंड की सड़क पर शराब की ठेके खोलने की अनुमति नहीं देता है। सुप्रीम कोर्ट की गाइडलाइन का वायलेशन हो रहा है।
सारे विषय आ ही गया।
हम ये वचन दे रहे हैं कि अब मास्टर प्लान का वायलेशन करके रिहायशी क्षेत्रों में गली गली में शराब के ठेके खोलकर हम अपने उन गरीब लोगों को जो झुग्गी झोंपड़ी में रहते हैं, बखाई कॉलोनी में रहते हैं, जो बेचारे उनकी मंथली तो 10,000 रुपये से कम है, हम उनके बच्चों को शराबी नहीं बनने देंगे, दिल्ली को शराब की मंडी नहीं बनने देंगे। हम किसी के लिए हम खुल कर आए हैं और मैं इस हाउस में उस ईश्वर की, उस भगवान राम की सौगंध खाता हूं कि मैं जो शराब के ठेके एवं जो महत्व का वायलेशन करके खोले हैं, मैं उनको बंद करवाऊंगा। ऐसा बना दूं सबको अपने घर में रहेंगे। मैं आज इस बात का ऐलान कर रहा हूं।
Strategy is getting us more details on that, Shreya. In fact, in spite of the government of Delhi essentially saying that we're going to go back to the old policy, there's been a U-turn in a sense. The attacks from the BJP continues, given that the AAP has raked up the issue of this, connecting it with Gujarat. The BJP is also not going to let this matter die down anytime soon, isn't it?
Well, absolutely. So, we've seen that the BJP has actually come out and actually hit the Aam Aadmi Party government about the liquor policy. We first saw today when Manish Sisodia come out and give an explanation about the liquor policy. He said that the entire fiasco erupted after a change in mind about the previous LG when he had first given the permission to give a go-ahead in opening liquor shops even in unauthorized areas. Manish Sisodia, his claim was this was to ensure an equitable distribution of liquor shops. He said that there were over 800 shops, liquor shops in Delhi, but no more shops would increase. The number would only give an equitable distribution overall. He also mentioned that this was to avoid something like the Hooch tragedy. Now we see that here the BJP has yet again come out and attacked the Aam Aadmi Party, saying that this entire problem is nothing but a favor that the Aam Aadmi Party tried to give out to the liquor cartel. That's what the BJP's claim is, and they say that this is something that shouldn't have been allowed in the first place. The Aam Aadmi Party has a different thing to say, and today the Manish Sisodia, he's also written to the CBI to actually explain the entire matter from what the Aam Aadmi Party has to say. But it's entirely a politics that's playing out in the open about the excise policy, about the new excise policy of the Delhi government, with the BJP constantly attacking the Aam Aadmi Party, and the Aam Aadmi Party also coming up with its explanations.
Shreya, thanks for getting us those details. The voting is underway to elect the 14th Vice President. Prime Minister Modi, Home Minister Amit Shah, former Prime Minister Dr. Manmohan Singh cast their votes in Parliament. The competitors on the battlefield are NDA candidate Jagdeep Dhankhar, opposition nominee Margaret Alva. The Electoral College for the Vice President poll comprises of a total of 788 members of both houses of Parliament. All is not well in the opposition camp. TMC has decided to abstain. AAP, TRS, AIMIM, JMM have announced their support, however, for Alva. BSP and TDP have said they will back Dhankhar. Prayers are underway at Dhankhar's village in Jhunjhunu for his victory. Counting of votes and results expected at around 7:30 p.m. today. The oath taking is going to happen on the 11th of August.
हम उपराष्ट्रपति जी के लिए उनकी जीत सुनिश्चित करने के लिए आज जोड़िया मंदिर में हवन कर रहे हैं, और अभी गांव में जो ठाकुर जी का मंदिर है उसमें भी हवन होगा। महिलाएं मंगल गीत गाएंगी और मिठाई वितरण होगा। ये शुभकामनाएं हमारी कि वो अच्छे मतों से जीतें और अपना 5 साल का कार्यकाल है वो अच्छे से पूरा करें।
वैसे तो उनकी विजय सुनिश्चित है, लेकिन गांव के लोग, परिवार के लोग अपनी खुशी जाहिर करने के लिए और जीत को और सुनिश्चित करने के लिए हवन का प्रोग्राम रखा गया है। और शाम को जो विजय श्री का समाचार मिलता है तो फिर तो खुशी और नाच गान का ही होगा।
The Ayodhya Ram Mandir issue is rising now 2 days after the foundation stone was laid for the temple by Prime Minister Modi. Construction, in fact, is on full swing. Phase 1 of the Ram Mandir complex is nearing completion. The Ram Janmabhoomi campus bore a festive look on the 2nd anniversary of the Bhumi Pujan. So when is the temple really going to be ready, and when can the devotees visit for a darshan? Take a look.
It's been 2 years now that the work of the construction of Grand Ram Temple has begun in Ayodhya. On 5th of August 2020, Prime Minister Narendra Modi led the foundation of this temple, which we are showing you right now exclusively on India Today, of the progress so far. The plinth work is going on in full swing, and it has been said that more than 30% of plinth work is almost over. The foundation has already been laid, and also very importantly, the stones which are coming from Paharpur and the pink stone of Rajasthan, they are also been installed within the premises of the Garbhagriha, which is the main temple of Ram Lala. Now, we'll show you first the spot where this Garbhagriha is. So if you show it just in front of us, where is this orange flag, the pataka, which has been said is actually the Garbhagriha, the main temple where the Ram Lala will be there to grace. At the same time, if you look at all these stones which have been assembled here, which will show you the progress. Now the L&T which is working here, you can see how these are blocks which have been installed here, and by conjecturing all those blocks, the work has been has taken a rapid pace. Now as far as the work is concerned, which is also very important in terms of its progress, so 30 to 35% work is already completed, and it has been said that by the end of the August, the plinth work will be completely completed. Now, as far as when we will be able to see the temple, that deadline has been set of December 2023, and from January onwards, it has been said that Ram Lala Lord Ram will be there within the premises. Now, this picture is quite evident to show you how the progress is going on, and it has been said that it is going to be one of the grandest temple, not only in Uttar Pradesh but also throughout the country. So that is a primary focus, and with that the progress has taken the pace, and with that pace it is expected that soon the grand structure will be visible after the plinth work is over. And that date, because 5th of August, it is the second year after the laying the foundation stone of this temple, and within next 1 year there is going to be a huge development, and the date which has been set is December 2023, when the people of Ayodhya and all over the world will be able to see Ram Lalla in this temple. In Ayodhya with cameraman Sandeep Dubey, Abhishek Mishra for India Today.
All right, it's time for a break. Here on the other side, China's Taiwan provocation escalates. We're getting you all the updates in just a bit.
You are watching India Today.
Traveling from different parts.
Armed with facts,
Looking at political background.
she takes the news by its horns.
Do you think the future of these students are not hampered?
Fierce, bold, and direct, setting the tone for the biggest stories. From every corner and every angle. Expect nothing but the unfiltered truth.
News first, niceties later. Watch me, Nabila Jamal, on India Today.
Kerala is battling monsoon fury. Deluge and destruction plague the state that has been lashed by incessant. Kerala's longest river, the Periyar, has fallen beyond normal levels, overflowing into villages surrounding it. The state government has swung into action. Round-the-clock rescue and relief operations are on to evacuate people.
I'm right now at Kottayam district, and it's a region which is around 500 meters away from the Meenachala river in Kottayam. It's a residential area, and you can see the water level has come really high. The house behind me is almost half submerged in water. The water, even though the river is 500 meters away, the water level has come really high, and the people here are finding it very difficult to commute, to walk out of their houses and move to the other regions.
A red alert has been issued in 8 districts fighting flood fury. IMD predicts non-stop rain in Kerala till Sunday.
Water going inside the houses where we have to face a lot of difficulties, especially for the parents inside. There are aged people inside, and it's very difficult for them to stand in the water for a long time, causing a lot of health issues. And post that, we have a lot of issues around the property as well. Our house is getting damaged every year.
Kerala is ravaged by deluge, its people reeling from devastation as they await aid and relocation.
Heavy rainfall continuing in various parts of the state. High alert issued, red alert issued to many districts in the state. The school here is under the water, is submerged in water, and if the rain keeps continuing and if the heavy rainfall is going to hit the state till Monday, it's going to be a very, very dangerous situation. With video journalist Tinku Rajashekhar, Shibimol KG for India Today from Kottayam.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
Now, China is only escalating its action against Taiwan by the day. Taiwan ministry says multiple batches of Chinese planes and ships were spotted crossing the median line of the island nation. Taiwan says China is stimulating an attack on its main island. The military began aggressive exercises after U.S. House of Representatives Speaker Nancy Pelosi's visit that Beijing had opposed. Taiwan Defense Ministry said troops stay on high alert in both areas, which lie just off the coast of mainland China, after Beijing launched large-scale military drills. Meanwhile, the deputy head of Taiwan Defense Ministry's Research and Development Unit was found dead on Saturday morning under mysterious circumstances in a hotel room.
Today, 中国在台湾周边进行实弹射击演习，这种刻意持续升高军事威胁，特别是在国际最繁忙的航道上，这不只是对台湾，对于国际社会都是不负责任的做法。现在国军已经加强战备，严密且及时地掌控周边所有的军事动态。我们严正要求中国理性自治。
We're being joined by CGTN correspondent Meng Qingsheng as he explains us the ground situation between the two countries. Thank you so much for your time. What's really happening around? Where are you exactly?
Hi there, I'm now on an island of southeast China's Xiamen city. Now I can show you the exact location. As you can see, the location is just about 1.6 kilometers away from Taiwan's Kinmen Island. If you look closely, you can probably make out the coastline behind me. The large-scale live-fire military drills entered their third day today. The PLA Eastern Theater Command is testing the joint operational capabilities of its troops in the northern, southwestern, and eastern waters and airspace of the island of Taiwan. On Friday, the Air Force deployed warplanes, including fighters, bombers, early warning aircraft, and electronic reconnaissance planes. At the sea, more than 10 destroyers and frigates conducted blockade operations from different directions surrounding the island. The vessels also did realistic combat-oriented training courses, including land attacks and joint anti-submarine missions. These exercises are scheduled to run until Sunday noon, meaning they still have nearly a day to go.
Meng, also Taiwan says that over 60 PLA fighters and 13 warships have crossed the median line. What do you really see on the ground?
Well, we did see warplanes flying over the sky here, but you know, my location is now the lowest place to the military drills. So the number of military aircraft I can see is limited. On Thursday alone, the Air Force and Naval Aviation Corps of the PLA Eastern Theater Command flew more than 100 warplanes, including fighters and bombers, to conduct combat training exercises. A video clip released by Chinese military shows Su-30 fighter jets flying above the coastline of Taiwan Island. The pilots could see the coastline and the central mountain range with the naked eye, meaning the aircraft flew very close to the island. Military experts told me that 5 of the drill zones are set to the east of the so-called median line of the Taiwan Strait. This means that the PLA is disregarding the existence of the line. But since Taiwan is a part of China, is called the so-called territorial sea is also China's territorial sea. Experts say these drills are showcasing the Chinese military's absolute superiority and control over the region.
Also, videos released by the Chinese state TV and Global Times have shown ballistic missiles, long-range rockets being fired. What are these really aimed at?
Exactly, the operations have involved advanced weapons like J-20 stealth fighter jets, Dongfeng 17 hypersonic missiles, and Dongfeng 11 short-range ballistic missiles. This is actually the first time the PLA has launched live long-range artillery across the Taiwan Strait. Multiple types of conventional missiles were launched and all accurately hit the targets. So that helps verify the rocket force's precision striking and area denial capabilities. China's Ministry of National Defense says that joint operations are a serious deterrent against the collusion between the US and Taiwan. It says that China will defend its national sovereignty and territorial integrity, leaving no place for Taiwan independence efforts or external interference.
Will there be an even bigger escalation as is being, speculated? Is China really planning a blockade or so?
Look, I have no idea what will happen next, but observers say that drills surrounding Taiwan are intended to show that the Chinese military is capable of blockading the entire island and of resolving the Taiwan question through non-peaceful ways. These are reasonable and lawful measures for China to safeguard its sovereignty and territorial integrity. You have to remember, the Taiwan question is the most important and sensitive issue underpinning China-US relations. So what Nancy Pelosi has done has been seen as a provocation and infringement on China's sovereignty and territorial integrity. Beijing believes the visit has sent the wrong signal to separatist forces pushing for Taiwan independence. So it's escalated tensions across the strait, a very dangerous move. And we'll just have to see what happens next.
Meng Queen Chen, thank you so much for joining us. Appreciate your time and your views, your perspective on that story. Well, that brings us to the end of this edition. For all news and updates, do log on to our website, that is indiatoday.in. You can also download the India Today app. Thank you for watching.
You are watching India Today.
Reliance Jio has gone ahead and may roll out services earlier than expected. Akash Ambani, chairman, Reliance Jio Infocom, said that they will celebrate Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav with a pan-India 5G rollout. Airtel has also confirmed that it will roll out its 5G services in the country before the end of the month. But who will be the builder of the best 5G network in India, and how much will the service cost? Business Today TV managing editor Siddharth Surabi finds out in a conversation with Analysis Mason's Rohit Dhamija.
The best builder of 5G will be the operator that's gotten the best raw materials in terms of spectrum. And without a doubt, the emphatic answer to that is that Jio has gotten the most amount, both in terms of quantum as well as the best quality of spectrum. So Jio has acquired by far the most comprehensive spectrum portfolio in this recently concluded auction. And let me explain that a little further, Siddharth. I'll try getting not too technical, but given the subject matter. So there are basically two to three key 5G bands. There is the C band, which provides capacity, which all three operators have gotten. The Vodafone has gotten only in selected circles. But Airtel and Jio both have gotten in quite a lot of bulk quantity across India. But then there is the Rolls Royce of all spectrum bands, which is the 700 megahertz band. Yeah. And Jio is the only of the three Indian operators that has gotten that 700 megahertz band, which basically means
Hello and welcome to the latest edition of It's Gone Viral. I'm Sneha Mordani. In the next half an hour, we will be showing you some of the images and videos that have gone viral last week and created some buzz.
The audience responded enthusiastically to Ram Charan and Junior NTR's upbeat dance move in the RRR song Natu Natu. Two sisters, Antara and Ankita, were recently featured in a viral video where they were shown flawlessly and with the appropriate emotions doing the reproduced version of the Natu Natu hook step. Netizens are going into frenzy over it. In the Mayurbhanj district Similipal National Park, a rare black tiger has been seen. On the social media, the black tiger video is becoming increasingly viral. In the Similipal Wildlife Sanctuary, a black tiger can be seen in the footage attempting to scale a tree. Parveen Kaswan, an employee of the Indian Forest Service, shared the video. The video has gained instant traction as Twitter users admired the rare wild animal. In a recent video, an emergency responder serving in Ukraine is shown giving his partner a ring while getting down on one knee. In the distance, sirens can be heard as the woman accepts the proposal with tears in her eyes. Members of the emergency rescue service are surrounding the couple and passers-by are filming their joyful interactions on cell phones. The netizens are getting emotional over it. The thrilling new dance challenge, #DirtyLittleSecret, which is highly popular on social media, is one of the newest trends. In her official Instagram account, Nora Fatehi posted a video of some Ugandan children successfully attempting the Dirty Little Secret challenge. In the video, African children can be seen dancing to the infectious beats of the song Dirty Little Secret. Their dance has left people speechless. A funny video is going viral on social media these days, in which two biryani handis are seen floating on waterlogged roads of Hyderabad. People are commenting on the viral video after watching it. Someone is definitely going to be unhappy not getting his biryani order on time. This viral video with more than 9 million views shows a street vendor picking up golgappas fallen on the road. The clip left the internet divided as some viewers sympathized with the vendor and appreciated the person who filmed the video, while others bashed him for not helping the vendor and were concerned about the vendor selling dirty golgappas. This viral video features a barista making stunning latte art. He first pours frothy milk into a cup of coffee and then sprinkles chocolate powder to make it look like grass and mud. Next, he uses a thin stick and melted chocolate to make swirls that look like a tree. Twitterati appreciated the barista's art and said they would rather admire it than drink the coffee. Tesla CEO Elon Musk shared a video of his 2-year-old uniquely named son X-A12 playing with his pet dogs. Born in 2020, X-A12 is Elon Musk's first child with Canadian musician Grims. The video garnered close to 2 million views. Netizens gushed over the camaraderie between the toddler and the dogs. Musk shared the video with the message, "X loves dogs." IAS officer Supriya Sahu took to Twitter to share the footage of a hungry elephant desperately trying to pluck jackfruits hanging on a branch. She shared the video with the caption, "Jackfruit is to elephants what mangoes are to humans." A kind and caring gesture shown by a delivery agent won the heart of Dubai Crown Prince Hamdan bin Mohammed Al Maktoum. He shared the video of a delivery agent removing bricks from a busy road that could have caused an accident. He shared the video with the caption, "An act of goodness in Dubai to be praised. Can someone point me to this man?" A small kind thought indeed goes a long way. If there's one thing you find in abundance on internet, it is funny animal videos, like this one. A groundhog was caught on camera not only robbing a farmer of his food crops, but also eating them brazenly in front of the surveillance camera. A video that has surfaced on social media shows a young boy seeing Wall-E.
What's your name?
The well-known robo from the film for the first time. And now his response has become a hit on social media. In a video that went viral for the right reasons, we saw a monkey beckoning a human to lay on its lap for comfort as the person was probably suffering from a headache. This video will surely bring a smile on your face. This man extremely fortunate. He barely escaped a serious accident. Outside a store, he stepped on a concrete block, and as soon as he lifted his foot, the block fell. The man's reaction shows how fortunate he felt that he did not fall down the drain. A woman from Minnesota grew fingernails for 25 years. And what you see in this video is the result of a painstaking effort. The Guinness World Records measured her nail at 42 feet, 10.4 inches. A neighborhood stray dog was seen acting as a crossing guard for kindergarten kids in a now viral video, which was shared by IAS officer Avanish Sharan. The pup named Kupata, which means sausage, barked and stopped cars at the signal so that the little kids could cross the street. So cute, no? A panoramic view of Rajasthan's Dara Ghats can be seen in the viral video. An express train traversed through the wilderness in the 41-second clip, and we are sure that you won't be able to take your eyes off this sight. We just want to pack up and leave, seriously. We are sure that a majority of you all might have heard the Thirsty Crow story at some point in your childhood. It is a tale about a crow who was parched and used stones to make the water in a pitcher rise up so that it could quench its thirst. Now, a video of a magpie doing a similar thing has gone viral and has made netizens nostalgic. The clip got 8 lakh views on Twitter.
Month-old saw fireworks for the first time.
Who doesn't like enjoying fireworks on a dark night? An 11-month-old watches fireworks for the first time, and her reaction is priceless. The expressions of the baby clearly shows how astonished the baby is to experience it. Bollywood music never fails to impress. While Indians' adoration for K-pop groups like BTS has been increasing, a group of Koreans has stunned the internet with its move to Ghagra, a song from the film Ye Jawani Hai Diwani. Wearing kurtas and ghagras, the girls and boys slayed with their enthusiastic dance moves. An Italian woman has won over the internet with her high fives with marathon runners at an event. The runners were quite amused with the elderly, returned the gesture with a high five and a smile. This video is too adorable to pass up. A touching video of a father and a daughter duo has gone viral on Instagram. The video is of a college graduation ceremony and is definitely not to be missed.
Ashish Sunil Nalawede.
As the guy approaches the podium to take the certificate, his daughter gives an adorable ovation from the audience. And her reaction is too sweet to ignore. A video with over 3 million views shows a little crab cleaning its eyes with its claw. The crab was completely coated in sand, including its eyes. The intelligent crab rapidly cleaned the sand away with its small claws in a viper-like motion. Adorable and lovely. Even the most intelligent people are taken aback by magic tricks, from infants to adults. We all feel delighted when someone pulls a coin from our ear or a bird from a hat. A monkey from a Mexican zoo has now demonstrated a similar reaction to a magic performance. The reaction of the monkey, which was taken on camera as the spectator performed a magic trick in front of the animal at a zoo, is what made this video viral. With her Bhangra moves, Omala is a self-taught Bhangra dancer with over 15,000 Instagram followers. Her Instagram profile is full of videos of her dancing, from Bollywood tracks to Punjabi chart busters. This tea stall in Gujarat's Vadodara is selling chai, but in an edible cup. The stall does not sell or promote plastics, so they have come up with an edible kulhad-like cup which has chocolate flavor. The tea stall, run by 4 friends, is named as the Clan Tea House, and they really have impressed some tea and chocolate lovers. Industrialist Anand Mahindra recently shared a video of an American road patch on Twitter in his caption that this could be useful for India too. A US-based company recently came up with an adhesive patch named American Road Patch, which covers the potholes on the road. The video has amazed more than 7 lakh users online. This clip from the serial Nagin season 6 is going crazy viral. Janhvi mimicked a scene from a popular TV show. With a weird yet funny accent, she has got netizens laughing out loud. Janhvi Kapoor's recreation of the scene with her friend is spot on, and her fans are just loving it.
What?
Mimicry artist Chandni recently posted a video mimicking Alia Bhatt's glam game session from Coffee with Karan, and internet is just loving it. Chandni can be seen recreating a scene from Alia Bhatt's Coffee with Karan, and the expressions, hand gesture and voice is just on point.
You said, okay, why you said my marriage? Say your marriage, na?
Her Instagram is filled with her recreating various Alia Bhatt videos, and we must say she does it like a pro.
Okay. रणवीर, एडवर्ड का भाई या बहन आने वाली है. वाव. Yes. 1, 2, 3, 4.
मैं कसम खा के बोलता है, मैंने बचपन में भी कभी माँ का, भाई का, बाप का सामने ऐसा हरकत नहीं किया.
Sumedh Shinde, a dentist cum mimicry artist, is famous for his hilarious mimicry of some leading Bollywood actors like Ajay Devgan, Ranveer Singh, etc. Now Shinde has come up with a video sharing various actors reacting to the controversial nude photo shoot by Ranveer Singh. The netizens are just amazed with his performance.
You know, actually even I can do all this, but there's a problem, you know, about my hair. Hair, a lot of hair. मतलब मैं तो आसानी से कर लूंगा, लेकिन तुम लोग को देखना मुश्किल हो जाएगा.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
watching India Today.
Good afternoon and a warm welcome to India Today. I'm Paulami Saha and here are the headlines we're tracking at the top of this hour. Trouble mounts for the Rauts. Sanjay Raut's wife Varsha reaches Enforcement Directorate to record her statement. Transactions from Varsha's account under lens in the Patra Chaul case. It's NDA's Jagdeep Dhankhar versus UPA's Margaret Alva as the nation is set to get its 14th Vice President elected today. Prime Minister Modi reaches Parliament to cast his vote. Union Minister G. Kishan Reddy flags off mega Tiranga bike rally in the national capital. BJP's Manjinder Sirsa hits out at the opposition, claims this is not a matter of politics but of patriotism.
विरोधियों का तो आज बहाना है, बस असली में तो उनको अपनी जायदाद को बचाना है। आज वो जो कह रहे हैं तिरंगा, उनको लगता है कि वो पूजा करते रहे और वो पूजा एक परिवार की होती थी।
68 MPs and 300 Congress workers released after 4 hours of detention following Congress's mega all-black Akrosh. Mega Hindutva showdown escalates. BJP claims black on Temple Foundation Day. Congress hits back, says following God Ram's path.
उन्होंने एक संदेश देने का प्रयास किया है कि राम जन्मभूमि का जो शिलान्यास हुआ वो और अब जो भव्य मंदिर बनने जा रहा है, दोनों के साथ हमारा विरोध है और हम इसी के लिए प्रदर्शन।
Indian wrestlers shine bright on day 8 of the Commonwealth Games as Bajrang, Deepak and Sakshi clinched gold while Anshu settled for silver in their respective categories. Mohit Grewal and Divya Kakran also secured bronze for the country. And we're starting out with some news that's coming in right now. 4 die as an LPG cylinder explodes on a boat. A massive cylinder blast on a boat in Patna. 4 dead, 16 injured after a massive boat explosion. Patna boat explosion. More information coming in on that. There were about 20 people on the boat. Now, as soon as the information about the incident was received, the police reached the spot. It is being said that illegal sand was being transported from one place to another by boat. Meanwhile, food was being prepared on the boat using gas cylinders. Now, due to gas leakage, the boat exploded in the middle of the river.
गाँव पर जो बोला गया कि सिलेंडर से आग लगा, बट सिलेंडर से आग लगा नहीं है और सिलेंडर ब्लास्ट नहीं हुआ है। वो खाना वगैरह बनाने के क्रम में वो उसमें डीजल वगैरह का टैंक रखा हुआ, उसी से आग लगा है, ठीक है, जिसमें कि 5 लोग मृत्यु होने की निशान अभी हुई नहीं है, मगर 5 आदमी का।
My colleague Rohit Singh is now joining me live from Patna on this very tragic news that's coming in. Rohit, any more details emerging as to what exactly happened?
Paulami, extremely tragic incident has happened in the middle of Ganga, just about 40 kilometers on the outskirts of Patna, and this happened almost at 11 o'clock this morning when a boat on which 20 persons were on the boat, and they were all part of the illegal sand mining business which is thriving in Patna. So they were transporting sand from one place to another, and usually when you are in the middle of the Ganga, these people who are involved in this illegal mining business, they carry food items and also gas cylinders to cook food right on the boat. And when this incident happened, they were cooking food on the boat when this cylinder in fact exploded because of a gas leak. And in this incident, 4 persons died on the spot who were on the boat, and the body was
badly charred body was also found, and 16 of them who were there on the boat, they were also injured, and later on the police reached the spot and they managed to bring the boat to the bank, and the bodies were taken for post-mortem, and the injured were also rushed to the hospital. But it's extremely tragic incident that has happened, and
Right.
obviously it also goes on to show that there is some sort of yes, Bollywood.
Roy, thank you so much for sharing all those details with us. Delhi Deputy Chief Minister Manish Sisodia writes to the CBI seeking an investigation into former Delhi Lieutenant Governor Anil Baijal's change of stance on the opening of liquor shops in unauthorized areas. Sisodia blamed Anil Baijal for altering the policy without government consultation and causing losses to several vendors who couldn't open shops. Sisodia claims Baijal he blames him for the altered policy and requiring of vendors to seek permission from the Municipal Corporation of Delhi and Delhi Development Authority to open a liquor shop in unauthorized colonies of Delhi. Sisodia claims Baijal had passed the policy after reading it twice and hadn't raised any objections to the policy. Meanwhile, the BJP launched a scathing attack against Manish Sisodia, saying he was trying to shift the blame to the former Delhi Lieutenant Governor as he realized that the noose was tightening around him. BJP blames Sisodia for illegal orders causing nearly 80% government revenue loss from the new policy.
वर्षों से पुरानी पॉलिसी में भी जिस तरह से दुकानें अनऑथराइज्ड एरिया में एलजी ऑफिस से मंजूर होती आई थीं, अचानक एलजी ऑफिस ने अपना स्टैंड चेंज करके एलजी साहब ने अपना स्टैंड चेंज करके उन दुकानों को फ़ायदा क्यों पहुंचाया जिनकी दुकानें खुल गई थीं। इससे सरकार को बहुत नुकसान हुआ, जबकि सरकार ने उनको लिख के भी दिया कि आपका जो ये स्टैंड है इसकी वजह से सरकार को हज़ारों करोड़ रुपए का नुकसान हो रहा है। उसके बावजूद उन्होंने अपना स्टैंड चेंज नहीं किया, बल्कि डीडीएवीसी की एक कमेटी बनाई, उसका भी कोई नतीजा नहीं निकला और अंततः सरकार को उस बीते वित्त वर्ष में हज़ारों करोड़ का नुकसान हुआ।
मनीष सिसोदिया जी के पीछे और आम आदमी के पीछे जब सीबीआई, ईडी और इकोनॉमिक ऑफेंस विंग लगी तो अचानक इनको याद आया कि अच्छा, अब ये पूरा मामला डाइवर्ट कैसे किया जाए, बलि का बकरा किसी और को कैसे बनाया जाए, तो एलजी को घसीट कर लेकर आओ। एलजी बेचारा प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस तो कर नहीं सकता है, वो तो पॉलिटिशियन नहीं है, तो एलजी के गर्दन के ऊपर चाकू छुरी चलाते हैं।
ये एलजी साहब ने बहुत सारे सजेशन और दिए पॉलिसी में चेंज करने के, और बहुत ध्यान से पॉलिसी पढ़ी थी। उस समय न तो एलजी साहब ने आपत्ति की कि अनऑथराइज एरियाज में शराब की दुकानें नहीं खुलनी चाहिए, ना उसका बदलाव, ना उन्होंने कोई आपत्ति की, ना उसमें कोई बदलाव का सुझाव दिया, बल्कि मंजूरी दी। 2 बार पॉलिसी को पढ़ के मंजूरी दी, काफ़ी ध्यान से पढ़ के मंजूरी दी। और जब एलजी साहब से मंजूर करा के उस पॉलिसी के तहत टेंडर किए गए और सरकार के अनुमान से लाइसेंसीज ने 25% ऊपर रख के लाइसेंस लिए, तो जब दुकानें खोलने की फाइलें एलजी साहब के पास गई तो वहां एलजी साहब ने अपना स्टैंड चेंज किया।
सिसोदिया जी, प्रश्न उठता है, अगर इतना बड़ा घोटाला था कि आज सीबीआई की जांच की इसमें दरकार पड़ रही है, आवश्यकता है, नवंबर के महीने में 2021 नवंबर के महीने में ये पूरी कार्यवाही एलजी ने की थी और आज अगस्त का महीना है 2022, इतने महीनों तक आपको कुछ सूझा नहीं?
My colleague Shreya Chatterjee is now joining me live from Delhi on this. Shreya, the excise policy of the Delhi government is turning out to be the latest flashpoint between the Aam Aadmi Party and the BJP. Now, of course, Manish Sisodia is blaming the former LG, but the BJP is saying that because he's finding the noose tightening around himself as excise minister, is he blaming the BJP or the Delhi LG for it?
Well, absolutely. So, Paulomi, we've seen that there's enough politicking about this matter, but one common point that both agrees upon is the loss of revenue. While the BJP says that this loss of revenue was because of the Aam Aadmi Party accommodating to the liquor cartel, the Aam Aadmi Party says that this is because of a U-turn that the previous LG took after actually deciding to go ahead with the policy in hand. The Aam Aadmi Party, especially Manish Sisodia, said that there was a consensus about opening liquor shops even in unauthorized areas. The reason they say was actually to allow equitable distribution of liquor shops. He said that there wouldn't be any increase of liquor shops, but it would be equally distributed along the national capital. He also mentioned this was done to avoid something like the Hooch tragedy. Now, the BJP says that these kind of explanations and writing to the CBI is only because they find that the noose is tightening around them. We've already seen that there's been action taken against some of the officials of the excise department, and the LG had also initiated asked the CBI to initiate a probe. We also saw the Delhi Police's economic offence wing write to the Chief Secretary asking documents of the liquor policy. This entire incident has transpired, and that's the reason the BJP says that the Aam Aadmi Party finds it getting extremely difficult, is why they're trying to come up with explanations to actually run away from the entire matter.
Right. Shreya, thank you so much for putting things into perspective for us. Now, the day after the Congress's mega all-black stir, Rahul Gandhi has slammed the centre once again. After getting released from detention yesterday, Rahul spoke for the first time, and in a scathing attack at the centre, Rahul said that in this country, protesting has become illegal and voicing opinions has become unlawful. Reacting to FIRs filed against the Congress netas, he said that the BJP can do whatever they want to do. Rahul Gandhi dubbed rising inflation and unemployment as Amrit Kal, quote-unquote, under BJP. BJP hit back at Rahul Gandhi, saying that he and his sister Priyanka are nothing but a strong votary of tamasha politics.
Today in our country, protesting is illegal, voicing your opinion is illegal, so they can do whatever they want.
So what do you have to say about
I've said what I had to say.
Voting is currently underway to elect the country's 14th Vice President. Prime Minister Modi, Union Minister Amit Shah, former Prime Minister Dr. Manmohan Singh cast their votes in Parliament today. The competitors in the battlefield are NDA candidate Jagdeep Dhankhar and opposition nominee Margaret Alva. The Electoral College for the Vice President polls comprises of a total of 788 members of both houses of Parliament. Meanwhile, all is not well in the opposition camp as Trinamool Congress has decided to abstain from voting. The Aam Aadmi Party, TRS, AIMIM and Jharkhand Jan Mukti Morcha have announced their support for Alva, whereas PSP and TDP have decided to back Dhankar. Meanwhile, prayers are underway at Dhankar's village Junjunu for his victory. Counting of votes and results is likely to be announced by about 7 p.m. this evening. The oath-taking ceremony is to take place on August 11.
हमारे लिए चुनाव जीतना हारना महत्वपूर्ण नहीं है, एक संदेश देना है कि अगर 75वें वर्ष में भारतीय लोकतंत्र की जड़ों को आपको खाद पानी देना है और पुख्ता करना है, आप विपक्ष से, आम आवाम से संवाद का तरीका पुनः बहाल करें।
हम उपराष्ट्रपति जी के लिए उनकी जीत सुनिश्चित करने के लिए आज जोड़िया मंदिर में हवन कर रहे हैं और अभी गांव में जो ठाकुर जी का मंदिर है उसमें भी हवन होगा, महिलाएं मंगल गीत गाएंगी और मिठाई वितरण होगा। ये शुभकामनाएं हमारी कि वो अच्छे मतों से जीतें और अपना 5 साल का कार्यकाल है वो अच्छे से पूरा करें।
Trouble mounts for Raut's in the Patra Chaul scam case. Shiv Sena Member of Parliament Sanjay Raut's wife Varsha is currently recording her statement with the Enforcement Directorate. Her husband is in the Central Agency's custody till August 8th. Raut's wife has been called for questioning by the agency after transactions done from her account came to light. Over 11.15 crore rupees belonging to Varsha and her associates was recovered by the Enforcement Directorate during investigation. Meanwhile, BJP leader Kirit Somaya's wife has demanded that a production warrant be issued for Sanjay Raut as he is currently in ED custody. The court has adjourned the hearing of the case to August 18. Sanjay Raut's brother and Sena MLA Sunil Raut targeted the BJP and the Enforcement Directorate over action against his brother's family. The Patra Chaud scam is related to a land scam worth over 100,000 crore rupees. Sanjay Raut's name came up. In fact, during the probe, property worth 2 crore rupees of Raut's wife was also attached by the Enforcement Directorate.
आप लोग भी जानते हो कि आज एक एक आदमी भारतीय जनता पार्टी का और किसी पार्टी को 10-10, 50 करोड़ के घर पे रहते हैं. हमारा क्या है, 1 करोड़ 6 लाख रुपए का एंट्री दिखा रहे. ये सब कुछ गलत तरीके से संजय राउत को अटकाने का कोशिश चालू है. संपूर्ण सूडबुद्धीचं राजकारण चालू आहे. भारतीय जनता पार्टी संजय राऊतांना घाबरते म्हणून ईडीच्या थ्रू हे सर्व अटकवण्याचे त्यांचे संपूर्ण प्रयत्न चालू आहेत.
Slipping into a short break. Coming up next, China's Taiwan provocation escalates. We'll get you all the latest updates after this very short break.
You are watching India Today.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com or call 9999892171.
What the Enforcement Directorate has in fact recovered. Over the last few weeks of these raids, the ED has found out enough and more links between Arpita and Partha. And these links involve at least the first of all, in fact in the latest, they claim that 31 LICs of Arpita and Partha as nominees. This is the nominee that Partha Mukherjee has testified for Arpita. And we're looking at this as a confirmed link of both of them being hand in glove in business that they carried out. And then, of course, over the last few weeks, we know that there was a cash haul of 49.8 crores in cash, illegal money, all black money that was found at the residence of Arpita. Now, apart from that, we're also looking at gold jewelry worth 4.3 crores that was found again in the residence of Arpita Mukherjee. We're looking at, in detail, ED has established that in that gold chunk, there were 7 bangles, 500 grams each. Furthermore, a lot more gold that was recovered. We're looking at least 7 bangles of 500 grams each. Apart from that, a lot of gold chains, gold bricks, and a gold pen that was also recovered from Arpita's residence.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
You are watching India Today.
Welcome back. China is only escalating its action against Taiwan by the day. Taiwan ministry says multiple batches of Chinese planes and ships have been spotted crossing the median line of the island nation. Taiwan says China is simulating attack on its main island. The Chinese military began aggressive military exercises after the U.S. House of Representatives Speaker Nancy Pelosi's visit that Beijing had opposed. Taiwan Defense Ministry said troops stay on high alert in both areas which lie just off the coast of mainland China after Beijing launched large-scale military drills. Meanwhile, Ouyang Lijing, deputy head of Taiwan Defense Ministry's Research and Development Unit, was found dead on Saturday morning in a hotel room.
今天，中国在台湾周边进行实弹射击演习，这种刻意持续升高军事威胁，特别是在国际最繁忙的航道上，这不只是对台湾，对于国际社会都是不负责任的做法。现在，国军已经加强战备，严密且及时地掌控周边所有的军事动态。我们严正要求中国理性自治。
We're currently joined by CGTN correspondent Meng Qingsheng as he explains to us the ground situation between the two countries. Meng, what's happening around where you are at the moment?
Now I can show you the exact location. As you can see, the location is just about 1.6 kilometers away from Taiwan's Kinmen Island. If you look closely, you can probably make out the coastline behind me. The large-scale live-fire military drills entered their third day today. The PLA Eastern Theater Command is testing the joint operational capabilities of its troops in the northern, southwestern, and eastern waters and airspace of the island of Taiwan. On Friday, the Air Force deployed warplanes, including fighters, bombers, early warning aircraft, and electronic reconnaissance planes. At sea, more than 10 destroyers and frigates conducted blockade operations from different directions surrounding the island. The vessels also did realistic combat-oriented training courses, including land attacks and joint anti-submarine missions. These exercises are scheduled to run until Sunday noon, meaning they still have nearly a day to go.
Meng, Taiwan says that there are over 60 PLA fighters and 13 warships which have crossed the median line. What do you see on ground?
Well, we did see warplanes flying over the sky here, but you know, my location is now the lowest place to the military drills. So the number of military aircraft I can see is limited. On Thursday alone, the Air Force and Naval Aviation Corps of the PLA Eastern Theater Command flew more than 100 warplanes, including fighters and bombers, to conduct combat training exercises. A video clip released by Chinese military shows Su-30 fighter jets flying above the coastline of Taiwan Island. The pilots could see the coastline and the central mountain range with the naked eye, meaning the aircraft flew very close to the island. Military experts told me that 5 of the drill zones are set to the east of the so-called median line of the Taiwan Strait. This means that the PLA is disregarding the existence of the line. But since Taiwan is a part of China, the so-called territorial sea is also China's territorial sea. Experts say these drills are showcasing the Chinese military's absolute superiority and control over the region.
Right. Videos released by the Chinese state television and Global Times have shown ballistic missiles, long-range rockets being fired. What are these aimed at?
Exactly. The operations have involved advanced weapons like J-20 stealth fighter jets, Dongfeng 17 hypersonic missiles, and Dongfeng 11 short-range ballistic missiles. This is actually the first time the PLA has launched live long-range artillery across the Taiwan Strait. Multiple types of conventional missiles were launched and all accurately hit the targets. So that helps verify the rocket force's precision striking and area denial capabilities. China's Ministry of National Defense says the joint operations are a serious deterrent against the collusion between the U.S. and Taiwan. It says that China will defend its national sovereignty and territorial integrity, leaving no place for Taiwan independence efforts or external interference.
Meng, will there be an even bigger escalation? Is China planning a blockade?
Look, I have no idea what will happen next, but observers say that drills surrounding Taiwan are intended to show that the Chinese military is capable of blockading the entire island and of resolving the Taiwan question through non-peaceful ways. These are reasonable and lawful measures for China to safeguard its sovereignty and territorial integrity. You have to remember, the Taiwan question is the most important and sensitive issue underpinning China-US relations. So what Nancy Pelosi has done has been seen as a provocation and infringement on China's sovereignty and territorial integrity. Beijing believes the visit has sent the wrong signal to separatist forces pushing for Taiwan independence. So it's escalated tensions across the strait, a very dangerous move. And we'll just have to see what happens next.
Men Qingshang, thank you so much for joining us from China and bringing us that live and exclusive report. Now, shifting focus, India is now producing high-quality gin in agave spirits. These Indian brands are giving a tough competition to international brands. Experts are now looking at agave spirits on the lines of mezcal in India as the next gin. Here's a report.
India is now producing high-quality gin and agave spirits and giving international brands some tough competition. Gin sure is the lifestyle choice of many global travelers with an arrived and acquired taste for spirits made from juniper botanicals. Agave spirits too are recently gaining ground in India and have started trending. India today is producing some high-quality juniper-based gin and agave spirits and giving international brands some tough competition. Right from the process of sourcing these botanicals to distilling these spirits, it is an art that these Indian spirit makers have now mastered.
Indian craft spirits or Indian gins have a huge story to tell that is still to be uncovered. You go to a place like the UK or even the Nordics, etc. You've got gins, at the turn of every corner. But really, is there that much available at their disposal to make really unique, different gins? Not really, especially not when compared to what we have here at our disposal in what is effectively the spice capital of the world, in India.
Spirit manufacturers in India, I think, has changed dramatically in terms of the number of entrepreneurs who've come there. But manufacturing as such has still been largely, for a large set of people, has been contract manufacturing or leased manufacturing. So the entrepreneurs have quadrupled or increased quite dramatically.
Experts are now looking at agave spirits on the lines of mezcal in India as the next gin.
We never thought it would be as good as it's been for us so far. We thought it might be challenging to compete against Mexican tequila and Mexican mezcal. However, the craft Indian spirit revolution has begun, and I'm extremely pleased with the results so far.
The consumption of spirits made from botanicals like juniper and agave are now becoming a lifestyle statement for the discerning globe-trotting consumer.
Globally, gin is having a moment. That moment has been around for more than a decade now, and that has some bearing on the growing excitement and interest in the Indian context. And this is driven not just because we have some really great gins and that our quality is top-notch, but also there's an interest in the brand story. And that is what is possibly keeping consumers in this category and drawing new consumers almost every day.
The local handmade batches of these spirits are here to stay, and they are enjoying popularity. With a more discerning millennial population who loves to live it up, know their spirits well, have the palate to differentiate, the local brands from India with homegrown botanicals are giving most of the international ones quite a shaken, not stirred moment. In New Delhi, Chaiti Narula for India Today.
And that's a wrap on this bulletin. For all the latest news and updates, you can log on to indiatoday.in. You can also download the India Today app. Thanks for watching.
You are watching India Today.
The deep rift between China and Taiwan dates back to China's civil war between nationalists and communists, which began in 1927. At that time, China was ruled by the nationalist Kuomintang, led by Chiang Kai-shek. In 1928, Chiang took over as the leader of the country. He finally lost the war to Mao Zedong's communist forces in 1949 and fled to Taiwan, where he set up a separate government. Since then, China and Taiwan have been ruled separately. Taiwan is now a democracy. Known as the Republic of China, it sees itself as a separate state with its own currency, political and judicial systems. But it is not recognized by the UN and has never declared formal independence from mainland China. The People's Republic of China, an autocratic communist state, considers Taiwan to be its territory and has never ruled out using force to take it back, especially if it declares independence. In 1992, Taiwan's then KMT government and mainland China agreed that there was only one China, with both sides agreeing to disagree over who represents China. Countries must choose which territory represents one China. Most, including the United States, have chosen Beijing, many of them before 1992. Most people in Taiwan today are keen to explore warmer relations with the mainland, especially when it comes to trade, but many also oppose China's proposal to unite Taiwan and the mainland. Increasingly aggressive rhetoric from China in recent years has only increased the popularity of Taiwan's independence movement.
With every sunrise comes new beginnings, new opportunities and new stories. And that's why we're first up. While you're sleeping, we're hard at work to ensure you get the perfect news shot every morning. Get you all the updates. Our morning mission, to get you news that's fresh and packed with flavor. Watch First Up every weekday morning with me, Akshata Nandagopal, right here on India Today.
You are watching India Today.
On the show this week, we have a Windows competitor to the MacBook or to the iPad. Well, you'll find out if you watch the entire show. Also, what's all the fuss about 5G and what on earth is happening with the creator economy on Instagram. I'm your host Ayush Alavadi and this is Tech Today. In the tech world, the month of August is all about foldables. So if it's foldable season, we're not only talking about the Samsung Fold and the Flip, we're very excited about those next week on Tech Today, but this week, I have a very special convertible. A 2-in-1, one of the best flagship 2-in-1s in the market, has sort of gotten better. Or has it gotten better? That's the question we're asking on the show this week. The HP Spectre X360. Is this convertible enough to convert all the Apple MacBook fanboys? Well, that's what we're going to find out. Now, as a daily driver, I use an iPad Air with a Magic Keyboard. You can say that that is not the most efficient, productive setup, but it works for me. And I do this show from that particular device as well. But I think that's mobile, it's compact, and you can travel with it. For a lot of people, this is a very fascinating form factor. A convertible 2-in-1 laptop. You can place it in 4 different ways, this being one obviously. If you're writing, then you can always go pull flat, and it comes with this pen. You can do all sorts of drawing and jotting notes. Then when you want to go into laptop phase is when you turn it around like this and becomes an ordinary laptop as well. You have other permutations and combinations, but you get the drift. What really does strike out is the design and the fact that they've gone with this nocturne blue color. There's another fascinating copper-like color, which I also like with it. But this nocturne blue color looks really good. It's strikingly very premium. Even the logo placement is kind of cool. It's not a traditional HP logo. It's very different from their baseline of notebooks. But then you have these vents at the bottom, these very cool sharp edges. They make it look a lot like the MacBook Air M2, but then that's only on this side. Very asymmetric because then it gets rounded over here. It feels sort of light. It might be a kilo or so in terms of weight. When you place it out here, there are a few things about this laptop that we've liked. If you call them minor features and software tweaks, look, we're all for good tech here on Tech Today. And there's one elephant in the room which we have to address right at the end of this review, which is, well, sort of a bummer when we're talking about the new Spectre 360. You type in the password and you're here already. It has Face ID and of course it has Touch ID as well. When I say that, I mean it has biometric authentication. But then there are a few features about this laptop that make it very interesting, and a lot of that action is happening here at the top with the camera. The camera becomes a big selling point with this laptop and a lot of other laptops in this price category, even the MacBook. Apple has tried to improve that front-facing camera. I think a lot of this has happened since 2020, when a lot of us have been working from home, working from anywhere, taking Zoom calls, FaceTime calls. Well, that's when this camera scores really high because of some of the software features. The first feature that strikes me is this button, which is a camera blocker, which is a small software hack. It gives you a grill out here, and that completely blocks out your camera with one button here in the function bar. That's really cool. Maybe the others can also take a cue, especially when we're getting so concerned about privacy and security nowadays, as we rightly should. This is a very cool feature. Turn the camera back on, and the minute the camera is on, it obviously has face tracking. It has a lot of AI tools which make it kind of interesting. But then you have HP's enhanced lighting. The minute you launch this app, the entire interface changes. As you can see, I will have a ring light installed on the screen and there's no extra hardware needed. Again, hats off to the guys at HP. They are working on software. What can you do with this light? You can change the field of view. You can change the color that it emits, which I think is kind of cool. And then the intensity can be reduced. The intensity can be increased. I think it's a very cool feature. When a lot of us have purchased ring lights at home, you don't need unnecessary extra hardware. The last time we used a Nothing Phone 1 as a ring light, this time we have it embedded in the screen. That is fascinating, but that's not all. There are other small features with the camera when it comes to noise reduction, autofocus, auto tracking, which make this quite a good 1080p front camera. Now, one thing I really like about this is something that Apple hasn't managed to do yet. Apple has a fantastic iPad in its ecosystem, and then it has a fantastic MacBook. The thing is, a MacBook has no touchscreen, and an iPad doesn't always work like a laptop for a lot of you. That's where these convertible laptops come in, because they come in with advanced specs. For instance, this has a 12th generation Intel Core i7 1255U. It comes in 8, 16 or 32 gigs of RAM options, 512 GB, 1 terabyte or 2 terabytes SSD, and the display gets bright enough when you want it to. The cool part is that this is still a touchscreen. A lot like the Surface laptops that we've had on the show in the past, the touchscreen is there for all of us to use and all of us to see. When you do use the touchscreen, it feels a little weird on Windows 11, which comes with this laptop, because Windows 11, while they did want to make it entirely touchscreen friendly, is still the Windows of yesteryear. It's kind of cool with the layout, but it's not as intuitive as maybe using an iPad or an Android tablet. Now, of course, this is a 13.5-inch display. It gets kind of bright at 500 nits of brightness. And when things aren't working out for you, given that this is a convertible, you can use this as a touchscreen tablet. Now, when you're using the touch, you will obviously want to use this pen, which can be magnetically charged. You can clamp it on a lot like an iPad to the corner. It's all right. It's nothing like an Apple Pencil, but I think it gets the job done. If you're an illustrator, someone who's doing this professionally, maybe you'd want a slightly more professional sort of a setup. But if you're taking notes and doing just fun drawings on it, I think, well, now let's address the elephant in the room, which is the price. This is a premium laptop by any degree, but premium does not come for cheap. If you want to use this as a tablet, you want to use this as a laptop, you want this 13.5-inch vibrant display, it comes at a price that starts at 1,29,000 rupees. Now that is a lot of money for a laptop, and it becomes a lot more money when you're comparing it to the ultimate OG in this space, if you're okay with that software, which is the MacBook Air M2, something we had on the show a couple of weeks ago, first on Tech Today, and we told you what it is capable of. That is a monster of a device, and it's nearly 1,20,000 rupees. There's a lot of schemes in the market which would make that a lot more affordable. Even the MacBook Air M1 is in a league of its own when it comes to processing and computing power. This, with the 12th gen Intel chipset, does a fairly decent job if you're using it for basic things, but you're going to spend a lot of money, and at 1,20,000, 1,30,000, anything above 1,20,000 rupees, you would want an absolute monster. Well, let me sum it up for you. If you're on the market for a laptop and a tablet, or a 2-in-1, and you're okay with Windows, then this is one of the top premium offerings. A lot like the top-end Microsoft Surface laptops. But if this is not your thing and you want to spend anything upwards of 1,20,000, remember, you are getting into the MacBook Air M2 range, and that is an absolute beast of a machine. The choice is all yours. If you've been tuned into the news of late and you've heard all the updates about 5G, the spectrum auction, the winners, the bidders, sub-6 gigahertz, low to mid bands, all these frequencies can really confuse you when it comes to all that lingo. We at Tech Today want to break it all down for you. Over to you, Nabila.
That's right, Ayush. In fact, I've been doing some research here, and since there's so much being said about what 5G can really do, I thought it's important here to explain the tech perspective on this show. 700 megahertz, 1800 megahertz, 26 gigahertz. What are all these numbers, you may ask? Well, they're all different 5G frequencies which were up for auction right here in India. The 5G frequency bands up for auction were 600 megahertz, 700 megahertz, 800 megahertz, 900 megahertz, 1800 megahertz, 2100 megahertz, 2300 megahertz, 3300 megahertz, 3500 megahertz, and 26 gigahertz. An easier way to understand this here is higher the frequency, the more the speed. So the types of 5G are broadly divided into two categories, sub-6 gigahertz and wave. The sub-6 gigahertz band is further divided into low band and mid band. This low band operates very similar to 4G and in practice would give you a slightly better experience than your existing 4G connection. It's about to get interesting here with the much sought after mid band, so do stay tuned. This is the band where you can get speeds of up to 900 Mbps for a few blocks and works both indoors and outdoors. The best part about this band is the fact that no new infrastructure is really needed, and telecom companies and hardware providers can tweak this existing 4G infrastructure for this, which makes it a lot more cost effective. And then there's wave, or what we call the big boys band. Okay, maybe that pun didn't quite work here as planned. But moving on, if 5G is all about ultra-fast speeds and low latency networks, this band is where the magic really happens then. On paper, wave spectrum promises speeds of up to 10 GB per second. But in practice, we could at least expect a fraction of that, which would be still exponentially better than what 4G speeds really provides that we currently enjoy. Also, these signals are easily blocked off by walls and trees, hence providing limited coverage area. And FYI, there aren't too many smartphones yet that you can buy which support this type of 5G for now. It is important to note that the middle band of 5G is really where the sweet spot lies for Indian telecos and tech companies, because it has the optimum mix of high speed and good range or coverage for consumers. The middle band offers mind-boggling speeds of 250 to 700 Mbps, which is a huge upgrade from our current 4G experience. So if you are looking at buying a new smartphone and are already on Jio, Airtel or Vi networks, then it would be worth your while to check out which band of 5G offered on that device is really compatible with the coverage offered by your network. Let's just say there are interesting times up ahead with 5G, and we're here to keep you updated on Tech Today.
Well, I hope you've been enjoying the first half of the show, because after this short commercial break, we'll be talking about what's happening at Instagram, why are creators so confused, and we have a special Tech Today surprise as well. Don't miss it.
You are watching India Today.
I don't read the news. I read between the lines to tell you the true version of events, the true story of our times.
To document grief, the toughest assignment for any journalist to be.
From those who matter.
Women politicians going to stick up for each other.
Of those who should matter. I document the truth. I don't distort the truth. I don't glamorize the truth. I don't gloss over the truth.
The ghosts of India's contentious medieval history have come knocking again.
I hustle for the truth. On the ground, in the newsroom, in the studio. I don't try to grab eyeballs.
I inform you to make you see the point.
To the Point with Preeti Chaudhary. At these times, only on India Today. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
You are watching India Today.
Welcome back to Tech Today. I'm your host Ayush Elavadi, and now we all live in a very globalized world. What's happening in Taiwan can have ramifications for us here in India, especially for the tech and auto sector. We've been battling a chip shortage across the world and even here in India for the last couple of years, but the global supply chain for semiconductors is highly dependent on Taiwan, namely a company called TSMC. So what does this mean for India and the rest of the world? Here's a special report.
Just as the Indian auto industry was emerging from its worst slowdown ever, there are fears the semiconductor supply crisis could return. These images of the latest and most potent weapons in the arsenals of China and the United States have rattled the world these past 2 days, with the industry dreading the prospect of China throttling the supplies of semiconductors from Taiwan. Last year, Taiwan controlled 63% of the world's semiconductor supplies. South Korea, with companies like Samsung, had 18% of the market, while China had 7% of the market share. US and other countries had the remaining 15%. Simply put, the world is dangerously dependent on Taiwan for its chip supplies. The great chip shortage of 2021 startled the industry and the world, which rudely woke up to the fact that their most critical high-tech components were at the mercy of foreign nations. This was what tech major IBM said in a white paper in March 2021. You never want to be in a spot where another nation can control a valuable resource that your nation depends on. The US, wary of the global tilt, passed a mega $280 billion CHIPS Act, which received rare bipartisan support in both houses of the Congress. India, which announced its $10 billion semiconductor policy last December, has only taken some baby steps in this area. The country still imports 100% of its chip supplies.
भारत चिप टेकर से चिप मेकर बनना चाहता है। सेमीकंडक्टर्स का उत्पादन बढ़ाने के लिए भारत में तेजी से निवेश बढ़ रहा है। यानी मेक इन इंडिया की शक्ति और डिजिटल इंडिया की ताकत की डबल डोज भारत में इंडस्ट्री 4.0 को नई ऊंचाई पर ले जाने वाली है।
However, most of India's chip imports are from China and not Taiwan. Ministry of Commerce data shows India imported over $8 billion of digital integrated circuits alone in 2021-22, of which China accounted for over 50% of supplies, a rise of 106% on year. This was followed by Hong Kong at around $1.8 billion. Singapore took third place, supplying chips worth $547 million, while Taiwan came fourth with supplies worth $470 million. Meanwhile, at least 2 international consortiums have expressed interest in investing in the semiconductor industry in India, with Karnataka, Gujarat and Maharashtra aggressively wooing this technology. While India may not be in the fab picture at present, one of the big advantages it enjoys is its strength in chip design. Nearly 20% of the world's design engineers are Indians, and most are employed by foreign companies in India.
Neil, what a pleasure to have you with us on Business Today, on Tech Today. Neil, just to start off by asking you, if we look at what's happening in the region, especially around Taiwan, now we know in the tech world how much of the global supply chain is dependent on Taiwan, one particular company, especially TSMC. Would you say this is a cause for concern when we really get these nostalgic, alarming sound bells from the past with what happened with the previous chip shortage?
Yeah, we are just coming out of one chip shortage, as most of these foundries like TSMC, which is the leading fab globally, turning out chipsets across everything for every particular product, right from smartphones to PCs to even cloud data storage. So if something happens with respect to geopolitical tension between China and Taiwan, and TSMC has become more strategic in a sense for China with its semiconductor ambitions, and to protect those, it could seriously affect the overall supply in the industry, because if China makes a move, obviously TSMC relies a lot on equipment and technologies from countries outside of Taiwan, which is US, Japan, Europe, and so forth. So if something happens, it's going to be a big blow for the entire industry, not just India, but entire industry. To be specific, 80% of the smartphone chipsets right now are actually being manufactured at TSMC. So, which is huge. And when you add PCs and tablets and so forth, which is growing in terms of semiconductor content, even the data storage and cloud, as we have seen with the recent Intel and AMD earnings, everything is shifting towards more on TSMC being one of the big fab for manufacturing those. So India is reliant on semiconductors from chipset perspective. Almost $27 to $30 billion of semiconductors will be imported this year in India, and bulk of it, which are the high value items, are churning out from TSMC.
It's 2022 and everyone wants to be a creator. More importantly, everyone wants to know how to make a reel. Now I'm trying to figure out how to become a reels creator, and Shivan is going to tell us what's happening in the world of Instagram.
There was a major backlash which happened recently. Instagram was trying to roll out certain features which were very much like TikTok, and people really had a major problem with that, because of which right from the testing stage only, Instagram had to take those features back. They had to roll back those features. One of them being the kind of recommendations you get on your Instagram feed. Basically, when you're scrolling on Instagram, you are not just seeing content from people that you follow, you're seeing content from random people who you probably are not interested in anymore. I want to ask Manu, what do you feel about it? Have you faced this kind of an issue?
I recently noticed it, like in the past few weeks, I think 2 weeks, so I'm noticing that if I used to get any content on my feed, it used to be like, if I'm added on your Instagram, so if Shivan has liked it or Harjas has liked it. Right. But now I'm getting, nobody in my feed is liking it, and the page hai, nobody is following that page, dur se koi, no connection.
But are you getting like TikTok feels when you see the kind of content that you're seeing on Instagram, or the way Instagram is, the direction in which it is going?
See reels as reels only. I used to think earlier that this is like TikTok, but now it has blended in so much into our system that it's just reels. Right. We call every short content reels, even anything which is of this vertical format, and since TikTok is not in India, so for us everything is Reels.
This takes me to the next question I want to ask both of them. That recently on Instagram, if you have an account, you can very easily find this also, that first you had one tab for Reels and another tab for your videos. Now you will only see one tab for your Reels. All your videos and Reels have got combined onto that. As people who use Instagram actively, regularly, who make content on it, I want to find out, is this a welcome move, or do you feel it's just cluttering things unnecessarily? What do you feel, Ajay?
I think it simplifies things, because earlier you'd think that, okay, do I want to put a video post or do I want to put a reel? Even though I know that with reel I may get better engagement, I may get a better reach, but it's just that Instagram's algorithm is such, you want to also post a picture once in a while. You also want to post a video post once in a while as a creator. So that your profile is well managed, the algorithm is happy, right? But now I think that takes it away. You don't have to worry about posting it as a video. Yeah, it helps. It's just simple.
It's simpler.
And the fact that we call Reels TikTok, it's just a video. You put it as a reel, you put it as a video post. If the content has matter, if it has actual potential, it would work.
So it's the content which really matters. What do you feel, man?
I think, YouTube Shorts, it's becoming active, very active. People used to go to YouTube. YouTube was just long content. If you want to watch short content, go on Instagram. If you want to watch long content, go on YouTube. And even YouTube is promoting YouTube Shorts via Instagram.
So while Instagram is still facing a backlash on the new features that they were trying to roll out, some of them it's good that they've rolled them back. But some features that they've added, it's okay. It's okay if Instagram is becoming more video based. Or photographs dekhne, you can go to Facebook. so I think that's the common sentiment here. And overall, I think this is the direction Instagram is going to take. We will be seeing more and more short content on all social media platforms in times to come.
Well, as always, it's been an action-packed episode of Tech Today. If you've liked the episode or haven't liked something about this episode, do write into us. I'm your host, Ayush Alavadi, saying adios.
You are watching India Today.
A new published report states who are the world's highest paid actors. And guess what? Tom Cruise is the highest paid Hollywood actor in the world. His movie Top Gun Maverick earned him $100 million. Now we do love seeing good old Tom in action. Well, right after him, it is Will Smith. Remember the Oscar slap? Yes, the same guy. He earned $35 million for Emancipation, but the film is yet to be released. It's scheduled to release in 2023. The film is based on a slave who escapes from Louisiana plantations. Following him is the Titanic movie star Leonardo DiCaprio, along with Fight Club star Brad Pitt. They both demanded $30 million. Well, following them are stars like Dwayne Johnson, Will Ferrell, Chris Hemsworth, Vin Diesel and Tom Hardy, who charged $20 million for their movies. Apart from this, the fan favorite Stranger Things star Millie Bobby Brown is the highest paid actress under 20. As per our sources, the rising star will earn $10 million for her upcoming series Enola Holmes 2. Millie gained fanship from her role in Stranger Things as 11. Fans are eagerly awaiting the final season of Stranger Things, which will air in 2023. Out of these mega stars, who's your favorite? What do you think stars closer home in India earn? Tell us in the comments.
Everyone's busy finding what's trending. You're busy finding out why. India Today, for those who research before reacting. Download the India Today app now. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
You are watching India Today.
Hello and welcome to India Today. I'm Paulami Saha and here are the headlines we're tracking at the top of the hour. Trouble mounts for the Rauts. Sanjay Raut's wife Varsha reaches Enforcement Directorate to record her statement. Transactions from Varsha's account under lens in the Patra Chaul case. It's NDA's Jagdeep Dhankhar versus UPA's Margaret Alva as the nation is all set to get its 14th Vice President. Prime Minister Modi reaches Parliament to cast his vote. Union Minister G. Kishan Reddy flags off mega Tiranga bike rally in the national capital. BJP's Manjinder Sirsa hits out at the opposition claims this is not a matter of politics but of patriotism.
विरोधियों का तो आज बहाना है, बस असली में तो उनको अपनी जायदाद को बचाना है। आज वो जो कह रहे हैं तिरंगा, उनको लगता है कि वो पूजा करते रहे और वो पूजा एक परिवार की होती थी।
68 MPs and 300 Congress workers released after 4 hours of detention following Congress's mega all-black Akrosh. Massive Hindutva showdown escalates. BJP claims black on Temple Foundation Day. Congress hits back, says following Lord Ram's path.
और उन्होंने एक संदेश भेजने का प्रयास किया है कि राम जन्मभूमि का जो शिलान्यास हुआ वो और अब जो भव्य मंदिर बनने जा रहा है, दोनों के साथ हमारा विरोध है और हम इसी के लिए प्रदर्शन करेंगे।
Indian wrestlers shine bright on day 8 of Commonwealth Games as Bajrang, Deepak and Sakshi clinch gold while Anshu settles for silver in their respective categories. Mohit Grewal and Divya Kakran also secure bronze for the country. India's wrestlers ensured that the nation's medal tally in the ongoing Commonwealth Games in Birmingham continued to grow. 6 wrestlers started the day with hopes of winning a medal and all 6 of them ended up doing just that. It was 3 gold, 1 silver and 2 bronze for India on day 8. Bajrang Punia, who was the defending Commonwealth Games champion in the men's 65 kg freestyle event, defended his title with aplomb. He beat Canada's Lachlan McNeil 9-2 in a relatively one-sided final to clinch gold again. Sakshi Malik was the second wrestler to seal a gold medal. Malik, who had won silver in the 2014 Games and a bronze in the 2018 Games, finally got that elusive gold medal with a pinfall win over Canada's Anna Gonzalez. Deepak Punia rounded off the hat-trick of gold medals when he comfortably beat Pakistan's Mohammad Inam. Deepak was the more inexperienced of the 2 wrestlers but fought with guile and composure that belied his age. But there were more medals in store for Indian wrestlers. Anshu Malik clinched silver in the women's 57 kg freestyle event after losing the final. Now, those, of course, are the images coming in from the Commonwealth Games in Birmingham, where India, in fact, had a stellar outing on day 8. In fact, you can see those are wrestlers that have done India proud as far as the Commonwealth Games are concerned on day 8. Now, the defending champion Bajrang Punia successfully defended his men's freestyle 65 kg wrestling gold medal at the Commonwealth Games. Listen in to Bajrang's exclusive conversation with our correspondent Nitin Srivastav after the medal win.
भारत के मोस्ट डेकोरेटेड रेसलर, वन ऑफ द बेस्ट रेसलर अगर मैं कहूँ, बहुत सारे जो है मेडल हैं इनके पास, ओलंपिक से मेडल है, कॉमनवेल्थ का मेडल है। ये मेडल डिफेंड करना बहुत ही आसान था बजरंग भाई?
देखिए भाई, आसान कोई भी चीज़ नहीं होती, उसके लिए मेहनत करते हैं और मैं ये सोच के नहीं आया था कि सामने वाले कमज़ोर हैं या कुछ भी है। मेरा ये था कि भाई जो हमने ट्रेनिंग करी है उसमें अपनी बेस्ट परफॉर्मेंस देनी है, तो वही सोच के आए थे और वो मुझे लगता है कि उसमें हम कामयाब भी रहे हैं।
जब स्टेडियम बजरंग 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 के नाम से गूंजता है, वो एक अलग आपके लिए होता है ना मोटिवेशन, आपको एक अलग एनर्जी दे जाता है। एक शोमैन की तरह आपकी एंट्री भी होती है, लोग आपको देखना चाहते हैं।
बिल्कुल, मैं धन्यवाद देता हूँ सभी सपोर्टरों को, जो इतना प्यार और आशीर्वाद आप लोग मुझे यहाँ पे आके देते हैं। तो मैं अपने आप को भाग्यशाली महसूस करता हूँ कि भाई हाँ, और उम्मीद करता हूँ कि आगे भी आपका प्यार और आशीर्वाद ऐसे ही बना रहेगा और जो आने वाले टूर्नामेंट है उसमें बेहतर परफॉर्मेंस करें।
भाई, इंजरी के बाद से ये मेडल आपके लिए बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट हो जाता है, साथ ही साथ एक सेल्फ बिलीव, जो भरोसा होता है वो भी बढ़ जाता है। आपको लगता है एक नया फेज़ अब यहाँ से शुरू होगा?
बिल्कुल, इंजरी के बाद मैं भी अपनी परफॉर्मेंस को ढूंढने में लगा हुआ था, उसके लिए मेहनत कर रहे थे, पर जो 2-3 टूर्नामेंट हम खेले उसमें नहीं आ पाई। तो अब मुझे लग रहा है कि भाई दोबारा से उस पटड़ी पे हम दोबारा से आ रहे हैं और जो मेहनत हम कर रहे हैं उसमें कामयाब हो रहे हैं।
यूएस की ट्रेनिंग कितनी काम आई? अभी आप यूएस भी गए?
बिल्कुल, उसमें भी क्योंकि इंडिया में मैं जब ट्रेनिंग करता हूं तो इतने स्पारिंग पार्टनर नहीं मिल पाते। वहां पे जाके हम एक तो स्पारिंग पार्टनर मिल जाते हैं और दूसरा जो डिस्टर्बेंस होता है वो नहीं हो पाता, क्योंकि कभी कहीं किसी दोस्त की शादी है या किसी दोस्त का बर्थडे है, कभी किसी के घर जाना है। तो अगर हम इंडिया में रहेंगे और नहीं जाएंगे तो लोग नाराज़ भी होंगे इस चीज़ से। तो मेरा मानना है कि मेरे से मना भी नहीं होता कि भाई मैं नहीं आ पाऊँगा। तो मेरी कोशिश रहती है कि मैं आउट ऑफ इंडिया ट्रेनिंग करूँ और पूरे फोकस के साथ अपनी जो टारगेट हम लेके चलो उस पर मेहनत करूँ।
12 लोग आए हैं, हमारे 12 एथलीट आए हैं। कितने जो है आप कॉन्फिडेंट हैं कि हमारे पास मैक्सिमम नंबर्स में जो है मेडल होंगे?
देखिए, मैं मान रहा हूँ कि हम 7 से 8 गोल्ड जीते हैं और उसमें मेडल हम 12 के 12 जीते, क्योंकि पिछली बार भी हमने 12 मेडल जीते थे। तो उसमें हमने गोल्ड की संख्या बढ़ानी है। जो हमारी इंडिया भी 6-7वें नंबर पे चल रही है उसको ऊपर लेके आना है, चौथे तक, तीसरे तक, जितने भी हम कोशिश कर सकते हैं। तो मैं मानता हूं कि रेसलिंग 8 गोल्ड जीतता है तो हमारी अच्छी परफॉर्मेंस है।
आखिरी सवाल बजरंग भाई, साक्षी का बहुत दिन के बाद ये मेडल आया, गोल्ड मेडल, उनके करियर के लिए कितना बड़ा है?
देखिए, बिल्कुल, साक्षी भी काफ़ी टाइम से परफॉर्मेंस से जूझ रही थी और कॉमनवेल्थ गेम से उनका पहला गोल्ड है। मैं साक्षी को बहुत बहुत बधाई देता हूँ और काफ़ी अच्छी बाउट लड़ी है साक्षी ने। और उनके लिए बिल्कुल जो आने वाली टूर्नामेंट उनमें उसका हौसला दोबारा से बढ़ेगा और दोबारा से देश के लिए मेडल जीतेगी, क्योंकि सभी लोग ये सोच रहे हैं कि भाई ओलंपिक के बाद 2016 के बाद साक्षी की परफॉर्मेंस चली गई है। तो दोबारा से कम बैक करने के लिए ढेर सारी शुभकामनाएं साक्षी को और आने वाले टूर्नामेंट के लिए।
Sakshi Malik won her first gold medal in the women's 62 kg freestyle wrestling at the Commonwealth Games. After the win, she said that immense crowd support in Birmingham motivated her to win the final bout. Here's an exclusive conversation with our correspondent Nitin Srivastav.
भारतीय रेसलर्स ने इंग्लैंड में फहरा दिया है देश का तिरंगा। इस वक्त मेरे साथ है साक्षी मलिक, रियो के नाम से जानी जाती है जब वहाँ पे ब्रॉन्ज मेडल हासिल किया था, लेकिन आज साक्षी का कमबैक हुआ है इस गोल्ड मेडल के साथ रेसलिंग में।
जी बिल्कुल, मेरा पहले कॉमनवेल्थ गेम्स में सिल्वर भी था, ब्रॉन्ज भी था, तो घर से सोच के चलती थी क्योंकि गोल्ड ही लेके आना है। यूँ नहीं था कि ठीक है मेडल लेके आना है, मेडल्स थे मेरे पास लेकिन मुझे गोल्ड चाहिए था और वो मेरा सपना पूरा हुआ। आपको और जैसे कि पता है कि पिछले कुछ समय से मेरा समय अच्छा नहीं चल रहा था, इंडिया में ही हार मिल रही थी, तो और उसके बाद एकदम से इतनी बड़ी जीत मिली है, तो सर बिल्कुल मैं बहुत ज़्यादा खुश हूँ।
बिल्कुल, लेकिन जब आज यहाँ पर ना इतने सारे इंडियन फैंस एक साथ इकट्ठा साक्षी का नाम लिया जा रहा है, वो एक अलग एनर्जी आपको दे देती है, एक अलग माहौल बना देती है।
बिल्कुल सर, ओलंपिक्स में भी था लेकिन यहाँ जो क्राउड था ना, मतलब मेरा अभी लाइफ टाइम के लिए मेमोरी बना दी। कानों में पता नहीं कितने दिन तक अभी ये गूंजेगा, साक्षी साक्षी। तो कुश्ती के लिए जा रही हूँ, कुश्ती के लिए वापस आ रही हूँ तो भी गूज बम्स आ रहे हैं, इतना अच्छा क्राउड है। हम मतलब हौसला अपने आप बढ़ रहा था कि नहीं अच्छा होगा। 4-0 से हार रही हूँ फिर भी आवाज़ें आ रही हैं कि साक्षी हारना नहीं है, तो मन में ये आ रहा था कॉन्फिडेंस, अपने देश वाले हार नहीं मान रहे हैं तो तू कैसे हार मान सकती है। तो बस मैंने हार नहीं मानी और मेरे पास 3 मिनट थे और मैंने अपना अटैक किया।
एक आप पिछली बार हमने देखा था, आपने हमेशा आप पीछे से जो है कमबैक करती हैं, रियो में भी वही हुआ था, यहाँ पे भी हुआ था। क्या ये आपकी एक स्टाइल है?
सर पता है क्या होता है, जैसे स्टार्टिंग में होता है मैच, जैसे थोड़ा सा मैच पढ़ने में थोड़ा सा समय लगता है, और इस वाले मैच में मेरा पहले 2 पॉइंट मेरे होने थे, वो बाय मिस्टेक वो होने थे मेरे, हो गए वो कनाडा वाले के। तो था कि नहीं कुश्ती ख़राब नहीं करनी है, ठीक है कोई बात नहीं, समय है, थोड़ा सा और लड़के देख किस तरीके से वो लड़ रही है। तो बस मेरे को यही था। फिर 3 मिनट में रेस्ट में भी ये सोचा मैंने कि नहीं तू अटैक कर सकती है, और जाते ही वही हुआ जो मेरा फेवरेट अटैक था वो हुआ, और वहाँ पिन भी हो गया। तो
साक्षी, एक आखिरी सवाल, यहाँ पर हमने और भी सारी चीज़ें बहुत सारे ना बाउट्स देखे, लेकिन जब साक्षी का एक ऊंचा वाला वक्त था, जब बहुत अच्छा समय चल रहा था, साक्षी का ख़राब वक्त भी आया, उस वक्त जब ख़राब वक्त था साक्षी ने अपने आप को कैसे संभाला, क्योंकि उस वक्त संभालना बहुत ज़रूरी होता है?
सर संभाला मैंने यही कि पेरेंट्स साथ होते हैं हमेशा, मेरा हस्बैंड हमेशा मेरे साथ रहा है। मेरी हार के समय भी पता है वो क्या बोलते थे कि ऐसा नहीं हो सकता, देख लेना, ज़रूर अच्छा होगा। और मुझे उनकी आज एक बात याद आ रही है, जब ट्रायल्स थी ना तो बोले कि अगर भगवान ये बोलेगा ना कि एक का हो सकता है कॉमनवेल्थ गेम्स में, तो मैं बोलूँगा कि वो 13 होना चाहिए। और जबकि वो इंडिया में नंबर 1 चल रहा था और एक तरफा उसने उससे पहली ट्रायल जीती थी, तो वही हुआ, भगवान ने सुना कि ठीक है तूने बोला ना उसका होना चाहिए, तो उसका हो गया। तो बहुत ज़्यादा सर उन्होंने हौसला नहीं टूटने दिया, मेरी फैमिली ने, मेरे हस्बैंड ने।
साक्षी और रेसलिंग एक है?
अगर कोई मुझसे पूछे कि इस दुनिया में तेरे को सबसे ज़्यादा प्यार किससे, तो सर मुझे रेसलिंग से ही है। ये मैं हमेशा से बोलती हूँ, मेरा पैशन है ये।
Now, Deepak Punia gave India another gold medal in the Commonwealth Games as he defeated Pakistan's Mohammad Inam 3-0 in the men's 86 kg gold medal match. After his win, our correspondent Nitin Srivastav caught up with Deepak Punia, and here's what he had to say about his opponent.
कॉमनवेल्थ गेम्स में रेसलर्स का शानदार प्रदर्शन जारी है। एक के बाद एक गोल्ड मेडल, सिल्वर मेडल, ब्रॉन्ज मेडल। इस वक्त मेरे साथ दीपक हैं गोल्ड मेडल के साथ। और दीपक, ये मुकाबला ख़ास था, ये मुकाबला बहुत चुनौती भरा था पाकिस्तान के खिलाफ।
देखो जी, बिल्कुल ये मुकाबला बहुत ख़ास था। एक तो भारत पाकिस्तान का मैच था, तो और एक ये था कि सीनियर पहलवान था हमसे, तो ऐसा कुछ एक्स्ट्रा प्रेशर नहीं लिया हमने। बिल्कुल जो अपना गोल बना के मैच चला था, जो अचीव करने को, तो बिल्कुल वैसा ही हुआ। तो बड़ा अच्छा लगा गोल्ड मेडल जीत के देश के लिए।
दीपक भाई, जब आपको पता चला सेमीफाइनल जब आप जीते, उसके बाद आपको पता चला कि अब मुझे पाकिस्तान के खिलाड़ी के साथ जो है मैट पे उतरना है, आप उस वक्त आपके दिमाग में क्या चल रहा था? चाहे वो रणनीति की बात रही हो, चाहे फिर वो मैट पर अपने दाव को लेकर जो है दिमाग में क्या चल रहा था?
देखो जी, दिमाग में एक ही चीज़ चल रही थी, बस गोल्ड लेना है, और वो हमने अपना पूरा किया है। बस यही था कि बस गोल्ड से नीचे कुछ नहीं, बस गोल्ड ही लेना है। बिल्कुल 100% ही गोल्ड लेना है।
देखो भाई, आप बहुत बचपन में आपने अपनी कुश्ती की शुरुआत की थी, कहूँ तो दंगल भी आपने खेला हुआ है।
बिल्कुल।
तो वहाँ से और अब जितना प्रोफेशनल जो है, जब आप रेसलिंग कर रहे होते हो, किस तरीके से अपने आप को आप तैयार करते हैं, या फिर चुनौती भरा सफ़र रहा ये, किस तरीके से आप बताएंगे उसको?
देखो जी, पहले बिल्कुल बचपन में ही मैंने कुश्ती स्टार्ट कर दी थी, क्योंकि हमारे गांव में काफ़ी अखाड़े थे, कुश्ती का शौक़ है हरियाणा में। तो हाँ जी, तो वहीं से मैंने स्टार्ट कर दी थी। मिट्टी में पहले खेलते थे ऐसे ही, उसके बाद फिर दंगल खेलने लग गए, तो थोड़ा इनाम मिलता था और उससे बड़ी खुशी मिलती थी। तो ऐसे ही धीरे धीरे करते हम मैट पे भी कुश्ती करने लग गए। तो कहीं ना कहीं बड़े पहलवान थे, जो सीनियर पहलवान थे, उनको देख के बड़ा अच्छा लगता था कि देश के लिए मेडल जीते हैं, तो इतना प्यार मिलता है, इतना सम्मान मिलता है, आशीर्वाद मिलता है लोगों से। तो वो चीज़ हमने देखी, तो आज हम भी बड़ा प्राउड फील कर रहे हैं।
टोक्यो में आप मेडल से चूक गए थे, लेकिन यहाँ पर आपका गोल्ड मेडल है। टोक्यो से लेके यहाँ तक का जो सफ़र है, इसमें आपने आपको कैसे जो है दिमागी तौर पर तैयार किया?
देखो जी, सबसे पहले मैं अपने देशवासियों का धन्यवाद देना चाहता हूँ। माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी ने, मैं टोक्यो ओलंपिक में हार गया था, तो उसके बाद मेरे को बुलाया और बुला के मेरे को मोटिवेट किया कि कोई बात नहीं बेटे, आगे हम उससे भी अच्छा करेंगे। तो आज मतलब उस मेडल की भरपाई तो हुई नहीं, पर थोड़ा बहुत ये है कि अब गोल्ड जीत के हमने उस मेडल की थोड़ी भरपाई पूरी की है। और हमारा टारगेट तो भी पूरा वही है कि पेरिस ओलंपिक का ही है। पर अभी जो मैंने गोल बनाए थे अपने कॉमनवेल्थ गेम्स, सबसे पहले था हमारा, तो एक गोल हमारा पूरा हुआ। उसके बाद अभी हमारा एशियन गेम्स हैं और नेक्स्ट ओलंपिक गेम्स पे ही फोकस रहेगा हमारा।
News just coming in right now. Tokyo 2020 Olympian Priyanka Goswami wins silver in the women's 10-kilometer race walk at the Commonwealth Games. With this win, the athletics medal count rises to 3 for India at Birmingham, while India's total medal tally so far stands at 27. My colleague Nikhil Naz is now joining me on the phone line. Nikhil, more good news that seems to be pouring in for India?
Well, absolutely, Follow. I think this is an incredible medal for the Indian contingent. I know it's been winning gold medals for the last couple of days. A lot of them coming via wrestling, but athletics medal, actually at the Commonwealth Games, is very, very special because we know the athletics standard is very. If you look at this particular competition, a medal was expected from the Indian contingent, but it wasn't expected from Priyanka Goswami. The favorite from the Indian contingent to land a medal was Bhavna Jack. Unfortunately, Bhavna didn't have a great race. She finished right at the end of the field. However, there was to be a silver lining, quite literally, with Priyanka Goswami just absolutely surprising everyone with her performance, finishing second and led for the first.
Right, so Nikhil there, of course, telling us how Priyanka Goswami has, of course, surprised everyone with this silver that she's secured for herself and, of course, for the country as well, making us extremely proud. Slipping into a short break, coming up next, 68 MPs and 300 Congress workers released after 4 hours of detention following Congress's mega all-black Akrosh. Massive Hindutva showdown escalates. We bring you all the details on the other side.
You are watching India Today.
With every sunrise comes new beginnings, new opportunities and new stories. And that's why we're first up. While you're sleeping, we're hard at work to ensure you get the perfect news shot every morning. Get you all the updates. Our morning mission to get you news that's fresh and packed with flavor. Watch First Up every weekday morning with me, Akshita Nandagopal, right here on India Today.
Watching India Today.
Welcome back. Congress's mega all-black stir has turned into a BJP Congress face-off. BJP took on Congress over the protest on the second anniversary of Ram Mandir's foundation laying ceremony. BJP further slammed Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary, who, while countering BJP's anti-Ram jibe, had said that the centre is worshipping Ravan. Various FIRs have been filed against Congress leaders over the protests. Priyanka Gandhi countered BJP, saying that raising the issue of the common man was the way of Ram. Reacting, in fact, to the FIRs, Rahul also slammed the centre, alleging that protesting has become illegal in the country and voicing opinions has become unlawful. Rahul Gandhi sarcastically dubbed rising inflation and unemployment as Amrit Kal under the BJP. BJP hit back at Rahul Gandhi, saying he and his sister Priyanka are nothing but strong votaries of the Masha politics.
It is our moral, political, ideological responsibility to raise the issue of the common people, to divert the attention of the common people by resorting the only weapon they have been using for decades long, that Ram, Ram, Ram. But in the name of Ram, virtually this government has been worshipping the Ravan. Ram is antithetical to the ideology, to the political step being pursued by the BJP party.
Today in our country, protesting is illegal, voicing your opinion is illegal, so they can do whatever they want.
So what do you have to say about this?
I've said what I had to say.
My colleague Shreya Chatterjee is now joining me live from Delhi on this. Shreya, clearly the BJP and the Congress face-off over the Congress's Black Friday protest continues. The BJP, of course, saying that the Congress chose the day, the 5th of August, the second anniversary of the foundation laying stone ceremony of the Ram Mandir, as an occasion to register their protest. Clearly they're anti-Ram, but the Congress has, of course, reacted to the same as well, hitting back at the BJP.
Well, absolutely, Pauline. You know, the Congress and the BJP have already been in the loggerheads, but this time again we see it only brewing much more. On the one hand, the Congress actually sat on a protest which they claim is a protest against the inflation as well as the GST. But what we see right now is that the BJP, especially Amit Malviya, he's tweeted out attacking the Gandhi brother-sister duo, saying that this is nothing but tamasha. He mentioned about the photograph that came out where Priyanka Gandhi was seemingly twisting the hand, and the other one is where Rahul Gandhi was actually pulling the shirt off his colleague Dipender Hooda. The Congress and Rahul Gandhi specifically today also gave a response saying that in this country it's difficult to protest, and he's saying that their right to protest is being constantly questioned. The reason the Congress says this, because earlier also, you know, during that ED showdown, we saw the Congress coming out in large numbers trying to register a protest, and they say that they were detained, their senior leaders were detained time and again. So this is the side from the Congress where they say they're not giving us the right to protest even if it is about people's issue. The BJP says that they are Ram Mandir because the date they chose is the 5th of August, the second anniversary of the inauguration of the Ram Mandir foundation stone, and the fact that this is nothing but a drama that they're trying to put forward. So this is something that we know that the BJP and the Congress is at loggerheads. It's nothing different, but it's only that it again resulted when Congress decided to protest on a Friday yesterday.
So a massive face-off there between the BJP and the Congress over the Congress's Black Friday protests. Shreya, thank you so much for joining us with all of those details. Now, dressed in all black, Congress leaders took to the streets on Friday as they held a nationwide protest against price rise, unemployment and the goods and services tax hike on essential items. Priyanka Gandhi was dragged away and many netas were detained. The police had denied permission for the protests, which included a PM House Gherav plan. Here's a report.
Wearing black, the Congress took to the streets on Friday. From the Gandhis to all senior leaders of the party, the street fight was organized against the centre over price rise, GST hike and unemployment. Many leaders including Rahul Gandhi and Priyanka Gandhi were detained.
हम डिस्कशन चाहते हैं पार्लियामेंट में, हम महंगाई का जवाब चाहते हैं सरकार से, और जवाब तय करना, ये सरकार को कटघरे में खड़ा करना हमारी जिम्मेदारी है। लेकिन जिस तरह के अलोकतांत्रिक तरीके से, अनडेमोक्रेटिक तरीके से लोगों को डिटेन किया गया है, मैं समझता हूँ ये अच्छा संकेत नहीं है हमारी लोकतंत्र के लिए।
ये सरकार की ये तानाशाही की एक नजीर आप हिंदुस्तान के लोग देख रहे हैं।
While the Congress party dominated the news during the day, the BJP High Command stirred up things with the Black on Temple Foundation Day allegation.
सारे कांग्रेसी काले कपड़े पहनकर आए थे। प्रचंड रूप से उन्होंने एक संदेश भेजने का प्रयास किया है कि राम जन्मभूमि का जो शिलान्यास हुआ वो, और अब जो भव्य मंदिर बनने जा रहा है, दोनों के साथ हमारा विरोध है।
UP CM also voiced objection to the protest on the anniversary of the day. Foundation of the Ayodhya temple was laid 2 years ago.
आज कांग्रेसियों ने काले कपड़े पहन करके
जो प्रदर्शन किया है, यह से राम जन्मभूमि मंदिर निर्माण की तिथि के दिन यह राम भक्तों का अपमान है।
The issue snowballed into a full-fledged face-off.
I'm glad that the Home Minister has noticed our black shirts, because it's not very often that they notice or pay attention to what we say. I'm glad that we caught their attention today. And it's appropriate they're wearing the black shirt today, because it is 3 years ago today, exactly on August 5th, is when Kashmir was dismembered into 3 union territories, and still people are being held under detention in Kashmir.
The initial protests which they were doing, trying to protect this one family, was getting exposed in the entire media. They were destroying the public property, rioting, and it is only for sheer questioning by an institution of the country.
The Congress has raised the price rise issue aggressively, staging multiple protests during the monsoon session. But Friday's protest checked the most boxes. Lots of action, lots of drama. What remains to be seen is whether Congress can build on the momentum. Bureau Report, India Today.
Now, Delhi Deputy Chief Minister Manish Sisodia writes to the CBI seeking an investigation into former Delhi Lieutenant Governor Anil Baijal's change of stance on the opening of liquor shops in unauthorized areas. Sisodia blamed Anil Baijal for altering the policy without government consultation and causing losses to several vendors who couldn't open shops. Sisodia blamed Baijal for altering the policy requiring vendors to seek permission from the Municipal Corporation of Delhi and the Delhi Development Authority to open liquor shops in Delhi's unauthorized colonies. He claimed Baijal had passed the policy after reading it twice and hadn't raised any objections to the policy. Meanwhile, the BJP has launched a scathing attack against Sisodia, saying he was trying to shift the blame onto the former Delhi Lieutenant Governor as he realized that the noose was tightening around him. BJP slammed Sisodia for illegal orders, causing nearly 80% government revenue lost from the new policy.
वर्षों से पुरानी पॉलिसी में भी जिस तरह से दुकानें अनऑथराइज्ड एरिया में एलजी ऑफिस से मंजूर होती आई थीं, अचानक एलजी ऑफिस ने अपना स्टैंड चेंज करके, एलजी साहब ने अपना स्टैंड चेंज करके उन दुकानों को फ़ायदा क्यों पहुंचाया जिनकी दुकानें खुल गई थीं। इससे सरकार को बहुत नुकसान हुआ, जबकि सरकार ने उनको लिख के भी दिया कि आपका जो ये स्टैंड है इसकी वजह से सरकार को हज़ारों करोड़ रुपए का नुकसान हो रहा है। उसके बावजूद उन्होंने अपना स्टैंड चेंज नहीं किया, बल्कि डीडीएवीसी की एक कमेटी बनाई, उसका भी कोई नतीजा नहीं निकला और अंततः सरकार को उस बीते वित्त वर्ष में हज़ारों करोड़ का नुकसान हुआ।
मनीष सिसोदिया जी के पीछे और आम आदमी के पीछे जब सीबीआई, ईडी और इकोनॉमिक ऑफेंस विंग लगी, तो अचानक इनको याद आया कि अच्छा, अब ये पूरा मामला डाइवर्ट कैसे किया जाए, बलि का बकरा किसी और को कैसे बनाया जाए, तो एलजी को घसीट कर लेकर आओ। एलजी बेचारा प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस तो कर नहीं सकता है, वो तो पॉलिटिशियन नहीं है, तो एलजी के गर्दन के ऊपर चाकू छुरी चलाते हैं।
Right, Milan Sharma, of course, is now joining me live on this story. Milan, now it appears that the Delhi government and of course the LG's office are at loggerheads. The present LG has obviously ordered and recommended a CBI probe into the old excise policy, the one that is to be phased out, and now the Delhi government is blaming the former LG Anil Baijal for having okayed that policy.
No, definitely, Paulami, at this moment, the Aam Aadmi Party in a press conference with Manish Sisodia, they're saying that it was the LG who actually did a U-turn before implementing the policy some days ago, and which is why Manish Sisodia himself said that they want a CBI probe in the matter so that everything should be black and white. But now the LG has also said that a CBI probe should be done. In the whole matter now, if in case a CBI probe is picked up, certainly the BJP has also jumped into the entire issue. With the Samit Patra, they're also saying that what does the Master Plan 2021 of the Municipal Corporation of Delhi police say, that it does not allow liquor vends to open in mixed-use lands or residential areas. But the core problem is that knives are out again between the Delhi government as well as the central government dispensation, which has been the problem of the Delhi state for a very long time, which is why a lot of schemes are not being implemented by the Delhi government's Aam Aadmi Party. The LG has been looking into these developments. Anil Baijal is now ex-Lieutenant Governor, and the new Lieutenant Governor as well has been writing to the Delhi government on the discrepancies in the liquor and liquor excise policy. Now, Manish Sisodia heading that charge, Polami, it's going to be interesting to see if both sides are asking for a CBI probe. Which way will the CBI probe go so that the matter is clear in black and white for everyone?
Right. Milan, thank you so much for joining us with all of those details. Now, voting is underway to elect the 14th Vice President of the country. Prime Minister Modi, Union Home Minister Amit Shah, former Prime Minister Dr. Manmohan Singh are among those who cast their votes in Parliament earlier today. The contenders in the fray are NDA candidate Jagdeep Dhankhar and the opposition nominee Margaret Alva. The Electoral College for the Vice President polls comprises of a total of 788 members of both houses of Parliament. Meanwhile, all is not well in the opposition camp, with the Trinamool Congress deciding to abstain from voting. The Aam Aadmi Party, TRS, AIMIM and GMM meanwhile have announced their support for Margaret Alva, whereas BSP and TDP have decided to back Dhankar. Meanwhile, prayers were offered at Jagdeep Dhankar's village, Junjunu, hoping for his victory. Results of the election are likely to be announced by about 7 p.m. this evening, and the oath-taking ceremony will take place on August 11.
हमारे लिए चुनाव जीतना हारना महत्वपूर्ण नहीं है, एक संदेश देना है कि अगर 75वें वर्ष में भारतीय लोकतंत्र की जड़ों को आपको खाद पानी देना है और पुख्ता करना है, आप विपक्ष से, आम आवाम से संवाद का तरीका पुनः बहाल करें। हमारे लिए चुनाव जीतना हारना महत्वपूर्ण नहीं है, एक संदेश देना है कि अगर 75वें वर्ष में भारतीय लोकतंत्र की जड़ों को आपको खाद पानी देना है और पुख्ता करना है, आप विपक्ष से, आम आवाम से संवाद का तरीका पुनः बहाल करें।
Now, China is only escalating its action against Taiwan by the day. Taiwan ministry says multiple batches of Chinese planes and ships have been spotted crossing the median line of the island nation. Taiwan says China is simulating attack on its main island. The Chinese military began aggressive military exercises after U.S. House of Representatives Speaker Nancy Pelosi's visit that Beijing had opposed. Taiwan Defense Ministry said troops stay on high alert in both areas, which lie just off the coast of mainland China, after Beijing launched large-scale military drills. Meanwhile, Wu Yang Li Jing, deputy head of Taiwan Defense Ministry's Research and Development Unit, was found dead on Saturday morning in a hotel room.
今天，中国在台湾周边进行实弹射击演习，这种刻意持续升高军事威胁，特别是在国际最繁忙的航道上，这不只是对台湾，对于国际社会都是不负责任的做法。现在国军已经加强战备，严密且及时地掌控周边所有的军事动态。我们严正要求中国理性自治。
We're now joined by CGTN correspondent Meng Qingsheng as he explains to us the ground situation between the two countries. Meng, thank you so much for joining us. Now, tell us what's happening around where you are.
Now, I can show you the exact location. As you can see, the location is just about 1.6 kilometers away from Taiwan's Kinmen Island. If you look closely, you can probably make out the coastline behind me. The large-scale live-fire military drills entered their third day today. The PLA Eastern Theater Command is testing the joint operational capabilities of its troops in the northern, southwestern, and eastern waters and airspace of the island of Taiwan. On Friday, The Air Force deployed warplanes, including fighters, bombers, early warning aircraft, and electronic reconnaissance planes. As you see, more than 10 destroyers and frigates conducted blockade operations from different directions surrounding the island. The vessels also did realistic combat-oriented training courses, including land attacks and joint anti-submarine missions. These exercises are scheduled to run until Sunday noon, meaning they still have nearly a day to go.
Taiwan says that over 60 PLA fighters and 13 warships have crossed the median line. What do you see on the ground?
Well, we did see warplanes flying over the sky here, but you know, my location is now the lowest place to the military drills. So the number of military aircraft I can see is limited. On Thursday alone, the Air Force and Naval Aviation Corps of the PLA Eastern Theater Command flew more than 100 warplanes, including fighters and bombers, to conduct combat training exercises. A video clip released by Chinese military shows Su-30 fighter jets flying above the coastline of Taiwan Island. The pilots could see the coastline and the central mountain range with the naked eye, meaning the aircraft flew very close to the island. Military experts told me that 5 of the drill zones are set to the east of the so-called median line of the Taiwan Strait. This means that the PLA is disregarding the existence of the line. But since Taiwan is a part of China, is called the so-called territorial sea is also China's territorial sea. Experts say these drills are showcasing the Chinese military's absolute superiority and control over the region.
Meng, thank you so much for joining us with all of those exclusive details live from the ground itself. That's a wrap on this bulletin. For all the latest news and updates, you can log on to indiatoday.in. You can also download the India Today app. Thanks for watching.
You are watching India Today.
Hello and welcome to this week's edition of World Today. Let's begin with the most watched news coverage of the week. US House Speaker Nancy Pelosi's visit to Taiwan. While the visit took place amid multiple threats and warnings from China, the question is, what did it achieve? The visit was certainly a huge snub to Beijing and to Xi Jinping, but it comes at a cost. Pelosi, a known China hawk, has single-handedly raised tensions in the Taiwan Straits to an unprecedented level. In 1992, as part of a US congressional delegation visiting China, Pelosi had unfurled a banner at Beijing's Tiananmen Square as a show of support for the pro-democracy movement of June 1989. In 2022, against all advice from the US administration and the White House, as has been reported, she went ahead with the visit. While Taiwan accorded her the highest welcome and honor, the coming days seem rather strenuous for Taipei. Many believe that the visit was aimed at domestic constituency back home with an eye on the forthcoming US congressional elections. Meanwhile, China has begun its military and economic onslaught that could destabilize the entire region. Suspension of certain food products from Taiwan has been ordered from China. In the latest, airlines have cancelled flights to Taipei and rerouted others to avoid airspace nearby that has been closed to civilian traffic during Chinese military exercises. A red line has been crossed and Beijing says that Washington will be responsible for whatever happens next. The question remains, will US and its allies come to Taiwan's rescue should tensions turn into even a limited conflict? Now the dragon is breathing fire. Hours after US House Speaker Nancy Pelosi departed from Taiwan, China launched massive military drills around the island. According to Taiwan, Beijing has fired multiple ballistic missiles and long-range rockets towards Taiwan's waters, including not far from territorial waters. Taiwan is also countering the Chinese provocations. It has deployed anti-aircraft missile systems and launched its own interceptor jets against Chinese fighter jets.
The dragon has bared its fangs, and it's raining missiles, long-range rockets and more at the Taiwan waters. Chinese military propaganda has peaked hours after US Speaker Nancy Pelosi left Taiwan after a 15-hour whirlwind tour. Beijing's state-sponsored media is flooding the internet with videos of military drills being carried out near Taiwan. The Taiwanese Defense Ministry has confirmed that the Chinese army launched at least 11 Dongfeng ballistic missiles into waters surrounding the northern, southern and eastern parts of Taiwan. A brigade of China's PLA 80th Group Army also carried out a live fire assessment of heavy firearms rapid strike. Over the next 3 days, the Chinese army will carry its large-scale military exercise in 6 waters around Taiwan. From land to air. 27 Chinese warplanes flew into Taiwan's air defense zone on Wednesday. They include 6 J-11 air superiority fighter jets, 5 J-16 multi-role fighter jets, and 16 Su-30 air superiority fighters. Taiwan has said that Chinese fighter jets were warned on the radio the moment they crossed the median between mainland China and Taiwan. The Taiwanese waters too are heating up. Both Chinese and US warships have been circling Taiwan amid Chinese anger over Pelosi's visit to the island. US has deployed 4 warships, including an aircraft carrier. US Navy carrier USS Ronald Reagan is conducting operations in Philippines Sea. Bureau Report, India Today.
On Spotlight this week, we have a voice from Taiwan. India Today's news director Rahul Kanwal spoke with Taiwan's Member of Parliament Wong Ting-yu, who also heads the Foreign Affairs Committee in Taiwan. Listen into what he had to say.
While Speaker Pelosi came to Taiwan, President Biden didn't seem so enthusiastic. He even said publicly that the American military was advising against this visit. So it almost seems as if an 82-year-old speaker went despite the president from her own party asking her not to. How confident are you, if push comes to shove, that the United States will shed its strategic ambiguity and indeed come to Taiwan's military aid?
Yeah, that's a good question. First, to protect our country is our own responsibility. Taiwan survive cannot rely on international friends' help. With friends' help, that's good, but our preparation and our Taiwanese strategy is to defend our country even without foreign help. So that's our best design for this. And do we have confidence for United States to give us a hand? we don't calculate that, but we do know Taiwan is important. We are in a very key position in the first island chain. If China take over Taiwan, Japan, 90% of their resources, their power supply transportation line need to pass through the sea around Taiwan. So if China dominates Taiwan, then that means Japan needs to rely on Chinese mercy to have their power supply. Secondly, if the democracies lose Taiwan, China take over Taiwan, that means first island chain will be disappear. Then United States need to move back to Guam, even Hawaii. So Taiwan is important. But also in supply chain, our semiconductor industrial, in a lot of fields, Taiwan is a key supplier to the world. So we do prepare, we do want to protect. It's our own responsibility. However, I don't think to sit and watch China invade Taiwan meet international interest. And my last words is about Biden review about their Pentagon evaluation about Pelosi's visit. You know, if China intimidates United States in public, that will be a stupid tactic. If China try to use a military way to scale Pelosi visit away, they need to do that in private. If that goes public, November 8th, there will be an election in United States. So if this situation goes to public, it's like to negotiate with terrorists. So when Biden speaks to the media, say, yeah, Pentagon evaluation, maybe it's not a good idea right now. It's kind of evaluation. Pentagon won't interfere political decision in United States. So to reveal that kind of information, what's the purpose? I have no idea, but I do know, including Biden, President Biden, and the bipartisan in Capitol Hill, Taiwan do have strong link, do have strong connection with United States. We trust our friends, but we depend on ourselves to defend my country.
And finally, you know, India and Taiwan are aligned in many ways. You've got China aggressively flexing its military muscles around Taiwan, and they're doing the same along the line of actual control. And India fighting and pushing back in quite the same way that Taiwan is. Where do you see the India-Taiwan relationship go from here? What are your expectations from the government of India at this time and the people who are watching you?
You know, in Taiwan, we do think India is a great country. Now, there are only two countries, their population more than 1 billion, India and China. And India is a country with democracy. It's not easy. So when India facing your borderline conflict with China, Taiwan has so-called Taiwan Strait conflict with China. We all are facing this kind of threat, but we keep our democracy and we develop our technology and our economy. So I think Indian friends and the Taiwanese people, we are quite similar. And we have a lot of things can cooperate. For example, like IT industrial, and in something about management and green power, there are a lot of things we can cooperate, we can have work together. And in strategic way, just imagine Taiwan is in east side, India in west side in this Indo-Pacific region. If we are friends, if we can cooperate, we can keep this region stabilized, prosperous. So maybe we can share the same value, work together, and keep this place in peace and stability, and make China understand to follow international regulations. Don't try using aggressive way to bully your neighbors.
Time for a short break. On the other side, the other big news development of the week, Al-Qaeda chief Ayman al-Zawahiri has been killed, according to the United States of America. Details on the other side of a short break. Welcome back to World Today. Now, in the biggest setback to Al-Qaeda since May 2011, when its founder and then chief Osama bin Laden was killed by US Special Forces in Pakistan, the terrorist group has now lost Ayman al-Zawahiri, the successor to bin Laden. He was killed in a US drone strike in Kabul on 31st of July. Here's how the US intelligence agency tracked down, identified and eliminated the terrorist leader.
First Osama bin Laden, now Ayman al-Zawahiri. US avenging the deadly September 11th attacks on its soil, which killed nearly 3,000 Americans. 11 years after eliminating Osama bin Laden, US forces caught up with his number two, the Al-Qaeda's Zawahiri. At the balcony of his safe house in a posh Kabul locality of Shirpur, walking distance from the erstwhile US embassy, a Hellfire missile fired by a Reaper drone took out the Al-Qaeda chief, who was possibly standing and staring at the Kabul skyline. The missile, equipped with 6 razor-like blades and without a warhead, is said to have sliced right through Zawahiri. But there's no way to confirm that that's precisely how he died. Images of the strike showed smoke billowing from the hideout and a shattered balcony, even though there was no explosion.
And what we know, according to senior administration officials here, who did brief reporters just before President Biden spoke, is that they had detected the movement of Zawahiri's family back to Kabul. And that's what led them to keep an eye on this particular building. And then they started to notice this man standing on the balcony a lot, very similar to what we saw with Osama bin Laden in Abbottabad.
The Al-Qaeda chief was sheltered by Taliban's interior minister and Pakistan terror stooge Sirajuddin Haqqani's close aide, revealing a clear Pakistan nexus. The US called the elimination of al-Zawahiri after Osama as justice served.
Justice has been delivered, and this terrorist leader is no more. People around the world no longer need to fear the vicious and determined killer. The United States continues to demonstrate our resolve and our capacity to defend the American people against those who seek to do us harm. You know, we make it clear again tonight that no matter how long it takes, no matter where you hide, if you are a threat to our people, the United States will find you and take you out.
Hunting down the Al-Qaeda chief was a task for US forces and intelligence agencies, coming as it does over 2 decades after the 9/11 attacks. While bin Laden's hideout was covered with a 7-foot wall, al-Zawahiri was visible to CIA drones when he was strolling in his balcony. Biden was briefed about the Kill Zawahiri operation 2 months ago. In July, the operation plan was presented to him along with the model of the Al-Qaeda chief's house in Kabul. President Biden ordered the attack on July the 25th, and it was on the 31st of July that the Al-Qaeda head was eventually killed. The US and Taliban blamed each other for breaching the Doha Pact after the killing. The war on terror continues. Bureau Report, India Today.
The US has claimed Ayman al-Zawahiri is dead, but the Taliban is saying that they are yet to confirm and they are investigating the matter. I spoke with the Afghan envoy to Tajikistan who continues to stand against the Taliban regime in Kabul. Listen in to the scathing revelations of Haqqanis, their whereabouts and the US-led strike.
یک از کابل ما داریم یک تعداد اعضای خانواده حقانی در او منزل کشته شده.
The reports that we have from Kabul, certain family members of the Haqqani group were killed within that bombing.
و او خانه مربوط به آقای حقانی بوده.
And that house belonged to Haqqani himself.
و فعلا حقانی تقریبا کابل را ترک کرده با یک تعداد از مسئولین خود.
And currently Haqqani has left Kabul with certain of his members.
اگر al-Zawahiri هم کشته شده باشه یک دستاورد خوب برای ایالات متحده آمریکا هست.
And if al-Zawahiri is killed, it's a big win for the United States.
ما باور دارم که سازمان‌های تروریستی در جایش باقی هست.
But I do believe that terrorist groups are still in their place.
Time for some other news from across the world in World at a Glance.
US President Joe Biden signed a second executive order to protect abortion rights. As per the order, the federal healthcare should consider allowing Medicaid funds to be used for out-of-the-state travel for abortions. Meanwhile, Kansas voters had rejected a constitutional measure through ballot that would have stripped abortion protection for the state. WNBA star Brittany Griner was found guilty of drug smuggling with a criminal intent by a Russian court. The Olympic medalist was arrested at an airport in Moscow. She was arrested for smuggling less than 1 gram of cannabis oil in her luggage. Clashes had reignited in the Nagorno-Karabakh region between Armenia and Azerbaijan. The Azerbaijan force launched drone attacks, killing 2 and wounding several others. Armenia and Azerbaijan have been fighting an old dispute over Nagorno-Karabakh region. The Chief Election Commission of Pakistan had said that former Prime Minister Imran Khan's party, Pakistan Tehreek-e-Insaf, had received 34 prohibited foreign donations. The Election Commission has issued a show cause notice to the party.
That's all in this edition of World Today. Stay tuned to India Today for all the latest news and updates.
watching India Today.
Good evening and a warm welcome to India Today. I'm Paulami Saha and here are the headlines we're tracking at the top of this hour. "68 MPs and 300 Congress workers released after 4 hours of detention following Congress's mega all-black Akrosh. BJP claims black on Temple Foundation Day. Rahul Gandhi hits out.
उन्होंने एक संदेश भेजने का प्रयास किया है कि राम जन्मभूमि का जो शिलान्यास हुआ वो और अब जो भव्य मंदिर बनने जा रहा है, दोनों के साथ हमारा विरोध है और हम इसी के लिए प्रदर्शन कर रहे हैं।
Delhi Deputy Chief Minister Manish Sisodia writes to CBI seeking a probe into former Delhi LG Anil Beljal's change of stance on liquor policy. BJP claims Sisodia trying to shift blame. It's NDA's Jagdeep Dhankhar versus UPA's Margaret Alva as the nation is set to get its 14th vice president today. Prime Minister Modi has in fact cast his vote in Parliament among other MPs. Union Minister G. Kishan Reddy flags off mega Tiranga bike rally in the national capital. BJP's Manjinder Sirsa hits out to the opposition, claims this is not a matter of politics but of patriotism.
विरोधियों का तो आज बहाना है, बस असली में तो उनको अपनी जायदाद को बचाना है। आज वो जो कह रहे हैं तिरंगा, उनको लगता है कि वो पूजा करते रहे और वो पूजा एक परिवार की होती थी।
Trouble mounts for the Rauts. Sanjay Raut's wife Varsha reaches Enforcement Directorate to record her statement. Transactions from Varsha's account under lens in the Patra Chaul case. Indian wrestlers shine bright on day 8 of the Commonwealth Games as Bajrang Deepak and Sakshi clinch gold, while Anshu and Priyanka Goswami settle for silver in their respective categories. Mohit Grewal and Divya Kakran also secure bronze for the country. News just coming in right now. Aam Aadmi Party convener Arvind Kejriwal rakes up the freebies debate once again after Prime Minister Modi recently hit out at the Delhi government's Free Power initiative. Kejriwal hit back at the buzz about free Revadi, claiming it is the Delhi government's free education policy that has transformed schools and the education system. Listen in to Arvind Kejriwal.
आजकल रेवड़ी की खूब चर्चा हो रही है पूरे देश में। फ्री की रेवड़ी, फ्री की रेवड़ी, फ्री की रेवड़ी। हमने दिल्ली में सरकारी स्कूल बहुत शानदार कर दिए। सरकारी स्कूलों में इस साल 400 से ज्यादा बच्चों ने आईआईटी के पेपर पास किए हैं, इंजीनियरिंग के पेपर पास किए हैं। मैं भी आईआईटी से 400 से ज्यादा बच्चों ने नीट के पेपर पास किए, मेडिकल के, सरकारी स्कूलों के। इतने बच्चे अब मेडिकल में इसमें जा रहे हैं। इतने बच्चे शानदार अंग्रेजी बोलने लगे हैं। बच्चों को अच्छी शिक्षा फ्री में मिलनी चाहिए कि नहीं मिलनी चाहिए? ये तो राष्ट्र निर्माण का काम है, ये तो अच्छा काम है। अगर हम अपने बच्चों को अच्छी शिक्षा दे रहा हूं, मैंने अच्छी शिक्षा कर दी और फ्री में दे रहा हूं, बताओ क्या गलत काम कर रहा हूं?
Now, China is only escalating its action against Taiwan by the day. Taiwan ministry says multiple batches of Chinese planes and ships spotted crossing the median line of the island nation. Taiwan says China is simulating its attack on its main island. The Chinese military began aggressive military exercises after the US House of Representatives Speaker Nancy Pelosi's visit that Beijing had opposed. Taiwan Defense Ministry said troops stay on high alert in both areas which lie just off the coast of mainland China after Beijing launched large-scale military drills. Meanwhile, Ouyang Li Xing, Deputy head of Taiwan Defense Ministry's Research and Development Unit was found dead on Saturday morning in a hotel room. And my colleague Gaurav Sawant discussed the implications of this tense face-off between China, and Taiwan. Listen in.
And joining me on India First is Sana Hashmi. She's a visiting fellow at Taiwan Asia Exchange Foundation. Inar Tanjan is an advisor at the Taipei Institute. And we will talk to both about the current situation and is it likely to escalate in the days ahead. But before that, I quickly want to cut across and listen in to Nancy Pelosi's statement in Japan. Now, despite repeated warnings of severe consequences from China, US Speaker Nancy Pelosi, she stands by her visit to Taiwan. She reaffirmed US solidarity with Taiwan. Of course, there are sanctions against her and her family. She cannot visit China. But Pelosi reiterates that while her Asia trip may have led to China holding these unprecedented military drills, it was never about changing status quo.
U.S. House Speaker Nancy Pelosi has defended her high-profile visit to Taiwan earlier this week, claiming it was never intended to change the regional status quo, but rather to preserve peace in the Taiwan Strait. Speaking at a news conference in Tokyo on Friday, Pelosi addressed the Chinese military drills and missiles which went off around the island in the wake of her unannounced but highly anticipated visit. She further vowed not to isolate the self-ruled island claimed by Beijing.
They may try to keep Taiwan from visiting or participating in other places, but they will not isolate Taiwan by preventing us to travel there. We've had high-level visits, senators in the spring, a bipartisan way, continuing visits, and we will not allow them to isolate Taiwan.
Pelosi's stop in Taiwan marks the highest-level visit by a U.S. official in 25 years, where she met with Taiwanese President Tsai Ing-wen and praised the island's democracy and human rights record. Beijing was quick to condemn Pelosi's trip, which also took her through Singapore, Malaysia, and South Korea before ending in Japan, one of Washington's closest allies. 5 of the missiles fired off by Beijing this week landed in Japan's exclusive economic zone, prompting further warnings from Tokyo that increasing Chinese military activity in the Taiwan Strait threatens both national and wider regional security. China's military exercises near Taiwan have further disrupted key shipping lanes and prompted several commercial airlines to reroute or cancel their flights around the island for the time being. In response to the increasing military action nearby, Taiwanese President Tsai Ing-wen said Taiwan would not provoke conflicts but would firmly defend its sovereignty and national security. Premier Su Tseng-chang had stronger words, referring to China as the, quote, evil neighbor showing off her power at our door.
So Taiwan's called China the evil neighbor next door. Inar Tanjan, US summoned the Chinese ambassador and condemned the military action. China's being called out, being called irresponsible. Sir, the question that's being asked is, if there is no change in the US stated policy of one China, why is Beijing targeting Taiwan?
Well, if there's no change in the policy, exactly. But there is. I mean, Biden said on 2 occasions that he was determined to defend Taiwan. If you go back and read the 3 communiques that were initiated in the 70s, early 80s, you'll see that it was agreed that there's only one China, that the relations with Taiwan would be very low-key, unofficial. So, this is a direct contradiction of that. It's an abrogation. This isn't the first time that the U.S. has walked away from its treaty obligations, whether it's the Paris Climate Accord, Kyoto, the UNCLOS.
So take on the U.S., why target tiny Taiwan?
I
mean, you
Taiwan
can't take on the U.S.
China.
China cannot take on the U.S.,
Stop
so
asking,
it's targeting.
you're asking kind of absurd questions. Look at the history. The U.S. kicked Taiwan out of the UN and said that it is part of China. Now it's trying to say that Taiwan has the right to have any kind of system it wants and that it will defend it. Can those two things be reconciled? I don't think so.
Either ways,
so
what justifies the use? I'm just asking, I just want to understand, sir, what justifies sending 68 aircraft, crossing the median line, or 13 warships, or firing so close to Taiwan's territorial waters? But let me take this to Sana Hashmi. Sana Hashmi, the escalation, the firing close to Taiwan's territorial waters, is this testing Taiwan's response and limits? How are China's actions being viewed in Taiwan? Some kind of a dress rehearsal perhaps for an actual assault, as some argue?
I think that it's hardly about Nancy Pelosi's visit first. I think it has been building up since 2016, at least, since Tsai Ing-wen came to power. So I don't think it's at all about Pelosi's visit. And of course, as you said, that it's one of the things is to test Taiwan's preparedness. And I think now that we have seen that they are also targeting US today sanctions by sanctioning Pelosi and the 8 countermeasures, I think it's also about how China has viewed Indo-Pacific, that it views it's led by the US. And now I feel that it's kind of retaliation to the Indo-Pacific and Quad as well. So I think we have to see the broader picture. But now if we talk about Taiwan's response, I think Taiwan's response has been to have consistent interaction with the people through social media statements, just to tell people what's actually happening in Taiwan and apprising the world of what's actually happening in the Taiwan Strait. What is China doing? Its response has been firm and calm as of now, but at the same time, there is reiteration of its position that Taiwan believes in the status quo, but will fight to defend its sovereignty. So I feel they're also trying to urge the international community to support Taiwan and see Taiwan's perspective too.
Okay. Einar Tangen, G7 countries also criticized China, said do not use Nancy Pelosi's visit as an excuse to justify military aggression. Sir, are China's actions being called out as inappropriate by democracies in different parts of the world?
Do you mean the same democracy that is trying to extend NATO into the South China Seas and Asia as a way of containing China? Is that the one? These are the same powers, the G7. The European powers. Well, come on. I mean, this is disingenuous. The fact is, if you want to look at the wider picture, Nancy Pelosi's husband is pleading not guilty to driving under intoxicated. She's the subject, and he's going to be the subject of investigations when
How
the
is
House
Nancy Pelosi's husband central to any discussion on what China is doing to Taiwan, sir?
She is trying, her visit was trying to deflect the attention of people away from her problems, the fact that she's going to be no longer the Speaker of the House. If it goes to the Republicans, there's a 17% chance that the Democrats will keep the House.
Why should Xi Jinping then help her? Why wasn't this visit treated with the contempt that it should have deserved? Be that as the case, sir. I'm just trying to understand. Is China just using this as an excuse, to ramp up military pressure on Taiwan, try to take Taiwan by force?
It is not an excuse. If you recall, China said adamantly and forcefully that there would be consequences if she went there, that they were afraid that because of Biden's actions and the actions of the last 3 presidents, that the 3 communiques were being put aside. They were being cast off. Donald Trump's advisors advised him during the beginning of his presidency to abrogate those communiques and go forward without them. So China has every right to believe that the U.S. has been gaslighting it with this, now you see it, now you don't, we'll defend it, oh, I'm sorry, we'll walk that back, and then saying it again, and then walking it back, changing in State Department websites.
And in your view, that justifies holding sea lanes of communication to ransom?
And in terms of India, what have you done in Kashmir?
No, don't worry. Don't worry about Kashmir. There is no similarity. There's no similarity. I'm sorry, that's disingenuous. Let's stay on the issue of Taiwan and China.
The issue is if Taiwan is part of China. That has been acknowledged by the world, the UN, and everybody else. The US is now trying to change that. So China, of course, is upset, and they're trying to make it very clear that this is not something, this is a red line. This is not something you dance around. So every country has their red lines. You have yours, and China has theirs. You need to respect that.
Sana Hashmi, some argue that China's behaving like a bully. In fact, your Prime Minister said China's behaving, Taiwan's Prime Minister said, China's behaving like an evil neighbor next door. But some analysts argue China's actually validating some of its doctrines, war doctrines and war games. The current military drills are perhaps a dress rehearsal for actual operations to take over Taiwan by force in the years to come. Is that an appreciation even in Taiwan, that perhaps in the next 2 years, maybe 5 years, this is exactly how China will try and take Taiwan by force?
I think in Taiwan, there is no timeline with respect to that, but you're totally right about it. I think once Xi Jinping secures the third term, it's going to be very difficult for Taiwan, I agree, but I don't agree with my fellow speaker that the US policy on Taiwan has changed at all. Even if Biden has said thrice in a year that we have a commitment to defend Taiwan, White House backtracked that. So I don't see there's any official change in the policy. Unless and until it's on paper, how can we even say that there's a change in policy? And I don't think a lot of countries have actually recognized Taiwan as a part of China. They have acknowledged and kind of accepted the one China policy, but it's a totally different thing that they recognize Taiwan as a part of China. So I don't really agree on that point.
Okay.
But I think it's totally, it's highly provocative, and they're now targeting, like what they did yesterday, the missile that flew over Taipei and landed in Japan's exclusive economic zone. That means that they're ready to hit the civilians as well. And I don't know how this is actually justified.
Okay. Inarth Anjan, you want to respond to that, sir?
Yeah, at a time when the U.S. is experiencing huge inflation, what is this doing for the people of the United States? Why is she there? Why was this important? Why did she know that when she went there that she was provoking China? Did she go there? And this idea, I'm sorry, I guess my colleague is not a lawyer. She doesn't understand how these things work. But with the legal document, a communique, once you've agreed to it and you've put your solemn word on it, it's not subject to interpretation just because time changes. It is either in effect or it is not in effect. If you want to be honest, you can say, look, we abrogate it.
Lawyers, you say, would be firing missiles the way China is firing missiles. Lawyers would send in fighter jets the way China is sending in fighter jets. I'm just trying to understand because...
I know. You don't understand because you fail to go back to the time. The U.S., there was never a ceasefire between mainland China and the Taiwan. It was the U.S. 7th Fleet that intervened and prevented the Chinese mainland from taking back the country from Chiang Kai-shek. I mean, that part of the country from Chiang Kai-shek. That was foreign interference. You should have some appreciation of how colonial powers have been.
Or is that what is required even today?
China does not need to have. You have to understand
lanes
something
of communication need to be kept open, Sana Hashmi. The U.S. 7th Fleet, the Pacific Fleet, is Taiwan expecting a bigger role? How long can Taiwan, take on this blockade? It's impacting Taiwan, it's impacting Japan, it's impacting South Korea, it's impacting trade. But what are Taiwan's red lines? Or are they being reworked?
Now the approach is to just wait and watch, and we have to see if China continues the military intimidation post Sunday. But of course, military intimidation would be there in terms of encroachment, in terms of what we are seeing right now. But I think it would be a mix of military plus diplomatic and also verbal bricksmanship. And I don't think Taiwan is looking for escalation, but what we are seeing that, of course, G7 statement, but we're also seeing strong responses from US, Japan, and South Korea. They are planning to resume the trilateral military exercise. So I think it's hard for China as well. Is China really trying to form two groups with the Indo-Pacific countries on one hand and China, Russia, North Korea on another hand? So I think I strongly believe that it's actually retaliation to what has been happening since the emergence of the Indo-Pacific construct. So it's just not about Taiwan. It's just not about Taiwan's increasing profile at the international stage, there is a larger perspective that we have to understand here.
In our tangent, is China actually trying to push the envelope, saying how much will the world actually accept? What happened between 2014 and 20 when China was trying to militarize these waters? The world response may have been muted. But has President Xi Jinping bitten more than what he can chew at this point of time? Clearly, the indications are
I don't know
the world is reacting.
What do you mean by militarize the waters? You mean between the Taiwan Straits, the one where the U.S. Warships are sailing up and down every month? Are you saying that they militarized that? That's been at a status quo for quite some time. The fact is that 1/3 of Taiwan's economy depends on the mainland. So over $70 billion in investment, hundreds of thousands of jobs.
And vice versa, would China not be impacted? Would China not be impacted by Taiwan?
But you have to remember the scale. China is much larger than Taiwan. Taiwan, if
is it
China
just Taiwan? I'm trying to understand, sir. Is it just Taiwan, or would there be consequences, whether it's United States of America or Europe or other countries in the world?
China would not have to fire a single bullet in order to bring Taiwan down to its knees. The fact is that China regards Taiwanese as fellow Chinese. What they don't
need
like
to be brought
is the
down to
current
their knees, is what you're saying, sir.
The U.S.-backed government there, Tai Ing-wen, who was facing election, who was, according to the Taiwanese newspapers, secretly invited Nancy Pelosi to come. Why? For political reasons. This is not to help her country. You know, at the same time that Nancy Pelosi says, I stand with Taiwan, she's responsible for passing a bill that's going to subsidize American chip companies so that they can compete against Taiwan. Taiwan supplies 90% of the chips.
Let me get Sana Hashmi to respond to this. Sana Hashmi, no, I want to understand. Sana Hashmi, China wants to bring Taiwan to its knees. That is the tactics, perhaps immediate tactics now, immediate goal now, long-term takeover even by force.
If they wanted to, you really need to pay attention to what people are saying.
You must listen to what you said, sir. But let me get Sana Hashmi to respond.
I said if they want to take
is Taiwan feeling isolated? Is there an apprehension, Sana Hashmi, that China seeing what happened in Ukraine? America promised a lot of assistance, but it remained restricted to weapons and intelligence. Should the same happen here, then China perhaps can do better than what Russia did in Ukraine.
First, I would really like to respond to my fellow speaker. First, I think we have to really distinguish between the moves that have been done by federal government and the Congress. And I think congressional visits have been very common, and we have to accept that it's normal. Taiwan is not really asking for independence. And even Nancy Pelosi didn't really talk about China when she was here. So I think China really overreacted. And you're talking about China treating Taiwan and Taiwanese as Chinese. But I think you really have to ask Taiwanese what they actually think about themselves. And I don't know if you have really looked at any recent literature on that, but you would see that there is a huge change in how Taiwanese are perceiving themselves. So I believe that they have a right to self-determination, and we have to respect that first. We have to really ask the Taiwanese what they want. And about your question, I feel that more than the US, it's Japan as well. And Japan has said several times that our security is linked to Taiwan's security. And I think by doing all this, China is also targeting Japan. And I'm pretty sure after Pelosi's visit that US is also committed to defend Taiwan. But I'm pretty sure that other Indo-Pacific countries are also thinking about their response in a case of any invasion from China.
Okay, but will there be an invasion, or will there be gradual choking of Taiwan in the weeks, months and years ahead? We'll be tracking that story very closely. Inar Tanjan and Sana Hashmi for joining me here on India Today. Many thanks. A quick break. News and updates continue on India Today. Stay with us.
You are watching India Today.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com or call 9999892171.
What the Enforcement Directorate has in fact recovered. Over the last few weeks of these raids, the ED has found out enough and more links between Arpita and Partha. And these links involve at least the first of all, in fact, in the latest, they claim that 31 LICs of Arpita and Partha as nominees. This is the nominee that Partha Mukherjee has testified for Arpita. And we're looking at this as a confirmed link of both of them being hand in glove in business that they carried out. And then, of course, over the last few weeks, we know that there was a cash haul of 49.8 crores in cash, illegal money, all black money that was found at the residence of Arpita. Now, apart from that, we're also looking at gold jewelry worth 4.3 crores that was found again in the residence of Arpita Mukherjee. We're looking at, in detail, ED has established that in that gold chunk, there were 7 bangles, 500 grams each. Furthermore, a lot more gold that was recovered. We're looking at least 7 bangles of 500 grams each. Apart from that, a lot of gold chains, gold bricks, and a gold pen that was also recovered from Arpita's residence.
The deep rift between China and Taiwan dates back to China's civil war between nationalists and communists, which began in 1927. At that time, China was ruled by the nationalist Kuomintang, led by Chiang Kai-shek. In 1928, Chiang took over as the leader of the country. He finally lost the war to Mao Zedong's communist forces in 1949 and fled to Taiwan, where he set up a separate government. Since then, China and Taiwan have been ruled separately. Taiwan is now a democracy. Known as the Republic of China, it sees itself as a separate state with its own currency, political and judicial systems. But it is not recognized by the UN and has never declared formal independence from mainland China. The People's Republic of China, an autocratic communist state, considers Taiwan to be its territory and has never ruled out using force to take it back, especially if it declares independence. In 1992, Taiwan's then KMT government and mainland China agreed that there was only one China, with both sides agreeing to disagree over who represents China. Countries must choose which territory represents one China. Most, including the United States, have chosen Beijing, many of them before 1992. Most people in Taiwan today are keen to explore warmer relations with the mainland, especially when it comes to trade, but many also oppose China's proposal to unite Taiwan and the mainland. Increasingly aggressive rhetoric from China in recent years has only increased the popularity of Taiwan's independence movement.
Watching India Today.
I'm Raj Chengappa from India Today, and I'm with Ashwini Vaishnav, the Minister for Telecommunications, Railways, information technology and electronics. But today we're going to talk about telecommunications. We've just concluded the historic 5G spectrum auctions. How satisfied are you with the outcome of this, and what is its significance?
See, the 5G spectrum auction has concluded with good success. It's a reflection of Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi ji's reform program. In September last year, he set out a very important structural and procedural reform. He followed it up with reforms in WPC, which is the spectrum management body of the country. Then there were reforms in how telecom towers are set, how the optical fiber cable which has to be laid, so what are the ROW permissions. So there is a whole series of reforms across the gamut of telecom sector, and what we see today, the result of the spectrum auction is basically a reflection of that reform process.
Now, in terms of the amount collected, the sums that were there, is it as anticipated, or you expected less, more? What did you think would happen in this?
So before the auction, all the estimates which were there from the analysts, from the industry bodies and everybody, the general anticipation was that anywhere between 80,000 to a lakh crore would be the spectrum auction result. But we are very glad that the whole industry has now come out of the deep trouble that it was in and getting into a new growth phase. That's why they've been able to take spectrum throughout all the bands, 700, 800, 900, 1800. So almost all the bands which were put to auction have been taken by the industry. And that's why the numbers which have come, 1,50,000 crore, is basically a reflection that the industry is coming out of its deep trouble.
Now, how does it benefit people like you and me, the common man, and as well as the business? I mean, what is 5G? What is the promise of 5G?
So there are two different things that will be experienced by the users. Fourth generation was a kind of evolution over the third generation. The fifth generation 5G is basically a totally new way of designing a telecom network, and that's why the experience will be very different. There are two elements. First is latency, which is basically how quickly does the equipment or the phone gets connected with the tower, right? Second is the speed. So the speed in 5G is going to be almost 10 times the speed in 4G. Now, is this sufficient in itself? No. What is important is the entire ecosystem. The availability of towers, the availability of fiber, the availability of spectrum, all those things have been addressed, and that's why the experience is going to be significantly better. So I'll also like to show you.
Yeah, now when it comes, and this is the question I had wanted to ask you, because there was concerns with the Chinese company Huawei when the whole 5G auction process had begun. How have you avoided the fact that, there are a lot of security concerns that 5G throws up, and what are we doing to ensure that that doesn't happen? What is the substitute we are trying to make?
So when Prime Minister Narendra Modi ji announced the Atmanirbhar Bharat program, in that some of the critical technologies which are needed for our growth, the country decided, Prime Minister gave us a target that we must develop these technologies in the country. It was not an easy task. Developing the complete 4G technology stack end to end, which basically means the core network, the radio network, the network management system, and everything which is associated with it. Over and above that, moving from the 4G experience, building and designing the entire 5G ecosystem. What's important is, this has been done by a whole set of startups and other entrepreneurs who have come forward and put their efforts and resources in it. So if you see...
Yeah, can you take us through, I see here you've got the core. This is exactly what Huawei and others were making, and we are now doing this in India, you're saying?
Absolutely. So the core network, the radio network, all the elements of the radio network, even the chip which goes in the entire setup, all these are now designed by our Indian entrepreneurs, by our startups. They are not only going to install these in India, but they are also getting now international orders. So, I mean, Verizon has recently given orders to an Indian startup for supplying many of the radio equipment. Then other companies in Europe, other companies across the world are today giving orders to Indian entrepreneurs. So the Make in India combined with the philosophy of Atmanirbhar Bharat, together all that effort which has been put by the government and the industry together has today resulted in developing the complete ecosystem of equipment in the country, which will be deployed in the country and then taken to the world. So you remember when CDOT developed the racks, right? Rural exchange.
Yes.
That was a game changer.
Right.
That was a game changer because that is one exchange which could have been, that was 35 years back, that could have been taken to the world, any part of the world it will operate, right? For a long period, that technology journey got scuttled. And that started once again in the recent times. And the core network developed by CDOT is today actually seen by the whole world. World is waiting for getting a good, trusted solution out of India.
And this is developed virtually in India, this whole thing that is here. This is the core network that you're talking about.
So this is a piece of it. Core is basically a software, right? It resides in computers and servers and equipment like this.
Right.
So the core has been designed fully in India. Radio has been designed. Radio is all this equipment that you see, the transmission and the receiving stuff. So all these things are again designed in India, completely developed in India and now manufactured in India. So it's a very, very interesting journey which will, and see, the International Telecom Union, ITU, which sets the standards body never had any IP right from India for the entire 2G and 3G and 4G, right? For 5G, the first IP rights, which is a very critical application which basically defines how the tower is going to radiate from, right? They radiate the radio waves so that they are received in a very nice way by the mobile phone. That IP right now has been accepted as a standard by ITU, and we get into a very small club of countries who have their IP rights getting into the global standards.
Something like the Space Department, which has satellite launching, and atomic energy, which has reactors. So this is one telecom we've now established ourselves in terms of that. But coming to a very, very layman question, how quickly is this rollout going to happen? When do you expect to see, when can we get 5G on our phones that's there?
So we have been working in close synchronization with the industry. Even before the auctions happened, right, we had requested the industry to please start setting up their equipment all over the country as much as possible. And auction concluded yesterday. Today morning itself, our committee of secretaries has already had the meeting and approved the spectrum allocation. Very rapidly, maybe by 10th August, we should be able to allocate the spectrum, and then setting up the equipment, tuning them, getting them up and running, we should be able to roll out 5G in October.
Now, there were a lot of safety concerns that were raised. There was even a court case filed by an actor about how safe is 5G, whether this network would impact us in any way bodily. That's one. Can you answer, is that a safety an issue? And have you addressed that one?
So we should look at these things from good evidence and scientific data point of view, right? A PIL, then orders from PIL is not something which is very scientific. I would say if the global standards are 100 for electromagnetic radiation, in India, the average EMF level is just 10, which is a tenth of the global standards, right? Human beings are human beings. They are same in Europe, they are same in US, they are same in India, right? So if the standards for electromagnetic radiation are 10 times more in other parts of the world, why should we have a low radiation like this? Because a low radiation basically means that our ability to provide a good quality of service is hampered.
Right.
So that is one thing. I would say no, definitely we have a very safe and secure environment and very good standards. We should definitely be raising the EMF rather than keeping it at the current level.
And the other issue was we saw various US airports protesting and saying that they will not allow 5G equipment close to them. Is that a problem that India would face, that the moment 5G comes up, there would be issues of that?
So that was a very specific problem to US because some of the frequencies they had assigned for 5G were very close to the legacy aircraft, old aircrafts, which were using that particular frequency or a frequency near that for their altimeters.
Okay.
We in India, and in fact most of the countries, have actually left a significant gap between the frequencies that are used by aircraft equipments and the frequencies which will be used for 5G. So that's not a risk.
And the third thing is that with private companies bidding, Reliance, Jio, and Vodafone, so this thing, as well as of course Adani's group, what equipment will they be using? Because we had said no to Huawei and various countries had said so. How will they make up, and are we concerned about the kind of equipment that they would get in for 5G, and would it compromise our security in any way?
No, we have a very well-defined trusted source regime. So this is a regime which is very scientifically done, very neatly defined. So any equipment which doesn't meet our trusted regime framework, then that equipment will not be used. Good thing is we have a complete ecosystem of equipment. We have a complete ecosystem of software. We have complete ecosystem of handset manufacturing. All that is available in the country now.
Now, there are two other factors that, one is the cost factor. You have, say, 800 million smartphones in this country, but only 7% is 5G enabled. People like you and me, can we now afford to get into 5G? How expensive would the equipment be? And second is the tariff. Because, okay, we have the equipment, but if the cost is too much, we may not use the 5G. How do you rationalize that in this?
In terms of equipment, the handsets, as and when the ecosystem develops and the service becomes available, immediately the ramping up of those equipments happens, right? In India, today, we are the second largest manufacturer of mobile phones in the world, right? Close to 25 to 30% of the mobile phones which are manufactured in the country are already 5G enabled. So many of these will get sold in the country now once the service is launched, right? Second, the cost of 5G enabled handsets is coming down every year. Entry level 5G phone today is around 15,000 rupees as the entry level phone. That number is again coming down, and over a period of 5-6 months or maybe 1 year, most of the phones will already be 5G enabled only, right? So that is a journey which happens in every technology cycle. The second part of it, Indian telecom market, Indian telecommunication service is today among the most affordable telecommunication service in the world as per the ITU Affordability Index. So I think the trend is going to continue as among the most affordable in the world, even in 5G also.
Now, one of the issues we had with 4G and 3G was in terms of the efficiency and the quality of that. Many of us had call drops, problems that were there. There were even court cases, and even the TRAI had to intervene in terms of, ensuring that this quality is improved. How will we get the 5G but not the benefits of 5G with our system, or how is that infrastructure going to change for us?
There are three things which combine to form an ecosystem which gives good quality of service. First is availability of spectrum. In the auctions which concluded yesterday, a large number of gaps which were there in the spectrum for many operators, those gaps have been filled. People have taken the spectrum, for example, 1800 megahertz, right? If somebody didn't have that spectrum in UP East, they have taken that spectrum for UP East. That kind of phenomenon has happened in this auction. So sufficient, because the spectrum is the most important raw material for telecom industry. If raw material is not available, then the service is bound to be poor. Second is towers. You need significant number of tower infrastructure to be able to reach out to each and every corner of the country, right? So the reforms that Prime Minister Modi ji did, those reforms have today resulted in a tower permission coming in a few minutes compared to few months or years, right? That time frame has now shifted to few minutes sometimes. So that means more towers can be easily installed. Third is the alternative of fiber. While we have done quite a lot on fiber, we have also created an alternative to fiber, which is basically if two towers have to be, let's say,
from here to here.
Yeah. There are two towers which have to be connected from here to here. In the old setup, generally a fiber would be laid from the base of this tower to the base of this, right? Let's say they are 5 kilometers away. So a fiber would have to be laid, or a microwave connection would have to be set. Microwave is not very efficient. In the reforms, we have allowed E-band, which is a very high frequency, almost like a pencil, almost like a laser it moves, right? That E-band has now been allowed for connecting one tower to another. So let's say you have a handset in your hand, right? Your mobile phone is connected to this tower.
Right.
From this tower it has to go to this tower signal, right? Then from this tower it connects to my handset.
Right.
This communication now between this tower and this tower, tower A and tower B, becomes very easy because of an E-band connectivity between them.
But what are you doing about fiberization? They say that 5G requires a lot of fiberization. We have only 30% in the country. What have you all done to streamline that process so that things move quickly?
So that's the Prime Minister's Gati Shakti framework, in which all the infrastructure has to be planned in an integrated way. So all the states in the country have today joined PM Gati Shakti portal, in which permissions for laying fiber has become very, very simple. Now we are working with all the agencies, which is your highway or railway or the transmission line, power department. We are working with them to reduce the cost of laying fiber, right? Third, now we are nudging the other ministries like the highway ministry, the railway ministry, and in the transmission lines. Wherever there is a linear infrastructure, why can't we have a public duct along a railway line, along the highway, so that anybody who wants to lay a fiber can use that duct and set it up very quickly. So these steps are work in progress.
And I have finally two questions. One is, of course, the fact that many countries have said spectrum is a public good. We shouldn't be pricing it too high. Do you think India has priced it too high, or what is the reasons we are pricing us in the manner that we did? What went behind the thinking?
So we do have a very evolved model for how the spectrum price should be based on pure economics. And see, Indian market is a very large market, right? The number of subscribers is huge. So even if the price per unit is low, multiplied that by the number of subscribers, it gives a very high revenue level. Based on this understanding, I think our spectrum pricing is very adequate. And of course, I agree with you that there is definitely an element of public good. Post-COVID world is very different from the pre-COVID world. Pre-COVID world, digital was a part of life, but a very insignificant part of life. Today, it is integral to our life. So there are countries which have made spectrum free of cost today. There are countries which have made spectrum cost practically very, very minuscule. We in our country, with our realities and our setup, economic, legal, technical, all kind of things put together, I think we have put a very reasonable number.
It was not that the ghost of 2G scam was haunting you all and you all were worried about the fact that you all will be accused of selling the spectrum cheaply as it happened in the previous governments?
Absolutely not. We, in Prime Minister Modi ji's government, the clarity on policy is very much there. Very clearly we know our goal is to serve the last person in the society. Antyodaya is the fundamental thing in the inclusive growth, is the fundamental thing in the way we think. All our programs are basically revolving around the poorest of the poor, bottom of the pyramid. So that way the policy clarity is very much there. We don't go by those ghosts.
And finally on BSNL, many people think that it's a cow that should have been put away. You know, too costly, too much of a white elephant. Why have you made plans to now revive it and pump in, I think, 1.63 lakh crores?
So BSNL is a very important market stabilizing force in the telecom market. Telecom is a very strategic sector. It's a sector which can really affect the country's security in a big way. Almost all the critical defense infrastructure, telecom infrastructure is done by BSNL, first. Second, who's going to go to the poorest of the poor areas, right? The villages of Odisha, Chhattisgarh, Jharkhand, the northeastern states, the border areas, who's going to go there? Those are unviable from pure commercial areas. Do we leave those people behind? No, we shouldn't. It's our goal, it's our political philosophy, it's our thought process to make sure that they are all included in the digital journey. The digital divide should be minimized. Who's going to do that? BSNL will be able to do that. Third, when we have these new kind of equipments coming, new experiments, new ideas coming up, we need one large platform which can scale up, which can test all these things. The entire world which developed telecom technology, the few countries which develop telecom technology, they all use their state-run network for testing and developing the technology. Then that technology went abroad, right? We will also be using our PSU as the base for setting up, for testing new technologies. Fourth, despite all the issues, BSNL has a very, very loyal subscriber base of 10 crore plus subscribers in the country who are very loyal to BSNL. So our philosophy is BSNL must become a vibrant, a solid, a techno-savvy, a company which is a very important market stabilizing force in a highly competitive, highly agile telecom market.
You're not worried? Indian Airlines had the same argument in the sense, who will serve the remotest things? So airports were set up, planes were flying to those places. And then it ended up with a huge loss-making unit and then went off, has now been hived off as Air India to a private company. Do you think that BSNL will head in that direction while the objectives are laudable and noble, but at the end of the day, public money is being spent on that?
So very clearly laid out business plan has been made by BSNL. The revenue streams are basically two. One is fixed line, which is basically today broadband, right? The internet connectivity to your home, the Wi-Fi routers that you put in your homes, right? That's a very significantly large subscriber base that BSNL has. As we speak, every month BSNL is adding about 1 lakh new connections every month. 1 lakh new connections every month. That's self-sustainable on its own. What we are going to provide BSNL is the spectrum which it needed, which should have been provided by the UPA government. Subsequently, there were lots and lots of issues because of legal cases and all, but now all those things are behind us. Now we are providing them the spectrum. Second, we are providing them the basic capital required for upgrading the network from 2G, 3G to 4G. And then 5G.
So it will never become like Indian Airlines or Air India.
That's a totally different.
Right. And finally, the last question. What is the revolution that you see that 5G will, we are coming right back to the topic itself, which will bring to our lives? I mean, if you can simply put it, you and I, how will it change us?
Two major things will happen. Health sector is going to go through a big change by 5G. People will be able to talk to the medical professionals in a very real-time environment. Second is education. These are the two sectors which are going to be most changed by 5G. Education will get redesigned using 5G as the core, digital as the core, and everything around it. Unlike in the past where there was education as one big thing, but digital was associated with it. Now it will be digital at the center and 5G around it. I mean, educational services around it. Same thing. Digital in the center and healthcare services around it. Those are the, in my opinion, those are going to be the two most important changes that we will see. Of course, there will be many more. Drone will become very usable with 5G. Agricultural IoTs. For example, a very popular use case all across the world for 5G is that when the pipe which is taking water to the sprinklers in a farm, that pipe is getting deteriorated, right? Why can't we simply put some small little sensors which are then communicating using 5G to a network, right? And start sending water only and only when the moisture level has gone down below a particular threshold. Then only you start pumping water.
So the connectivity, this will enable all that connectivity and also transform business, I would gather. That will also be the other, apart from common men that is there on this. Where would you see in business is the big potential?
Lots of use cases are coming. For example, somebody wants to sell a particular handicraft. Today with 5G, they will be able to real life show what is that particular handicraft to a buyer in US, right? Or a small machine manufacturer can actually get the advice of a very important technician sitting in Germany and say that, okay, this is the problem, this is the defect, we are able to solve it. So those kind of use cases will, imagine any scenario where two persons need to talk and those two persons are at thousands of kilometers of distance, they need to interact in a meaningful way. all those scenarios will get activated, those will become real with 5G.
It's like exciting times. It's like sci-fi when you talk about it. But Mr. Ashwin Vaishnav, thank you very much for this interview and talking exclusively to India Today. Thank you.
Thank you.
You are watching India Today.
Everyone's busy finding what's trending. You're busy finding out why. India Today, for those who research before reacting. Download the India Today app now.
This is late Al-Qaeda leader Ayman al-Zawahiri's safe house in Kabul. And this is the new construction that was taking place right adjacent to his safe house. Reportedly, this large construction site had a potential to halt US intelligence agencies' mission of killing Zawahiri. But how? The building could block a clear view once completed. Such construction around the safe house would have likely made a future drone attack more difficult. So it is being speculated that a hurried construction adjacent to Al-Qaeda leader's safe house influenced the White House decision to order a quick remote kill. Al-Zawahiri's safe house stands less than a kilometer away from the Indian Embassy building in the city. The safe house was being monitored by the US intelligence agencies for some time. A set of high-resolution satellite imagery has been provided by space company Maxar Technologies. It shows new construction taking place covering large open spaces at one side of the house. These pictures were captured before the killing of Al-Qaeda chief. Zawahiri was killed by a drone attack on the morning of July 31st. Unlike Osama bin Laden's killing, his body or DNA samples were not collected by the US forces. Earlier media reports claimed that monitoring of Zawahiri by the CIA was so extensive that the agency was able to draw a pattern of life of the target. According to the official US government statement, it was a tailored airstrike that included 2 Hellfire missiles. They were fired from a drone that took down Zawahiri at 6:18 a.m. as he was walking alone in his balcony. Many parallels are being drawn between the killings of Osama bin Laden in Pakistan's Abbottabad and Zawahiri's killing in Kabul. Both lived in a large safe house in posh localities, likely facilitated by the local authorities. However, the extremely closed view of Laden's safe house did not allow US agencies to have 100% visual confirmation of Laden.
A new published report states who are the world's highest paid actors. And guess what? Tom Cruise is the highest paid Hollywood actor in the world. His movie Top Gun Maverick earned him $100 million. Now we do love seeing good old Tom in action. Well, right after him, it is Will Smith. Remember the Oscar slap? Yes, the same guy. He earned $35 million for Emancipation, but the film is yet to be released. It's scheduled to release in 2023. The film is based on a slave who escapes from Louisiana plantations. Following him is the Titanic movie star Leonardo DiCaprio, along with Fight Club star Brad Pitt. They both demanded $30 million. Well, following them are stars like Dwayne Johnson, Will Ferrell, Chris Hemsworth, Vin Diesel and Tom Hardy, who charged $20 million for their movies. Apart from this, the fan favorite Stranger Things star Millie Bobby Brown is the highest paid actress under 20. As per our sources, the rising star will earn $10 million for her upcoming series Enola Holmes 2. Millie gained fanship from her role in Stranger Things as 11. Fans are eagerly awaiting the final season of Stranger Things, which will air in 2023. Out of these megastars, who's your favorite? What do you think stars closer home in India earn? Tell us in the comments.
watching India Today.
Good evening and a warm welcome to India Today. I'm Paulami Saha and here are the headlines we're tracking at the top of this hour. 68 MPs and 300 Congress workers released after 4 hours of detention following Congress's mega all-black Akrosh. BJP claims Black on Temple Foundation Day. Rahul Gandhi hits out.
उन्होंने एक संदेश भेजने का प्रयास किया है कि राम जन्मभूमि का जो शिलान्यास हुआ वो और अब जो भव्य मंदिर बनने जा रहा है दोनों के साथ हमारा विरोध है और हम इसी के लिए प्रदर्शन करेंगे।
Delhi Deputy Chief Minister Manish Sisodia seeks CBI probe into former Delhi LG Anil Baijal's change of stance on liquor policy. BJP claims Sisodia is trying to shift blame. It's NDA's Jagdeep Dhankhar versus UPA's Margaret Alva as the nation is set to get its 14th vice president today. Voting ends, counting of votes begins. Union Minister G. Kishan Reddy flags off mega Tiranga bike rally in the national capital. BJP's Manjinder Sirsa hits out at the opposition, claims this is not a matter of politics but of patriotism.
विरोधियों का तो आज बहाना है, असली में तो उनको अपनी जायदाद को बचाना है। आज वो जो कह रहे हैं तिरंगा, उनको लगता है कि वो पूजा करते रहे और वो पूजा एक परिवार की होती थी।
Trouble mounts for the Rauts. Sanjay Raut's wife Varsha reaches Enforcement Directorate to record her statement. Transactions from Varsha's account under lens in the Patra Chaul case. Indian wrestlers shine bright on day 8 of Commonwealth Games as Bajrang, Deepak and Sakshi clinch gold while Anshu and Priyanka Goswami settle for silver in their respective categories. Mohit Grewal and Divya Kakran also secure bronze for the country. News just coming in right now. Telangana Chief Minister K. Chandrasekhar Rao to skip the 7th Governing Council meeting of the Niti Aayog to be chaired by Prime Minister Modi tomorrow on August 7th. KCR has written to Prime Minister Modi saying, and I quote, "I'm staying away as a strong mark of protest against the central government that discriminates against states and does not treat them as equal partners in our collective effort to make India a strong and developed country," unquote. Now, Congress's mega all-black stir has turned into a BJP Congress face-off. BJP took on Congress over the protests on the 2nd anniversary of Ram Mandir's foundation stone-laying ceremony. BJP further slammed Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary, who, while countering BJP's anti-Ram jibe, had said that the centre is worshipping Ravan. Various FIRs have been filed against Congress leaders over the protests. Priyanka Gandhi countered BJP, saying that raising the issue of the common man was the way of Ram. Reacting to FIRs, Rahul Gandhi also slammed the centre, alleging that protesting has become illegal in the country and voicing opinions has seemingly become unlawful. Rahul Gandhi sarcastically dubbed rising inflation and unemployment as Amrit Kal, quote-unquote, under BJP. BJP hit back at Rahul Gandhi, saying he and his sister Priyanka are nothing but strong votaries of the Masha politics.
Today in our country, protesting is illegal, voicing your opinion is illegal, so they can do whatever they want.
So what do you have to say about
I've said what I had to say.
It is our moral, political, ideological responsibility to raise the issue of the common people, to divert the attention of the common people by resorting the only weapon they have been using for decades long, that Ram, Ram, Ram. But in the name of Ram, virtually this government has been worshipping the Ravan. Ram is antithetical to the ideology, to the political steps being pursued by the BJP party.
The political tussle between Aam Aadmi Party and BJP seems far from over. Delhi's Deputy Chief Minister Manish Sisodia held a press conference today on Saturday blaming the former Delhi Lieutenant Governor Anil Baijal for the rollback of the excise policy. Here's more on that. Row over Delhi excise policy controversy blows up. Deputy Chief Minister Manish Sisodia is now blaming former Delhi Lieutenant Governor Anil Baijal for the failure of the now rolled back Delhi excise policy.
ये एलजी साहब ने बहुत सारे सजेशन और दिए पॉलिसी में चेंज करने के और बहुत ध्यान से पॉलिसी पड़ी थी। उस समय न तो एलजी साहब ने आपत्ति की कि अनऑथराइज एरियाज में शराब की दुकानें नहीं खुलनी चाहिए, ना उसका बदलाव, ना उन्होंने कोई आपत्ति की, ना उसमें कोई बदलाव का सुझाव दिया, बल्कि मंजूरी दी। 2 बार पॉलिसी को पढ़ के मंजूरी दी, काफी ध्यान से पढ़ के मंजूरी दी।
Sisodia has written to the CBI seeking investigation into the former LG's role in providing financial favors to certain excise licensees. Sisodia has blamed Baijal's change of stance without government consultation with regard to the opening of liquor shops in unauthorized areas. Sisodia claimed Baijal had passed the policy after reading it twice and hadn't raised any objections to the policy. BJP has slammed Sisodia, accusing him of trying to shift the blame onto Baijal after realizing that the noose was tightening around him.
सिसोदिया जी, प्रश्न उठता है, अगर इतना बड़ा घोटाला था कि आज सीबीआई की जांच की इसमें दरकार पड़ रही है, आवश्यकता है, नवंबर के महीने में 2021 नवंबर के महीने में ये पूरी कार्यवाही एलजी ने की थी और आज अगस्त का महीना है 2022, इतने महीनों तक आपको कुछ सूझा नहीं?
BJP slammed Sisodia for illegal orders causing nearly 80% government revenue loss from the new policy.
वर्षों से पुरानी पॉलिसी में भी जिस तरह से दुकानें अनऑथराइज एरिया में एलजी ऑफिस से मंजूर होती आई थीं, अचानक एलजी ऑफिस ने अपना स्टैंड चेंज करके, एलजी साहब ने अपना स्टैंड चेंज करके उन दुकानों को फ़ायदा क्यों पहुंचाया जिनकी दुकानें खुल गई थीं। इससे सरकार को बहुत नुकसान हुआ, जबकि सरकार ने उनको लिख के भी दिया कि आपका जो ये स्टैंड है इसकी वजह से सरकार को हज़ारों करोड़ रुपए का नुकसान हो रहा है। उसके बावजूद उन्होंने अपना स्टैंड चेंज नहीं किया, बल्कि डीडीएवीसी की एक कमेटी बनाई, उसका भी कोई नतीजा नहीं निकला और अंततः सरकार को उस बीते वित्त वर्ष में हज़ारों करोड़ का नुकसान हुआ।
मनीष सिसोदिया जी के पीछे और आम आदमी के पीछे जब सीबीआई, ईडी और इकोनॉमिक ऑफेंस विंग लगी तो अचानक इनको याद आया कि अच्छा, अब ये पूरा मामला डाइवर्ट कैसे किया जाए, बलि का बकरा किसी और को कैसे बनाया जाए, तो एलजी को घसीट कर लेकर आओ। एलजी बेचारा प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस तो कर नहीं सकता है, वो तो पॉलिटिशियन नहीं है, तो एलजी के गर्दन के ऊपर चाकू छुरी चलाते हैं।
Meanwhile, current Delhi Lieutenant Governor V.K. Saxena suspended 11 excise officials, including the then excise commissioner, an aide of Sisodia, and top officials for deliberate lapses in implementing Delhi excise policy.
Well, the Aam Aadmi Party admits that it costed the government crores of rupees because the Anil Baijal, the former Lieutenant Governor of Delhi, made a U-turn 48 hours before on the excise liquor policy. Manish Sisodia went all guns blazing and has said that an inquiry of the CBI should be done on Anil Baijal as well. Meanwhile, the current Lieutenant Governor has also made a fitting case for a probe into the entire matter of the Delhi excise liquor policy, while BJP blares all guns on Manish Sisodia, who is also under the scanner in the same matter. With Nasir Khan in New Delhi, Milan Sharma for India Today.
Voting to elect India's 14th Vice President concludes and the counting process has now begun. Prime Minister Modi, Union Home Minister Amit Shah, former Prime Minister Dr. Manmohan Singh are among those who cast their votes in Parliament earlier today. The contenders in the fray are NDA candidate Jagdeep Dhankhar and the opposition nominee Margaret Alva. The Electoral College for the VP polls comprises of a total of 788 members of both houses of Parliament. All, in fact, is not well in the opposition camp, with the Trinamool Congress deciding to abstain from voting. But two TMC MPs, Shishir Adhikari and Dibyendu Adhikari, defied the party's decision and cast their vote in this election. Meanwhile, the Aam Aadmi Party, the TRS, the AIMIM and the GMM announced their support for Alva, whereas the BSP and the TDP decided to back Dhankar. Remember, prayers were also offered earlier today at Jagdeep Dhankhar's village in Jhunjhunu in Rajasthan, hoping for his victory. Results of the election are likely to be announced by roughly about 7 p.m. this evening, and the oath-taking ceremony will take place on August 11.
हमारे लिए चुनाव जीतना हारना महत्वपूर्ण नहीं है, एक संदेश देना है कि अगर 75वें वर्ष में भारतीय लोकतंत्र की जड़ों को आपको खाद पानी देना है और पुख्ता करना है, आप विपक्ष से, आम आवाम से संवाद का तरीका पुनः बहाल करें.
My colleague Milan Sharma is now joining me live from Delhi on this. Milan, the counting process has begun, but given how the numbers were stacked up, it almost seems inevitable that the NDA's nominee in this election, Jagdeep Dhankhar, is going to sail all the way up to victory at the time that the results are announced, possibly around 7 p.m. this evening.
Polmi, already we are outside 11 Akbar Road right now, and if you can hear me, the celebrations have already begun, and as I'll show you, dhol and dhol players from Rajasthan have already landed right outside 11 Akbar Road. Jagdeep Dhankhar and the BJP is ready to celebrate even as the counting of the votes will now happen, but we have seen the show of strength that has come from the NDA as well. And let me take you to the other side to show you the festivities at 11 Akbar Road. At the moment, the entire house has been decked up. The BJP expecting big fireworks. We're also expecting the Prime Minister Narendra Modi to come here to congratulate Jagdeep Dhankhar, who's just entered the house as we speak. We're also looking at all the senior members and leaders of the BJP, whether it's Home Minister Amit Shah, BJP Party Chief JP Nadda, will all be here in attendance to congratulate, because it seems, and it was expected as well, follow me, just to not preempt, that he will emerge victorious in the vice presidential election count, because there have been massive support from the NDA allies as well. And as you know, the TMC that has decided to abstain, despite that, 2 members of the TMC have voted. So out of 36, 34 have not voted and 2 did vote, even though Mamata Banerjee said that TMC will abstain. So this is the celebratory mood outside 11 Akbar Road at the moment. And even as the SPG and security protocols are being put in place for the Prime Minister to arrive, the sound of the dhols and the color on the walls, the saffron of the flowers and the banana leaves here, all decorated and all decked up in attendance for the victory celebrations there. Back to you, Paulomi.
You know, the fact that the opposition itself was not united behind Margaret Alva just basically cleared the way for Jagdeep Dhankhar, despite the NDA numbers being with him. The TMC's abstention from this election was very critical, and even Margaret Alva was not very happy. She vocally expressed her unhappiness over the TMC staying out of the voting process today, Milan.
Well, Paulomi, your guess is as good as mine, because we knew that the TMC had abstained. Despite that, 34 have not voted, but 2 at least came out to vote. And Shubhendu Adhikari's father happened to be one of those people. We are also looking at this abstinence being some kind of a message from the TMC, as you would also understand. But certainly the NDA allies that rallied behind Jagdeep Dhankhar's candidacy for the vice Vice President has perhaps seen the vote share increase for him. And we know that he has received considerable amount of votes at the moment, even as the counting is going on, and we'll expect the results to be officially out in some time. Margaret Alva, even though was being supported by opposition parties alike, but there were parties like BSP also that supported the candidature of Mr. Dhankhar. But certainly, as BJP likes to celebrate its every victory, like it does its triumphs and achievements outside 11 Akbar Road. And I'll ask my camera person Nasir also to show you. Protocols of security are being put in place because the Prime Minister is expected to come. And there's colour everywhere now, Polemy. You know, the saffron flowers and the banana leaves and the entire gate that has been decorated. Just a shot from here, I'll show you inside. There's a heavy layer of SPG security that is being put in place already for the arrival of the Prime Minister, for the arrival of the Home Minister, Amit Shah, as well as the party chief. There are going to be many people inside, and we are going to expect celebrations once again, just like you and I, Polemy, we saw during the presidential elections as well. There, back to you.
Absolutely. The colours are out already, and the NDA and the BJP already preparing to celebrate Jagdeep Dhankhar's victory. Milan, of course, bringing us those pictures from outside 11 Akbar Road, where preparations are underway, and Jagdeep Dhankhar himself has arrived over there, and the Prime Minister and others will be, of course, arriving there after the results are officially announced to congratulate Jagdeep Dhankhar. And those images on your screens right now from Jhunjhunu, his ancestral home, Jagdeep Dhankhar's ancestral home in Rajasthan, where already they're celebrating and already the music is on, the dancing is on as well, because they, of course, are very hopeful that when that press conference happens in Parliament a little later this evening, the decision of the voting that has taken place will, of course, seal the victory for Jagdeep Dhankhar. So that is going to be, of course, something which they're looking for at the moment. We'll, of course, try and collect with my colleague who's, in Jhunjhunu at the moment, covering those celebrations over there. Milan, as if Milan is still live with us, she's, of course, reporting from outside 11 Akbar Road. Milan, there was a lot of speculation, and this is, of course, on a interesting note, when before the NDA announced Jagdeep Dhankhar as their candidate going into the vice president elections, there was that one photograph that did the rounds of Jagdeep Dhankhar, Mamata Banerjee and Himanta Biswa Sharma in one room in Darjeeling meeting each other, which led to a lot of speculation as to what happened. Is Mamata Banerjee now going to support Jagdeep Dhankhar or not? But then, of course, officially, her reason, she says, for abstaining from this election was because she was not consulted.
Well, absolutely. You see, you remember clearly when we were covering the presidential elections as well, Mamata Banerjee, with the opposition allies, put her foot down, and she said that the TMC leader had to be the candidate for the presidential elections as well. So that time the consultations also happened with Sharad Pawar, and then the name was put forward by the party. But this time as well, Mamata Banerjee, they're putting her foot down, saying that I was not consulted, and which is why I will not support Jagdeep Dhankhar. We've also seen various clashes. He's been governor West Bengal, and you and I both know, you also cover West Bengal, and how you see the tiff that ensues between the chief minister there as well as the governor. But certainly that particular photo that you speak about sends out many messages, and later when the TMC says that we will not support, neither deny, but we'll abstain. So abstaining is a message certainly for the party as well. And even then, two of the members of TMC go ahead and cast their vote. And we were talking about the possibility of cross-voting as well that has happened the last time for Draupadi Murmu ji, who's elected the president. More than 17 votes were polled in favor of her by MPs, which was cross-voting. And the Congress party leaders also happen to have done that cross-voting. So we'll have to wait and see what the current, counting of votes will show in the favor favor, but clearly it was expected that Jagdeep Dhankhar will win by a landslide this time. But outside the home, once again, I want to just show you, this is how the Bharatiya Janata Party likes to bring forward its achievements, its celebrations, and today is once again a day of celebration, a day of political triumph for the party, because certainly they have been able to put forward their candidature for the vice presidential elections as well, a strong candidature supported by a lot of parties as well, supported by parties like BSP as well, who do not see eye to eye with the BJP on other issues. But certainly right now, even as we speak, the lights are being put up. It's evening time, and shortly we'll be looking at more security protocols being put forward, because the Prime Minister is going to be expected to reach here and congratulate Jagdeep Dhankhar, as we are still hearing and waiting for the official results to be announced soon. Paulomi, back to you in the studio.
Right. Milan, thank you so much for joining us. We'll, of course, keep coming back to you through this evening as those results are announced and those celebrations, of course, break out at 11 Akbar Road in Delhi and in Jhunjhunu in Rajasthan. We're slipping into a very short break. Coming up next, China's Taiwan provocation escalates. We'll get you all the latest updates after this break.
You are watching India Today.
Armed with facts, she takes the news by its horns.
You think the future of these students are not hampered?
Fierce, bold and direct, setting the tone for the biggest stories from every corner and every angle. Expect nothing but the unfiltered truth.
News first, niceties later. Watch me, Nabila Jamal, on India Today.
Fashion industry is all about new designs, styles and creations. Well, now fashion designers have a new playground for their creations, the metaverse. This digital world where, thanks to an avatar that gives us a virtual twin, we can evolve and act just as we would in the real world. We enter it through wearing a virtual reality headgear or by watching a computer or smartphone screen. The metaverse is a space for experimentation and testing out new products, allowing designers to push the boundaries of their creativity. This has economic advantages too. By testing out their collection in the metaverse, they can then analyze public reaction in it and adapt demand accordingly to avoid surplus production and unsold items in the real world. In other words, an eco-friendly approach. For other designers, their creations will stay digital. On specialized platform, brands commercialize their virtual clothes by attaching to them an NFT or a non-interchangeable unit of data stored on a blockchain that can be sold and traded using cryptocurrency. This kind of marketing saves brands from their worst nightmare: fakes flooding the marketplace. With the second-hand market booming, reselling a pair of virtual shoes associated with an NFT will give the designer royalties on each transaction. Some brands link a virtual fashion item with its counterpart in reality.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
are watching India Today.
The fallout over Nancy Pelosi's visit to Taiwan continues in fact, the northwestern Pacific Ocean. China continues its military drills in the Taiwan Straits. Here's more on that.
Tension between China and Taiwan soaring every passing day. China escalating hostility against Taiwan over US House Speaker Nancy Pelosi's visit to the island nation. China's military saber rattling on full display on ground, in the air and waters around Taiwan. In a massive claim, Taiwan accused China's military of simulating an attack on its main island on Saturday. Taipei's forces detected multiple batches of the Communist Party regime's aircraft and ships conducting activities around the Taiwan Strait, some even crossing the median line.
今天中国在台湾周边进行实弹射击演习，这种刻意持续升高军事威胁，特别是在国际最繁忙的航道上，这不只是对台湾，对于国际社会都是不负责任的做法。现在国军已经加强战备，严密且及时地掌控周边所有的军事动态。我们严正要求中国理性自治。
Beijing has been pressing ahead with military exercises aimed at blockade and ultimate invasion of the self-ruled island.
Look, I have no idea what will happen next, but observers say that drills surrounding Taiwan are intended to show that the Chinese military is capable of blockading the entire island and of resolving the Taiwan question through non-peaceful ways. These are reasonable and lawful measures for China to safeguard its sovereignty and territorial integrity. What Nancy Pelosi has done has been seen as a provocation and infringement on China's sovereignty and territorial integrity.
China-Taiwan tensions rising to the highest level in the past 30 years with an elevated risk of military conflict. To add to the risk, downturn in Beijing-Washington ties could be deep, festering and long-lasting in this region. Bureau Report, India Today.
And that's a wrap on this bulletin. For all the latest news and updates, you can log on to indiatoday.in. You can also download the India Today app. Thanks for watching.
You are watching India Today.
Kerala is battling monsoon fury. Deluge and destruction plague the state that has been lashed by incessant. Kerala's longest river, the Periyar, has fallen beyond normal levels, overflowing into villages surrounding it. The state government has swung into action. Round-the-clock rescue and relief operations are on to evacuate people.
I'm right now at Kottayam district, and it's a region which is around 500 meter away from the Meenachala river in Kottayam. It's a residential area, and you can see the water level has come really high. The house behind me is almost half submerged in water. The water, even though the river is 500 meter away, the water level has come really high, and the people here are finding it very difficult to commute, to walk out of their houses and move to the other regions.
A red alert has been issued in 8 districts fighting flood fury. IMD predicts non-stop rain in Kerala till Sunday.
water going inside the houses where we have to face a lot of difficulties, especially for the parents inside. There are aged people inside and it's very difficult for them to stand in the water for a long time, causing a lot of health issues. And post that, we have a lot of issues around the property as well. Our houses getting damaged every year.
Kerala is ravaged by deluge, its people reeling from devastation as they await aid and relocation.
Heavy rainfall continuing in various parts of the state. High alert issued, red alert issued to many districts in the state. The school here is under the water, is submerged in water, and if the rain keeps continuing and if the heavy rainfall is going to hit the state till Monday, it's going to be a very, very dangerous situation. With video journalist Tinku Rajashekhar, Shibimol KG for India Today from Kottayam.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
And joining me now on the big debate is Priyanka Chaturvedi, Shiv Sena MP, Dr. Shashi Panja, Minister in the Trinamool Congress Government of Bengal, Dr. Syed Zafar Islam, former Rajya Sabha MP of the BJP, Shama Mohammed, National Spokesperson of the Congress, and Rahul Srivastava, National Affairs Editor. So let's take those big questions. And since you are gheraud almost today, Zafar Islam, by the opposition, let me ask you the first question, which is quite simply this. Those images of Congress persons protesting on the streets, of Priyanka Gandhi Vadra, Rahul Gandhi being taken into detention, the Congress has occupied the mind space at least for a day. Does that worry the BJP, the manner in which now the Congress is hitting the streets?
It is very apparent that leaders are out to protect the family. For them, family comes first, then the country comes and the people of this great country comes, and of course the party comes. So their loyalty lies with the family, and that's why they're trying to protect the family, because they will cease to exist if they are not loyal to their family. And that's why everybody is on the street. But everyone in the country knows that it is not for the people of this great country, not for the country. The issue is only to safeguard the interest of the first family of Congress party. They are into corruption. They have committed sin, and now ED is interrogating them. ED is asking them questions. That's why they are really disturbed.
So you don't accept that these protests are about price rise, these protests are about unemployment. You maintain that these protests are about the survival of the Congress because their first family is being interrogated by the Enforcement Directorate. Am I correct?
Yes, Rajdeep, let me tell you, the world knows and the people of India know. They are fully updated what is happening across the globe. Everyone knows that the inflation and Mahanga in every other country is skyrocketing while it is still controlled in India. See the situation in neighboring countries and see the situation in the developed economies and everywhere.
But you're saying this is not about price rise, this is about saving the first family. Let me get Shama Mohammed to respond to that. Shama Mohammed, you want to respond before I go to my other panelists? Is this the optics of it? Is this about price rise really? Or is it about the Congress survival because its first family is being targeted now by the Modi government?
Rajdeep, I also happen to be a doctor, since you mentioned two others who are doctors in this panel. Yes. So I also happen to be a doctor. Now, the most important thing today, we had put out a circular 1 week back that we will be protesting on price rise. Be very clear on unemployment and the 5% GST there. So the question arises is, When we were not protesting, all of you all were asking, where is the Congress? Today, Congress is out on the street. And let me tell you, Rajdeep, I fail to understand why one cannot protest in a peaceful manner in a democracy. What is the problem of the Bharatiya Janata Party? What does Mr. Modi fear? Of course, we were protesting price rise. I was, in fact, at AICC, Rajdeep. I failed to understand why there is Section 144. I couldn't get out of my office. And when I got out today, the policewoman pulled my sari off. I mean, luckily, the Youth Congress workers surrounded me. The policewoman pulled my sari. I mean, I didn't know what to do. They helped me out. And you saw the way Priyanka Gandhi was manhandled by the police, by Amit Shah's police. The question today you need to ask them is, of course, there's a huge price rise. They cannot say there is no price rise. He says everything is controlled. When did the gas price start increasing? From 410 to 1,053?
Dr. Shama Mohammed, prices have been rising for months. It's only now it appears that the Congress is mobilizing itself, and that too principally in Delhi. The fact is, therefore, the government will link this to the Enforcement Directorate questioning of your leadership. You should have been out on the streets much earlier.
So Rajdeep, we have been out on the streets in states multiple number of times. And you know that we have protested in states last year many a times. And that's when you ask us, why are senior leaders not out there? Why are you not protesting in Delhi? And this is one question you had asked me in one debate. Today, the senior leaders, the senior most are out on the streets protesting. And now you ask me that why is it happening in Delhi? Of course, we have to do it in Delhi. You remember when Sushma Swaraj and Arun Jaitley and all were protesting, did we stop them from protesting? Of course not. We want to protest in a peaceful manner. We are clear. I want you to ask Zafar Islam, why is Section 144 there when we want to peacefully protest? Is peaceful protest not allowed in a democracy? Today, what Rahul Gandhi said is very right. Democracy is dead in this country. There is no democracy.
Zafar Islam, respond that there is an excessive use of force. You're trying to intimidate the opposition, particularly the Congress. The manner in which you've gone about it, the police force outside the AICC headquarters, all designed to intimidate.
Rajdeep, you have to understand that the Congress party has lost its credibility in the eyes of the people of this great country. They understand, the people understand that why they are doing this drama now. When the world is experiencing inflation here as well as across the globe, and we are acknowledging that there is an upward pressure on the price rise. But it is being controlled, and all the policy measures are being taken to address the concern. Having said that, it is very important for everyone to understand that Congress party is trying to disrupt the parliament. Congress party is trying to disrupt everywhere. If they really want to discuss the price rise issue, they can discuss in the parliament.
But it's very interesting while the Congress and the BJP are facing off here in the national capital, guess what? Mamata Banerjee having chai one-on-one meeting with the Prime Minister, Dr. Shashi Panja. The buzz in Delhi, could there be some deal between the Trinamool Congress and the government, particularly after your former Minister Partha Chatterjee was arrested and serious charges are being made of corruption, lots of cash being found with his aid? Is there a deal in the offing? Congress on the street, Mamata having chai with the Prime Minister.
Rajdeep ji, it is very clear that there can be political differences, and we are in fact fighting it out against the ruling dispensation, but there are no political compromise. This was a pre-scheduled appointment, and in fact Mamata Banerjee, the Chief Minister of the state, is fighting for her state, because here when you cannot defeat a party by in a mandate, in a people's mandate, then you try to strangulate the state economically, and that's precisely what is happening. She's gone there to fight for her dues.
You're saying she's raising economic issues, but the fact is, a couple of weeks ago, she was seen in a photograph with Hemanta Biswa Sarma, Assam Chief Minister, and Jagdeep Dhankhar in Darjeeling. Few days later, she decides to abstain from the vice presidential election, despite her differences with Mr. Dhankhar. Now she's seen with the Prime Minister. What's the message going out? Is Mamata Banerjee softening while Rahul Gandhi and Priyanka Gandhi Vadra go hit the streets?
Now, what you said, meeting Jagdeep Dhankhar, he was then the Honorable Governor of West Bengal, and the Chief Minister of Assam was there. And incidentally, Mamata Banerjee was there in North Bengal, in Darjeeling, before they had arrived. So it was purely a courtesy visit.
Right.
I mean, the
So
least we would do is to...
So there is no deal. So you're saying there is no deal.
Why should there?
You're saying there is no deal. Mamata Banerjee will be uncompromising in her opposition towards the Modi government.
Absolutely. Because what we are trying to say that political differences are there, but they should not impact the center and state relations. It's impacting the relations because he is depriving. They are taking it politically. They are taking out political vendetta. We have been fighting for this, not today, for years along. We have been fighting against this.
Okay, so you're saying it's about asking for your dues for Bengal. That was what the meeting was. We were told it was also about GST rates being slashed. But Priyanka Chaturvedi, I am in Mumbai at the moment, and here the buzz is about the Shiv Sena. Not only has the party split, but you've got one of your leaders, Sanjay Raut, in jail with the Enforcement Directorate. You moved an adjournment motion in Parliament seeking a debate on what you're saying, misuse of the Enforcement Directorate. The impression I get is every opposition party is doing its own thing. You are doing your adjournment motions in Delhi, Congress is on the streets, Mamata is seeking funds from the centre. How do I read it? How do I read these conflicting signals in a way that one is getting? Priyanka Chaturvedi, how do I read these conflicting signals?
You can either choose to read conflicting signals, or you could look at this as a Chief Minister of West Bengal who's being denied her rightful funds from the centre, having to meet the person who's leading the central government, which is the Prime Minister of India, having a conversation on that particular issue. I wouldn't want to read too many things between the lines as far as the opposition leadership is concerned, and elected Chief Ministers of a state are concerned, who are getting no cooperation from the centre. And that is because we know that Mamata Banerjee ji has been fighting the fight on the streets of West Bengal. Having said that, I was listening to this conversation by the argument coming from Syed Zafar Islam. I just want to say something. The price rise discussion that happened in the Lok Sabha, we heard almost mocking tone and tenor, not just of the finance minister of the country, but also the elected representatives representing the Bharatiya Janata Party in their particular constituencies. We had a very learned Jayant Sinha ji saying, "Mehengai kahan hai? विपक्ष महंगाई ढूंढ रहा है." एंड निशिकांत दुबे जी सिंह, हमने तो फ्री फंड का राशन दिया था. There is record tod महंगाई, which Zafar Islam ji himself admitted, and he says, oh, दूसरे, compare it to the other nations. I would ask him, he's a financial expert, can he also tell us what are the per capita incomes in these countries that he's comparing it to? And you'll have an answer to that.
No, but is the battle about record tod mehengai, about unemployment, or is it about, as the government is alleging, because your leaders, whether it's Sanjay Raut in Mumbai, or whether it is the Gandhi family in Delhi, or whether it's Partha Chatterjee in Bengal, the ED is after you. So it's about your survival. Is it about survival for the opposition, or about raising these people's issues consistently?
So
will you all consistently raise it?
No, I'll be very glad to answer this question. Let me give you some facts and figures which are coming from the Minister of State of Finance of this country. And this is to a parliamentary question that I had put across, that what are the cases, number of cases as summons by ED were issued between 2004 to 2014. Answer is 200 plus summons. All right. Then I asked them 2014 to 2022, 8 years versus the 10 years. There are 3,000 plus summons. 3,000 plus summons. Then I asked them what's the conviction rate of these summons that are given. 23 people, which is 0.5% of the summons issued. All right, we stop at that. Then we look at political representatives. Out of 609 cases, which are political representatives have ED summons issued to them, 570 of them happen to be from the opposition. So what am I to understand? What is the country supposed to understand? An enforcement directorate, which is supposed to maintain financial accountability and transparency and is a constitutional body and has to work independently of any fear or favor coming from any part of the, whether it's the judiciary, whether it's the executive, whether it is the legislative, is today working as an extended department which has been heavily weaponized by the Bharatiya Janata Party, which is at the centre.
Are your protests inside Parliament and outside Parliament about the ED, or are they about mehengai? Are they about Naukri? Are they about the economy? I want to get this very clear.
Democracy is not just about protesting inside the Parliament, outside the Parliament. Democracy, when someone says murder of democracy, I'll tell you, democracy consists of three major pillars. there's the executive, there's a judiciary, and there's a legislative. And the fourth which is considered popular, is the journalists and the media. Today we see them under constant attack. Constitutional bodies are being undermined, whether you look at an enforcement directorate, whether you look at the CBI, whether you look at the income tax, whether you look at the Election Commission of India. Every single agency is being undermined. Every single agency is being undermined in this country, and that is what democracy tells us as elected representatives in this country, in a democracy where the treasury benches are as important as the opposition benches, that we speak up for undermining of all these procedures, all these processes. And that is what we're doing. And if that includes price rise, if that includes joblessness, if that includes the weaponization of enforcement directorate, we will raise those voices.
Okay, so these are multiple issues you're claiming to raise. Rahul Srivastav, how do you see it? Do you see this as the opposition finally realizing that the only way to fight, in a way, the Modi government, or fight for their own survival, is to hit the street? And you can't simply now either tweet about it, but you're going to have to do something more. In that sense, the Congress seems to have realized, der aaya durust aaye, that you've got to hit the street, including their leaders. You can't fight politics in the drawing room anymore.
Rajiv, it's always said that the floors of democracy are made from the dust of the villages. I think the opposition, the Congress may have realized it, but I think several political parties have in their own spheres, say Mamata Banerjee, have taken to the streets a long time ago, and perhaps they benefited from it already. The last election in Bengal was a classic example that when a party is on the streets, it does manage to do much better.
Syed Zafar Islam, you're listening to these various voices from the opposition. Rahul is not the opposition, he's giving us the objective perspective, but the sense we are getting is that the opposition is finding a voice and the government wants to in some way silence it. That's the charge made against your government. That the figures, for example, that Priyanka Chaturvedi gave, where a majority of the ED cases, for example, are to target you. How do you respond?
Randeep, it is a baseless allegation, first of all. Second, these people who have committed crime, people who have committed deeply into corruption, they will have to face the music. Earlier, the understanding was, tum bhi khao, main bhi khao. But today, there's a government who is extremely critical about corruption. Zero tolerance on corruption, and that is something which is so apparent that we are allowing agencies without any interference, that whenever you have the evidence, when you have the lead, when you have enough evidence, then you must, they are catching those individuals who have committed crime or corruption in the past. Like, for instance, just see, Priyanka Chaturvedi was talking about a finance minister and her speech, and also some of our colleagues, she mentioned that what did they speak on the floor of the parliament. But just see Sanjay Raut, see the video. I mean, what is he trying to do? Is he a Robin Hood? Or has he won some medal for the country? I mean, he is being interrogated for corruption he has committed. And see the kind of body language. That only suggests that earlier government, there was complete tolerance on corruption, but there is zero tolerance on corruption now.
Yes, Priyanka Chaturvedi, you want to make a quick observation?
Very, very small observation. He was talking about Sanjay Raut ji. Sanjay Raut ji was, the visuals seem to have really, really disturbed Bharatiya Janata Party clearly, and they seem to have forgotten that those who they've used ED tactics on and almost arm twisted them to sit in their laps and become a part of the Bharatiya Janata Party is right now the sitting Chief Minister of Assam. Ask him to speak about Sardha scam. Ask him to speak about the Louis Berger scam. There's so many. Suvendu Adhikari ji, I can name so many people. In fact, Nitin Gadkari ji is on record saying, जो भारतीय जनता पार्टी में शामिल होता है उस पे हम वॉशिंग मशीन चालू कर देते हैं, वो उनके दाग धुल जाते हैं. That means these are dags put out of convenience to be able to pressurize, arm twist democracy and enforce democracy model to be implemented by the Bharatiya Janata Party. I have given you numbers. Numbers speak for themselves. I have also given you examples of how ED inquiries go into a cold storage as soon as these people join the Bharatiya Janata Party. So, you know, his entire charge sounds ridiculous. While today Sanjay Raut ji is facing all these charges because he refused to cow down to this kind of bullying tactics. And there are those, Maharashtra is a prime example, there are those who were facing
there will
ED
be
charges,
those, of course,
as
who
soon
will
as
say
they
there is
hopped
no
over to the
smoke.
Bharatiya Janata
Okay.
Party, are seeing their entire slate cleaned
made
up from
that
the
point,
ED
ma'am.
charges.
But there will be, of course, those who will say there's no smoke without fire in the cases that the ED has filed. But, Shama Mohammed, let's return to where we started. Are we to understand that the Congress party now will persistently take up these issues? Will price rise, unemployment now become the calling cards? We are told of a Bharat Jodo Yatra that Rahul Gandhi intends to initiate from October. Is the Congress also realizing you cannot fight politics sitting in a drawing room? Let's be very clear. You may argue that the Congress has been out on the street. The criticism is still there that far too many of your leaders have never really hit the streets consistently.
Rajdeep, I just want to remind Zafar that not allowing Parliament to function is also a form of democracy, was told by Sushma Swaraj, none other than her. So let's understand very importantly, he keeps saying ED, corrupt. I mean, who is the only politician who was convicted in 2011 and who went to jail for corruption is Yediyurappa from the Bharatiya Janata Party. I mean, none of our politicians have been convicted like Yediyurappa has been put behind bars. And the other thing which we really want to clarify today is he keeps talking about ED and our leaders. Our leaders were called for questioning, both Sonia Gandhi as well as Rahul Ji. Both of them went to the ED. Rahul Ji, in fact, for 5 days, 50 hours, Mrs. Gandhi for 2 days. And in fact, she said, do you want to ask me more questions? I'm ready to come. So this is the way. So we are not hindering their investigation in any form. And the other important aspect is, now, let me tell him that a question asked in the Lok Sabha, in the Parliament, that how many youths were given jobs from 2014 to now? How many of them applied? And the Parliament's answer is 22 crore youth applied for jobs from then, 2014 to now, and the government could only give 7.2 lakh jobs from a man who promised 2 crore jobs a year. So, of course, we will fight for unemployment. Another thing, whenever we talk about gas prices, every time they come and say, we have the PM Awas Yojana. I'll give him another important information. In the last 5 years, 4.13 crore people could not afford a single refill of LPG. This is again an answer from the Parliament, while 7.67 crore people refilled it only once. Of course, we are going to fight for this.
Ma'am, I asked you a question. Am I to understand that you will hit the street? I just want to therefore put across what Amit Shah has just said. Just a minute. Amit Shah today has said that Narendra Modi did the Ram Mandir Shilanyas this year and this day last year, and therefore the Congress's black dress protest is against the Mandir. This is what Amit Shah is saying. Listen to what Amit Shah said, that this is not a Black Day protest about prices, this is against the Prime Minister and the Mandir. And Yogi Adityanath is also now calling the protest anti-Mandir. So new spin, good spin bowling being done by the BJP is all I can say. Listening to what Amit Shah said.
आज ही के दिन इस देश के प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी ने राम जन्मभूमि का शिलान्यास किया था। कांग्रेस ने आज का दिन इसीलिए विरोध के लिए और विशेषकर काले कपड़ों में विरोध के लिए सिलेक्ट किया है कि वो एक शटल मैसेज देना चाहते हैं कि हम राम जन्मभूमि के शिलान्यास का विरोध करते हैं और
Zafar Islam, that is really googly bowling of the highest order. I have not heard something so absurd. Is this really the spin that the BJP is seriously expecting people to believe that these protests are against the Mandir? Surely not. Zafar, no, just a minute. Let Zafar Islam respond, please.
Rajdeep.
Zafar bhai? Yes.
Yeah, respond to that. You have seen Congress, you just do a back testing of their approach and their statement and what they have said in the past. And you will get to know that they were totally untied. And that's why the Honorable Home Minister has acknowledged and everybody has acknowledged that they have chosen the date, particularly because this is the date which coincides with the date where the Shilanyas of Ram Mandir was decided.
I am amazed, Zafar Islam. You're saying this with a straight face. Rahul Srivastava. I mean, I thought that, just a minute, Rahul Srivastava, the BJP is a very intelligent party. But really for the BJP to link this now to anti-Mandir protest, is the BJP seriously unnerved, Rahul Srivastava? Is this a sign of some nervousness?
Absolutely.
See, Rajdeep, I think this is not sign of nerves. I think there is a method behind what is being done. See, in politics, we don't have clean cupboards. We have skeletons one way or the other. And I think if an ED knocks at your door or my door, they will always find something. It can even be spit and run. The problem here is if you see Shiv Sena, there is Sanjay Raut being targeted. I think it's primarily because somewhere the BJP and the center, the BJP wants to dismantle the core of the Shiv Sena.
No, Rahul, I am referring to Amit Shah's statement saying these protests today were anti-Mandir.
Now, I just want to tell you one thing. The country remembers November 9, 2019. That is when the Supreme Court verdict came on Ram Mandir judgment. And that is something that came via the Supreme Court. It did not come via Bharatiya Janata Party's efforts. It was a collective effort of whether it's Shiv Sena, Bharatiya Janata Party or whichever other political party.
Rahul Srivastava, 30 seconds. Kaun banega challenger? Somewhere in all these protests, are we seeing each political party positioning themselves ahead of 2024? Congress saying we are hitting the streets on price rise. The Shiv Sena saying we will take on the Enforcement Directorate and their excesses. The Trinamool Congress saying we are a party which is a party of soldiers that takes on the BJP. Are we seeing Kaun banega challenger playing out again?
Yes, Rajdeep, there is definitely the decline of the Congress and regional players doing better in challenging the BJP. Definitely there is a race on. Say, for example, Mamata Banerjee tweaking her policy right after the raids on her ministers, and also perhaps realizing that she has got a long way ahead as far as the Bengal elections are concerned. Importantly, I think what the Congress is doing is perhaps realizing that hitting the streets is important. One, it has to remain the principal opposition party. Second, within the Congress, there the public perception that the Congress is not fighting for the first family, but for the people. That impression is the second element. The third is, I think, what's going to happen in the Congress is the next 1 month. As far as the leadership issue, when did you see Sonia Gandhi going into the floor of the House, well of the House? When did you see protests like this? I think the Congress first family is settling that debate also. So there is definitely a battle on. Idea, Rajdeep, behind these ED raids is discrediting your opponents basically to a point and raise questions about the core leaderships of the party.
All my guests joining us, temperatures are rising clearly on the street and in the studio today. Thank you all very much for joining me.
watching India Today.
Good evening and a warm welcome to India Today. I'm Paulami Saha and here are the headlines we're tracking at the top of this hour. "68 MPs and 300 Congress workers released after 4 hours of detention following Congress's mega all-black Akrosh. BJP claims Black on Temple Foundation Day. Rahul Gandhi hits out.
उन्होंने एक संदेश भेजने का प्रयास किया है कि राम जन्मभूमि का जो शिलान्यास हुआ वो और अब जो भव्य मंदिर बनने जा रहा है, दोनों के साथ हमारा विरोध है और हम इसी के लिए प्रदर्शन कर रहे हैं।
Delhi Deputy Chief Minister Manish Sisodia seeks CBI probe into former Delhi Lieutenant Governor Anil Baijal's change of stance on liquor policy. BJP claims Sisodia is trying to shift blame. It's NDA's Jagdeep Dhankhar versus UPA's Margaret Alva as the nation gets set to, in fact, know who its 14th Vice President will be. Voting ends, counting of vote underway. Union Minister G. Kishan Reddy flags off mega Tiranga bike rally in the national capital. BJP's Manjinder Singh Sirsa hits out at the opposition, claims this is not a matter of politics but of patriotism.
विरोधियों का तो आज बहाना है, बस असली में तो उनको अपनी जायदाद को बचाना है। आज वो जो कह रहे हैं तिरंगा, उनको लगता है कि वो पूजा करते रहे और वो पूजा एक परिवार की होती थी।
Trouble mounts for the Rauts. Sanjay Raut's wife Varsha reaches Enforcement Directorate to record her statement. Transactions from Varsha Raut's account under lens in the Patra Chaul case. Indian wrestlers shine bright on day 8 of Commonwealth Games as Bajrang Deepak and Sakshi clinch gold, while Anshu and Priyanka Goswami settle for silver in their respective categories. Mohit Grewal and Divya Kakran also secure bronze for the country. Voting to elect India's 14th Vice President concludes, and at any time now the results will be declared. Prime Minister Modi, Union Home Minister Amit Shah, former Prime Minister Dr. Manmohan Singh were among those who cast their votes earlier today in Parliament. It is all but certain that NDA candidate Jagdeep Dhankhar will be likely elected as the next Vice President of the country. Now, celebrations have already begun within the BJP camp and in Jagdeep Dhankhar's hometown in Jhunjhunu, Rajasthan. Meanwhile, all is not well in the opposition camp, within the TMC, for instance, deciding to abstain from voting. But two TMC members of Parliament, Shishir Adhikari and Dibyendu Adhikari, defied the party's decision and cast their votes. Meanwhile, Aam Aadmi Party, TRS, AIMIM and JMM announced their support for Margaret Alva, whereas PSP and TDP decided to back Jagdeep Dhankhar. The oath-taking ceremony will take place on August 11. Rahul Srivastav, Aishwarya Paliwal and Suryagni Roy are now joining me live on this development. We're expecting for the results to be announced any time now, but Aishwarya, of course, is standing outside 11 Akbar Road, I believe, where in fact the celebrations have already started. Aishwarya, give us a sense of what's going on around you.
Well, Paulby, you're right. I'm standing inside 11 Akbar Road, which is the house of Prahlad Joshi. Jagdeep Dhankhar, from what we are made to understand, is inside the house, and Prime Minister Narendra Modi, Home Minister Amit Shah, and all the other big leaders of the Bharatiya Janata Party will be arriving once the press conference is done and once the final name comes out. So what you see behind me are the preparations which have been made. You can already see that the kind of garlands that have been put up, all those things are already being done. People are now waiting for the press conference to begin. Once the press conference takes place, then we will see that we will see more dance and more pomp and show like the one which we saw when Draupadi Murmu won the presidential election. At the moment, everyone is waiting. However, one thing is very clear: we are seeing colours of Rajasthan being played up inside Prahlad Joshi's house. The turban, the safa which the people are wearing, all those are in bandhani, which is a cloth from Rajasthan. The colourful turbans that you see people wearing, all of them are from Rajasthan, paying, it's a symbol of what Jagdeep Dhankhar means, and it's also, a patronage to Rajasthan from where Jagdeep Dhankhar is. He comes from Jhunjhunu. Now, Paulami, we are waiting for the press conference to take place. Once the press conference ends, then we will see Prime Minister Narendra Modi and Home Minister make his way to the very place where we are standing. We also expect Jagdeep Dhankhar to speak with the media once the press conference gets over. Paulami.
Right, so obviously we're standing by for that press conference to begin inside the Parliament complex, where we believe that the Lok Sabha Secretary General will be addressing the media and announcing the results of the elections. My colleague Shreya Chatterjee is also live with me right now. Shreya, while it was very well known, in fact, that the numbers were not stacked up in Margaret Alva's favour, but clearly she was disappointed, and she expressed so quite vocally when the Trinamool Congress decided to abstain from this election. That's a very crucial chunk of votes which has not gone out for Margaret Alva today, at least 34 of those who abstained from this election.
Well, rightly so, Paulami, and expecting the TMC to actually vote in favour of Margaret Alva was something that she expected, given the choice of Vice President candidate from the NDA, which was Jagdeep Dhankhar. When he was the governor in West Bengal, we've seen the kind of attacks that he's faced from the TMC. At a time in a situation like this, Margaret Alva expected that probably the TMC would stand in support of her. However, the fact that Mamata Banerjee wasn't considered before the Congress and the opposition parties went ahead and announced her name definitely didn't settle down well for the TMC, and that's the reason we see this not so good politics play out when the opposition camp clearly stands divided. Even at a time getting a mere figure close to achieving the victory wasn't even possible. The least that was expected of the opposition was to send a solidarity message, which also clearly faltered when the vice president election is concerned. Likely she's to get somewhere around 26% of vote is what is to be believed so far as the figure is concerned. And in a moment from now, as our colleague was mentioning, the announcement for the vice president will be formally made from the parliament. And as I want my cameraman to show the seat that you can see over here at 11 Akbar Road, Paulami, this is all set for Jagdeep Dhankhar. The stage, I believe, is set for Jagdeep Dhankhar as he comes and takes place as the 14th vice president of the country.
Right, so obviously preparations that are already underway in the BJP camp to celebrate that moment, which they have been anticipated and have been quite certain about, that Jagdeep Dhankhar is going to in fact win this election. Already those preparations are in place at Prahlad Joshi's residence here in central Delhi. Rahul Srivastav, of course, is joining me right now as well. Rahul, to get the bigger picture, the fact that the TMC chose to abstain from this election, of course, their reason was that they were not consulted. Mamata Banerjee was not consulted. The name was floated. Margaret Alva's name was floated, and she was informed much later while that meeting was underway here in Delhi at Mr. Sharad Pawar's residence. A call went out to her. She said she's too busy, and they were asking her to decide within about half hour's time before Mr. Pawar addressed a press conference and announced Ms. Alva's name. Is that the reason?
First, one interesting fact that this counting which is going on is one of those more beautiful traditions of parliament, in which each election of a president or vice president, the counting is done by the secretariat of one respective house. So if the Rajya Sabha secretariat counted the votes for the president's election, this time around it is the vice president's election is being counting is done by the Lok Sabha secretariat, and we may expect the results sometime around 7:30, 8 o'clock. Mamata Banerjee, I think a lot of political scripts will be written in the coming future over the vice president's election. Remember, yesterday Mamata Banerjee met Prime Minister Narendra Modi, and prior to the announcement of Jagdeep Dhankhar, Mr. Jagdeep Dhankhar was in Darjeeling, and there was a meeting between Mamata Banerjee, Jagdeep Dhankhar, and Hemanta Biswa Sarma, and which is being talked about that Dhankhar after that came to Delhi instead of going back to Calcutta. I think it is not just the fact that it was because she was informed late. I think there is definitely much more politics to it. One, which jokingly people are saying that Mamata Banerjee ensured that all her MPs abstained, primarily to ensure that Jagdeep Dhankhar, who was a troublemaker for her as a governor, does not come back to Calcutta. One a very interesting element is definitely that. The second is, if you see the choice of Margaret Alva as the vice presidential candidate of the vice president of India, she is a congressman. The Congress did not actually propose her name. The choice came from Sharad Pawar and Sitaram Yechuri. Mamata Banerjee, who has created a space for herself in Bengal and is trying to create a space for herself across the country, and is trying to emerge as that one leader and a challenger to Narendra Modi, definitely will not like to accept choices made by Sharad Pawar about a congressperson like Margaret Alva. I think Mamata Banerjee is signaling that she is fighting a longer, deeper and serious battle, not just against Narendra Modi, basically against the opposition to become the principal opposition party. And in that, it does fit well that why should she be accepting the choices made by Sharad Pawar or somebody? Remember, Sharad Pawar is a larger father figure in opposition politics. Somewhere Mamata Banerjee has indicated that these choices are not acceptable to her. And I think that's a very strong signal Mamata Banerjee is giving. Say, for example, Arvind Kejriwal, his party eventually has supported Mr. Jagdeep, Ms. Alva. And that is why I will say Mamata Banerjee's decision and that she will not support anybody in this, I think has a deeper political meaning. And I think in the coming days, one will see Mamata Banerjee carrying on this path of creating a national space for herself. And I think this is just one milestone.
She does send out conflicting signals as well, Rahul, because while she, of course, is, sending out a signal while not supporting Margaret Alva's nomination, saying, I have a mind of my own, I need to be taken on board, I need to be duly consulted before any sort of announcement is made, then, the meetings that she has in Delhi, especially with the Prime Minister, and the fact that during this entire period that she's here in Delhi, she's not spoken with the media, she's had no interactions earlier, she's had longer interactions with the media. She's hosted them over chai and high tea and all of that. This time she's having no such interaction. There's a lot of murmur about the kind of quote-unquote setting she's probably done with the central government off the back of the scam that has rocked the state of Bengal, her party and her government as well. At least that's what Dilip Ghosh is alleging. What do you have to say about that, Rahul?
See, follow me. Mamata Banerjee, in wanting to emerge as a principal opposition to the BJP or a challenger to Narendra Modi, has to cross several milestones. I think the first most critical one was to take on BJP and defeat it convincingly in Bengal, and that she has done. Now that battle is settled, she is well in course for future. The next election is 2 years away in terms of the Lok Sabha election. She also realizes that there is a center, there is an ED, there is a CBI, there is an income tax. And to be in a constant pitched battle with the center, Narendra Modi, I think it does have some negative points. So Jagdeep Dhankhar, troublemaker as a governor, is off her back. She strikes some kind of a slightly more amiable working relationship with Prime Minister Narendra Modi and the center. Helps her funds. Remember that a lot of her money is stuck. I think something close to 70,000 crore in terms of various grants and welfare schemes, and 1 lakh crore in larger long-term plan money. Mamata Banerjee definitely needs that kind of money and assistance from the center, perhaps to move ahead. I think she has also realized, like Arvind Kejriwal, that the first battle is actually to become not a challenger to Narendra Modi. To reach there, she first needs to be the topmost party among the opposition players. That's a game that Arvind Kejriwal has been playing for a very long time now. If you see, just before Delhi elections, if you recall, Arvind Kejriwal stopped attacking Narendra Modi because he realized that there are negatives to that. He started creating a nation space for himself. It is only off late when he could not go on a foreign trip and there were certain skirmishes that Arvind Kejriwal, I think, first time went openly against Narendra Modi, the Prime Minister. But eventually one realizes that the battle for 24 eventually is getting stagnant in a manner where parties like the Trinamool Congress and AAP are trying to create a space by eating up the Congress space. And that perhaps seems to be a more singular space. Now, when you say Mamata Banerjee tweaking her stand on various issues, see, in vice president elections, she has not accepted a choice of a congressperson made by Sharad Pawar and Sitaram Yechuri. But remember, in the president election, she forced her own choice on other opposition parties. So the politics of TMC, I think, needs to be watched out much more carefully than a lot of opposition players. And I think that kind of posturing by Trinamool Congress has actually spurred the Congress also to start taking to the streets as far as price hikes and other issues are concerned. Otherwise, last time around, you saw the Congress out of the streets was for the first family of the Congress party. This time around, the Congress is out with a vengeance on the streets. And one of the biggest reasons is that, one, yes, definitely the Congress first family wants to show ahead of the crucial elections to the president's post in August-September period. Ahead of that, that the family is the motivator and mover and shaker in the party, but also to signal to the public that the Congress is there as a principal opposition party. I think that space of a challenger to Narendra Modi is worth watching.
It's worth watching. Of course, there are several developments that are taking place ahead of 2024, and the opposition camp is definitely one to watch out for. Let's go across to my colleague Jaikishan Sharma, who's joining me live from Jhunjhunu in Rajasthan, from where Jagdeep Dhankhar hails, and celebrations have already been underway in Jhunjhunu. Jaikishan, what's happening around you?
Yeah, we are standing at the ancestral home of Jagdeep Dhankhar, which is Kechana. The people have already started celebrating. You can see the relatives of Dhankhar. You can see his grandson, his granddaughter, his niece, his brothers. Everybody is celebrating. They are playing chunks. They are singing Rajasthani songs. We'll talk to some of them. We'll talk to the nephew of Jagdeep Dhankhar, who is very happy and emotional at the time. कितने भावुक हैं आप इतने?
बहुत जोरदार खुशी का माहौल है, बहुत ही भावुकता है और सभी का नाच गाना आप देख ही रहे हैं, बहुत जबरदस्त चल रहा है।
कितने गौरव की बात है एक राजस्थानी का इतने बड़े पद पे जाना।
राजस्थान नहीं, हमारे पूरे किसान वर्ग के लिए हिंदुस्तान में एक गौरव की बात है कि एक किसान के बेटे को नरेंद्र मोदी जी ने इतने उच्च पद पे किया है। इसके लिए हम बहुत मोदी जी के आभारी हैं, पूरा किसान वर्ग।
We'll talk to the grandson of Jagdeep Dhankhar, who is very happy. आपको कैसा लग रहा है?
मतलब today is very happy day, मतलब सब बहुत खुश हैं और मतलब आज ऐसा लग रहा है दिन में जैसे होली मनी हो, आज रात में दिवाली, तो सारे फेस्टिवल एक रात में पूरा एक ही दिन में मनाना बहुत खुशी की बात है और इतनी खुशी है मतलब हम बयां भी नहीं कर पा रहे, इतनी ज़्यादा खुशी है।
We are joined. We'll talk to the senior member of Jagdeep Dhankhar.
हाँ सर, लग रहा है आपको? बहुत अच्छा लग रहा है, बहुत खुश है हम, हमारा गांव, जिला और स्टेट सब खुश है और हमारे स्टेट के लिए खुशी की बात यह है कि दोनों लोकसभा और राज्यसभा में दोनों मेंबर हमारे राजस्थान से हैं, सभापति।
So see, people, I will show you the footage of women are doing local Rajasthani dance, which is very popular across the Shekhawati belt of the state. You can see women are playing chung. They are giving their wishes through songs, through local songs. We'll try to talk to few of them. कैसा लग रहा है आपको, आपके परिवार?
बहुत अच्छा लग रहा है, बहुत बड़ी प्रेरणा वो हमारे लिए। हम चाहते हैं कि हम लोग सब उनके पथनों पे चलें। वो एक बहुत ही ब्रॉड माइंडेड इंसान है और उनकी पर्सनैलिटी भी बहुत अच्छी है।
महिलाओं के लिए बहुत काम करते हैं।
हाँ करते हैं, वो परिवार की महिलाओं के लिए भी करते हैं और गांव की महिलाओं के लिए भी बहुत ज़्यादा काम करते हैं। हाँ, उन्होंने सिलाई सेंटर खोला था जो गवर्नमेंट स्कूल है वो है, स्कूल है उसमें भी उन्होंने बहुत सारा डोनेशन दिया है, गांव में गौशाला है उसमें भी उन्होंने बहुत सारा डोनेशन दिया है।
We have with us the granddaughter of जगदीप धनखड़। कितना प्रेरणादायक है आपके दादाजी?
बहुत ज़्यादा। हम चाहते हैं कि हम उन्हीं के जैसा बने और वैसे ही मेहनत करें ताकि इतनी सफलता मिले हम लोगों को आगे जीवन में।
So you can see like people are dancing all over here in the Kichana village of Jhunjhunu district from where Jagdeep Dhankhar comes. We'll talk to the cousin brother of Jagdeep Dhankhar who is very emotional at the moment. आप बहुत भावुक नजर आ रहे हैं।
जो बहुत खुशी है इस माहौल में, इतने खुश हैं कि कोई सीमा नहीं है। गांव में चारों तरफ इतनी खुशी है, पूरे किसान समुदाय में खुशी है। गांव में जगह जगह हर चौपाल में नाच गान चल रहा है, तो भावुक होना स्वाभाविक है।
बड़े भाई के पदचिन्हों पर पूरा गांव चलेगा। आपके बड़े भाई के पदचिन्हों पर अब पूरा गांव चलने वाला है।
पूरे का पूरा गांव उनके स्वागत के लिए तैयार है। वो शायद जल्दी से जल्दी गांव आएंगे। गांव से बहुत ज्यादा आदमी वहां जाएंगे, उनसे मिलने के लिए जाएंगे।
जेल में कैसे थे?
जी देखिए, मैं जब पांचवी कक्षा में मैंने दाखिला लिया सैनिक स्कूल चित्तौड़ में, वो 10वीं कक्षा में थे। वो शुरू से ही प्रतिभाशाली और कुशाग्र बुद्धि रखते थे। यहाँ तक कि वो स्वयं की क्लास के अलावा सीनियर क्लासेस के क्वेश्चंस भी सोल्व करने के लिए उनके पास स्टूडेंट्स आया करते थे और हमेशा हर चीज़ में रुचि लिया करते थे। खेलों में बहुत अव्वल थे और पढ़ाई में तो थे ही थे। बाकी एलोकेशन कॉन्टेस्ट है, डिबेट है, ऐसे राइटिंग कंपटीशन है, बढ़ चढ़ कर हिस्सा लिया करते थे। सबसे बड़ी बात, वो बहुत ही हंसी मजाक और ह्यूमर नेचर के, कोई भी मिलता है तो उसके लेवल के हो जाते हैं, चाहे बड़ा हो, बूढ़ा हो, चाहे बच्चा हो। अब भी जब भी मेरे से बात करते हैं, जैसे कभी फ़ोन पे ही बात करते हैं, तो दिलचस्प रहते हैं गांव की एक्टिविटीज़ में। जोजोबा प्लांटेशन के बारे में पूछते हैं कि अभी कैसे है, या मेरी माताजी अभी करीब 85-86 साल की हो रही हैं, वो ज़रूर पूछते हैं कि चाची जी की तबीयत कैसी है। गरीब परिवार से हमेशा जुड़े रहते हैं और सबका ख्याल रखते हैं। एक और बड़ी बात, किसी को वो नाउम्मीद नहीं जाने देते। कोई उनके पास उम्मीद लेके जाता है तो अपनी तरफ से पूरे प्रयास करते हैं कि उसका काम हो जाए।
So as you can see that people, the family members of Jhunjhunu are inspired by Jagdeep Dhankhar. They say that they will walk on the footprints of Jagdeep Dhankhar. Yes.
That's right. Jai Kishan, thank you so much for bringing us that report. Jai Kishan, they're speaking to several relatives of Jagdeep Dhankhar who are extremely excited and, of course, are waiting in anticipation for those results to be formally announced, but the celebrations already having broken out in Jhunjhunu from where Jagdeep Dhankhar hails. My colleague Suryagni Roy is also joining me live right now from Kolkata. Suryagni, despite the TMC's diktat that everyone should abstain from these elections and not cast their vote, two TMC MP, Shishir Adhikari, Dibyendu Adhikari, father of Shubhendu Adhikari, brother of Shubhendu Adhikari, cast their vote in this election. That's embarrassing for the TMC.
Well, Paulomi, if you just look at the strength that the Trinamool has in Rajya Sabha and Lok Sabha, that is 23 in Lok Sabha, 22 earlier, and after they won the Asansol seat, Shatrughan Sinha, it became 23 and 13 over there at Rajya Sabha. However, what we have seen ever since 2021 is that Shishir Adhikari, however, he was a TMC elected MP from Kathi. He joined the BJP. He is Shubhendu Adhikari's father. And secondly, Dibyendu Adhikari, he did not leave the Trinamool Congress. However, he did not join the BJP, but he was not seen anywhere in and around the Trinamool. Neither did he campaign for the Trinamool. Neither did he, he was not seen anywhere around the Trinamool before the elections and even after the elections. These two individuals went to Delhi even after, they received a letter from the Lok Sabha, leader of the house, that is Sudip Bandyopadhyay, wherein the letter clearly mentioned that the Trinamool Congress has decided that they will abstain from voting in the vice president elections, and this is what all the parties, all the members should abide by. However, what we saw today, that these two individuals, father and brother of BJP's big leader, leader of opposition of West Bengal, Shubhendu Adhikari. They reached Parliament today, and they are heading back as well, and they have voted as well. That is what we have been told. What we do not know, and only time can tell us whether they have voted for the NDA candidate or the other candidate. Back to you.
Well, of course, the fact that they defied the party decision and went ahead and cast their vote, it only appears that they may have gone ahead and voted for the NDA's nominee, Jagdeep Dhankhar. In fact, Aishwarya, my colleague, is live from 11 Akbar Road, which is Union Parliamentary Affairs Minister Mr. Prahlad Joshi's residence, where, in fact, all preparations for the BJP's celebrations to felicitate and congratulate Jagdeep Dhankhar are already underway. Aishwarya, who all are expected to arrive over there as soon as the results are announced?
Well, we can expect BJP President JP Nadda to be here. We also expect Prime Minister Narendra Modi to come here. Home Minister Amit Shah will also be here. We can also expect leaders like Ashwini Vaishnav, Anurag Thakur to be present here, and they would like to come here and congratulate Jagdeep Dhankhar, who's inside. The family members, as you can see, have already started coming here. What you see, the high security that you see, Paulami, is because the Prime Minister is expected. There is very high security. In fact, the garlands that you can see, and those people that you see wearing those brightly colored turbans, all of them are symbols of Rajasthan, the bright colors, all of them telling you that the culture of Rajasthan has descended in national capital today, and we expect all the major leaders to be present here in just about some minutes. However, we are still awaiting the press conference. We expect the press conference to take place in another half an hour. And once the formal announcement is made, only then will we see the leaders trickling in and congratulating Jagdeep Dhankhar, who's inside Prahlad Joshi's house. The decorations are up, the garlands are up, preparations have already been made. So in that sense, the preparations are underway. We are now expecting the press conference to begin. It looks like, when we talk about numbers, that the numbers are stacked with the NDA. The numbers are stacked, and at the moment it looks like it's Jagdeep Dhankhar who will become the next vice president, and the oath-taking ceremony will take place on the 11th of August. Paulami.
Right. I'll go across to my colleague Rahul Srivastav right now. Rahul, you of course were mentioning about that photograph which emerged from Darjeeling just ahead of Jagdeep Dhankhar being announced as the NDA's nominee for the VP pose of Mamata Banerjee, Jagdeep Dhankhar and Himanta Biswa Sharma in one room, which led to a lot of speculation as to what was going down. And then you of course mentioned about how jocularly people were talking about the fact that Mamata Banerjee will most definitely abstain from this election, if not support Margaret Alva, because she would rather, in fact, want Jagdeep Dhankhar out of Bengal, given the kind of sparring relationship that the governor, the then governor of West Bengal, Jagdeep Dhankhar, and she as chief minister had. But the question now is, many talk about it, again, speculation in Lutyens, Delhi. Has Mamata Banerjee got her way with who will be the next governor of West Bengal? We do know that La Ganesan, of course, is holding temporary charge of West Bengal as well, but has she got her way?
See, I don't think so. I don't think that. I don't think there can be a permanent truce between the center and West Bengal under the current regime. Primarily because I don't think the BJP will give up on Bengal. BJP under Narendra Modi and Amit Shah does not give up. And this BJP really knows that Mamata Banerjee is a political force, and it needs to remain, to be kept under a certain amount of political checks and balances. And that is one territory. I recall even before elections, in few meetings with people among the top two in the BJP today, they used to say that east of India is, that Mission India is one of the key elements. And that's one territory The BJP really wants to vanquish Northeast. It's virtually done. They have somebody like Hemant Biswa Sarma there managing the Seven Sisters. But the fact is that Bengal and Odisha are two states which the BJP does not want to give up. Of course, over the last few years, Jharkhand and Chhattisgarh have gone out of BJP control, but the BJP is working there. One can see that the BJP's visionary is working in Chhattisgarh and Jharkhand. And then, of course, the next polls, the BJP does see it a chance to come back because it is a key player there. West of India is vanquished. Remember that it's a very interesting element that the top two in the country in terms of governance today are from Gujarat, and the top two in parliament are from Rajasthan. These are neighboring states. I think these two neighboring states never had it that good. I think the deal is not done. I think Prime Minister Modi will send somebody who might be more amiable, but definitely will keep the leash very tight, as good, maybe not as sternly as Jagdeep Dhankhar, I think, who was much more vocal about it, but definitely the leash will be tight.
Absolutely. Okay, that's a very interesting thought. Thank you so much to all of you for joining us this evening. We're of course standing by for that press conference, and we'll of course then come back to you as soon as the official results for the VP elections are announced in a short while from now in Parliament. We're slipping into a very short break. Stay tuned. News and updates will continue on the other side.
You are watching India Today.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com or call 9999892171.
What do you look for in a house? Is it the rooms, features, or comfort? Well, in this video, we'll tell you about the 5 most expensive houses in India. The house is designed by Chicago-based architects. Antilia is the world's second most expensive house. The house has 27 floors, with amenities like 80-seater cinema hall, salon, ice cream parlor, and the list goes on. The house can withstand an earthquake of 8 magnitude. The Raymond Group chairman has the tallest house in India. The 30-floored house is spread over 16,000 square feet. 6 floors out of the 30 are for parking. The house has swimming pools, spas, and gyms. It is divided into different flats for families to live. The name of the house means a place where someone lives. The house has 17 floors and has a helipad with a few helicopters. It is spread over 16,000 square feet. K.M. Birla of Aditya Birla Group lives here. His house has over 20 bedrooms. It is spread over 30,000 square feet. Bollywood star Shah Rukh Khan's house is one of the most luxurious houses. His house has 6 floors with multiple bedrooms, a library, boxing ring, and a personal auditorium.
You are watching India Today.
On the show this week, we have a Windows competitor to the MacBook or to the iPad. Well, you'll find out if you watch the entire show. Also, what's all the fuss about 5G and what on earth is happening with the creator economy on Instagram. I'm your host Ayush Alavadi and this is Tech Today. In the tech world, the month of August is all about foldables. So if it's foldable season, we're not only talking about the Samsung Fold and the Flip, we're very excited about those next week on Tech Today, but this week, I have a very special convertible, a 2-in-1, one of the best flagship 2-in-1s in the market, has sort of gotten better, or has it gotten better? That's the question we're asking on the show this week. The HP Spectre X360. Is this convertible enough to convert all the Apple MacBook fanboys? Well, that's what we're going to find out. Now, as a daily driver, I use an iPad Air with a Magic Keyboard. You can say that that is not the most efficient, productive setup, but it works for me. And I do this show from that particular device as well. But I think that's mobile, it's compact, and you can travel with it. For a lot of people, this is a very fascinating form factor. A convertible 2-in-1 laptop, you can place it in 4 different ways, this being one obviously. If you're writing, then you can always go pull flat, and it comes with this pen. You can do all sorts of drawing and jotting notes. Then when you want to go into laptop phase is when you turn it around like this and it becomes an ordinary laptop as well. You have other permutations and combinations, but you get the drift. What really does strike out is the design and the fact that they've gone with this nocturne blue color. There's another fascinating copper-like color, which I also like with it. But this nocturne blue color looks really good. It's strikingly very premium. Even the logo placement is kind of cool. It's not a traditional HP logo. It's very different from their baseline of notebooks. But then you have these vents at the bottom, these very cool sharp edges. They make it look a lot like the MacBook Air M2, but then that's only on this side. Very asymmetric because then it gets rounded over here. It feels sort of light. It might be a kilo or so in terms of weight. When you place it out here, there are a few things about this laptop that we've liked. If you call them minor features and software tweaks, look, we're all for good tech here on Tech Today. And there's one elephant in the room which we have to address right at the end of this review, which is, well, sort of a bummer when we're talking about the new Spectre 360. You type in the password and you're here already. It has Face ID and of course it has Touch ID as well. When I say that, I mean it has biometric authentication. But then there are a few features about this laptop that make it very interesting, and a lot of that action is happening here at the top with the camera. The camera becomes a big selling point with this laptop and a lot of other laptops in this price category, even the MacBook. Apple has tried to improve that front-facing camera. I think a lot of this has happened since 2020, when a lot of us have been working from home, working from anywhere, taking Zoom calls, FaceTime calls. Well, that's when this camera scores really high because of some of the software features. The first feature that strikes me is this button, which is a camera blocker, which is a small software hack. It gives you a grill out here, and that completely blocks out your camera with one button here in the function bar. That's really cool. Maybe the others can also take a cue, especially when we're getting so concerned about privacy and security nowadays, as we rightly should. This is a very cool feature. Turn the camera back on, and the minute the camera is on, it obviously has face tracking. It has a lot of AI tools which make it kind of interesting. But then you have HP's enhanced lighting. The minute you launch this app, the entire interface changes. As you can see, I will have a ring light installed on the screen and there's no extra hardware needed. Again, hats off to the guys at HP. They are working on software. What can you do with this light? You can change the field of view. You can change the color that it emits, which I think is kind of cool. And then the intensity can be reduced. The intensity can be increased. I think it's a very cool feature. When a lot of us have purchased ring lights at home, you don't need unnecessary extra hardware. The last time we used a Nothing Phone 1 as a ring light, this time we have it embedded in the screen. That is fascinating, but that's not all. There are other small features with the camera when it comes to noise reduction, autofocus, auto tracking, which make this quite a good 1080p front camera. Now, one thing I really like about this is something that Apple hasn't managed to do yet. Apple has a fantastic iPad in its ecosystem, and then it has a fantastic MacBook. The thing is, a MacBook has no touchscreen and an iPad doesn't always work like a laptop for a lot of you. That's where these convertible laptops come in, because they come in with advanced specs. For instance, this has a 12th generation Intel Core i7-1255U. It comes in 8, 16 or 32 gigs of RAM options, 512 GB, 1 terabyte or 2 terabytes SSD, and the display gets bright enough when you want it to. The cool part is that this is still a touchscreen. A lot like the Surface laptops that we've had on the show in the past, the touchscreen is there for all of us to use and all of us to see. When you do use the touchscreen, it feels a little weird on Windows 11, which comes with this laptop, because Windows 11, while they did want to make it entirely touchscreen friendly, is still the Windows of yesteryear. It's kind of cool with the layout, but it's not as intuitive as maybe using an iPad or an Android tablet. Now, of course, this is a 13.5-inch display. It gets kind of bright at 500 nits of brightness. And when things aren't working out for you, given that this is a convertible, you can use this as a touchscreen tablet. Now, when you're using the touch, you will obviously want to use this pen, which can be magnetically charged. You can clamp it on a lot like an iPad to the corner. It's all right. It's nothing like an Apple Pencil, but I think it gets the job done. If you're an illustrator, someone who's doing this professionally, maybe you'd want a slightly more professional sort of a setup. But if you're taking notes and doing just fun drawings on it, I think. Well, now let's address the elephant in the room, which is the price. This is a premium laptop by any degree, but premium does not come for cheap. If you want to use this as a tablet, you want to use this as a laptop, you want this 13.5-inch vibrant display, it comes at a price that starts at 1,29,000 rupees. Now that is a lot of money for a laptop, and it becomes a lot more money when you're comparing it to the ultimate OG in this space, if you're okay with that software, which is the MacBook Air M2, something we had on the show a couple of weeks ago, first on Tech Today, and we told you what it is capable of. That is a monster of a device, and it's nearly 1,20,000 rupees. There's a lot of schemes in the market which would make that a lot more affordable. Even the MacBook Air M1 is in a league of its own when it comes to processing and computing power. This, with the 12th gen Intel chipset, does a fairly decent job if you're using it for basic things, but you're going to spend a lot of money, and at 1,20,000, 1,30,000, anything above 1,20,000 rupees, you would want an absolute monster. Well, let me sum it up for you. If you're on the market for a laptop and a tablet, or a 2-in-1, and you're okay with Windows, then this is one of the top premium offerings. A lot like the top-end Microsoft Surface laptops. But if this is not your thing and you want to spend anything upwards of 1,20,000, remember, you are getting into the MacBook Air M2 range, and that is an absolute beast of a machine. The choice is all yours. If you've been tuned into the news of late and you've heard all the updates about 5G, the spectrum auction, the winners, the bidders, sub-6 gigahertz, low to mid bands, all these frequencies can really confuse you when it comes to all that lingo. We at Tech Today want to break it all down for you. Over to you, Nabila.
That's right, Ayush. In fact, I've been doing some research here, and since there's so much being said about what 5G can really do, I thought it's important here to explain the tech perspective on this show. 700 megahertz, 1800 megahertz, 26 gigahertz. What are all these numbers, you may ask? Well, they're all different 5G frequencies which were up for auction right here in India. The 5G frequency bands up for auction were 600 megahertz, 700 megahertz, 800 megahertz, 900 megahertz, 1800 megahertz, 2100 megahertz, 2300 megahertz, 3300 megahertz, 3500 megahertz, and 26 gigahertz. An easier way to understand this here is higher the frequency, the more the speed. So the types of 5G are broadly divided into two categories, sub-6 gigahertz and MM wave. The sub-6 gigahertz band is further divided into low band and mid band. This low band operates very similar to 4G and in practice would give you a slightly better experience than your existing 4G connection. It's about to get interesting here with the much sought after mid band.
News just coming in right now. The results are to be announced anytime shortly as far as the VP elections are concerned. But already, sources are telling India Today that Jagdeep Dhankhar, the NDA's nominee in this election, has secured 528 votes, and Margaret Alva, The nominee from the opposition camp has secured 182 votes. 15 votes have been deemed invalid in this election. We're expecting an official announcement to be made very shortly by the Lok Sabha Secretary General, who will be addressing a press conference in the Parliament complex. But what sources are telling India Today is that Jagdeep Dhankhar, has secured 528 votes in this election, as Margaret Alva secures 182 votes in this election. 15 votes have been deemed invalid in this election. My colleague Aishwarya Paliwal is now joining me live from 11 Akbar Road, Union Parliamentary Affairs Minister Prahlad Joshi's residence, where already celebrations have been underway. News coming in, Aishwarya, right now. A landslide victory, it seems, for Jagdeep Dhankhar. Reconnect with my colleague Aishwarya, who is of course standing by at 11 Akbar Road, where Jagdeep Dhankhar is present at the moment. There's obviously a lot of loud celebration, which is why possibly Aishwarya cannot hear us at the moment, but there's been a lot of song and dance which has been happening through this evening. Those images on your screens of counting which has been underway. Shortly we're expecting the official results of the Vice President elections to be announced, and we will know who will be India's 14th Vice President. But sources telling India Today already that Jagdeep Dhankhar has secured close to 528 votes in this election. My colleague Shreya Chatterjee is now joining me live from 11 Akbar Road. Shreya, landslide victory it seems for Jagdeep Dhankhar in the VP elections.
Well, yes, actually, Paulami, and these are the laddus that you are right now getting as they are distributing the massive victory of Jagdeep Dhankhar as he's become the 14th Vice President of India. This is how they are celebrating, by giving laddus to the media person over here. This is the message, you know, they're all very happy, they're over here. क्या कहेंगे आप लोग?
बस हम तो यही कहना चाहेंगे कि हमारे प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी ने किसान पुत्र को चुना और हमारे ओबीसी के राष्ट्रपति उपराष्ट्रपति चुने गए जगदीप धनखड़ जी को बहुत बहुत शुभकामनाएं। हम चाहते हैं देश उनके और सदन के नेता और राज्यसभा के बनेंगे तो उनके राज में भारत और विश्व तरक्की करे।
As you hear them out, Paulami, they are ecstatic about the win of Jagdeep Dhankhar, who we know has secured 528 votes, and the situation right now.
I'd like you to hold on over there, because the press conference of the Secretary General of Lok Sabha, returning officer for this election, Mr. Utpal Kumar Singh, has begun. In just a few moments from now, the Secretary General of the Lok Sabha, who is also the returning officer for the Vice President elections, Mr. Utpal Kumar Singh, will be announcing the results of the elections. Counting has concluded now in the VP elections. Remember, voting began earlier this morning at 11 a.m., concluded at 5 p.m. and now all votes have been counted. And we're just standing by for Mr. Utpal Kumar Singh to announce the results.
So, notice for the election for the office of Vice President was issued on 5th July 2022. In all, 50 nomination papers were received till the last date for submission of nomination papers. After scrutiny, nomination papers filed by Shri Jagdeep Dhankhar and Srimati Margaret Alva were found valid. The polling for the 16th Vice Presidential Election 2022, which commenced at 10 a.m. today in the Parliament House, closed at 5 p.m. Out of 780 electors comprising of elected and nominated members of Rajya Sabha and elected members of Lok Sabha, 725 electors cast their votes. The total elector turnout was accordingly 92.94%. The ballot box was sealed immediately after the close of poll at 5 p.m. in the presence of authorized representatives of contesting candidates and election observers. The counting of votes commenced at 6 p.m. after the ballot box was opened in the presence of authorized representatives of the contesting candidates, election observers, and counting officers. 725 votes were polled, which was 92.94% of the total electorate. 710 votes were found valid and 15 votes were found to be invalid. Thus, the percentage of valid votes is 97.93%. The quota sufficient to get a candidate elected is determined by dividing the total number of first preference votes secured by both candidates by 2 and then adding 1 to the quotient. The quota necessary for being elected to the office of Vice President of India was determined to be 356 votes. On the basis of counting, Shri Jagdeep Dhankhar secured 528 first preference votes and Srimati Margaret Alva 182 votes. Therefore, in pursuance of the provisions contained in Section 11 of the Presidential and Vice Presidential Elections Act 1952, 31 of 1952, read with Rule 35 of the Presidential and Vice Presidential Election Rules 1974, I, Utpal Kumar Singh, the Returning Officer for the Vice Presidential Election 2022, hereby declare that Shri Jagdeep Dhankhar, Raj Bhavan, Ward 45, Hare Street, Kolkata 700001, has been duly elected to the office of Vice President of India.
Was the official announcement being made by the Lok Sabha Secretary General, the returning?
The Election Commission of India, Form 7, under Rule 35(1)(c), which is the return of election to the office of the Vice President of India, and also a declaration of result of election under Section 11 of the Presidential and Vice Presidential Elections Act 1952, read with Rule 35 of the Presidential and Vice Presidential Election Rules 1974. Election Commission of India would then prepare the certification of the election of Shri Jagdeep Dhankhar as the Vice President of India, jointly signed by the Chief Election Commissioner of India, Shri Rajiv Kumar, and Election Commissioner Shri Anup Chandra Pandey. Thank you.
Official announcement, viewers. Jagdeep Dhankhar has won the Vice President elections by landslide victory. Jagdeep Dhankhar is India's 14th Vice President. He has secured 528 votes. Margaret Alva, his opponent in the election, secured 182 votes. There were 710 votes that were found valid of the 725 that were cast in this election. 15 were deemed invalid. My colleague Rahul Srivastava, our National Affairs Editor, is now joining me live on this. Rahul, predictably so, Jagdeep Dhankhar wins the election, is India's new Vice President, but a landslide victory there. 528 out of 710 valid votes.
Yes, Mr. Dhankhar has won. The victory was expected. I think the real story is the votes polled by Margaret Alva. By getting nearly 182 votes, what it actually means that Margaret Alva has received less than 20% votes. And that means if we see last time around, Mr. Venkaiah Naidu word victory was of a lesser margin. And in fact, what we can say is that Rajmohan Gandhi had polled nearly 32% votes. That means that the number of votes polled by the opposition candidate has slid further. The indication with the BJP NDA votes are at 441. The BJP out of that has 394. 5 nominated MPs were supporting. Akali, BJD, YSR, BSP, TDP, Eknath Shinde Shivsena group supported Mr. Dhankar. But what it means that the opposition disarray and the divide in the opposition has yet been underlined and highlighted by the victory of Mr. Jagdeep Dhankhar.
Absolutely. And what does this mean for 2024? The opposition continues to want to forge some sort of a common alliance against the Bharatiya Janata Party and the NDA against them for the Lok Sabha elections of 2024. But every time some sort of a challenge, some challenge comes forth, they seem to completely fall apart. This time the TMC abstaining from the election, the BSP and the TDP choosing to support Jagdeep Dhankhar in the election.
If you follow me, what is happening to Indian politics is that there have been strong regimes and there have been alternatives after that. But the crisis, I think, today is that if you see 1977, post-emergency, Indira Gandhi made mistakes. After that, there were rallying figures. You see 1989 when VP Singh emerged as a rallying figure. In 77, you had Jayaprakash Narayan. There were not as many big players. There was no, Congress was a lone big party and rest were small players. There was a unifying factors in terms of leaders and people. I think that brought them together. But if you see the politics today, there is a huge absence of a unifier or a pivot around which the opposition can unite. The Congress perhaps is the only pan-Indian party which has a capability to become the pivot. But the Congress is so terribly diminished now that the Congress cannot act as a pivot. In fact, there are players who want to be the Congress of tomorrow in terms as a central figure as far as the opposition politics is concerned.
आप देख सकते हैं जैसे औपचारिक घोषणा हुई है या लड्डू
Okay, we're of course getting those pictures that are coming in from Delhi earlier today when Jagdeep Dhankhar of course arrived at 11 Akbar Road where celebrations are underway, and then of course images from Jhunjhunu as well, his ancestral home, where all of his relatives have gathered, and obviously you can see the celebrations have started over there. Laddus being distributed as well. Shreya Chatterjee is live with me from Delhi, from 11 Akbar Road where Jagdeep Dhankhar is at the moment. We're already seeing a lot of leaders arrive over there. Shreya, we're expecting the Prime Minister to arrive shortly as well. Take us through what's happening.
Well, absolutely so, Paulami. You know, the stage over here is set. Now the announcement is also formally made, and Jagdeep Dhankhar is the 14th Vice President of India. Now, the Prime Minister will also be coming over here. We're also hearing names of JP Nadda to come over here. We already caught Piyush Goyal. Piyush Goyal was already there meeting Jagdeep Dhankhar. And where we are here right now, Paulami, I'll ask my cameraman and to show our viewers that chair which is set. Jagdeep Dhankhar will come over here so that everyone congratulates him. He'll come and take this seat as everyone formally congratulates him as the 14th Vice President of India. We already got the declaration. He's won with 528 votes. That's a massive victory. That's the reason the celebrations happen over here. We saw people come and give sweets. You can hear the dhols that's playing outside. People singing songs. It's an ecstatic mood here at Prahlad Joshi's house, where the celebration for the 14th Vice President of India is already under its way. From a short time from now, we will also see Jagdeep Dhankhar himself come and take a seat over here, and as everyone else congratulates him.
Right, and we're expecting that the Prime Minister will be there shortly as well. He's already on his way, we are being told, for, of course, 11 Akbar Road. Only the formal announcement was awaited, which has now been made. Aishwarya, my colleague, is also live with me from the spot. Aishwarya, take us through all the colourful pictures and the celebrations that have already broken out inside the residence of Mr. Prahlad Joshi, where Mr. Dhankhar is present, and the Prime Minister will be there shortly as well.
Well, Paulmi, you'll be able to hear the dhol that is taking place inside, the dance that's happening inside. You know, Pradeep is going there and to show you the visuals of the dancers who are dancing on the dhol. Now, you know, In fact, some of the dhol people are being called inside. The visuals that you can see on the screen, Polmi, is of the dance that has broken out. People are now here to congratulate. In fact, if we talk about ministers, now Piyush Goyal has reached, JP Nadda has reached, and we are now seeing the dancers being called here, and the family members, the supporters are now on the dhol, and they are the ones who are now, beating the drums to show the celebration. Just a few minutes back, we saw how, the laddus which were being distributed by the supporters, and now we are seeing the dance, the pomp and show that is being done by the Bharatiya Janata Party. We saw similar kind of festivities taking place a few days back when Draupadi Murmu had won, and now we are seeing leaders. The BJP President JP Nadda has already reached. We are expecting the Prime Minister to reach here shortly. Home Minister Amit Shah is also expected to come here and to congratulate Jagdeep Dhankhar. We saw Jagdeep Dhankhar just a few minutes ago walking and meeting Piyush Goyal. So we will see those kind of celebrations taking place. The visuals on your screen now, Polmi, are of the supporters now, beating the drums, showing their celebrations. And let me tell you, the technique of the drumming, the colors that you are seeing, everything is from the state of Rajasthan. People, supporters showing how happy they are, and also we saw the chants of Bharat Mata Ki Jai. We also saw the chants of Jai Jawan, Jai Kisan, simplifying and also emphasizing on the fact that Jagdeep Dhankhar, the son of a farmer, and that's also, Polmi, interestingly, the first line that JP Nadda had used when he started the press conference when the BJP and the NDA came out with their vice president candidate. So these are the visuals, Polmi, that we can show you at the moment. Again, the greets, the drums, the celebrations that you see now. Songs of Jai Jawan, Jai Kisan are being sung. People are now waiting for Jagdeep Dhankhar to come outside once again. But what we are made to understand, he will come here where we are standing. He will most probably be accompanied by Prime Minister Narendra Modi. There is a chair which has been kept for him here on the stage. But at the moment, we are getting you the visuals of the celebrations that are taking place inside Prahlad Joshi's house. The visuals, Polmi, are of the celebration that is taking place. Supporters here. The chants, Polmi, are of Bharat Mata Ki Jai. Similar scenes we had witnessed when Draupadi Murmu had won the election and when she became the president. Similar scenes are now being replicated here at Prahlad Joshi's house. Polmi.
Absolutely. So you can see the celebrations, of course, that are taking place now after it has been formally and officially announced by the returning officer for the vice president elections that Jagdeep Dhankhar has in fact won the election and will soon be taking oath as India's 14th Vice President. Prime Minister Modi is also expected to arrive very, very shortly, where Aishwarya is at the moment, in order to personally congratulate Jagdeep Dhankhar. Jagdeep Dhankhar, who in fact was last seen in the role of governor of the state of West Bengal before the NDA and the BJP, of course, decided to announce him officially as their nominee for the vice president elections. Those pictures also coming in from Jhunjhunu in Rajasthan, from where Jagdeep Dhankhar hails. Clearly, a lot of excitement in the air over there, a lot of song and dance as well. Earlier, my colleague was speaking to many of the relatives of the Dhankar family. In fact, Mr. Jagdeep Dhankar's relatives were gathered over there in order to celebrate this moment, which they had, of course, anticipated. So you can see, of course, that Jagdeep Dhankhar over there earlier, those pictures from earlier this evening when he, in fact, had arrived at Mr. Prahlad Joshi's residence at 11 Akbar Road. Of course, we are waiting for him to, in fact, step out now so that those pictures, those live images can be brought to you. Prime Minister Modi will be there very, very shortly. He is already en route, we're told, for 11 Akbar Road. Aishwarya, my colleague, Shreya Chatterjee, they're all, in fact, joining us live from inside 11 Akbar Road, where celebrations are taking place and are obviously seeing all of those leaders who have already started arriving. Mr. JP Nadda, BJP President, is already there, as well as Piyush Goyal and several such leaders already making a beeline for 11 Akbar Road in order to personally go there and congratulate Jagdeep Dhankhar. Jagdeep Dhankhar has secured 528 votes in this election. Remember, 725 votes were cast in this election by members of parliament of both the Rajya Sabha and the Lok Sabha, but 15 votes were deemed invalid. So 710 votes were deemed valid. Out of that, Jagdeep Dhankhar has secured 528, Margaret Alva secured 182. And that is definitely going to be a matter of introspection for the opposition, which wants to mount this cohesive common front against the BJP ahead of the Lok Sabha elections in 2024. But clearly there are chinks within the opposition camp as well. This time, of course, with the Trinamool Congress deciding to abstain from the elections. Inside 11 Akbar Road, Aishwarya, we're expecting that the Prime Minister will be there very shortly. We believe, as you've been reporting to us, that sweets are being distributed, laddus are being distributed, and the colours of Rajasthan, Aishwarya, are quite evident inside 11 Akbar Road this evening.
Well, Paulami, the visuals are quite telling. The victory sign that you can see, everyone wearing those colourful turbans and the victory sign. The chants. Jai Kisan.
Jai Kisan. Jai Jawan. Jai Kisan. Bharat Mata Ki Jai.
So the chants of Vande Mataram and the chants victory sign are the visuals that are a telling tale of the kind of celebration that is taking place inside Prahlad Joshi's house. This is for the celebration, the victory of Jagdeep Dhankhar, the NDA candidate for the post of Vice President. So what you see behind me, Paulami, are supporters of the Bharatiya Janata Party. We are seeing how colours of Rajasthan have been brought to the national capital. Not just that, we are also seeing laddus being distributed, the victory sign right behind me. We also saw dhol and dancing taking place. Now everyone is waiting for Prime Minister Narendra Modi to reach the spot. Once he does, we will see more celebrations, more colours. We had seen similar things when Draupadi Murmu had won the election for the post of president, and now everyone is waiting for Prime Minister Narendra Modi to arrive. Piyush Goyal already inside the house, JP Nadda already inside the house. People are also now waiting for Prime Minister to reach. We did see the victory sign, the laddus being distributed, and also the emphasis, Paulami, very important here, the emphasis being made on Jagdeep Dhankhar being the son of a farmer. All of them are signs to tell what we could expect in the upcoming elections in the state of Rajasthan. Also, because Bharatiya Janata Party, they have emphasized on the fact that Jagdeep Dhankhar is not just from the Jat community, he's also the son of a farmer. So all these things will definitely play their part. And now with this victory, we will see Bharatiya Janata Party marching forward. As Paulami, many are also saying, this could also be a kind of a semi-final for 2024, and we are seeing the victory one after the other. Draupadi Murmu first and now second. Both the candidates that the NDA and the BJP put forward, both of them have won. So this will have larger implications in times to come also. Paulami.
Absolutely. Larger implications, definitely. The opposition definitely has a lot of introspection to do and a lot of thinking to do because of the numbers. Simply look at the numbers. Jagdeep Dhankhar has secured 528 out of 710 votes. Margaret Alva has secured only 182. Let's go across to Junjunu right now in Rajasthan, where my colleague Jai Kishan is standing by. The family of Jagdeep Dhankhar there celebrating. Very, very colourful pictures, Jai Kishan, that are coming in from Junjunu. Take us through what's happening around you. Speak to some of the relatives and, of course, how are they feeling in this moment?
It's Diwali time in the land of martyrs, freedom fighters and brave. We are joined by the relatives of Dhankhar who are excited and dancing, celebrating the victory of Dhankhar. We'll talk to a few of them. कैसा लग रहा है आपको?
बहुत ज़्यादा खुशी हो रही है हमें जब से जीत का पता चला, जब से जश्न मनाया जा रहा है, लड्डू वितरण किए जा रहे हैं, नाच गाने हो रहे हैं, बहुत ज़्यादा खुशी है हमें जीत। बहुत अच्छा लग रहा है, हम बहुत खुश हैं। 100 क्लास के सारा गांव बहुत खुशी से झूम रहा है।
People are feeling very happy over here, and we'll try to talk to.
Okay, we're expecting the Prime Minister to arrive shortly at 11 Akbar Road in central Delhi right now. The Prime Minister, of course, will be personally congratulating Mr. Jagdeep Dhankhar. Those images, of course, live images coming in of Prime Minister Narendra Modi, who has in fact reached 11 Akbar Road, who's entering the premises at the moment, being received by JP Nadda, BJP President, who was already present over there. Prime Minister Modi there now going in with BJP President JP Nadda and Union Parliamentary Affairs Minister Pralhad Joshi, at whose residence Mr. Jagdeep Dhankhar is at the moment, and where all of those celebrations, of course, have been happening. Prime Minister Modi there arriving in order to extend his congratulations to Mr. Jagdeep Dhankhar, who has just won the Vice President election, will soon be taking oath officially as India's 14th Vice President. Prime Minister Modi there now going in to congratulate Jagdeep Dhankhar, who's won a landslide victory, a huge morale boost there for the NDA. It remains to be seen how the opposition, of course, reacts to this in terms of the results which have been announced, in terms of the numbers which have been secured by Margaret Alva. Jagdeep Dhankhar there being congratulated by Prime Minister Narendra Modi. The first visitor over there, all smiles, of course, because a huge victory, like I said, for the NDA. Already the chinks within the opposition showing, the NDA obviously taking some pleasure in that, because Jagdeep Dhankhar has won this election with a landslide victory. A landslide victory, viewers. 528 votes secured by Jagdeep Dhankhar out of 710 votes that were valid and were cast in this election. Margaret Alva having secured only 182 votes. Even parties like the BSP and the TDP extended their support for Jagdeep Dhankhar. The TMC, of course, abstained from this election because Ms. Mamata Banerjee was not very happy that she was not consulted formally by the opposition parties before they announced at a press conference that Jagdeep Dhankhar will be facing off with their nominee, Margaret Alva, in the Vice President elections. Remember, Margaret Alva, of course, having been a member of the Congress party and a senior member that held various positions in the Congress, and then, of course, was serving as governor across various states as well. Jagdeep Dhankhar himself was a governor of West Bengal before he was announced by the NDA as their nominee for this election, and he formally resigned as governor of West Bengal. Prime Minister Modi there having arrived at 11 Akbar Road in central Delhi to extend his congratulations to Jagdeep Dhankhar. Let's go across to my colleague Aishwarya Paliwal, who's of course joining us from that very location where Prime Minister Modi is at the moment. Aishwarya, the Prime Minister, of course, has arrived over there. He has, of course, extended his congratulations to Jagdeep Dhankhar and is, of course, spending a few moments with him at the moment. This is a big victory for the NDA. They are going to, in fact, savor this moment because this is a huge blow that they've dealt to the opposition and the opposition unity, so to say, as far as this election is concerned, and the results of it speak for themselves. Aishwarya.
Well, definitely, we are seeing a lot of cracks. The TMC, the Mamata Banerjee, going out and saying that her entire party will abstain from voting. Now, there could have been other ways through which this could have been resolved. She said that she was not being, she was not asked, she was not told about what was being done with the name of the Vice President, and even when she was called, she wasn't given a lot of time. So we are seeing cracks appearing, and that's exactly, that's also something that the Bharatiya Janata Party knows all too well, which is why we are seeing the landslide victory. More than that, we also saw how there was cross-voting which took place during presidential elections. So we did see how there were claims being made that some of the opposition leaders, in fact, had how some of the opposition leaders also, in fact, Polami had voted in favor of Draupadi Murmu. Now we are seeing the chants coming here. People are saying that the son of a farmer Kisan ka beta zindabad, Polmi, are the chants which you can hear now. So the emphasis that was rightly being put, and we can say that the adjective which was being put right in front of Jagdeep Dhankhar's name was the fact that son of a farmer. We also saw, Polmi, if you remember, that when JP Nadda, the BJP president, had announced the name of Jagdeep Dhankar, he started the press conference by saying that we have
For 1 second, Margaret Alva, who was Jagdeep Dhankhar's opponent in this election, she has tweeted right now and she has said, "Congratulations to Mr. Dhankar on being elected Vice President. I would like to thank all the leaders of the opposition and MPs from across the parties who voted for me in this election. Also, all the volunteers for their selfless service during our short but intense campaign." She, of course, goes on to tweet further, "This election was an opportunity for the opposition to work together to leave the past behind and build trust amongst each other. Unfortunately, some opposition parties chose to directly or indirectly support the BJP in an attempt to derail the idea of a united opposition. It is my belief that by doing so, these parties and their leaders have damaged their own credibility. This election is over. The battle for protecting our constitution, strengthening our democracy and restoring the dignity of parliament will continue. Jai Hind." A big statement there being made by the opposition's nominee, viewers. Margaret Alva saying that unfortunately some opposition parties chose to directly or indirectly support the BJP in an attempt to derail the idea of a united opposition. I'll go across to my colleague Rahul Srivastav right now. Rahul Srivastav, our National Affairs Editor, is live with us. A big statement, Rahul, being made by Margaret Alva there. She, of course, saying that some opposition parties chose to directly or indirectly support the BJP in an attempt to derail the idea of a united opposition. It is my belief that by doing so, these parties and their leaders have damaged their own credibility. Who is she referring to? TMC?
See, I think she's referring to a lot of people, but I think the principal attack is on the TMC, primarily because Mamata Banerjee is one of the key faces as far as the battle against Narendra Modi, in which that unity element is required. Otherwise, the Akali Dal, the BJD, which has supported Draupadi Murmu also, YSR Congress, BSP, TDP, and Eknath Shinde faction. So it is directed at all, but I think, yes, the principal target is Trinamool Congress, because Trinamool Congress definitely has decided that if there is an opposition space and a leader of the opposition space, the Trinamool Congress wants it. And Trinamool Congress has gone on a path very clearly by indicating putting its own choice in the president's election in form of Yashwant Sinha and making the entire opposition virtually toe the line. Even the Congress had to fall in line. And then you had the vice president election where Sharad Pawar and Sitaram Yechuri triggered the name of Margaret Alva, but Trinamool Congress refused to back her. And I think with that, if you see the statement by Margaret Alva, who has had a very tumultuous relationship in a certain period with the Congress First family also, I think this statement eventually is not going to help the matters as far as the opposition is concerned, because Margaret Alva might have been pulled out from the cold to be fielded as the candidate to challenge Mr. Jagdeep Dhankhar, but the Congress still has to do business with other opposition parties who might have abstained. The Congress may be struggling to create a space for itself to retain that principal opposition party space, but then the Congress has to do business with Trinamool Congress, YSR and others in future. And that is why I think this statement actually does not really help the Congress party or those who are dreaming or planning or plotting a larger opposition unity.
But Rahul, this is not the first time that Margaret Alva has so vocally, in fact, hit out at so-called opposition unity. She is the opposition's nominee, and she's spoken previously as well. When TMC announced its decision to abstain from this election and not vote in this election, she had said that this was completely disappointing. So she had gone out there and she had quite clearly hit out at the TMC, again, not helping the cause of opposition unity.
I think that's largely because Margaret Alva has always been an outspoken person as a politician, but I think it is also showing the deeper sense of angst within the opposition now for the disarray and the divide which exists in the opposition. Also, I think there is a greater sense of worry in the Congress party with the kind of space that Mamata Banerjee's and Arvind Kejriwal's are trying to create for themselves. Say, for example, in Goa, the Congress's chances took a beating because of a Mamata Banerjee and Arvind Kejriwal. Now you look at Gujarat, for example. You will have an Arvind Kejriwal looking primarily to eat up that space which the Congress used to hold. So I think the Congress, through Margaret Alva or Margaret Alva individually hitting out at Trinamool and other opposition parties, I think depicts that sense of anxiety which now prevails in the Congress party. And I think that's one of the key reasons, as I said earlier, that has prompted the Congress's first family to take to the streets, because it's that space of principal opposition party as a pivot to the opposition unity. All those are being threatened by the likes of Arvind Kejriwal and Mamata Banerjee.
What about the equation, Rahul, between Mamata Banerjee and Sharad Pawar? She, of course, first, during the president elections, she met with Sharad Pawar. In fact, suggested to him, we believe, that he contest the elections for president, and most of the opposition parties were seemingly on board with Mr. Pawar's name. He, of course, asked for the name to be announced, is what we were told, asked for the name to be formally announced at the Constitution Club when they met for an opposition meeting, but then rejected the offer. And then, of course, it was Gopal Krishna Gandhi, and then, of course, Mr. Gandhi said that he won't be a nominee because doesn't seem like everyone's on board with his name. And then, of course, the TMC had to propose Mr. Yashwant Sinha's name. Why do you say that the TMC has had its say in the president elections? They claim, the TMC claims that it was literally forced out of them. Now Mr. Yashwant Sinha can't go back to the TMC. He was national vice president of the party. So the fact that Ms. Mamata Banerjee chose to ignore the call from Mr. Pawar, in fact, just goes to show that there's something which is amiss between Mr. Pawar and Ms. Banerjee. Okay, we'll try and reconnect with Rahul. At the moment, I'll go across to my colleague Aishwarya, who's of course standing by at 11 Akbar Road right now. Those images coming in from inside the residence of Mr. Prahlad Joshi, which is at 11 Akbar Road. The Prime Minister and Mr. Jagdeep Dhankhar there, all smiles as the NDA secures a massive victory in this Vice President elections. Jagdeep Dhankhar there officially announced the winner of this election. He, of course, will be sworn in a few days from now. We expect that swearing-in ceremony to take place on August 11, when he will be, in fact, taking oath as the 14th Vice President of the country. My colleague Aishwarya is live with me at the moment. Aishwarya, the Prime Minister is, of course, congratulating Mr. Jagdeep Dhankhar. Are there others who are there as well who have arrived at the residence of Mr. Joshi to congratulate Mr. Dhankhar?
Well, we have seen the Prime Minister coming and congratulating Jagdeep Dhankhar. We've also seen JP Nadda, who's the President of Bharatiya Janata Party. Piyush Goyal is also inside the house. These are some of the top leaders. We are expecting Home Minister Amit Shah to also arrive in some time. At the moment, we are giving you visuals of the supporters, the people who are happy, those who are now waiting for Jagdeep Dhankhar to come from inside the house. In fact, let me also, ask Pradeep to show you the stage which has been made on the other side. That there is a chair which has been kept, Paulmi, and Jagdeep Dhankhar will address the press from here in just a couple of minutes. At the moment, the supporters are here waiting for Jagdeep Dhankhar to step out of the house. We are yet to know whether it will be Prime Minister who will be accompanying Jagdeep Dhankhar, but it looks like at the moment that the passage that you see filled with people who are wearing these turbans are supporters of Jagdeep Dhankhar. They are now waiting for Jagdeep Dhankhar to now come and address the media. The stage is already set. We are also expecting some more leaders, Paulmi, to arrive at the moment. However, the important ones who have already arrived are the Prime Minister. We have also seen Piyush Goyal, who's inside. We are seeing how many leaders are now tweeting and congratulating, and the very lengthy tweet coming from Jagdeep Dhankhar's opponent, Margaret Alva, in which she's spoken about the kind of cracks that are there in the opposition parties, and she's also pointed out the fact that there is no unity in opposition amongst the opposition parties, which is something which is costing them, and which, according to Margaret Alva, also costed her certain votes, because we are seeing that Jagdeep Dhankhar has won in a landslide. Polemy, no celebrations, more celebrations are expected at the moment. We did see the laddus being distributed. Now everyone is waiting for Jagdeep Dhankhar to step out of the house and then to speak with the media. Polemy.
Right, Aishwarya, of course, bringing us all of those live pictures from inside 11 Akbar Road. Those images on your screens, viewers, of Prime Minister Narendra Modi, who has arrived at that very spot where Aishwarya is at the moment, congratulating Jagdeep Dhankhar, who in fact assumed a very vocal role in his past role as governor of West Bengal, was often seen sparring with West Bengal Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee, while he of course assumed the chair of governor of West Bengal. Aishwarya, also give us, if you could speak to some of the people over there on the ground over there who are celebrating this moment, BJP party workers and others as well, who are celebrating this moment, to give us a sense of how excited they are to see Jagdeep Dhankhar in this coveted position in the second highest constitutional office of the country.
Well, Polemy, we tried speaking with the people who are standing here. However, they have refused to speak. They're only chanting. They're only showing victory signs. They will speak only after Jagdeep Dhankhar steps out of the house. They have been given very clear instructions. They can celebrate. They have been distributing laddus. But as far as speaking with media is concerned, that's something that they are not doing at the moment. I believe that they have been given clear instructions. They are waiting for Jagdeep Dhankhar to step out of the house and then maybe speak a few words. Only then will we see the supporters come out and speak with the media. However, at the moment, we'll again cut to visuals. Everyone is now waiting for Jagdeep Dhankhar to step out. The people here, whom you see, all of them are now just waiting for Jagdeep Dhankhar to step out of the house and to come here and speak. His chair is already ready. At the moment, we are not seeing any dhols or any chanting taking place. Everyone is now waiting. And also, Polemy, you'll see that they are looking at one side, because that's the way through which Prime Minister went inside. So they are also hoping to catch a glimpse of Prime Minister Narendra Modi, who's still inside the house. So we will see some commotion take place once Prime Minister steps out. At the moment, we understand there are many leaders inside. Prominent amongst them are JP Nadda, who's the BJP president, also Piyush Goyal. We're also expecting the Home Minister Amit Shah to arrive in just some time from now. At the moment, everyone is waiting for the Vice President-elect Jagdeep Dhankhar to step out of the house and then to speak with the media. Polemy.
Right, and the charge which has been made by Miss Margaret Alva, Jagdeep Dhankhar's opponent in this election, Aishwarya, is a very serious one. She has always been known to be someone who's very outspoken. She speaks her mind. She's not going to wait for instructions to speak or not to speak. She's someone who speaks her mind. And today she's gone out there and categorically stated that unfortunately some opposition parties chose to directly or indirectly support the BJP in an attempt to derail the idea of a united opposition. This was in fact something which was discussed at length during the president elections as well, that there was a lot of cross voting that happened during those elections, and possibly it's true that it happened during this election as well, which is what Margaret Alva is pointing at, Aishwarya.
Margaret Alva, Polemy, is a veteran politician. She is an old 80-year-old lady who's had decades of political career behind her. So, she's not someone who will speak something just for the sake of speaking it. She is someone who will, if she speaks something, if she writes something, then she means it. And if she is saying that the opposition was not together, then definitely, she has felt it, and she would also probably be knowing about some of the cross-voting that has taken place. We did see cross-voting taking place during the presidential elections, but it was not expected during the vice presidential elections. But unfortunately, according to Margaret Alva, that is something that has happened. So we could see the opposition not standing together, not being united, and that's also Polemy, which is something, Polemy, you and I stay in the national capital. We understand how almost every week we see these rumors, these names floating of leaders, big leaders from the opposition party going and meeting BJP leaders. So, we are seeing those cracks in the opposition as well. Well, and that's exactly what Margaret Alva is also pointing towards. We are also seeing how the protest march which was being taken out by the Congress party, initially they spoke about that they were fighting because Sonia Gandhi was being called to ED, but then they changed the stance because they understood opposition will only come together when they speak about larger national interest like inflation, like the GST. So all those things are definitely playing on the minds of leaders, and the biggest blow was the fact that the TMC, which has the second largest number of MPs after Congress, they have abstained from voting. So definitely it shows how big a crack there is in the opposition ranks. Polemi.
Absolutely. Let me take that across to Shreya Chatterjee as well, who's joining us from inside Prahlad Joshi's residence, where Prime Minister Modi is presently congratulating Mr. Jagdeep Dhankhar. Those images, of course, on your screens of those moments on camera caught as Prime Minister Modi there, in fact, goes ahead and congratulates Jagdeep Dhankhar. Shreya, Rahul Gandhi has just tweeted, and while he's congratulated Jagdeep Dhankhar foremost, of course, he's also said thank you to Srimati Margaret Alva ji for representing the spirit of the joint opposition with grace and dignity. But unfortunately, what Miss Margaret Alva has also alleged at the same time, outspoken that she is, and a veteran politician that she is, that there were chinks within the opposition, and she's quite upset about it in the tweet and the thread that she's put out on Twitter, where she's categorically stated that there were some opposition parties that directly or indirectly supported the BJP in this election.
Well, Polemi, Margaret Alva's tweet, even if she's not really named the parties, it's very evident that she is clearly hitting out at the TMC who abstained for voting in this particular election. Now, even if Rahul Gandhi has come out and tweeted saying that Margaret Alva represented a joint opposition, clearly it isn't the reality, because we see that the candidate nominated herself, she's coming out and actually attacking the opposition for losing an opportunity to come together as one. And the reason that she's so outspoken is because the opposition is concerned is no one else but the TMC. Because when it comes to Jagdeep Dhankhar, the Trinamool Congress from day one till his last day has been attacking him for every little reason. We've also seen, remember, Polemi, how they actually changed the rule of the Vice Chancellor in the universities there in West Bengal from that of the governor to the chief minister. So that was a very toxic equation between the West Bengal government and Jagdeep Dhankhar, and that's the reason why Margaret Alva probably thought that the TMC will stand beside her. That, however, didn't happen. 34 TMC MPs abstained from voting for Margaret Alva, even if the numbers weren't really in favor of Margaret Alva. What probably the opposition lost was an opportunity to be represented as one. Even if Rahul Gandhi tweets and says that this is a message of united opposition, it is in the reality. The cracks are out in the open. It has already been there in open. It's probably only becoming easier for the BJP to send out a message that there is probably in the near future, no real alternative to the Bharatiya Janata Party, which is the ruling party in this country right now.
Shreya and Aishwarya continue to stay with us. We'll cut across now to Jhunjhunu in Rajasthan, where in fact the family of Mr. Jagdeep Dhankhar have gathered and are celebrating. My colleague Jackishan is of course live, and he's been giving us and bringing us all of those updates and pictures from Jhunjhunu at the moment. Jackishan, if you can hear me at the moment, if you could speak to some of the relatives of Mr. Dhankhar as well to get a sense of their sense of excitement and pride this evening as Mr. Jagdeep Dhankhar wins a landslide victory in this Vice President election.
Yeah, definitely. We'll talk to some of their relatives. We have with the granddaughter of Jagdeep Dhankhar. कितना अच्छा लग रहा है आपको, कितनी प्रेरणा मिली आपको?
बहुत ही ज़्यादा अच्छा लग रहा है हम लोगों को. आप देख ही सकते हैं कितनी खुशियों का माहौल छाया हुआ है और बहुत ही अच्छा लग रहा है. हम चाहते हैं कि हम उनके जैसे ही बने और उतनी मेहनत करके अपने देश का और अपने घर वालों को गर्व महसूस करवाएं.
आपको कैसा लग रहा है? आपके क्या लगता है जगदीप धनखड़ आपको?
बहुत ही खुशी का माहौल है और आप देख रहे हो चारों तरफ नाच गाने हो रहे हैं और बहुत ही हर्ष उल्लास का माहौल है.
कितने गर्व की बात है आपके लिए कि एक शेखावाटी का लाल संविधान के इतने सर्वोच्च पद पे पहुंचा है।
बहुत ही बड़ा नाम है और कभी सोचा नहीं था कि इतना बड़ा पद पर भी पहुंचेंगे क्या।
हम कुछ और लोगों से बातचीत करेंगे। आपको कितना गर्व महसूस हो रहा है? We'll show you pictures of the locals dancing here. They are enjoying on the beats of traditional Rajasthani songs, which says that we are very proud of you. We hope that you remain absent from all the negative energies of this world and you stay happy. We are very proud of you. These are traditional Rajasthani songs. We will talk to one of his cousins who have studied with him in Sainik School in Chittorgarh. सर सैनिक स्कूल में आपके साथ जो है पढ़ाई हुई है।
इंग्लिश
कैसे थे पढ़ने में वो?
इंग्लिश
कैसे थे पढ़ने में वो?
पार्डन?
जगदीप जी पढ़ाई में कैसे थे? सैनिक स्कूल में आपके साथ पढ़ते थे, कैसे थे?
He was very brilliant right from the beginning. He was brainy and very sharp. Like right from 5th class, he used to top the class.
कितने घंटे वो पढ़ाई पे देते थे? कितना टाइम वो खेल कूद पे देते थे? कितना टाइम वो पढ़ाई पर देते थे?
देखिए वो ऑल राउंड हर एक्टिविटी में हिस्सा लिया करते थे। खास तौर से उनका मेन थर्स्ट एकेडमिक्स के ऊपर था। गेम्स में भी सब फील्ड गेम, फुटबॉल, हॉकी, क्रिकेट खेलते थे। साथ ही स्कूल में जितने इवेंट्स होती ड्रामेटिक्स में पार्टिसिपेट किया करते, एलोकेशन कॉन्टेस्ट, डिबेट, ऐसे राइटिंग।
So you can see that people are very happy. They are dancing. Different relatives of Jagdeep Dhankhar. You can see them on frame. They are dancing on the Rajasthani beats. They are dancing on the traditional songs, which says that we are very happy and we will join you in all the happiness and success. We will be your savior from all the negativities. Yes.
So Jai Kishan there, of course, speaking to some of the relatives of Mr. Jagdeep Dhankhar, even speaking to one of his cousin brothers who in fact went to school with Mr. Dhankhar in Chittorgarh in Rajasthan. Also, he's had a very illustrious journey as well, Jai Kishan. If you could speak to his cousin brother and some of those who've seen that journey from being a law student, of course, to someone who very briefly was in the Janata Dal. He was a member of the Rajasthan Legislative Assembly. He was a member of Parliament as well, briefly as well. And then, of course, eventually going in as governor of West Bengal. Jai Kishan.
Yes, he was a very meritorious student while he was studying. He did his law from Maharaja College. We'll talk to some senior members of the village who knows him since the beginning. पढ़ाई में कितना ध्यान देते थे जगदीप साहब?
हाँ जी।
पढ़ाई में कितना ध्यान देते थे जगदीप साहब?
बहुत बढ़िया ध्यान देते थे पढ़ाई के अंदर।
कितने घंटे पढ़ते थे जगदीप जी?
हाँ जी।
जगदीप जी कितने घंटे पढ़ते थे?
जगदीप जी 12 से 13 घंटे लगातार पढ़ते थे।
आप बताइए कि उनका बचपन किस तरीके का रहा है? बचपन उनका जगदीप जी का
बचपन में बहुत मिलनसार, बहुत मर्दबासी और पढ़ने में बहुत होशियार थे। शुरू से बचपन से पता लग गया था बड़ा कुछ बड़ा करेगा।
You can listen from the people that it was a very hard journey. In 1994, he lost his son. So it was a setback for him. It was a setback for Dhankhar. But then coming out of that pain, then trauma, and reaching up to this top level, he talked to his acquaintance, his colleague again.
Coming in from inside 11 Akbar Road, you can see BJP leaders there having gathered now with Jagdeep Dhankhar. We presume that Prime Minister Modi has, of course, left from the residence. Those images of Mr. JP Nadda, BJP President, Piyush Goyal, who in fact is there as well. Prahlad Joshi, Union Parliamentary Affairs Minister, at whose residence these celebrations are being held by the Bharatiya Janata Party. Arjun Ram Meghwal as well on your screens at the moment. BJP, of course, ecstatic over this victory of their nominee in these vice president elections. You can imagine the excitement in the NDA camp as well, especially because Mr. Dhankhar has secured 528 out of 710 votes in this election. It is a mammoth victory that Jagdeep Dhankhar has secured for himself and for the NDA in these very prestigious elections to the second highest constitutional office in the country. Those pictures from earlier this evening as well, from a short while ago, when Prime Minister Modi was the first visitor to arrive at 11 Akbar Road to formally go in and congratulate Jagdeep Dhankhar after the results were officially announced in Parliament by the Secretary General of the Lok Sabha, who was also the returning officer for the Vice President elections. Margaret Alva, his opponent, Mr. Dhankhar's opponent, secured only 182 votes, while Mr. Dhankhar secured 528 out of 710 votes. A big blow for the opposition, especially because the TMC chose to abstain in these elections. The TMC's argument being that when the Congress and the NCP came together along with other opposition parties to announce the nomination of Miss Margaret Alva, Miss Mamata Banerjee was not consulted. Remember, Mamata Banerjee had taken the lead, in fact, as far as the opposition's choice for the president was concerned. She had consulted Sharad Pawar and, in fact, formally suggested that he contest the elections for president. And most of the opposition parties, in fact, all of the opposition parties were on board with Mr. Pawar's name. But Mr. Pawar said that he wanted to stay in electoral politics. He did not want to contest the president's election. Then, of course, the name of Mr. Gopal Krishna Gandhi did the rounds, but Mr. Gandhi himself, after being consulted by some of the opposition leaders, chose to pull out of the race because he felt that he did not have the support of all opposition parties as far as his own candidature was concerned, his prospective candidature was concerned. And then the TMC proposed the name of Yashwant Sinha to take on the NDA's nominee then, Draupadi Murmu. Yashwant Sinha was a member of the TMC. He was National Vice President of the TMC when he chose to step aside from the Trinamool Congress and contest the president elections. Draupadi Murmu, of course, defeated Yashwant Sinha in the president elections, and the TMC then stepped away as far as the opposition's campaign to take on the BJP and the NDA's nominee in the vice president election was concerned. Ms. Mamata Banerjee there saying that a lot of the MPs within the TMC felt that because they were not formally consulted and were only told last minute about the nomination and the choice of Ms. Margaret Alva as the opposition's nominee, with only just a few minutes to go before a press conference to formally announce that name, Ms. Mamata Banerjee chose to stay away from this election. So all her MPs, the TMC has 36 MPs in Parliament, 34 of them abstained today and did not cast their vote. Two, in fact, in an embarrassing moment for the TMC, cast their vote. Shubhendu Adhikari's father, Shishir Adhikari, and Dibyendu Adhikari, brother of Shubhendu Adhikari, cast his election. Those pictures, of course, of the celebrations that are happening inside 11 Akbar Road as members of the BJP celebrate this moment of Jagdeep Dhankhar's landslide victory in the vice president elections, which in fact slipping into a very short break. Stay tuned, news and updates will continue on the other side.
With every sunrise comes new beginnings, new opportunities and new stories. And that's why we're first up. While you're sleeping, we're hard at work to ensure you get the perfect news shot every morning. Get you all the updates. Our morning mission to get you news that's fresh and packed with flavor. Watch First Up every weekday morning with me, Akshata Nandagopal, right here on India Today.
Reliance Jio has gone ahead and may roll out services earlier than expected. Akash Ambani, Chairman, Reliance Jio Infocom, said that they will celebrate Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav with a pan-India 5G rollout. Airtel has also confirmed that it will roll out its 5G services in the country before the end of the month. But who will be the builder of the best 5G network in India, and how much will the service cost? Business Today TV Managing Editor Siddharth Surabi finds out in a conversation with Analysis Mason's Rohit Dhamija.
The best builder of 5G will be the operator that's gotten the best raw materials in terms of spectrum. And without a doubt, the emphatic answer to that is that Jio has gotten the most amount, both in terms of quantum as well as the best quality of spectrum. So Jio has acquired by
watching India Today.
So, of course, that is the latest that is happening as far as the vice president elections are concerned. Now, the fallout over Pelosi's visit to Taiwan continues in northwestern Pacific Ocean. China continues its military drills in the Taiwan Strait. Here's more on that.
Tension between China and Taiwan soaring every passing day. China escalating hostility against Taiwan over US House Speaker Nancy Pelosi's visit to the island nation. China's military saber rattling on full display on ground, in the air and waters around Taiwan. In a massive claim, Taiwan accused China's military of simulating an attack on its main island on Saturday. Taipei's forces detected multiple batches of the Communist Party regime's aircraft and ships conducting activities around the Taiwan Strait, some even crossing the median line.
今天中国在台湾周边进行实弹射击演习，这种刻意持续升高军事威胁，特别是在国际最繁忙的航道上，这不只是对台湾，对于国际社会都是不负责任的做法。现在国 国军已经加强战备，严密且及时地掌控周边所有的军事动态。我们严正要求中国理性自治。
Beijing has been pressing ahead with military exercises aimed at blockade and ultimate invasion of the self-ruled island.
Look, I have no idea what will happen next, but observers say that drills surrounding Taiwan are intended to show that the Chinese military is capable of blockading the entire island and of resolving the Taiwan question through non-peaceful ways. These are reasonable and lawful measures for China to safeguard its sovereignty and territorial integrity. What Nancy Pelosi has done has been seen as a provocation and infringement on China's sovereignty and territorial integrity.
China-Taiwan tensions rising to the highest level in the past 30 years with an elevated risk of military conflict. To add to the risk, downturn in Beijing-Washington ties could be deep, festering and long-lasting in this region. Bureau Report, India Today.
And that's a wrap on this bulletin. For all the latest news and updates, you can log on to indiatoday.in. You can also download the India Today app. Thanks for watching.
You are watching India Today.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Everyone's busy finding what's trending. You're busy finding out why. India Today, for those who research before reacting. Download the India Today app now.
watching India Today.
Good evening and a warm welcome to India Today. I'm Paulami Saha. Here are the headlines we're tracking at the top of the hour. NDA nominee Jagdeep Dhankhar is India's 14th Vice President, secures 528 votes out of 710. "68 MPs and 300 Congress workers released after 4 hours of detention following Congress's mega all-black Akrosh. BJP claims black on Temple Foundation Day. Rahul Gandhi hits out.
उन्होंने एक संदेश भेजने का प्रयास किया है कि राम जन्मभूमि का जो शिलान्यास हुआ वो और अब जो भव्य मंदिर बनने जा रहा है, दोनों के साथ हमारा विरोध है और हम इसी के लिए प्रदर्शन करेंगे।
Delhi Deputy Chief Minister Manish Sisodia seeks CBI probe into former Delhi LG Anil Baijal's change of stance on liquor policy. BJP claims Sisodia trying to shift blame. Union Minister G. Kishan Reddy flags off mega Tiranga bike rally in the national capital. BJP's Manjinder Sirsa hits out at the opposition, claims this is not a matter of politics but of patriotism.
विरोधियों का तो आज बहाना है, असली में तो उनको अपनी जायदाद को बचाना है। आज वो जो कह रहे हैं तिरंगा, उनको लगता है कि वो पूजा करते रहे और वो पूजा एक परिवार की होती थी।
Trouble mounts for the Rauts. Sanjay Raut's wife Varsha reaches Enforcement Directorate this morning to record her statement. Transactions from Varsha Raut's account under lens in the Patra Chaul case. India shines bright on day 8 of Commonwealth Games with 9 gold medals. Our medal tally now stands at 30. Now, there is no end to the showdown over Congress's Black Friday protest. BJP has levelled an anti-Ram charge at the Congress party. The Congress has countered the BJP's charges. Here's more.
The showdown between BJP and Congress over the Black Friday protest continues. Day after Home Minister Amit Shah claimed Congress insulted Lord Ram on Ayodhya Temple Foundation Day, Congress's Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary took a Ravan jibe.
To divert the attention of the common people by resorting the only weapon they have been using for decades long, that Ram, Ram, Ram. But in the name of Ram, virtually this government has been worshipping the Ravan. Ram is antithetical to the ideology, to the political step being pursued by the BJP party.
The BJP hit back, labelling Congress anti-Ram. BJP had called Congress's all-black stir on second anniversary of Prime Minister Modi laying the first stone for a grand Ram temple a deliberate insult.
कांग्रेस ने आज का दिन इसीलिए विरोध के लिए और विशेषकर काले कपड़ों में विरोध के लिए सिलेक्ट किया है कि वो एक सटल मैसेज देना चाहते हैं कि हम राम जन्मभूमि के शिलान्यास का विरोध करते हैं और अपनी तुष्टीकरण की नीति को वो आगे बढ़ाना चाहते हैं।
कांग्रेसियों ने काले कपड़े पहन करके जो प्रदर्शन किया है, यह से राम जन्मभूमि मंदिर निर्माण की तिथि के दिन यह राम भक्तों का अपमान है, अयोध्या दिवस का अपमान है, भारत के लोकतंत्र का अपमान है।
BJP attack had led both Rahul and Priyanka to launch a scathing counter. While Priyanka had said that fighting for common man is the way of Ram, Rahul claimed witch hunt against agitating Congress leaders. With its Ravan jibe, Congress seems to have renewed the face-off. Bureau Report, India Today.
Joining me this evening are guests from the BJP and the Congress. We're waiting for a Congress guest to join us, but Shehzad Poonawala, spokesperson of the Bharatiya Janata Party, is live with me right now. Shehzad, good evening to you. My first question is, you're saying that the Congress's Black Friday protest was about opposing the Ram Mandir Foundation stone laying anniversary, the second anniversary of it. How are you conflating the two? Because they seem to be protesting inflation, GST, price rise. Why are you saying that this is wearing black to protest Ram Mandir Foundation stone laying ceremony?
Because you don't have to go very far. If you hear Mr. Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary's statement, which you will find on ANI also, he has said that Shri Ram has been weaponized. Polemy, when the Congress spokesperson comes here, if he does arrive, ask him that would they ever say that about any other deity or any other god of any other faith? Would they say, for instance, XYZ God has been weaponized? And this is not new. This is the DNA of the Congress. You remember they said that Ramji doesn't exist on affidavit? You remember Manishankar Iyer once asked, kaun se kamre mein paida hue Shri Ram? You remember they in the Mehengai ki rally in Rajasthan said Hindutva is equal to ISIS and Boko Haram? You remember they went to court and they said let's stop the Ram Mandir for some time. When the Ram Janmabhoomi, the Bhumi Pujan happened 2 years ago, they tried to can I continue?
Yes,
is there
please.
a problem? Yeah. When the Bhumi Pujan happened, they tried to go to court. One activist who now later joined TMC, Saket Gokhale, was with the Congress then, had tried to stall it. In Maharashtra, they said, why should there be a Bhumi Pujan? And after that, you remember every 5th August, they have tried to create some kind of protest against that day, on the day which is the most revered day for all faithfuls. So, you know, this is the common thread of the Congress party, that Hinduओं को, Shri Ram को अपमानित करो, दो गाली, ताकि मिले वोट बैंक की थाली. You know, because we are Ram Bhakts, but you know, in तुष्टिकरण की राजनीति, some people are Rome Bhakts.
Okay.
I don't mean any place by Rome.
Okay, let's ask
I
the
mean
Congress. Let's ask the Congress that. Arshpreet Khadial of the Congress Party spokesperson is joining us this evening. Good evening, Arshpreet. Would you like to take that question? Were you opposing the foundation stone laying ceremony anniversary of Ram Mandir yesterday?
Not at all. See, number one, it's not really the fault of the BJP that they were confusing it with that, because the BJP does it all the time. For example, the twin condition that the Supreme Court order was passed for, they changed it through a finance bill, then Aadhaar card also. You know, so BJP does it all the time. That's why they're confusing with it. But let me tell the BJP one thing. It's our protest. We are protesting against something. Let us tell what it is about. It is about inflation. It is about unemployment, number one. Because of the BJP's failed economic policies, today the inflation, retail inflation is at top in 12 major countries. In the last 30 years, inflation hasn't been this high. From the last 14 months, the inflation has been in double digits. Essential commodities, you know, have been included in the GST. For example, curd, pulses, honey, you know, hospital beds, they haven't even spared children for that matter. Sharpeners, pencils have also been included in the GST.
Can you ask him
the benefits are not even being passed on to the people of India. We don't understand where this money is going, and why does the BJP have to waive off 60,000 crores of Vijay Mallya? You know, if there's such a dire need for money to accumulate so that you can spend, why are you waiving off so much money of Vijay Mallya, Mehul Choksi?
Okay, let the BJP respond to that. Shehzad, are you running away from these questions? Are you deflecting the issue? These are the questions.
Polemy, I once again request you and your channel to please play the statement of Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary. He could have listed all these points after taking it from Harshpreet, and he could have said those points. Why did he say Shri Ram has been weaponized? My first question to the Congress spokesperson is that would they say that ABC's God has been weaponized? Why this leverage only with the Hindu deities and Hindu faith, where they say ki Ram kaun se kamre mein paida hue, Hindutva is like ISIS and Boko Haram. Now, as far as inflation is concerned, Arshpreet, would you be caring to say what was the inflation rate during Manmohan Singh era? It was above 9% average and 10% for 9 months out of 12 months. Secondly, no, 1 second, don't need to shake your head, and let me tell you what was the sugar price. Let me tell you, sugar prices went up 481% during the Congress regime. Rice prices went up 150%. Wheat prices went up 176%. Tur dal, I would like to ask my dear friend from Congress, do you know how much tur dal costs today? It costed 180 rupees in the UP area. and today it is 100 rupees. So you increase tur dal prices to 180 rupees. Then a gas cylinder to the non-subsidized, to the cost to the taxpayer at the time of UPA was 1241. Today it is 1053. It is 2,400 rupees in America if you compare the prices. So even lower than America or lower than many other Middle Eastern countries, the gas cylinder, the cost to the taxpayer is there today. And petrol prices during the UPA regime, the petrol prices increased by over 100%. During the BJP regime, now in the last 8 years, it's increased by 35-36% because there are two black swan events that are taking place in the world. There is COVID also. There is also Ukraine-Russia war. A lot of supply chain constraints are there. Of course, there is a bit of inflation, but that average inflation is still below 6.5-7%. It's not crossed 7.5%. So these are the hard facts. Those who gave inflation of 10%, if they want to protest against Mengai, 1 litre of petrol in Rajasthan costs 108 rupees. The same thing costs 95-96 rupees in Uttar Pradesh. Highest VAT in Rajasthan. Yeah. The highest unemployment is in Rajasthan, 29%. It's been over 20% for 1 year. So please go and protest about Mengai and about price rise like you did already in Parliament in Rajasthan. But please tell me, would you ever say about any other faith that their God has been weaponized?
Okay. 2 questions to you, Ashpreet. One about, would you say that about any other faith, that their God has been weaponized? And secondly, about the facts and figures that Shehzad put out in terms of inflation and what they were during the UPA and what they are right now.
Let me start with the second question first. The statistics that have been suggested by, I think, Mr. Poonawala are wrong. Let me suggest some fresh statistics. I don't know where he's gotten them from. 23 crore people, ever since the BJP government has come into power, have gone below the poverty line. 23 crore people, Shehzad. Number 2, 97% of the people of India, 97% mind you, their incomes have decreased ever since your government came into power. And then you wanted to do demonetization. And the BJP government said, 2 lakh crores are going to be, coming in and be spent upon the people of India. Arey bhai, 99.3% of the demonetized currency notes came back into the banks. This entire exercise was futile, wasted energy, time and money of the people of India. And till date, we are having to deal with the repercussions of that. And the corruption, has it ended or has it increased? The Hawala transactions, have they stopped or have they increased? And of course, the money. Aajkal jo jali notes hai, you can see pehle 1 crore used to be 1 crore because 1,000 ke notes hote the. Ab 2,000 ke note hai to ab 2 crore aa jate hain. So the BJP government has worsened the situation and is still not apologized for it. Number 4, can you please tell us, Shehzad, why do you have to implement GST on essential commodities? Why do you have to make the common man suffer, the people below the poverty line suffer? And not just that, the BJP, is attributing one individual statement to the entire party. Well, if you want to go by leader of opposition, if you want to go by that logic, would you accept what Nupur Sharma said? Should that be attributed to the whole party? Should that be attributed to the BJP? Because what she said, you said she's a fringe element after the statement was made. So therefore, the BJP till date hasn't apologized for what Nupur Sharma said. And number 2, the logic that the BJP party is giving for us, if they accept it for themselves, they can blame us for that. And number 3, Shehzad, these statistics that have been posed, can you please tell us why has the country degraded ever since you came into power, and why are we still dealing with the repercussions of demonetization when it was supposed to be such a big thing that the BJP did to help people?
Shehzad, is Nupur Sharma all of BJP?
First of all, Paulami, I'm very happy. We suspended Nupur Sharma. Will they suspend Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary for the statement he's made? Point number 1. Point number 2, GST Council had the government of Rajasthan's representative. Paulami, I request you to please increase the debate time for next 5-7 minutes. And please tell me the dissent note that was put out by the government of Rajasthan or the finance minister of Rajasthan in this GST Council where this decision was taken. Point number 3, Paulami, what is the unemployment rate as per CMI data which they rely upon in Rajasthan? It's 29% for July and it's above 20% in the entire year from 2021 to 22. If I am lying, please open CMI data, fact check Mr. Ashpreet, who is low on facts, high on rhetoric and spurious in his allegations. If I am wrong, I will be happy to quit politics. I don't give fake facts like Jairam Ramesh and like Rahul Gandhi. I have a reputation to keep. Finally, Paulami, you used to cover politics, BJP, Congress, all these parties. Please do tell tell my dear friend Ashpreet what was the average inflation during the UPA tenure, during the CPI inflation. It was above 8.5 to 9%. It went above 10% for at least 9 times, if I remember correctly. It was double-digit inflation for a very long period of time. Until the 2 Black Swan events hit us, our average inflation was 4.5 to 5. It's gone up to 7.01 or 7.1, and that too at a time when United States is facing a 40-year high inflation. UK is facing, I think, 29-year high inflation. So even though other countries are not doing as well, those countries have 2-3% inflation. We are doing well. We are the first largest, fastest growing economy in the world. And Bloomberg report, which your channel put out, Polemy, has shown that the probability of recession in this country is 0 when it's 40% in America, 25% in Japan. If any of these facts are fake, I will quit politics. But if Arshpreet Kadyal can't prove that his facts, my facts are fake, then he should take that course. And secondly, what action will they take on Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary, who also insulted the Rashtrapati very recently? First Rashtrapati, now Shri Ram.
Okay, this will go on. This will go on as facts versus facts. Arshpreet, I'll come across to you. You'll definitely have your chance to respond. But I have 2 specific questions, one for Shehzad and one for you, Arshpreet. Shehzad, the question is facts versus fact. You can counter them on facts, definitely. You've done that in Parliament. The Finance Minister responded in both the Lok Sabha and in the Rajya Sabha. But the question is, doesn't the opposition party have the right to protest? Several FIRs against Congress leaders yesterday for just stepping out on the streets and protesting what they say are issues plaguing the common man right now. You can counter them. You can say that these are issues which can be, in fact, debated in the House, debated on the streets as well. But why take away the right to protest?
Nobody's taking away the right to protest. Polemy, you know that the Supreme Court has said that in Delhi, the protest can only be held in Jantar Mantar and in Ramleela Maidan. And secondly, there's 144 permanently applied in various parts of Delhi because of the security concerns. And therefore, it is more incumbent on parties or people who want to protest to seek permission. They can't go ahead without it. And thirdly, did you see this video of Priyanka Vadra kicking police people? I'll show you the video. I'll send it to your channel. You can play. One second.
You'll respond. You'll respond for it.
Yes, one second. Why are you so uneasy? This is Renuka Chaudhary few days ago holding the collar of a cop.
Our leaders have been manhandled.
Polemy, I think we can speak one by one. You're not an unfair anchor. Please, Polemy, can we speak one by one?
Arshpreet, just hold on for 30 seconds. Let him complete his point.
Yeah, thank you.
You will have the opportunity to respond.
Yeah, there's also a picture and a video of Priyanka twisting the hand of a policewoman. There's a picture, there's a video of Netta D'Souza spitting at women, people.
Okay, Shehzad, you've made your point. You've made your point. Okay.
There is a video of policemen being beaten up in Assam. Polemy, you're aware of all these facts. Do you have the right to beat up policemen serving in uniform or twisting their hands, kicking them because you feel you want to protest against Bhrashtachar? And Salman Khurshid yesterday said this is not a protest for saving the country, it's about saving our neta.
Arshpreet, respond. This is not a question of saving the country, this is a question of saving the neta. Is what Salman Khurshid has said on record. We also had, in fact, Srinivas on our channel saying the exact same thing. So was this about the common people of the country, or was it about the ED action against Rahul Gandhi and Sonia Gandhi?
See, number one, it was definitely about the common people of the country. And the BJP has a problem with, they were asking us, why did you have to protest at this time only? I think Shehzad can give us a timetable and we'll protest according to the whims and fancies of the BJP government. Number two, we really appreciated when they suspended Nupur Sharma, but then we were also astonished when they said she's a fringe element. So is the BJP comprised of fringe elements, Shehzad? Would you like to throw some light upon that? Number three, cylinders, the BJP used to go on roads, sit with cylinders there when the price of the cylinder was $400. And now they have a problem with the opposition protesting for the cylinders when they are at $1,030. So this shows on the double standards of the BJP, to what extent can they go and how they can lie. And number four, they say that the protests are basically for their own leaders. Let me clarify one thing, Shehzad, the ED part. We are not afraid of the ED. You can do whatever you want. You can attack us. You can arrest us. You can manhandle us. We have faith in judiciary. And a little right upon that also, the ED's conviction rate is less than 0.5%. You shouldn't forget that. There is not one BJP leader who has an ED case pending against him. However, all the opposition parties have. And it's against the conflict of interest because you are in the government. ED falls right under you. And when you say with a set perception that these people are guilty, it is conflict of interest. And please don't forget the principle of natural justice, which is innocent until proven guilty.
Okay, so that is about the ED action. Ashpreet, my question to you is that you want price rise discussed, you want inflation discussed, you want GST prices discussed. When that discussion happens in Parliament, why do you walk out? Why do you not listen to the Finance Minister? I'm not saying you have to agree with her. You can contest her. You can counter her. But why don't you sit down and listen to what the centre has to say?
See, when we try to speak, for example, I'll give an example of Mr. Kharge also. We want to speak in the Parliament, and the ED, we don't understand what urgency did the ED have that they wanted to summon him then and there, question him then and there, when just the last night, Mr.
Okay,
Kharge
that's
was
one Mr. Kharge.
No,
I'm talking about your entire party.
See, please understand one thing. The BJP is the party that has not been calling enough parliament sessions. We have been demanding sessions. We've been asking for important topics. They don't want to discuss the important topics. They want to discuss the topics.
Inflation was discussed. Price rise was discussed in Lok Sabha and Rajya Sabha.
It was more important for us to ensure that the issues of the common people are addressed. They didn't want to make sure that the parliament session was called. And number two, Mr. Kharge was available at National Herald the last night. They could have questioned him, they could have summoned him, nothing was done at all whatsoever. And this is that party that has now put a ban on protests from happening outside the parliament. When throughout, when they were in opposition, they used to protest it there. Throughout, they used to do that. And religious ceremonies have also been banned from happening outside the parliament. And number 5.
I don't understand the connection between the debate that's happening in parliament and Mr. Kharge getting summoned by the Enforcement Directorate and to be asked to be present in Herald House.
I'll tell you that. Number one, when we want to speak, we are not given a chance to speak. Mr. Kharge is basically an MP and he wanted to represent the people of his constituency. He wanted to echo their voice, the voice of the common people. Now, when you stop these people from speaking, that is when you set up a wrong precedent, and that is what the BJP party does.
Okay, is that what you're doing, Shehzad? That question to you. Is that what you're doing? You're basically, you are very generously setting up this discussion in Parliament at the request of the opposition on price rise in Lok Sabha and Rajya Sabha, but then you're also attacking them through the back door, through the Enforcement Directorate. Mr. Kharge, who wants to speak in the Rajya Sabha, can't be present because he is being summoned to Herald House.
Paulami, just now he said that we did not allow them to protest outside Parliament. The dharna ban issue has come up again. Paulami, you cover Parliament for so many years. The same notice which has been issued by Parliament House Security from 2009 onwards, every session after session, is now being sold as if it was a ban on dharna. They made an issue out of the expunged word list. They made an issue about the lion's teeth being longer than earlier. I mean, what kind of seriousness is there in them? When 2 debates have taken place in Parliament on price rise, and we are happy to discuss the price rise and the unemployment in Rajasthan where they have a government. They don't want to answer that, so therefore they run away with half facts. I've asked him 3 questions, he won't answer. 1, where's the dissent note of the GST Council from the government of Rajasthan? 2, what action are they taking on Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary, who's a serial offender, who even said that Kashmir is not an internal issue, it's an issue between India and Pakistan. Paulami, please control him now. Let me speak.
Okay.
Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary has said...
We have very few minutes.
Paulami,
we can have better words, Shehzad.
Adhir, can I please complete, Paulami? I am not going to indulge you. I am not going to indulge in this.
Ashpreet, I'll come to you, but final few minutes, let's not interrupt each other. Final few minutes. Shehzad, please.
Paulami, I have kept the discipline and the standard of the debate. It's difficult for the Congress to keep it. Now let me tell you, Paulami,
it's difficult when you do that in the Lok Sabha.
Paulami, may I continue
Ashpreet, we have the last few minutes. I'll let you have the final word. I'll let you respond to him. Okay.
Yeah. Paulami, after the advent of GST, compared to the pre-GST era, milk powder, curd, lassi, raisins, spices, tea, wheat, rice, flour, soybean oil, groundnut oil, palm oil, agarbatti, tooth powder, hair oil, toothpaste, soap, footwear under 500 rupees, other footwear, aluminium foils, LED, kerosene pressure lanterns. All of this have reduced in prices and taxes. These facts will never be discussed because it's inconvenient. And the ED, whatever it wants to investigate, is as per a court. There is a trial court order which was challenged in High Court, Supreme Court. They got no relief for the Gandhis. The income tax reassessment order, they got no relief from the Gandhis. So now they are on the streets.
Final word from Ashpreet. Quickly, Ashpreet.
See, I just want to say one thing to Shehzad. Please, just introspect once before you question the opposition. The government has been stifling the voices of the opposition in Lok Sabha, in Rajya Sabha. We are unnecessarily being suspended. We are unnecessarily being gagged. And, they have a problem with every protest that is happening. Please hear me out.
Okay, Shehzad, yes, suspension was revoked, Ashpreet.
And they need to understand. He was talking about, how we should regard and we should have honor, for the orders of the Supreme Court. It was your government that had undermined the order of the Supreme Court when twin bail conditions of the ED were done away with by the Supreme Court. After that, through a finance bill, you basically changed it altogether. So if there is anyone undermining the honorable Supreme Court, it is you.
Okay. That's all the time that I have, gentlemen. That's all the time that I have on this discussion. I'm glad that at some point we did focus on issues that definitely are worth focusing on, including price rise and inflation. We hope to not deflect away from these very critical issues. Shehzad Poonawalla, Ashpreet, thank you so much for joining us this evening on India Today. Now, shifting focus, India gets its 14th Vice President. NDA's candidate Jagdeep Dhankhar emerges victorious, becoming the 14th Vice President of India. Celebrations over Dhankhar's victory are on in full swing in the national capital, where BJP top brass, including Prime Minister Narendra Modi, met the former West Bengal governor over his spectacular victory. Meanwhile, grand celebrations were witnessed in Jagdeep Dhankhar's hometown in Jhunjhunu, Rajasthan as well. Out of 710 votes that were considered valid in this election, 528 MPs cast their vote supporting Jagdeep Dhankhar. On the other hand, the opposition candidate Margaret Alva received only 182 votes. Dhankhar will take oath as the new Vice President of the country on August 11.
I am so happy. I congratulate him. And he has a very good, vast knowledge about the constitution and law, and also quite witty. I am quite confident that he will handle the situation in the Rajya Sabha very well. And I am also so happy that it is a very, very decisive victory. And it is more than 74% vote share. It is one of the impressive victory. And he is also an eminent lawyer, a very eminent lawyer, and a farmer also. This is a rare combination.
And that's wrap on this bulletin. For all the latest news and updates, you can log on to indiatoday.in. You can also download the India Today app. Thanks for watching.
You are watching India Today.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com or call 9999892171. Everyone's busy finding what's trending. You're busy finding out why. India Today, for those who research before reacting. Download the India Today app now. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
and welcome to the Business Today show. I'm Udayan Mukherjee. My guest today is a true doyen of the Indian financial sector. To him goes the credit of creating India's largest private sector bank. But not just that, he then went on to become or serve as chairman of one of India's leading technology companies. And now the government has given him the task of reviving infrastructure development in the country as chairman of the National Bank for Financing Infrastructure and Development. You would have guessed, my guest is none other than the legendary KV Kamath. Mr. Kamath, pleasure having you on the show and great to see you again.
Thank you, Udayan. Likewise.
As I said in my introduction, you've worn so many hats in your life. I mean, of course, ICICI Bank is the big one, but then chairmanship of Infosys, the National Development Bank, and now as the chairperson of NABFID. I mean, these are very disparate and diverse kind of responsibilities you have undertaken in a very checkered career. But which of these stints have you really enjoyed the most?
Well, I think enjoyed is too narrow a term. I would also add challenging and, gave you a sense of contentment and enjoyment. So I would think three things. Infosys was different because it was an established company with a great history of leadership. So I was in a transitionary position there. If I look at NABFID, which we can talk about later because it's still in startup mode, then it's really between ICICI and the New Development Bank or the BRICS Bank. ICICI was, again, right in the midst of a challenge in the 1990s, going on to dream something and, maybe make your dream come true. Dream was initially of survival and then building things. I think was a much bigger challenge than NABFID. Much bigger challenge than NDB. NDB, the interesting part was that you had to work with 5 cultures and learn how things get done in a different context and execute it. But overall, I think ICICI probably, if I look at on that the frame with 3 reference points, ICICI would have been the most challenging, most fulfilling in a way, and learning, I would think, from a learning point of view, also the most. Thank you.
Yeah, it doesn't surprise me that you say ICICI. I mean, you almost single-handedly brought that bank up to where it was. But having done that, I mean, it's been quite a few years since you stepped off the MD's chair there. Do you still keep tabs on how your old bank is doing?
I keep tabs on everything that is happening around. Your last question, I think, is going to be, what are my other interests? My interests are trying to understand what happens around me. And that includes in every space, whether it is the IT space, whether it's the technology, the new technology, old banks, that indeed would mean ICICI Bank also. So I look at working results of all banks, try to understand what's happening, just to educate myself. Nothing from the point of view of talking to the bank and giving them feedback. If at all I have feedback to any of my relationship with as a customer, and not as anything in the past. But yes, I look at all banks, I look at performance, and see what is happening so that I'm wiser.
Well, back in your day, I mean, there was this intense competition between the Trinity, as we like to call it, the Trinity of private sector banks. There was ICICI, there was HDFC Bank, and there was Kotak Mahindra Bank. And not much has changed today. I mean, HDFC Bank seemed to have been ahead over the last many years. But over the last couple of years, you would have noticed that people are talking more about ICICI Bank stealing a march over HDFC Bank. In your day, how did you see the competition between the three? And how do you see the three of them positioned today in the marketplace?
I think actually, if you look at the period 96 to maybe the mid-2000s, so 2006, 2007, the ICICI Bank was clearly ahead in a lot of things. Again, we had to probably do things because of a theory of constraint. We were constrained by capital, so you jump higher, you raise money in first the GDR market and then the ADR market. And then the bank follows suit. For survival, you need to diversify and recast your strategy and become a retail institution. That is, I'm talking of ICICI. And you see the bank as a vehicle and you merge the two. So we have had to do things because constraints came in our way, challenges came in our way, and we jumped. And in jumping, we set up new things. Similarly, rollout of ATMs. There were 30 ATMs in the country. we said, let's roll out 1,000 ATMs because you're not going to get branches. We're getting 50 branches a year. And the number one bank then had 10,000 branches. It would have taken us 200 years. So we adopted technology strategy. And then, getting into retail also was portfolio diversification. So in those days, we built all those things. And we didn't have the luxury of CIBIL. So we had to build the book in a hard way. And thereafter, I think from 2005 or 2006 onwards, we started getting CIBIL scores and things became easier. And I think the competitive reference changed. So I would think most part of my leading ICICI, it was like a lonely journey. Lonely because a lot of things you did because you had to survive and you had to grow. And of course, there were then competitors said, but honestly, at that point in time, our thought was more on building a strong foundation for the bank rather than competition. The competition came later on, yes.
And what about today? Would you say that ICICI Bank is ahead, or do you think the other two competitors are equal stalwarts?
Let us look at 3 reference points for any institution, not only a bank, in the not only financial services business, but any. We are talking of financial capital, human capital, and technology capital. And then it is all enveloped by governance and leadership. So if you look at the first 3, they are all today available in the marketplace. And today all banks are properly capitalized, clean balance sheets. Human capital, I think, given 20 years of or more of being in business for these banks, again, you had a scope to build up capital, human capital as you want. And technology has been changing rapidly, but is available. Yes, I think in all institutions, and I'm not talking of these 3, across any institution, there is a hubris. And with time, even in technology use, there is hubris. And then there's also the fear of change of technology. Do I want to change? So that makes changes in terms of how you look at your path forward. And we will talk about later on the digital startups. So those will have a lead on the incumbents in that field. So I think in terms of the core requirements for driving a business, all banks are the same. I think they have a leadership plate which also has been tried and tested. I think it is now each leader's way of doing things, the current leadership, which will determine the future of these banks. But then, no, I don't think there is, in my mind, competition in the Indian context. There is only one word: opportunity. Because if you look at India 25 years down the line, and I always use 10% as my aspirational growth, and you have a 10% doubling every 7.2 years. In 25 years, you will double from 3 trillion to 6 trillion to 12 trillion to 24 trillion as the size of the economy. So where is competition in this size of the economy? You will need institutions of a much higher order, many more of them to drive this. And I think I cheer and will wish every one of these and more who come into the field great success. Because that's what India needs.
Now your focus is different. Well, not quite different, because you are no stranger to financing infrastructure. But the core thrust is infrastructure. And on that, India has slipped a bit. I mean, in 2007-8, the period that you were talking about, our capital formation had gone up to a really respectable level in the high 30s. From then, it's been downhill. I guess part of your job is ties in with bringing capital formation up to very respectable levels again. So before I ask you about NABFID, a macro question on whether you think we are at a stage where capital formation can take off again after a decade of being in a bit of a slump.
I will answer it this way. There is no other choice. There is no other choice. And in a way, I put the reference context before this, assuming a 10% aspirational growth and hitting a 25 trillion economy. So you have to invest. There is no choice. Now, how will that investment is, I think, the question really that you are asking. And that will happen through a combination of ways. I think ultimately, everyone expects the private sector to be the engine of investment. In the infrastructure side, for a variety of reasons, I think it will take us a long time. Post the 2008, I would say, high as it were, then investment has been challenged. It has not, and as a consequence, we see a slump. But even that, the challenges of that, whatever happened, I think have been now addressed. And it was like a perfect storm that happened during the period 2010. And so that has been addressed in terms of... now, I think the government very correctly decided that if indeed this challenge is there, and on the one hand, balance sheets were being cleaned up, it's corporate, balance sheet, banks were being cleaned up, we need to invest. I think the government did a great thing by basically saying that infrastructure we will do in innovative ways, either through SPVs or now basically they're saying what we have on the books will demonetize, create cash flow and go along. I think this is the way that things will happen. And then I would think when the private sector is comfortable, that growth is here to stay, things are stable, and as usual, they will pile it. So this is on the infrastructure side. One sentence on the other side, the manufacturing on the other side. But then looking at the ICICI or the State Bank or any other banking institutions which are major corporate lenders going back 15 years, and today, our clients of then, who used to all leverage themselves, the year 2000, the leverage was 4:1. 2009, it was around 2.2:1. Today, they are all deleveraged. They have virtually no debt on the books. So, when they find that the demand-supply equation is something that they want to now invest, or dictates that they invest, they're going to invest at speed. There's one major difference between then and now. Say even 10 years back, it took us 3 years or so to actually get a project up. I think today, most projects can be gotten up in 12 to 15 months. So the lag or the lead time that you require is much shorter. So companies will come in to invest very quickly.
Now, let me turn to NABFID for a second. You used an interesting term to describe it, startup. I mean, for an organization which is aiming to have a 5 lakh crore balance sheet in 3 years' time, startup seems a very small kind of a phrase to use. But tell me, Mr. Kamath, I mean, where are you with rolling out the loans with NABFID? I mean, by when will things start, or have they started already? I mean, have you started the process of financing already?
Well, then, I think I will stay on startup for a moment. Startup is a very apt phrase. Throughout my 5 years at NDB, the BRICS Bank, I use the word startup. And some of my colleagues were worried. Let's say you go to a rating agency and say you're a startup, they will not understand it or they will misunderstand it. I said, no. I think what advantages a startup gives you, a light-headedness of mind, the ability to move, be agile and so on. If you say that I'm an established player, you will never get there. So I would like to believe that, at least in the initial phase, it was a startup. Now, to answer your questions, we spent the last 6-7 months in getting a very small core team, 25 to 30 people in, getting all the policies done. So every single thing is done, creating a pipeline. We had people, wonderful people, leaders from both the public sector and the private sector who helped us in all these areas. So there's a substantial pipeline of almost 65,000 crores, which has been identified. As of yesterday or day before yesterday, we have a CEO who's been appointed, who should hopefully join in the next few days. So the first part is met, and we have 3 other positions on the board, deputy managing directors, who I think will be on board in the next 2 weeks, because the final stages are on, the bureau is fully active on this and so on. So given that, we went as far as a board could do in a governance context. We can't lend, we can't do certain things and so on. So I think everything is ready for the CEO and the executive team to push. As I said, the project identification has been done. Quickly the appraisal and the putting on the board. Now, funding side, I think we have time because the government was very prompt in giving us the capital and the grant that they had to give. So by February end, we had both capital and grant that has come in. Leveraging it, I think, is not a hurry at this point in time because we have a purpose to start spending. And I would like a few quarters balance sheet and P&L to come. The first quarter has come out, the second quarter should be coming out anytime now. And thereafter, we get into the mindset of quarterly numbers out very quickly into the quarter. Then you go to the market to raise bonds and money. So I think by the last quarter or the first quarter of the new calendar, we should be ready with our borrowing plan. But before that, I hope the new team is, could get the projects going. So I think we will be there this year. I think we're not talking of later. But I think that the appropriate person for next week is going to be the CEO to set his agenda. But the preparatory thing in terms of getting the institution off the ground is done. And I must thank the government for not only bringing in the capital, for support to all the phase of this, getting to this point that we are in, which facilitated very quick out. And then I would think, the monetization plan that has been announced by the government is a wonderful add-on to whatever we might want to do, because that also opens up opportunities. And it not only opens up opportunities for NAPFID, it also opens up opportunities and ideas for the private sector players, how to shed assets and how to then reinvest.
This is an interesting point, Mr. Kamath, because, since the announcement of the asset monetization plan, a lot of private sector players, CEOs, have been waiting to see how quickly things will move. Would you agree that the monetization plan actually, in brass tacks, has actually not moved at the pace at which it might have moved? I mean, how soon will we see these assets being offloaded to private players?
I think my view is identifying the asset was the first task which has been done. I think the second task is to see how many of these or what's the amount in each sector which can be quickly created into a structure. Then the challenge would have been if there is no structure available. The structure is already there. And there are two government entities there which have taken the lead in creating the InvIT structure, which could be the ideal structure for monetization. I would think that would be probably the most ideal structure. There could be other structures of the people bidding and taking it on and so on. You already have an NHAI InvIT and you want the power grid InvIT. And then there are, I think, a couple of private sector InvITs in infrastructure and in a whole lot of other areas. So it is not as if that one is getting into through the monetization process. InvIT is where asset will land. I think the structure is ready. And I know that the regulator is on top of this, trying to see how the whole process could be facilitated. So once, I think, post-identification, actually narrowing down to getting the asset on the table happens, I would think, give it a quarter, it should move.
Time for a quick break, but we shall return on the Business Today show with KV Kamath. Don't go away.
I don't read the news. I read between the lines to tell you the true version of events. The true story of our times.
To document grief, the toughest assignment for any journalist to be.
From those who matter.
Women politicians going to stick up for each other.
Of those who should matter. I document the truth. I don't distort the truth. I don't glamorize the truth. I don't gloss over the truth.
The ghosts of India's contentious medieval history have come knocking again.
I hustle for the truth. On the ground, in the newsroom, in the studio. I don't try to grab eyeballs.
I inform you to make you see the point.
To the Point with Preeti Chaudhary. At these times, only on India Today. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
Welcome back. You're watching the Business Today show. I've been in conversation with KV Kamath, the former CEO of ICICI Bank and the current chairman of NAPFID. Now, we spoke about many possibilities of how things might really start revving up in the next 18 to 24 months. But, that is also the time where fair degree of doom and gloom is predicted in the Western world. I mean, people are talking about recession in Europe and the US. Inflation has been a problem, of course. Now, how do you see us negotiating all of this, the global slowdown, the lack of liquidity or less liquidity in the global system, do you think they might come in the way of the fleshing out of the cycle that you and I have been discussing over the last few minutes?
You know, if we were having this chat 2 years back, all things being same, I would have said, yes, it's a big challenge. But I believe that the current inflation in India and the current inflation in the West is of an order that is something that probably in a theoretical construct has nothing to do with what we were taught of inflation. Because otherwise, could you really imagine that you have inflation of over almost double digits in Europe, and real interest rates are probably, just about 0.5%. So how do you explain this? And interest rates are 0.5%, real interest rates are minus 9.5%, and slightly different in the US. And nobody seems to be worried, starting with the central bankers there. Now, I'm saying that whether it is, and in the US, you have a situation where inflation is at those numbers, 8% plus, you have a full employment, not seen in the last 40 years, and you are probably seeing in recessionary numbers, and nobody wants to call a recession. So we are learning. So we have to, all I'm trying to say is, now we will have to dance to our own music. We cannot dance to Western music. And that is where I would commend the government for keeping interest rates low. Because my question would have been, if interest rates have been hiked, how would hiking interest rates bring down price of tomato? Because that was the key item which inflated the agricultural thing. So things are different, and by keeping interest rates low, liquidity good, I think we have come out of the crisis, along with certain other facilitators, the digital push and so on. But let me not confuse the matter. So given that, I think we will have to draw up our own map of how we grow. And to me, that map is have enough investment that has to be done, because we've got a 25-year runway. The West doesn't have that. And we have been anyway predominantly a domestic funded country. We will have to continue to rely on that. The good news then is that 3 to 5 years back, corporates were not generating enough cash flow to grow. Today they are. If at all they want funding, it is only at the margin. It is not the bulk of it. It is at the margin. So I think the India we're looking at today is an India which is completely different in how and where demand comes for what it produces, its ability to implement projects, and its ability to probably fund projects also. And of course, along with the technology all up that goes around.
Right. Finally, let me ask you, Mr. Kamath, I mean, you've spent such a long and checkered career in the financial sector. Who are the people you really respect and admire? Because you must have brushed shoulders, competed with some of the real big names who created great institutions in their time as well. Who are the people who stand out for you?
Yeah, let me put it this way. I think as we built our business, we learned from everybody. So we learned what St. David's was doing. So Deepak Parekh would be somebody we admired. Then you looked at competition on either side. When there were global banks which were doing some retail business, you learned and you picked up things from them and you went along. For example, the ATM strategy that we rolled out, 1,000 ATMs, the initial small number, 50 or so, we had heard that Citibank wanted to roll out, and then we heard that they succeeded. But for whatever reason, they didn't scale up. We went ahead and scaled up. So you looked by learning around from you. But I would think that in the context of what we had to do and the technology that we brought in, we had to look around us, beyond the financial services business, to learn. And all this also needed, I would think, a great degree of trust that technology would work. And there, frankly, it was only Moore's law that the cost of technology will keep dropping at a square, and the computing power will grow at a square. As long as your client base doesn't grow at that pace, you're okay. So we went ahead and implemented things using that strategy, and it worked.
It's wonderful hearing all this, Mr. Kamath, from you, and I wish you all the best with NABFID, your new startup, made growth from strength to strength. Congratulations on a spectacular career, and my great thanks for joining in today.
Thank you, then. Bye-bye.
We are humbled by this achievement. It gives us a great sense of responsibility to do more for the country. That has now seeped into the institution. All faculty, staff, and students have this pursuit of excellence.
I don't read the news. I read between the lines to tell you the true version of events. The true story of our times.
To document grief, the toughest assignment for any journalist to be.
From those who matter.
Women politicians going to stick up for each other.
Of those who should matter. I document the truth. I don't distort the truth. I don't glamorize the truth. I don't gloss over the truth.
The ghosts of India's contentious medieval history have come knocking again.
I hustle for the truth. On the ground, in the newsroom, in the studio. I don't try to grab eyeballs.
I inform you to make you see the point.
To the Point with Preeti Chaudhary. At these times, only on India Today.
Co-powered by RK Marble, Khoobsurat Imandari. In association with JioMart, Har Ghar Ka Mart.
So sorry.
Watching India Today.
Hello and welcome to India Today. I'm Paulami Saha. Here are the headlines we're tracking at the top of the hour. NDA nominee Jagdeep Dhankhar is India's 14th Vice President, secures 528 votes out of 710. "68 MPs and 300 Congress workers released after 4 hours of detention following Congress's mega all-black Akrosh. BJP claims black on Temple Foundation Day. Rahul Gandhi hits out.
वहाँ पे अब उन्होंने एक संदेश भेजने का प्रयास किया है कि राम जन्मभूमि का जो शिलान्यास हुआ वो और अब जो भव्य मंदिर बनने जा रहा है दोनों के साथ हमारा विरोध है और हम इसी के लिए प्रदर्शन करें।
Delhi Deputy Chief Minister Manish Sisodia seeks CBI probe into former Delhi LG Anil Baijal's change of stance on liquor policy. BJP claims Sisodia trying to shift blame. Union Minister G. Kishan Reddy flags off mega Tiranga bike rally in the national capital. BJP's Manjinder Sirsa hits out at the opposition claims this is not a matter of politics but of patriotism.
विरोधियों का तो आज बहाना है। बस असली में तो उनको अपनी जायदाद को बचाना है। आज वो जो कह रहे हैं तिरंगा उनको लगता है कि वो